Chapter 1. Qingzhou, the Great Qian Kingdom. On this day, winter had descended upon Yuzhou City. The biting cold wind swept through, and snowflakes danced in the air. The once bustling market now lay deserted. A thick blanket of snow covered the front of the Li residence, where passers-by treaded cautiously, fearful of losing their footing. Butler Lu Wangquan, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, shivered as he stepped to the entrance and called out, "Old Jiang, the young lady wishes to go out and enjoy the snow, but the carriage is not yet ready." At the sound of his voice, a door creaked open in a small room at the southeastern corner, revealing an elderly voice. "Do not fret. I have sent Huji to prepare it. He will be here shortly." Before long, a frail old man in a tattered cotton robe, clutching a riding whip, unsteadily approached the doorway. Lu Wangquan's teeth chattered from the cold. "You're quite spry for nearly 70, old Jiang. Aren't you afraid of the chill?" Jiang Xuan grinned, cold. "Yes, but I have grown accustomed to it." "Then I shall take comfort in that. Do take care on your way." Lu Wangquan patted Jiang Xuan on the shoulder before turning back into the residence, grumbling, "This frigid wind on a snowy day is truly unbearable." Standing at the entrance, Jiang Xuan gazed up at the swirling snowflakes as they settled upon his weathered face. It was cold, yet his heart remained warm. Merely a touch of wind and frost, he murmured to himself. He then looked down at his gnarled, calloused hands, unable to suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. "How have I managed to live this long?" Little did anyone know, today marked his 70th birthday. Once this day passed, he would truly enter the realm of the rare and aged. In ancient times, unless one was a martial artist who trained year-round, it was quite uncommon for an ordinary person to survive past 70. If he could endure this year, perhaps the master would consider freeing him from his servitude and grant him a modest sum to enjoy his twilight years. Of course, this was not something to celebrate. After decades of servitude, with no children or family, where could he possibly go? Reflecting on his life, he had achieved nothing, accomplished naught, and squandered the years in mediocrity, facing the inevitable approach of death. The term failure had shadowed his existence from beginning to end. Yet, to add to his misfortune, Jiang Xuan was actually a time traveler who had inhabited this world for 50 years. Lacking talent and any extraordinary abilities, he was merely burdened with a lifelong identity as a slave, rendering him one of the most unfortunate of all time travelers. When he was 7, his parents perished in a famine, and to afford them a coffin, he sold himself to the Li family. This was only possible because the Li family was wealthy enough to take him in that era. A coffin was worth more than a life. Upon arriving in this world, Jiang Xuan was crushed by the weight of his fate. Who would expect a good person in the real world to end up as a beast of burden here as well? Eventually, through the experiences of 2 lives and diligent practice of his driving skills, he managed to secure the position of a coachman. A coachman was no ordinary servant. One had to be a trusted confidant of the master to hold such a role, making it highly sought after. That he had managed to maintain his position until now could be considered a stroke of luck amid his misfortunes. Yet, despite the relative stability of his life, the notions of establishing a family, marrying, or having children were far beyond his reach. In his youth, he had a few close companions, but they had all drifted away in the end. Now, the only solace he found lay within the ancient world's notorious indulgences. With age, his preferences had shifted towards the fragrant and flamboyant, but even those were mere fleeting pleasures. Truly, all was dictated by fate, with not a shred left to human will. Lost in thought, Jiang Xuan was suddenly jolted by a voice in his ear. "Ding!" Host detected as a time traveler, binding the supreme genius system. Jiang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, and a look of shock flitted across his usually placid face. Could it be that his fortune was finally arriving? Better late than never? As a time traveler, over the years he had attempted countless means to acquire a golden finger, yet all had yielded no results. He never expected that this opportunity would arise on his 70th birthday. Could it be that he was a template for Jiang Zia? Ding! Congratulations on binding the perfect life template. In this life, you are destined to become an unparalleled genius, leaving behind an immortal legend. What is this? Jiang Xuan stared at the 2 lines of text that appeared out of thin air, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly thinking he had gone blind. I am 70 years old, binding a perfect life template? The supreme genius system? What a farce! Ding! Initiating the simulation of a perfect life. Upon your birth, you carry celestial bones, born supreme, with celestial phenomena heralding your arrival, and all spirits bowing before you. At the age of 7, you will reach the 9th level of body refinement and embark upon your journey through the martial world. As the words faded, Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, his previously stooped form straightening, his murky eyes regaining their clarity, and the chill in his hands and feet gradually dissipating. What astonished him most was that a certain part of his body, long dormant, had begun to stir. Is the old man rejuvenated? Feeling the newfound vigor in his body, Jiang Xuan was incredulous. He slowly raised his arm, flexing and extending it, before unexpectedly striking out with a punch that echoed through the air. What the hell? What does it mean to be old yet vigorous? This is it, 9th level of body refinement. I have truly achieved the 9th level of body refinement. Jiang Xuan's face flushed with excitement, feeling as if he had been granted a second spring in life. At that moment, a spectral attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Jiang Xuan. Age, 7. Cultivation, 9th level of body refinement. Techniques, none. Martial skills, none. Talent, celestial bones. 7 years old, Jiang Xuan gazed at his attribute panel, his lips twitching. This system truly considers him a child. However, despite the system's absurdity, the changes in his body were undeniably real. He had genuinely reached the 9th level of body refinement. This world allowed for cultivation, body cultivation, Confucian cultivation, Taoist cultivation, Buddhist cultivation, and evil cultivation. The vast majority of cultivators were body cultivators, also known as martial artists. Body refinement was the initial stage for martial artists, lasting anywhere from 7 to several decades. This stage was the most arduous, and many could not endure it throughout their lives. As the saying goes, scholarly poverty and martial wealth, children from affluent families had a distinct advantage during this period, as they could consume precious elixirs and blood meals, significantly shortening their body refinement time. Once they surpassed this stage, martial artists could condense true qi and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Jiang Xuan had previously tested his aptitude and found his martial talent to be mediocre, with no conditions for martial training, destined for a life devoid of martial pursuits. Yet now, at 70, he had inexplicably reached the 9th level of body refinement. Who would dare to believe such a tale? 70 years old, perhaps irreversible in the mundane world. But in a world where cultivation was possible, it might just be the perfect age to venture forth. Could it be that his life was truly about to restart? Moreover, with a more optimistic view, if he were indeed born with extraordinary talent in this ruthless world, he would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, yet possessing treasure brings trouble. The neighboring boy who had his bones harvested was the best example. But at present, he was merely an inconspicuous old servant, yet rich in experience, wise beyond his years, and possessing a calm demeanor perfectly suited for navigating the martial world. With this thought, Jiang Xuan exhaled, forcing down his excitement and gradually regaining his composure. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ear once more. Ding! Simulating the first storyline. Upon entering the martial world, you unexpectedly encounter a breathtakingly beautiful young woman who is captivated by your talents and develops an admiration for you. Task triggered, a match made in heaven. Task requirement, win the young woman's admiration. Task reward, indestructible body. Jiang Xuan? What on earth? Jiang Xuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, his expression one of utter astonishment. No way. Are they seriously expecting a man of my age to attract young women? Do they value my wealth or my age? This is utterly ridiculous. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves jolted Jiang Xuan from his reverie. Turning around, he saw his apprentice, Zhao Hu, leading a horse-drawn carriage towards him, a simple smile gracing his face. Master, you look particularly spirited today. Zhao Hu appraised Jiang Xuan, noticing the latter's refreshed appearance and somewhat smoother skin. Goodness, has Master found the fountain of youth? How is he looking younger by the day? Oh, it's you, Huji. Jiang Xuan shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic thoughts, and instructed, if the carriage is ready, please notify Butler Liu to bring the young lady out. Very well, Master. Zhao, who scratched his head, turned and stepped into the Li residence, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. He, too, had been sold into the Li household since childhood, becoming an apprentice under Jiang Xuan. As long as he could outlive Jiang Xuan, he would ascend to the position of coachman. Yet, year after year, Jiang Xuan showed no signs of aging, and the Li household had no intention of replacing the coachman. Calculating his age, he was nearing 40. As long as Jiang Xuan remained alive, he would forever be merely an apprentice. To grow old but not die is akin to being a thief. It is utterly intolerable. With this thought, Zhao Hu's gaze hardened, and he donned a facade of simplicity once more. Before long, Lu Wanxian and Zhao, who cautiously attended to a radiant young maiden who had emerged. The maiden, named Li Yingling, was the youngest daughter of the Li family. The Li family was a prominent merchant clan, the largest fabric dealers in the region of Yuzhou. Given her status, she could truly be regarded as a young lady of great wealth and privilege. Women are inherently sensitive. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan for the first time, Li Yingling felt he appeared remarkably youthful and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Grandfather Jiang, you look so young today. Did Master Jiang from next door share some health secrets with you?" Li Yingling was well-mannered and had been under Jiang Xuan's watchful, I sense her youth, exhibiting little of the airs of a typical young lady. As time passed, she would occasionally refer to him as Grandfather Jiang. Jiang Xuan replied with a warm smile, "Mrs. Too Kind, the old servant, has indeed been moving about a bit lately, but I cannot claim any health secrets." Ding! In this inaugural encounter, you have captured the admiration of the young maiden with your charming demeanor. Mission accomplished. Reward granted. Indestructible. Indestructible. By invoking this talent, you shall become impervious to blades and fire for a brief period. No force on earth can harm your body. Upon hearing the inexplicable completion of the task, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Is this truly considered winning the admiration of a young maiden? Oh, how I misjudged you, esteemed system. Your requirements are surprisingly lenient. As he pondered the unfolding narrative, in your first foray into the martial world, you accompany the young maiden, only to stumble upon a band of thieves with ill intentions. You shout a warning and act decisively, triggering a new task. Hero saves beauty. Task requirements: rescue the young maiden and drive away the thieves. Task reward: elementary sword intent. Hero saves beauty? Jiang Xuan regarded the new task contemplatively. Though the system's proclamations seemed nonsensical, they bore a semblance of connection to reality. It could essentially be viewed as a form of prompt. Could it be that someone intends to do harm to the young lady? With this thought, Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling and cautiously inquired, "Miss, do you not bring a few guards with you when you go out?" Though he had already reached the 9th level of body refinement and could handle ordinary ruffians without issue, he was still an unrefined martial artist, lacking in proper techniques and stability. One must remember, this world is filled with cultivators, and among the thieves, there are undoubtedly some skilled individuals. The system has tasked him with being a hero, yet hasn't insisted he do so alone. Li Yingling shook her head at his question, smiling lightly. "No need, I merely wish to enjoy the snow and clear my mind. I am not venturing into any dangerous areas, nor do I want to bring too many people along. The security in Yuzhou is quite good, you need not worry, Grandfather Jiang." Is the security in Yuzhou truly commendable? Jiang Xuan secretly shook his head. Such is the naivety of youth. With years of experience navigating the complexities of Yuzhou, he knew well that the forces at play here were intricate, rife with ruthless individuals. Many did not regard the authorities with any respect, and some were even in collusion with them. Should any interest be threatened, it would not matter if you were a wealthy young lady, even a passing princess would not be spared. However, since the young lady had spoken, he, as a servant, could not press further and could only obediently remain silent. Harsh truths are often unwelcome, and good advice is hard to heed, such as the lesson learned through blood and tears. The master is never wrong. It is always the servant who is at fault. If one were to offer advice at the right moment, all would be well, but if not, one must brace for a beating. Zhao Hu felt a wave of annoyance and could not help but urge, Miss Master, we should set off. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Tiger, how many times must I remind you not to be so rash in your actions? The young lad's journey is of great importance. Every detail must be meticulously arranged, and all matters must be double-checked to avoid any oversight. Zhao Hu nodded obsequiously. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, master. Pa, old sycophant, you prepare nothing, yet I am the one who does all the work. Just wait. I shall send you to the netherworld soon. How tiresome it is to deal with someone who relies on age alone. Once Li Yingling was settled into the carriage, Jiang Xuan pulled Lu Wanqian aside, quietly slipping him a silver coin while whispering, Old Lu, it is not that I lack confidence in the young lad's safety arranged for some individuals to discreetly follow us, ensuring her protection from the shadows. Lu Wanqian, feeling the silver in his hands, immediately brightened. All right, old Jiang. It seems you've been quite fortunate lately. No wonder your apprentice is always thinking of you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan chuckled, giving Lu Wanjian a playful kick, and chided, You're always preoccupied with that trivial matter. Don't ruin things for me. Lu Wanjian, unfazed, merely grinned and replied, If I don't think about it now, when will I? Once I'm in the same predicament as you, it will be too late to ponder. Rest assured, when it comes to my affairs, I guarantee absolute perfection. Jiang Xuan smiled gently, choosing not to refute, although Lu Wanjian had a penchant for wealth. His reliability in handling affairs was commendable. He was the second most senior figure in the Li residence, only behind Jiang Xuan. Together, they had endured beatings, pilfered chickens, and borne arms. Their bond was undeniably close, albeit predominantly sustained by financial ties. Once all arrangements were in place, Jiang Xuan confidently boarded the carriage. I apologize for the wait. My legs are not as nimble as they used to be. It is of no consequence, came the crisp voice of Li Yingling from within the carriage. Grandpa Jiang, let Uncle Hu take the reins this time. You should rest comfortably. Ah, very well. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile and promptly settled beside Zhao Hu. Officially, he was still the principal coachman of the Li family, responsible for driving the esteemed master, mistress, and young ladies whenever they ventured out. However, out of compassion for the elderly, Li Yingling often instructed Zhao Hu to take the reins instead, a tradition that had become customary. Miss, shall we set off? Zhao Hu remarked with a grin, seemingly unperturbed, as he deftly cracked the whip in his hand, commanding, Giddy up. Just 2 miles beyond the city, the carriage passed through a quaint grove of trees. As Jiang Xuan listened to the howling winds through the surrounding woods, an unsettling feeling washed over him. After merging with the celestial bone, his senses had sharpened remarkably, and he faintly detected several formidable presences lurking within the forest. A typical person, upon sensing something amiss, would undoubtedly halt their journey immediately. However, as a servant, Jiang Xuan could only tentatively inquire, Miss, it seems something is awry ahead. Perhaps we should pause for a moment to observe? The old man expressed his concern, suspecting the presence of thieves in the vicinity. Li Yingling, preoccupied with the thought of enjoying the snow, paid little heed to his words, furrowing her delicate brows. Grandfather Jiang, we frequently pass through here. How could there possibly be thieves? Zhao Hu, however, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his expression shifting slightly. This old man, indeed, had grown increasingly perceptive with age. How could he detect such anomalies? Zhao Hu chimed in, feigning laughter. Do not take offense, miss. It's merely that our master has grown older and more cautious. Li Yingling chuckled lightly, reassured. It's all right. Let us continue on our way. We shall arrive shortly. Jiang Xuan shook his head in silence, feeling helpless. Fortunately, he had arranged for several guards to accompany them. Otherwise, he would have found it challenging to ensure the safety of a delicate young lady amidst the chaos of battle. As the carriage ventured deeper into the forest, several dark figures suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Halt! This tree was planted by me, and this road was forged by my hand. Is it possible that there are indeed bandits here? Yet, how could the opening lines of these mountain robbers be so lackluster? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan. Did you not just kick me down? What are you pretending for? In truth, Xiaohu's performance was evidently not intended for Jiang Xuan, but rather for Li Yingling inside the carriage. Li Yingling, her complexion drained of color, leaned out with a frightened expression. Uncle Hu, what just happened? Xiaohu, driving the carriage without pause, wept bitterly. Miss, we encountered a band of mountain bandits. Master bravely jumped from the carriage to confront them in order to protect us. Li Yingling gasped, her face paling in shock. Are there really bandits? Have I not caused harm to Grandfather Jiang? No, Uncle Hu. I must return to save Grandfather Jiang. Xiaohu feigned wiping away tears, struggling to suppress a smirk, and earnestly advised. No, miss, if you return, Master will have sacrificed himself in vain. This. Li Yingling collapsed within the carriage, staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes suddenly reddening. It is my fault. I have caused Grandfather Jiang's demise. Wretched, wretched creature. Jiang Xuan touched his waist and pointed at the departing Xiaohu, cursing furiously. Xiaohu, you ungrateful wretch. Feasting while betraying your benefactor. If it weren't for my fortunate circumstances, that kick could have seriously harmed me. This young man has indeed chosen his own demise. Now, it is evident that this is nothing short of a deadly trap aimed directly at me. And the mastermind behind it all is none other than my treasured disciple. Those brigands had no intention of pursuing the carriage. They simply allowed it to pass. A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? It turns out to be a rescue of myself. Is this reasonable? The band of mountain thieves, upon witnessing Jiang Xuan being kicked down yet still able to rise agilely, could not help but mockingly remark, old fellow, your constitution is rather resilient, isn't it? Who? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan abruptly halted his steps, seemingly just now noticing their presence. With an air of composure, he remarked, Young men, you are affiliated with the black market, are you not? Pray tell, which faction do you belong to? Upon uttering these words, the band of thieves immediately experienced a contraction of their pupils, retreating a step in unison. Who exactly are you? They stammered, astonished that this old man could discern their identities at a glance. Observing their exaggerated reaction, Jiang Xuan discerned that his assumptions were correct and could not help but let out a cold snort. Humph, when I was navigating the underworld. You were still in swaddling clothes. How dare you inquire about my identity? The black market is a clandestine force lurking in the shadows of the great Qian kingdom, with numerous factions established in various locales, engaging in unsavory dealings. This formidable power is extensively entrenched, with many ties to the imperial court, known only to a select few high-ranking individuals who operate within the underbelly of society. Having accompanied masterly and mercantile endeavors across the land, Jiang Xuan possessed a certain shrewdness. The brigands' countenances darkened upon hearing this, for the old man's words were exceedingly arrogant, as if he held them in utter contempt. He was either a master or a fool. One of the more hot-tempered thieves, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and declared, Old codger, cease this charade of trying to intimidate us. We are not easily frightened. Be wary, lest I cleave you in twain. They were merely mercenaries, aware only that they were to ambush and slay an old man, with no mention of any dignitaries. Moreover, the old man's respiration was erratic, and his gait lacked order, clearly indicating that he was no expert. It must be a ruse. The other brigands concurred, their gazes turning malevolent toward Jiang Xuan. Damn it. They had almost been cowed by a decrepit old man. Yet, just as they were about to strike, Jiang Xuan's subsequent words once more caused them to be wary. Jiang Xuan's gaze was placid, his expression serene, a band of callow youths, ignorant of the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Come, let this old man grant you 3 moves. Make your move. These words, once uttered, immediately awed the band of thieves. The brigands exchanged glances, the gleaming long blades in their hands trembling involuntarily, their faces etched with astonishment. Could it be? Was this seemingly senescent old man truly a master of martial arts? Yet, there was no fluctuation of true energy emanating from him. No, wait. The men instantly considered a possibility. It was said that martial arts grandmasters who had transcended the middle 3 realms could achieve the concealment of their true energy, appearing no different from ordinary men. Could it be? Alas, Yuzhou City was a major trading hub, and there was no telling how many hidden masters lurked in the shadows, not to mention the occasional appearance of martial arts grandmasters. These individuals were often elusive, rarely seen. It was better to be safe than sorry. With this in mind, the burly man broke out in a cold sweat, clasped his hands in obeisance, and said, "Esteemed elder, this junior's eyes have failed to recognize Mount Tai and has offended you. However, we of the black market are most reputable in fulfilling our contracts. May the elder enlighten us." In his speech, he had already replaced old bones with esteemed elder. His rhetoric had also shifted to seeking guidance rather than actually fighting. Furthermore, he had gilded the words reputable. In this way, if he were to truly lose to Jiang Xuan, he would have room to beg for mercy. "I only said that I was seeking guidance. I was also forced to do so. Senior, please do not kill me." And so on. If he were to win, it would prove that Jiang Xuan was still putting on an act, and he could end him with a single strike. It was simply a win-win situation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan coughed heavily, his expression remaining remarkably indifferent, as if he were observing a swarm of ants. He beckoned to the burly man with a gesture, implying, "Come forth, you worthless one. Take this." The burly man bellowed, raising his gleaming long knife and advancing towards Jiang Xuan with small, determined steps. With this single strike, he believed he could discern the truth of Jiang Xuan's strength. However, Jiang Xuan stood his ground, unwavering and seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. What audacity! Clang! In the next moment, the long knife struck fiercely against Jiang Xuan's shoulder, producing a resounding clash reminiscent of metal against metal. The burly man's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression akin to one who had witnessed a ghost. What in the world is this physique? He was truly taken aback. Despite being at the 9th level of body refinement, exerting a force of several hundred pounds, he was unable to injure an elderly man on the verge of demise? Jiang Xuan was inwardly astonished. The Vajra indestructible divine power lived up to its reputation and was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Could one genuinely endure the onslaught of weapons without experiencing even a modicum of discomfort? Seizing this opportune moment, Jiang Xuan extended his emaciated palm, delivering a resounding blow to the burly man's chest, the cacophony of exploding viscera reverberating audibly. At such close quarters, he had exerted his utmost strength, amounting to no less than several hundred pounds of force. Thump! The robust man felt an immense force assail his chest. Subsequently, he was propelled backward, landing heavily on the ground, spewing copious amounts of blood, his fate uncertain. At this juncture, all the brigands were utterly dumbfounded. The scar-faced man at the helm widened his eyes to an immense degree, his eyeballs nearly bulging out of their sockets. A living deity. They had truly encountered a living deity. From beginning to end, the elderly man had not even employed a trace of true energy, yet with his mortal frame, he had withstood the assault of weapons. What echelon of adept was this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's expression was indifferent as he stood silently in place. The leader, a man with a scarred face, glanced at Jiang Xuan's demeanor and commanded the others, "Hurry, quickly gather all your valuables and present them to the esteemed elder." Oh. The other thieves suddenly understood. At this moment, if they did not offer some token of respect, who would spare their lives? It was no wonder he held the position of leader. He was far more astute than the rest of them. Immediately, the band of thieves rummaged through their belongings, collecting a bag of silver coins and several inferior spirit stones. The scarred man respectfully presented them to Jiang Xuan, his face adorned with flattery. "Esteemed elder, we left in haste and could only bring this modest wealth as a gesture of respect. Should you grace us with your presence on another day, we, the younger generation, would be honored to host you at our Xuanwu Hall and ensure your comfort." Jiang Xuan effortlessly accepted the bag, his expression as profound as an ancient well. And he nodded, saying, "Indeed, you are merely fortunate to have encountered me. With age comes a gentler heart, and I have little fondness for bloodshed. Were I to be a couple of centuries younger, I would certainly demand an explanation from the Xuanwu Hall with lethal intent." Hiss. Has this old man truly lived for several centuries? He is undeniably a formidable relic of the past, quite possibly a master of martial arts. The most terrifying beings in this world are the elderly. The hall master has indeed spoken truthfully to me. Scarred face, filled with trepidation, slapped himself hard, bowing and scraping Your wisdom is undeniable, esteemed elder. I am but a blind fool, and I deserve my fate. Jiang Xuan slightly nodded and said in a solemn tone, Depart. Thank you, senior. The few robbers, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly lifted the unconscious, burly man from the ground and swiftly vanished from sight. What began as an ambush had unexpectedly turned into an act of mercy. This endeavor was nothing short of a financial loss. Watching the thieves retreat, Jiang Xuan exhaled in relief, weighing the silver and several inferior spirit stones in his hand. Unable to suppress a smile, Jiang truly remains as cunning as ever. This bag contained no less than 50 or 60 taels of silver, equivalent to several years of his salary. Moreover, the few inferior spirit stones were of utmost importance. Spirit stones serve as the universal currency among warriors and are essential for their cultivation, indispensable for refining true qi. One inferior spirit stone is roughly equivalent to 20 or 30 taels of silver, and they are often scarce in the market. In summary, it was a lucrative gain. Ding. You valiantly fought and successfully ensured the young girl's escape. She was deeply moved, and the task is complete. Reward issued. Basic sword intent. New plot development underway. You have saved the stunning maiden, only to be envied by traitors from her family, who conspire to assassinate you under the cover of night. Enraged, you retaliate with ferocity. Task triggered. An eye for an eye. Task requirements. Eliminate the traitors. Task reward. Qi condensing pill. Reward dispatched. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan stood in stunned silence. Is this truly the aura of a sword? In the absence of genuine qi, a mere whip could manifest a sword's might. Every blade of grass and every twig could become a sword. It turns out that the tales I have read are indeed true. With this sword intent, he is destined to become a formidable master of the sword path. The sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles, a single strike casting a chill over 19 provinces. By heavens, even the thought of it stirs the soul. As for the next task from the system, he could surmise its meaning. The traitor must face retribution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. His displeasure evident as he remarked, I chased him away. Ha ha ha, what a boast. Wu Yong could not contain his laughter. Old Jiang at your age. Why still throw a tantrum? The young lady's life is far more precious than ours, so do not take it to heart. If you were in that position, you would likely act the same, would you not? Jiang Xuan remained silent. Having served as a servant for so many years, he was acutely aware of his own insignificance. It is said that one should fear not the improbable, but the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. The guard's primary duty was to ensure the safety of the young lady as she returned home, a responsibility that was entirely justifiable. It was already fortunate that they could return to collect his remains. However, it was truly despicable that Zhao Hu, this traitorous disciple, would dare to plot against him. The only question that lingered was, where did Zhao Hu acquire the funds? Noticing Jiang Xuan's continued gloom, Wu Yong affectionately draped an arm over his shoulder and laughed heartily. Come now, old Jiang, let's just consider this a lapse in brotherly loyalty. Next time we drink, it won't be on your tab. With age, it seems your temperament has only grown more irritable. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that your foresight prevailed. Can you believe there are indeed thieves in broad daylight? Pray tell, how did you manage to escape? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Wu Yong and casually inquired, Old Wu, do you possess any swordsmanship skills? Wu Yong, the head of the Li family's guardians, was already a formidable master at the condensation realm, and it was only natural that he had acquired some sword techniques. After all, having just grasped the essence of sword intent, it would be remiss not to learn a few sword forms. Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression brightened with amusement. What is this? Have you set your sights on yet another maiden? Jiang Xuan's face was clouded with annoyance. I am not referring to that wretched individual, you fool. Oh. Wu Yong exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and grinned. Are you speaking of that sword? I possess only a superficial understanding of it. What? Do you wish to stretch your limbs a bit? At your age, Be careful not to strain your back. Ha ha. The other guards joined in the laughter. What purpose does practicing swordsmanship at 70 serve? After a hearty bout of laughter, Wu Yong noticed Jiang Xuan still maintaining a serious demeanor and was taken aback. Old Jiang, are you truly intending to practice swordsmanship? Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, urging. Just tell me whether you will or not. Wu Yong pondered for a moment before retrieving an aged tome from his bosom and presenting it to Jiang Xuan. Old Jiang. This swordplay is known as horse stance sword, a fundamental technique frequently employed by sword practitioners. Although it is merely a first-tier martial art, it poses considerable challenges for those lacking a foundational training in martial arts. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? In truth, Wu Yong felt a twinge of reluctance. Since Jiang Xuan was momentarily inspired to practice swordsmanship, he decided to indulge him. After all, one could not be harmed by the practice of swordplay. Eventually, it would likely be abandoned. Jiang Xuan received the book and broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Well, at least you have a little conscience." Ha ha. Wu Yong burst into laughter once more, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, tell us the truth. Are you hoping to revive your manhood through martial arts? Now that you're older, do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Lordly and marry a 16-year-old girl to leave a legacy?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding guards erupted into laughter, tears streaming from their eyes. Lordly, being older than Jiang Xuan, had married a 16-year-old girl in his 50s, who is now his current wife. Remarkably, even in his advanced years, he fathered a son and a daughter, the latter being Li Yingling. Now, as Lordly approaches the twilight of his life, his wife is still in her 40s. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of utter disbelief, yet he found himself too apathetic to counter the absurdity. At the age of 70, the notion of embarking on the path of cultivation would be met with skepticism by anyone he confided in. It is a universally acknowledged truth that one must begin their training early. However, his circumstances were unique. He possessed a system, and his life was far from over. He still had the potential to cultivate. As for women, they would merely serve to hinder the swiftness with which he drew his sword. Jiang Xuan accompanied the guards back to the Li residence. Following the recent events, Li Yingling was in no mood to continue enjoying the snowfall. She stood anxiously before the manor, desperately awaiting the return of the guards. Her feelings for Jiang Xuan ran deep, for he had accompanied her since childhood. This time, he had risked his life to protect her safety, leaving her profoundly moved. She resolved that whether alive or dead, she would ensure a proper burial for Jiang Xuan. Zhao, who stood beside Li Yingling, sharing her anxious demeanor as he too awaited the return of the guards. His concern stemmed from a need to see Jiang Xuan's body with his own eyes to find peace of mind. Do not worry, master. I shall give you a proper burial and observe mourning for 3 years. Please, do not hold it against me, dear teacher. It was truly unavoidable. Though their expressions mirrored one another, their thoughts diverged. At long last, after an interminable wait, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Among them was a frail-looking figure whose gait was surprisingly vigorous, radiating vitality. Was it not Jiang Xuan? In that moment, the once uniform expressions began to shift. The young girl's delicate brows unfurled, and her lively eyes sparkled with surprise. Grandfather Jiang. Zhaohu's pupils contracted slightly as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his face reflecting astonishment. How could he still be alive? Jiang Xuan approached Li Yingling, bowing respectfully. Greetings, miss. Li Yingling, filled with joy, affectionately wrapped her arms around Jiang Xuan's, exclaiming, Grandpa Jiang, how wonderful it is that you are unharmed. Sensing the delicate fragrance emanating from the young lady, Jiang Xuan discreetly withdrew his arm, clasping his hands together as he replied, Thanks to the blessings of the young lady, this old servant has miraculously escaped with his life. Master? Zhaohu, still reeling from the shock, spoke with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Jiang Xuan turned to Zhaohu, his gaze tranquil, and with a faint smile said, Ah, my disciple, I appreciate your efforts in protecting the young lady. Zhaohu, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. It is my duty. Of course. How could it be otherwise? This old man, how is it that he remains alive? He pondered, what are those ruffians in the black market doing? They can't even eliminate a half-buried old fool? As he watched Jiang Xuan being assisted into the Li residence by Li Yingling, Zhaohu's expression darkened considerably. This old fellow, astonishingly, seemed to gain favor as he aged. Truly despicable, he deserves to perish. That night, under a moonless sky, with the wind howling and snow swirling, Zhaohu donned a mysterious black outfit and stealthily approached Jiang Xuan's quarters. With a creak, the door opened slowly. He tiptoed into Jiang Xuan's room, fully aware of his master's habits. At this hour, Jiang Xuan would typically be sound asleep, impervious even to thunder. One step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He gradually approached the bedside, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He lunged forward, smothering the figure on the bed with the covers. His expression twisted with madness. "Master, do not blame me. You can only blame yourself for living too long. You obstructed my path." After a moment of pressing, Jiang suddenly sensed something amiss. The person lying in bed was not resisting at all. It was eerily quiet, as if lifeless. Jiang's face changed, and he hastily pulled back the covers, only to find what appeared to be a straw man lying there. Panic surged through him as he realized the gravity of the situation, and he turned to flee. Suddenly, a hand struck, landing a decisive blow to his neck, and his consciousness began to fade. In his final moments of awareness, he turned around to see a weathered face. Despite its age, the eyes were remarkably clear, coldly regarding him, filled with disappointment. "Master, how could this be? How could he possibly have knocked me out? I refuse to accept this." Jiang, though skilled in martial arts, with a body tempered to the 6th or 7th level, could not fathom being subdued by an old man. This question eluded him, and he had no opportunity to ponder it further. Alas, why must it come to this? Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang with a complex expression, his heart filled with emotions. At the age of 70, even if he were to survive, he would eventually depart from the Li residence. "Oh, Huzi, why can't you simply wait?" Jiang Xuan opened the door and made his way to the adjacent room of Jiang. He was certainly not foolish enough to plunder Jiang's possessions at this moment. Rather, he was profoundly curious about the audacity that compelled this young man to attempt his life. Indeed, the investigation revealed startling findings. To his astonishment, he uncovered 100 taels of intricately patterned silver within Jiang's quarters. Jiang, as an apprentice carter, would hardly be able to amass such a sum over a lifetime. Moreover, the silver belonging to merchant families typically bears distinctive markings. This was unmistakably the silver of the Li family. Had it been stolen? Jiang Xuan does not believe that Jiang possesses such audacity. Stealing the master's silver is far more daunting than killing an old carter. Nevertheless, regardless of its origin, this silver is more than sufficient to cost him his life. As Jiang Xuan was about to depart, he unexpectedly noticed a rolled-up calligraphy piece hanging on the wall. This was indeed a novelty. How could a rough and unrefined man like him possess such a collection? Could it possibly be stolen from the master? Previously, he had perceived this unassuming figure as straightforward. Yet he realized that human nature is often concealed beneath layers. He had underestimated the complexity of the situation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan returned to his quarters with a heavy heart. Placing 100 taels of silver atop the unconscious Jiang, he hoisted him up and exited the residence, casually tossing Jiang over the high walls of the Li estate. A chilling cry of shattered bones echoed from outside. In ancient times, the walls of affluent households were exceedingly tall, often reaching at least 10 meters, while the Li estate soared to an impressive 15 meters, with numerous lethal traps lurking beneath. Taking a life was not a challenge. The true difficulty lay in doing so without a trace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan lay in bed, unable to find sleep, until a mechanical voice resonated in his ear. Ding. You have decisively avenged the traitors of your clan, demonstrating ruthless resolve at such a tender age. Task completed. Reward granted. A chi condensation pill, automatically placed into your backpack. Commencing new plot development. The annual clan competition was about to commence, and you were eager to engage, determined to vanquish all prodigies and create a sensation throughout the clan. Task triggered. Clan competition. Task requirements. Defeat all prodigies. Task reward. A profound level martial art. The following day, Jiang was found dead. Early in the morning, a corpse clad in dark garments lay frozen by the roadside in front of the Li residence. This incident promptly alerted the authorities, who dispatched personnel to investigate. Following a cursory examination, the officials concluded that Jiang had attempted to steal from the Li household, but had met with misfortune while escaping over the wall, ultimately succumbing to the cold. Cases of servant theft were all too common. The death of a mere servant did not warrant much concern from the authorities, who hastily closed the case. However, the members of the Li family were left in a state of perplexity. Zhao Hu was not known for extravagance. How could he have perished from the cold while attempting to steal silver? It was not until later that Wu Yong happened upon Jiang Xuan, who was seen tossing a scarecrow into the stable, that an unsettling chill crept down his spine. "Old Jiang, is this your doing?" Jiang Xuan grinned. "Do you think I would fall from the carriage for no reason?" Wu Yong suddenly realized. This master and disciple pair possessed an abundance of cunning. At this moment, within the Li family's secluded estate, a dignified and beautiful woman sat on a stone pedestal, her face etched with worry and a hint of urgency. She was Su Qin, the current mistress of the Li household. Upon seeing the steward Lu Wangquan approach, Su Qin hurriedly inquired, "What news? Did Zhao Hu truly meet with an accidental death?" Lu Wangquan slightly bowed. "Madam, I accompanied the authorities throughout their investigation, and it does seem to be an accident." "How could that be?" Su Qin's complexion turned pale. "If that wretch wanted money, he could have simply asked me. Why resort to theft?" Lu Wangquan glanced at Su Qin and replied, "Madam, this is precisely what I find perplexing. 100 taels of silver were discovered on Zhao Hu, which appears to belong to you, rather than having been stolen." "Huh?" Su Qin was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that someone may have killed Zhao Hu?" Lu Wangquan continued. "I have heard that old Jiang has recently begun training in martial arts and has acquired considerable strength. It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. After all, Zhao Hu had long sought to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Su Qin's expression grew even more alarmed. "Do you think he might have discovered my connection to Zhao Hu? What shall we do?" Lu Wangquan gently inclined his body. "Madam, do not panic. This is merely speculation. I have visited Zhao Hu's room, and there were no signs of disturbance. It may indeed have been an accident. Furthermore, even if old Jiang were involved, he lacks the audacity to threaten you." "No." Su Qin forcefully struck the stone table, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Better to be overly cautious than to risk everything. We must find a way to expel old Jiang from the Li estate." Lu Wangquan's expression turned troubled. "Madam, old Jiang has served the master for many years and just saved the young Mrs. Life. It may prove difficult. The master seems to intend for him to remain in the Li household to enjoy his twilight years." Su Qin's countenance darkened significantly. "Difficult or not, it must be done, even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance." She could not afford to gamble. This matter involved far too much at stake. Jiang Xuan must vanish. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. During this time, apart from occasional outings to drive, Jiang Xuan has secluded himself within his dwelling, devoting his hours to cultivation. On this particular day, he gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze. The effects of the qi condensation pill were astonishingly remarkable. It had indeed enabled him to successfully refine true qi, officially stepping into the realm of qi condensation. In this world, cultivation is divided into 9 realms, the lower 3 being body refinement, qi condensation, and returning to origin, the middle 3 as earth spirit, heaven spirit, and profound connectivity, and the upper 3 is void, nirvana, and cosmic balance. Beyond these lies the legendary status of earthly immortals, capable of traversing the celestial gates and ascending to the divine. True qi serves as the pivotal distinction between ordinary individuals and martial practitioners. Once one possesses true qi, even the frailest scholar can effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds and strike down a robust man with a single blow. To his astonishment, the dream he had harbored for a lifetime was realized within this month. Furthermore, during this period, he had also perfected his horse stance swordplay. With the infusion of sword intent, mastering a fundamental sword technique became as effortless as the act of eating and drinking. Additionally, the practice of martial arts and health cultivation profoundly alters not only one's vitality and spirit but also one's appearance. Jiang Xuan's complexion has noticeably improved compared to a month ago, and his once frail physique is gradually becoming more robust. With his flowing white hair and radiant demeanor, he exudes an aura of vitality. Clad in a black and white martial arts robe, he remarkably embodies the essence of a master. If he were to return to his previous life, he would undoubtedly be the most striking gentleman in the park, leaving countless elderly ladies utterly enchanted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the qi condensation stage. The attribute panel is being refreshed. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 7. Cultivation level: qi condensation. First layer martial arts. Nun technique. Horse stance sword talent. Celestial bone. Indestructible. Beginner sword intent. Current task: family competition. Incomplete. Jiang Xuan gazed at the considerably luxurious panel, his aged face displaying immense satisfaction. From this day forth, He could be regarded as officially embarking on the path of cultivation. However, the task of the family competition remained a perplexing enigma to him. A merchant family like the Li clan, what could possibly warrant a grand family competition? Never mind, possessing a celestial bone is sufficient. He would leave the task to fate. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's eyes twinkled as he grinned and said, "What a coincidence, old Wu. Shall I join you in practice?" Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Without the grand family competition, he could create one of his own. After all, the family's martial training consisted merely of those few guardians. You? Wu Yong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha, old Jiang. Do you truly believe that after a few days of sword practice, you can consider yourself a master of the art? These rascals are reckless. They might just shatter your frail old bones." Jiang Xuan had long grown accustomed to such jesting. Responding with a faint smile, "It matters not. It is quite beneficial to engage in some physical activity with the young." Wu Yong, taken aback, inquired, "Are you serious about practicing?" "Indeed, I am." "Excellent," Wu Yong boisterously exclaimed. "Ah, old Jiang. It is precisely your spirited enthusiasm that warrants those young rascals to learn for 100 or even 80 years. Amidst his hearty laughter, he scrutinized Jiang Xuan closely, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Goodness, old Jiang, you truly appear to be growing younger with each passing day, at a glance. Your physique rivals that of our guards." He clicked his tongue in admiration, lamenting, "Alas, if only you were not so advanced in years. You would undoubtedly be a formidable martial artist." Jiang Xuan smiled silently, gently waving his hand, "Lead the way." Soon, Wu Yong guided Jiang Xuan to a martial arts arena not far from the Li residence. At this moment, over 100 guards from the Li household congregated here, their long swords slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. A cursory glance revealed that most of them were unremarkable martial artists at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement. Fortunately, they were still young. With a few more years of practice, they might reach Wu Yong's level. Wu Yong clapped his hands to capture the crowd's attention and shouted, "You rascals! Old Jiang is here to personally teach you a lesson, as I see none of you amount to anything. So, tell me, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Upon hearing this, the guards burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Don't worry, Wu Laoda, we will certainly accept the challenge. We just fear that we might strain old Jiang's back." Wu Yong cast a teasing glance at Jiang Xuan, grinning widely. "Old Jiang, let the performance begin." "Agreed." Jiang Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, walked into the arena with a demeanor of seasoned composure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Who among you shall step forward first?" Observing this spectacle, the guards below erupted in raucous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Old Jiang, you would surely set the stage ablaze if you took to the theater. Your poise is so striking that one might genuinely be deceived by your performance." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan let out a silent sigh, casually picking up a wooden sword from the ground. His gaze gradually sharpened. With a swift motion, he waved the sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking a wooden post not far away. In an instant, the post was cleaved in two, revealing a perfectly smooth cut. The laughter of the guards abruptly ceased, plunging the arena into an eerie silence. "Wow!" someone exclaimed in shock, and the guards, shaken from their stupor, erupted into astonished gasps. "No way. Old Jiang, are you serious? Incredible. Old Jiang actually released a sword aura. Has he truly mastered the horse stance sword technique? It's unbelievable. He has only been practicing for a few days. Could he really be a martial arts prodigy? This is ridiculous. I thought I was a guard, yet I can't even compare to a 70-year-old man." In that moment, the guards were astounded, hardly daring to believe their eyes. Wu Yong took a while to regain his composure, his voice laden with disbelief. "Old Jiang, have you attained the realm of qi condensation?" Having long reached that level himself, his discerning eye was not to be compared with those of lesser martial artists. The sword energy unleashed by Jiang Xuan contained a faint trace of genuine qi, far surpassing that of ordinary sword energy. No wonder that group of thieves chose to spare the old man. It turns out they were incapable of overcoming him. Jiang Xuan remained composed and unperturbed. as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Having lived for over 70 years, what significance is there in possessing some sword energy? Well done, old Jiang. You had concealed your prowess quite adeptly, revealing yourself to be a master. Pray tell, when did you achieve the condensation of energy? Wu Yong was utterly astonished. Although there indeed exist martial artists who attain the condensation of energy in their later years, such individuals are exceedingly rare, more elusive than extraordinary geniuses. It is said that there is an elderly Taoist priest at the Jiang Xuan temple who, upon a moment of enlightenment, directly ascended to the intermediate third realm, becoming a renowned master of martial arts, causing a sensation throughout the entirety of Qizhou. If Jiang Xuan is of similar caliber, it would be truly terrifying. Jiang Xuan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Do not overthink it. I only began to cultivate my energy at the age of 70. What does that make me but an ordinary practitioner? Come now, young ones, allow me to impart a lesson upon you. Who shall be the first?" The guards exchanged glances, their bravado waning. This time, they dared not mock Jiang Xuan any further. After all, the old man had attained a level of energy cultivation that set him apart from them, mere mortals. The disparity between possessing true energy and lacking it is indeed greater than that between man and dog. Just look at how cowardly each of you appears. Jiang Xuan wore a look of disdain and declared, "Very well. I shall refrain from utilizing my true energy and will merely engage in a display of martial skills with you. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly prepared for the challenge. If he were to forego his true energy, he would be no different from an ordinary person, an elderly man, at that. How could a group of robust men possibly fear him? One particularly burly guard, brandishing a wooden sword, boldly stepped forward and remarked, "Old Jiang, this is your own proposition. Make sure you can handle the consequences." Jiang Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, exuding an air of a master. "My word is as solid as gold. Come forth." The crowd could hardly contain their disdain. How pretentious. "Xiaopeng, take him down." The guardians erupted in cheers. "I'm coming," Xiaopeng bellowed, taking nimble steps forward. He then leaped into the air, thrusting his sword fiercely towards Jiang Xuan. The speed of the strike was astonishing. The onlookers could scarcely perceive his movements. Wu Yong nodded silently, acknowledging that Xiaopeng was indeed the most talented young man among the guardians of the Li residence, with the potential to condense his energy before turning 30. Moreover, Xiaopeng's swordsmanship was commendable, renowned for its swiftness. Without employing true energy, Wu Yong found himself evenly matched with Xiaopeng. However, what transpired next left him utterly astonished. In the face of Xiaopeng's fierce strike, Jiang Xuan remained unperturbed, one hand still behind his back, his expression serene. Then, with measured calmness, he slightly turned his body and deftly flicked his wooden sword, effortlessly intercepting Xiaopeng's attack. In the blink of an eye, Xiaopeng's sword was sent flying from his grasp, much to his disbelief. The exchange unfolded in an instant. And when the crowd finally regained their senses, Jiang Xuan's wooden sword was poised at Xiaopeng's neck. The outcome was unmistakable. The guardians stood in stunned silence. They had not even comprehended what had transpired before Xiaopeng was soundly defeated. This was a sheer demonstration of superior swordsmanship. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted into exclamations of awe. How could this be? How did Xiaopeng falter? How could he not even keep a grip on his sword? This strike was so rapid. How did the old master manage to parry it so casually? Wu Yong was equally astounded, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, with such swordsmanship, why do you still seek to learn from me?" Jiang Xuan's sword strike appeared casual, yet the timing, angle, and force were all impeccably controlled, skillfully neutralizing Xiaopeng's swift blade with finesse. This is a composure that can only be exhibited by a master of the swordsmanship. How long has Jiang Xuan been practicing the sword? Could it be that he is truly a prodigious talent in swordsmanship despite his advanced age? If he were to be a few decades younger, would he not become a legendary master of the sword? It is no wonder that it is said that a genuine master always harbors the heart of a disciple. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Xiaopeng, your sword speed is commendable, and your technique is fairly proficient. However, alas, your force is excessive, moderation is key. A swordsman must strike with 3 parts of power, reserving 7 for themselves. The momentum of the sword must be unceasing to remain invincible. A strike that seals the throat must rest upon an unwavering foundation of overwhelming strength." Upon hearing these words, Xiaopeng experienced an epiphany, abruptly awakening from his confusion. He bowed deeply, expressing, "Old Jiang, I am grateful for your guidance." In that moment, he truly felt a sense of respect. his tone imbued with deference. The world always reveres the strong, regardless of one's identity. Only the powerful earn the respect and courtesy of others. A promising student indeed. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile, directing his wooden sword towards the other guards. Come on. The next one. The guards, undeterred, approached one after another to challenge Jiang Xuan. As expected, they all fell before his sword, utterly defenseless. In Jiang Xuan's words, their swordsmanship was utterly worthless, appearing flashy yet lacking any solid foundation. An hour later, the guards sat on the ground like defeated dogs, panting heavily, unwilling to continue sparring with Jiang Xuan. No more, no more. Old Jiang, we concede. Go challenge Old Wu instead. Jiang Xuan's comprehension of the sword path exists on an entirely different plane. It is akin to an adult toying with a child, leaving the latter in a state of profound frustration during their skirmishes. What astonished them most was that after an entire 2 hours of relentless combat, Jiang Xuan remained utterly unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. Is this truly an elderly man of 70? At long last, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! You have showcased your prowess in the family competition, vanquishing all the talented scions and securing the title of champion, astonishing the entire audience. Task completed. Reward granted. Supreme grade cultivation technique, eternal greensword art. Now proceeding to simulate a new narrative. On the day of your 8th birthday, a prodigious young lady from the sect arrives to annul the engagement. How could a youth endure such humiliation? In a fit of anger, you compose a letter of divorce, establishing a 3-year accord. Task triggered. Do not underrate the youth in poverty. Task requirements. Annulling the engagement with the sect's prodigious young lady. Task reward. Intermediate sword intent. Jiang Xuan gazed at the ethereal words before him, his expression a peculiar blend of astonishment and disbelief. This task had become increasingly preposterous. Was it truly an abstract endeavor? What kind of sect's young maiden would come to him to annul their engagement? Moreover, he had heard the adage about not underestimating the youth in poverty, yet he had never encountered a phrase warning against belittling the elderly in destitution. Wu Yong, witnessing his subordinate's complete defeat, felt an insatiable urge to join the fray. With a booming laugh, he exclaimed, "Ah, old Jiang, your prowess has ignited my own desire to spar with you." However, Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his wooden sword and shook his head. No more fighting. This old man is somewhat fatigued. Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances filled with disdain. Is it not a fallacy? They mused. You, esteemed elder, appear as composed as ever, not even breaking a sweat. How can you possibly claim to be weary? Jiang Xuan remained indifferent, not out of fear of Wu Yong, but rather due to his apprehension of inadvertently defeating him. Such an event would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Imagining a 70-year-old servant triumphing over a martial artist in the condensation realm was simply absurd. Moreover, he had long surpassed the impetuous age of youthful fervor, now favoring a more prudent and steady approach to life. With the task accomplished, he decided it was best to withdraw gracefully. Wu Yong sighed and remarked, "Old Jiang, if only you were a few decades younger. My position as the captain of the guard would be in jeopardy." What a fanciful thought. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's life remains as tranquil as flowing water, apart from the occasional driving out. He is engrossed in fervent cultivation. The sole delight in his existence is the acquisition of the profound and exquisite martial art, the evergreen sword technique. As far as he is aware, the techniques of this world are exceedingly precious, far surpassing the worth of combat skills, with the vast majority of martial artists lacking even a single technique to their name. These techniques are broadly categorized into 4 tiers: celestial, terrestrial, profound, and yellow. Within the Daqian kingdom, profound-level techniques are already exceedingly rare. As for terrestrial techniques, one would be hard-pressed to find even a few throughout the entirety of Qingzhou. And naturally, he does not aspire to reach for the unattainable. The evergreen sword technique is particularly unique, emphasizing the nurturing of the body through the sword, accompanied by a remarkable breathing method that defies convention. This allows him to continuously restore his physical strength and true energy during combat. Moreover, through this breathing technique, he is capable of achieving an aura of serene humility, appearing as an ordinary elder. It is essential to recognize that such mastery is only attainable by a martial arts master at the intermediate 3rd stage. From this perspective, the accompanying breathing technique may well be more valuable than the sword technique itself. Furthermore, this sword technique possesses certain physical refining properties, enhancing vitality, strengthening the body, and nourishing true energy, making it particularly suitable for someone of his advanced years. In summary, this cultivation method resembles a breathing technique and a body-refining art. Yet it bears little resemblance to a traditional sword technique, being lamentably deficient in sword moves. Who could imagine that beneath his voluminous black martial robe lies a physique of sinewy muscle? However, the evergreen sword technique consists of 3 levels, and he has barely mastered the first. Who knows what extraordinary effects lie ahead? As Jiang Xuan enters the qi condensation stage, the dominance of his celestial bones gradually reveals itself, propelling his cultivation speed to astonishing heights. In just half a month, he subtly senses a trend towards breaking through to the second layer of qi condensation. Should this cultivation speed be made public, it would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval. Typically, ordinary martial artists take 2 to 3 years to advance a single layer after entering qi condensation. However, the rapid pace of his cultivation brings about a significant drawback: an excessive consumption of spirit stones. Situated in a remote area, Yuzhou City suffers from a lack of spiritual veins, rendering the spiritual energy remarkably sparse. In such circumstances, cultivation without the aid of spirit stones becomes nearly impossible. The few inferior spirit stones he had acquired from bandits have long been depleted, leaving him in dire straits. The need for money is pressing, and he is sorely lacking in funds. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. If he wished to traverse the long and arduous path of cultivation, he must find a way to leave the Li residence, where he had spent his entire life, and venture forth to seek opportunities beyond. It is not just a humble carriage driver like him who must strive. Even disciples of the sect frequently descend the mountain to undertake tasks in exchange for resources for their cultivation. Warriors are like beasts that devour gold, and there are many treasures that cannot be purchased with mere silver. Remaining in this secluded corner, his future appeared bleak. At that moment, a series of firecracker explosions erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds from outside. The end of the year had finally arrived. Jiang Xuan murmured to himself, reflecting on the significance of the new year, the most important day for ordinary folk throughout the year. It was during this time that people could indulge in sacrificial meats. However, this year held a peculiar significance for Jiang Xuan. He was on the verge of redeeming his freedom. Once he accomplished this, he would soar like a bird in the vast sky or leap like a fish in the boundless sea. In the Grand Qian dynasty, filial piety was highly esteemed, and once a servant reached the age of 70, it was customary for their master to voluntarily release them from servitude, offering a sum of money to ensure they could enjoy their twilight years in peace, a gesture of benevolence and kindness. Should the master remain silent, the servant could still redeem themselves, paying back the original price they were sold for. Nonetheless, few servants opted to leave their masters, as they were provided with food, drink, and a semblance of financial security, albeit in a somewhat arduous existence. For the elderly and the destitute, however, time was a luxury they could scarcely afford. The Li household was no ordinary family. The customs surrounding the new year were manifold, requiring preparations to commence a month in advance. They would open the ancestral hall, clean, perform rituals, slaughter pigs, and change the peach with charms. Each task was of utmost importance, with no room for negligence, lest they become the subject of ridicule for an entire year. This year was especially noteworthy, as rumors circulated that the third young master would return to the estate. Master Li had 3 sons and 1 daughter, all rumored to be paragons of virtue and talent. The youngest daughter, Li Yingling, was renowned for her beauty and intellect, drawing the admiration of countless suitors seeking to join the Li family. The eldest son, Li Huairan, was both literate and martial. He had enlisted in the military at a young age and was said to have risen to the rank of general. The second son, Li Huaiji, excelled in commerce and was rumored to be thriving in the capital. The youngest son, Li Huai, began his martial training at the tender age of 3, achieving remarkable feats by the age of 16, and was accepted as a disciple by the illustrious Yunshao sect, making him the pride of the Li family. However, Jiang Xuan, having served in the Li household for decades, knew that aside from Li Yingling's beauty, the rest of these tales were mere fabrications spun by Master Li himself. Li Huairan had joined the military out of anger when Master Li married his betrothed, Su Qin. Similarly, Li Huaiji had quarreled with a younger concubine, ultimately choosing to sever ties with the family. As for Li Huai, born of Su Qin, he had long abused his status as the young master, indulging in debauchery and mistreating the servants, creating a toxic atmosphere within the household. Unable to tolerate his behavior any longer, Master Li had expended considerable resources and effort to secure his admission into the Yunxiao sect, from which he had not returned in 4 years. Recently, word had come that he planned to return home for the new year, inviting disciples from the Yunxiao sect to join him. Upon receiving this news, Master Li and his wife rejoiced for several days. However, the other servants and guards within the estate were enveloped in a cloud of anxiety, their nerves frayed. The dread of being at the mercy of the third young master had returned. Any slight deviation from his wishes could result in dire consequences. Who among the family could truly understand such a feeling? In these times, a master killing a servant often went unchecked. On this day, Jiang Xuan prepared a luxurious carriage and hurriedly made his way to the southern city gate, eagerly anticipating the return of the third young master to the residence. Along the way, he overheard a bustling rumor circulating through the streets. It spoke of a bizarre and ruthless murderer who had recently appeared in Yuzhou City, committing acts of robbery for spirit stones and elixirs, and had slain numerous formidable martial artists. The major factions were in a state of alarm, fearful that this harbinger of death might pay them a visit. In no time, the atmosphere in Yuzhou City became one of trepidation, dulling the festive spirit of the season. Of course, Jiang Xuan merely listened to such tales with a disinterested ear. As a mere impoverished old servant, he doubted that anyone would cast their gaze upon him. Yet, fate has a curious way of playing its tricks at the most unexpected moments. Jiang Xuan, exuding an air of calmness, skillfully maneuvered the horse-drawn carriage, feeling a sense of admiration for his own prowess. Suddenly, a dark figure whizzed past, landing deftly beside him. "Old man, if you wish to live, leave the carriage behind and roll away." A pale-faced middle-aged man appeared abruptly, seemingly bearing considerable injuries, yet his imposing presence remained formidable. "Damn it!" Jiang Xuan was startled, instinctively grasping the whip and flicking it towards the intruder. The middle-aged man regarded him with a glint of disdain, dismissing the old coachman's audacity to strike at him. He was utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. However, in the next instant, the man felt an overwhelming surge of sword intent emanating from the whip, momentarily freezing him in place. What was this? Wasn't it merely a whip? Where did this sword aura come from? The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, leaping into the air just in time to evade Jiang Xuan's strike. Bang! The very next moment, he witnessed a blade of energy slicing through the air from the whip, leaving a 5-meter gash upon the street, shattering the ground beneath it. The man's eyes widened in horror, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Had that strike caught him off guard, he would surely have cried out in pain. A master! At that moment, even the dullest of minds could discern that the old coachman before him was a formidable opponent, a master of the sword. Goodness! This modest city of Yuzhou harbored such hidden talents? Don't run. Just then, an irate voice echoed from behind. Jiang Xuan turned around and beheld a group of men clad in black, brandishing gleaming long blades, rushing towards him with an intimidating ferocity. To be precise, they were charging at the middle-aged man beside him. Among them, a scar-faced man appeared strikingly familiar to Jiang Xuan. Was he not the very bandit leader who had attempted to ambush them outside the city on that fateful day? However, this time, he seemed to play the role of a mere subordinate. Surrounding him were several formidable experts, and at the forefront stood a rugged, bearded man who had likely already transcended the Guiyuan realm, emanating an aura of profound strength. The scar-faced man, upon recognizing Jiang Xuan as the enigmatic elder they had encountered earlier, could not help but exclaim, "Senior, this individual is a ruthless killer. I implore you to intervene and stop him." Jiang Xuan, pardon? Are we acquainted? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze turned frigid. So, the old codger is in league with them. No wonder he's so formidable. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man produced a shuttle with white patterns, brandishing it as he declared, "Old fool, you've chosen your demise. Prepare to meet your end by my shuttle. Senior, beware of his shuttle." The scarred man urgently cautioned Jiang Xuan. The middle-aged man's shuttle was notoriously lethal, almost guaranteeing a kill with each strike. Throughout their pursuit, no fewer than 10 Qi condensation realm martial artists had fallen victim to it, including a profound martial hall executive from the black market in the Guiyuan realm. Against his shuttle, a martial artist's body was as fragile as tofu, pierced through instantly, resulting in immediate death. Whoosh! Jiang Xuan perceived a gust of wind rushing past his ears as the shuttle approached his temple with incredible speed, imperceptible to the naked eye of ordinary martial artists. Had it been any other Qi condensation realm martial artist, they would have likely met the same fate as the slain black market expert. Instant death by the shuttle. However, just as a hint of triumph flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, an astonishing event unfolded before him. Clang! A piercing sound of metal against metal reverberated. The shuttle struck Jiang Xuan's head, yet it was as if it had encountered an indomitable adamant, merely causing his head to sway slightly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Am I hallucinating from my injuries? This was the Cloud Piercer shuttle, renowned for its ability to slay mid-tier grandmaster martial artists. Yet, striking this old man's had only caused him to sway. Not only him, but also the group of black market martial arts experts behind him were dumbfounded. Heavens! Was this old man's head forged from refined iron? Even refined iron would be deformed by such a terrifying shuttle, wouldn't it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan chuckled lightly, unhurriedly stowing away the cloud-piercing shuttle. Young man, once something has come into my possession, it is not destined to return. You old fool, you seek death. The middle-aged man, consumed by rage, disregarded his own injuries and forcefully circulated his energy, raising his palm to strike fiercely at Jiang Xuan. This was a supreme treasure he had risked his life to obtain, even resorting to killing his own comrades to claim it. To lose it in such a manner would surely drive him to the brink of despair. With a frigid gaze, Jiang Xuan unsheathed a long sword from the carriage, immediately unleashing 3 azure sword energies that cleaved through the firmament towards the middle-aged man. Startled, the man responded with a defensive palm strike to shield himself. A resounding explosion echoed in the air as the sword energies detonated. The middle-aged man was instantly hurled to the ground, staggering back dozens of steps before vomiting a mouthful of blood. His already grievous injuries were now compounded. Witnessing this, the black market experts finally rallied, surging forward in unison. Senior, we're here to assist you. The middle-aged man glanced back at the approaching black market experts. A hint of resentment etched upon his face. You old codger, have the audacity to reveal your name. I'll be back to claim your wretched life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, nearly losing his grip on the seemingly unremarkable cloud-piercing shuttle. Yet, this inconspicuous shuttle turned out to be an extraordinary treasure. Treasures are crafted from unique materials, specifically designed for martial artists, enabling them to fully harness the power of their true energy. It is rumored that in this world, there also exist spiritual artifacts, divine weapons, and even celestial instruments. However, such matters are beyond his current consideration. Even treasures are exceedingly rare. This shuttle appeared to be a type of concealed weapon, clearly well suited for a vibrant elder like him. As the experts from the black market rushed over, they found that Lu Jian had already vanished, their eyes filled with regret. Alas, that madman has escaped once more. Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the crowd and calmly remarked, had you not intruded, I would have captured him already. With that, he picked up his riding whip once more, preparing to continue his journey. Please, senior, do not rush away. The burly man at the forefront of the black market experts called out to Jiang Xuan, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I am Jiang Yuan, an attendant of the black market Xuanwu Hall. May I request a moment of your time for a discussion? There is no need, Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have pressing matters to attend to. If you have something to say, do so quickly. The scar-faced man approached with a sycophantic demeanor, saying, Esteemed elder, I am Li Huan from the Xuanwu Hall. I regret having inadvertently offended you last time and have yet to properly host you. I humbly request you to grant me this honor. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Li Huan and nonchalantly flicked his whip, uttering a curt command, go. The display of unwarranted affections is often a sign of ulterior motives, either treachery or deceit. Jiang Xuan had always been resolute in rejecting such ambiguous invitations. Moreover, the denizens of the black market are known to be ruthless, devouring their victims without leaving a trace. As a principled and law-abiding elder, he deemed it prudent to minimize his interactions with such individuals. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The elder's temperament was indeed formidable. How audacious it was for him to show disdain toward those of the black market. Jiang Yuan called out loudly, Senior, we have a lucrative opportunity at hand. Should you find yourself intrigued, you are welcome to visit the Xuanwu Hall in the black market to seek me out. Jiang Xuan's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. A lucrative business? At present, he was indeed in dire need of funds, and the black market trade surely promised substantial profits. With this thought, the principles he once held seemed to fade in significance. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat and replied, "When I have the time, I shall certainly come to find you, awaiting your esteemed presence." Jiang Yuan bowed slightly towards the distant retreating carriage, only straightening up once it was no longer visible. Li Huan clicked his tongue, his expression filled with contemplation. I wonder what the old senior is thinking, possessing such profound cultivation yet willingly serving as a mere coachman. Zhang Ji, sure. Do you truly believe he is a martial arts master? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes as he gazed into the distance. From what I observed earlier, he does not appear to be one. However, his ability to control his aura does indeed suggest some semblance of a martial arts master. Thus, one cannot jump to conclusions. What astonishes me most is his body refining technique. It must be extraordinarily formidable. There is a rumor in the martial world of a method specifically designed for honing skin and strengthening bones, which, when mastered, grants one invulnerability to blades and fire. I had always thought it to be mere legend, but today, I have witnessed it firsthand. If we have the chance, we must certainly acquire his body-refining technique. Li Huan nodded in agreement, recalling the events of that day with a shiver of trepidation. This old senior is truly unfathomable. At the South City Gate, Jiang Xuan sat in the carriage, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he anxiously awaited the return of the third young master of the Li family. This youth was notoriously unpunctual. It had been agreed that he would arrive in Yuzhou by noon, yet the sun was now on the verge of setting, and not a single figure had appeared. At last, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Jiang Xuan glanced over and beheld a vibrant group of spirited young individuals, each mounted upon a magnificent steed, advancing towards the southern city gate, clad in uniform white robes adorned with embroidered clouds upon their chests. They were none other than disciples of the Yunxiao sect. Upon noticing Jiang Xuan, a strikingly handsome and imposing youth furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you old Jiang?" This young man was none other than Li Huai, the third young master of the Li family. He recalled this coachman, who had seemingly served at the Li residence since his earliest memories. How could it be that after all these years, he appeared to be thriving even more? Jiang Xuan slightly bowed, saying, "Indeed, it is this old servant. It is a rare honor that the third young master still remembers me. I have been waiting here for quite some time." Li Huai glanced around, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Where is Zhao Hu?" This API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and replied, to the third young master, "This old man is unaware." Li Huai nodded slightly, having not anticipated he would glean any information in such a manner. What could a mere coachman possibly know? He turned to the disciples of Yunxiao sect behind him and said, "Esteemed brothers and sisters, this is Yuzhou City, where my Li family holds considerable prestige. If that vile traitor who harmed our fellow disciples is indeed here, no matter how he conceals himself, we shall surely unearth him." The disciples of Yunxiao sect sighed, expressing their hope, "Let us wish so." Their mission was to apprehend Lu Dian, the traitor who had betrayed their sect. Lu Dian, once a disciple of Yunxiao sect, had descended the mountain for training but, in his greed for a treasure, had ruthlessly slain 2 fellow disciples and defected from the sect. This incident had caused an uproar within the sect, inciting the elders' wrath and prompting a capture order for the traitor. It was only today that they had discovered Lu Dian was hiding in Yuzhou City, prompting their visit to ascertain the truth. As the group pondered, a young woman, her eyes filled with suspicion, suddenly spoke up, "Senior Brother Li, I have long heard that Yuzhou City is a hub of commerce, teeming with hidden talents. I never imagined that this unassuming old coachman is a practitioner of the Qi-gathering realm." Upon hearing this, the attention of the Yunxiao sect disciples was instantly captured, and they expressed their astonishment. Oh, this old man actually possesses a subtle aura of true energy? How had they failed to notice this before? In truth, Jiang Xuan was even more surprised. Despite having concealed his presence through breathing techniques, this young woman had discerned his true nature. In that moment, he decided to reveal a hint of his true energy. To feign ignorance would only betray his insecurity, potentially leading to greater complications. Alas, his age had taken its toll. One of the Yunxiao sect disciples lamented, "His vitality is waning, and his true energy is superficial. Even in the Qi-gathering realm, he struggles to advance. Maintaining his current state is already a remarkable feat." The others were momentarily surprised but soon lost interest. Under normal circumstances, It was indeed unusual for someone of Jiang Xuan's age to have attained the qi-gathering realm. Had he been a few decades younger, he might have had the opportunity to be accepted as an outer disciple by some sections. As it stood, however, he was no longer worthy of their concern. Li Huai was also somewhat taken aback, as he had no recollection of his coachman being a martial artist. Nevertheless, receiving a compliment from a talented young woman of the sect was certainly gratifying. My Li family's fortunes have always been favorable. Old Jiang has indeed benefited from that. Old Jiang, I shall not be taking the carriage today. Instead, I will accompany my brothers and sisters to explore Yuzhou City. You may return and report our safety. Li Huai said with a hint of pride, a light smile on his face. Are you jesting with me? I have waited for you here all afternoon, only for you to say that I need not fetch you. Moreover, if not for my fortuitous survival, I might have perished at the hands of the traitor you mentioned. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's lips twitched involuntarily as he silently cursed within. What a pathetic sycophant. Does a martial artist truly fear a little turbulence? Here I am, an elder of considerable age, waiting for you all for hours, only to play the third wheel while you indulge in shopping. Indeed, earning money is arduous, and consuming excrement is no less challenging. Jiang Xuan nodded. I understand. My old servant. Li Huai expressed satisfaction with a nod. Casting a glance at the young girl in the carriage, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable fervor. Throughout the journey, the girl surnamed Luo remained silent in the carriage, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. As the distance between the carriage and the disciples of Yunxiao's sect gradually increased, she broke the silence and inquired, Esteemed elder, may I ask your honorable surname, your age, and whether you are married? Jiang Xuan. What an opening line. Why does it sound so familiar? If this question were to reach the ears of a few impassioned young men from earlier, wouldn't they be compelled to fight for their honor? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan was even more bewildered. It was indeed embarrassing for an old man like him to have lived for many years without a wife, but there was no need for such an affront. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of displeasure. At my age, whether or not I am married is hardly a matter for a young lady to concern herself with. The maiden, realizing she had overstepped, softened her tone. I apologize for my rudeness. What I meant to inquire, dear sir, is whether you have ever had a spouse or a betrothed. Why are you delving into my romantic history? He retorted. I am already old enough to be your grandfather. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of helplessness. My dear girl, I am a solitary man, never having taken a wife nor having any betrothed. My life has been remarkably untainted. How can that be? The young woman replied, her tone laced with a hint of bewilderment. Jiang Xuan, at 70 years of age, in Yuzhou City, could there possibly be another? Hearing her words, it seemed as though she was genuinely searching for him, as if on a quest to reunite with a long-lost kin. Could it be that in his youth, he had unwittingly been ensnared by fate, fathering a daughter? Jiang Xuan was suddenly filled with trepidation. My dear girl, if you are indeed referring to the 70-year-old Jiang Xuan, then I may very well be the last of my kind in Yuzhou City. The young maiden gently bit her lip and replied, Esteemed elder, please reflect carefully. Did you not once pledge a betrothal in your youth? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan experienced a moment of profound realization. Within the recesses of his past memories, he recalled that during his childhood, there existed a girl betrothed to him, a childhood bride who had vanished during a time of famine. He had always presumed her to be deceased. Could it be otherwise? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Were Jiang Xuan to have a mouthful of water at this moment, he would undoubtedly have sprayed it out on the spot. Heavens! Could it be this melodramatic? Did the original owner load the bullets in childhood? However, the daughter's age is also off. Could it be that he was cuckolded? The maiden, ensconced within the carriage, felt exceedingly awkward, and with a stiff upper lip, elucidated the entire sequence of events. It transpired that her mother was originally a child bride in Jiang Xuan's household, but during a famine, she encountered a certain Elder Luo from the Cloud Firmament sect. Elder Luo, discerning her potential in martial arts, brought her back to the Cloud Firmament sect for adoption, renaming her Luo Xiaolan. From that point forward, the Jiang Xuan family presumed her deceased. Subsequently, elder Luo had a dashing and debonair son, Luo Jiantian, who harbored deep affection for Luo Xiaolan. As time wore on, their mutual admiration blossomed into love. In the heat of passion, they conceived an illegitimate daughter named Luo Li. However, they never formally solemnized their union, solely because Luo Xiaolan harbored an insurmountable mental hurdle. She perpetually considered herself a bride raised by the Jiang family, and a sense of guilt gnawed at her heart. This remorse accompanied Luo Xiaolan throughout her life. Even on her deathbed, she implored her daughter to seek out Jiang Xuan solely to obtain a letter of divorce, allowing her to find peace in the afterlife. Should Jiang Xuan already be deceased, she wished for her ashes to be interred with his. Although it sounded rather embarrassing, Luo Li, as a daughter, felt compelled to fulfill her mother's last wish to the best of her ability, and she wholeheartedly agreed. Coincidentally, this time she was returning to her mother's childhood hometown, so she came along. In essence, Luo Xiaolan's status was that of Jiang Xuan's child bride, but there was neither conjugal affection nor consummation between them. It was merely an empty title, becoming a hurdle that the woman could not overcome in her life. Hard to judge, it is really hard to judge. What the hell is this? Jiang Xuan listened quietly, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless. Truly, one must not underestimate the impoverished youth. This was genuine destitution, so destitute that even the child bride had been abducted without his knowledge. Ultimately, the person returned, demanding a letter of divorce. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Noticing Jiang Xuan's prolonged silence, Luo Li felt a twinge of guilt and hastily added, "Old sir, my mother has always felt deeply remorseful towards you. She left behind a keepsake and hopes you will honor her wish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan inquired calmly, "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, Luo Li produced a pristine jade tablet and extended it from within the carriage. "This is called the Dragon and Phoenix Jade, a cherished possession my mother wore throughout her life. She expressed that if you were still alive, this should be given to you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the age of 70, with his life nearing its end and devoid of wealth, this jade was precisely the solution to his pressing predicament. For him, this exquisite piece of dragon and phoenix jade was likely far more precious than the lethal cloud-piercing shuttle. It is only in old age that one truly comprehends the exorbitant value of health-preserving treasures. Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard and replied with a faint smile, "Miss Luo, the matters of the past are long forgotten by this old man. Since your esteemed mother is so earnest, I shall fulfill her last wish and compose a letter of divorce." Luo Li felt a surge of joy in her heart and expressed her gratitude, saying, "On behalf of my mother, I sincerely thank you, esteemed elder, for your understanding. There is one more matter I wish to request from you, if you would be so kind as to grant it." Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Please speak candidly." Mississippi Luo Li gently bit her lip. "My mother always cherished the hope of meeting you again during her lifetime, yet she felt unworthy to do so. Now that she has passed, I earnestly request that you visit her grave once. I believe she would be immensely pleased in the afterlife." Jiang Xuan hesitated for a moment and sighed. "My dear young lady, I am but a mere servant now. How can I ever hope to reunite with old acquaintances? Let us make this arrangement. If in 3 years' time I regain my freedom and am still alive, we shall meet again. What say you to that?" Luo Li felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon hearing his final words, her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "It is settled then. Thank you, esteemed elder." The venerable gentleman, having embraced the path at the age of 70, could surely anticipate living for another century without issue. "Ha ha." Jiang Xuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You little girl, how sharp-tongued you are, so eloquent. In this regard, you take after your mother." Accompanying the young disciples on a tour of Yuzhou City, Jiang Xuan eventually returned to the Li residence. There, the septuagenarian patriarch, Master Li, along with his wife, Su Qin, and youngest daughter, Li Yingling, were already waiting anxiously. "Father." Li Huai dismounted swiftly, hastening to support his elderly father. Master Li, beaming with delight, patted his cherished younger son's shoulder, his smile almost splitting his face. His beloved son had indeed lived up to expectations. Su Qin and Li Yingling also approached. "Dear," Su Qin exclaimed, while Li Yingling simply said, "Third brother." Su Qin was particularly elated, as Li Huai was her only biological son. Li Yingling, however, remained aloof, never having warmed to her brother's boisterous nature. The Yunxiao sect disciples dismounted as well, offering their greetings. A senior disciple bowed slightly, his manners impeccable. Master Li responded with a hearty laugh, urging them to extend their stay in Yuzhou City and experience its local customs. Li Huai introduced the senior disciple, Qi Hong, as a promising candidate for grandmaster status before the age of 40. Qi Hong feigned humility, acknowledging Li Huai's own prodigious talent. Li Huai then introduced the other disciples, Qin Ping, a swarthy and earnest individual, and Lu Yu, a man of few words. Finally, he presented Luo Li. Apart from the elder Qi Hong, the others were all teenagers who had attained the Qi condensation stage, each possessing the potential of a grandmaster. Overjoyed, Master Li welcomed the prodigies into his home, anticipating a significant boost to his family's reputation. That night, Jiang Xuan completed the divorce letter, his emotions in disarray. Having lived for 70 years, he had never experienced the feeling of establishing a family. Instead, he found himself drafting a letter of separation. What in the world was this? At the moment he sealed the letter, the voice of the system finally resonated. Ding! In a fit of rage, you have pinned a divorce letter and slapped it across the face of the celestial maiden, exclaiming, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The entire clan is invigorated. The task is accomplished. Reward granted. Intermediate sword intent. An intriguing new plot is unfolding. Your furious divorce from the celestial maiden has incited a pursuit from her sect, and in your youth, you must leave your homeland and embark on the path of the strong. Task triggered. Leaving home. Task requirements. Depart from your clan and seek a new sanctuary. Task reward. An advanced martial technique. The words lingered in the air. Jiang Xuan felt a profound enhancement in his comprehension of sword intent, as previous points of confusion suddenly became clear. To his knowledge, those who grasp intermediate sword intent are exceedingly rare, nearly all of them being martial arts masters. Thus, from this day forth, could he be regarded as possessing the demeanor of a master as well? Alas, despite the strength of his sword intent, his techniques remain limited. He must devise a means to acquire additional martial skills. As for this new task, it seems to be an indication that the time for him to depart from the Li family is drawing near. Time ages one, and nostalgia lingers. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of emotion and sighed deeply. Having lived a lifetime in the Li family, the day of his departure was drawing near, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, all traces of fatigue vanished. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan donned a thin black martial arts robe. The contours of his muscular physique subtly discernible, yet he felt no chill whatsoever. This is the benefit of cultivation. The vital energy enveloping his body was sufficient to withstand ordinary cold, rendering the effects of age nearly insignificant. Jiang Xuan's eyes were tightly shut, and the long sword in his hand emitted a melodious chime as he wielded it through the frigid winter night. For the past month, Jiang Xuan had risen in the dead of night almost daily to practice his swordsmanship, diligently cultivating the eternal green sword technique. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue the following day. Instead, he was invigorated and full of vitality. A master who had reached the third realm of cultivation could essentially forego food, drink, and sleep, enjoying an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan. Such beings were, to ordinary mortals, akin to deities. Jiang Xuan was engrossed in his sword practice, oblivious to the enchanting figure standing at a distance, whose gaze was fixed upon him in astonishment. Under usual circumstances, the inhabitants of the Li residence would have long succumbed to slumber by this hour. However, today was exceptional. As guests had arrived at the Li household, Luo Li, troubled by the events of the day, found herself unable to sleep. Contemplating the necessity of discussing the matter of the body text with Jiang Xuan promptly, lest the night stretch into a series of restless dreams. To her surprise, as she stepped outside, she spotted Jiang Xuan making his way out of the estate. Driven by curiosity, she followed, only to witness the astonishing sight of a 70-year-old man wielding a sword. The overwhelming sword intent, the fierce techniques, the profound, true energy, and his robust physique all struck the young girl with immense impact. Such a contrast. Was this truly the kind-hearted elder she had seen during the day? Upon closer inspection, he appeared to possess a vitality that surpassed even that of the sect's prodigies, with an exceptionally solid foundation. It was indeed baffling. How could such a phenomenon manifest in a septuagenarian? Luo Li's curiosity was piqued. Who goes there? At that moment, Jiang Xuan finally sensed the presence watching him from afar. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a sharp sword energy. Luo Li was startled and quickly sidestepped to evade the strike. "Elder, it is I. Do not strike." "Luo girl?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing her voice, pondering if this young woman had ulterior motives for trailing him in the dead of night. Luo Li emerged cautiously, her gaze toward Jiang Xuan imbued with complexity. She practiced the most advanced heart method of the Yushao sect, allowing her to move soundlessly through the night, in perfect harmony with her surroundings. Was this elder truly so perceptive? With a gentle smile, Luo Li responded, "You jest, elder. I merely found myself unable to sleep and thought it prudent to finalize matters with you." Jiang Xuan suddenly realized, and promptly took out a letter of divorce from his possession, handing it to Luo Li. "Thank you, esteemed sir," she said, bowing deeply, her voice resonating with a heightened emotion in the chilly night. At last, she could fulfill her mother's dying wish. Holding the divorce letter, Luo Li showed no intention of departing. She remained quietly standing, gazing at Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan could not help but inquire, "Miss Luo, do you have any further matters to discuss?" In the dead of night, with only a solitary man and woman present, it was rather peculiar. Despite the considerable age difference between the elderly man and the young maiden, Jiang Xuan had recently regained his vigor and youthful spirit. Thus, he found himself unable to tolerate the situation. He hastily decided to distance himself, not wishing to hinder his sword practice. Luo Li gazed at Jiang Xuan with her enchanting, watery eyes, and to his surprise, there was a hint of competitiveness in her expression. "Esteemed sir, I too wish to learn the art of swordsmanship. Might I request your guidance?" Although her words were humble, there was no trace of deference in her eyes. Rather, they sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. She was genuinely curious about the capabilities of an old carriage driver. "Sword practice?" Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. "Miss Luo, as an old carriage driver, how could I possibly instruct you in swordsmanship?" Luo Li replied with a faint smile, "Do not be so modest, esteemed sir. Such exquisite swordplay is not something an ordinary carriage driver could possess. Rest assured, no matter your intentions within the Li residence, they are of no concern to me." Luo Li would never divulge a word of tonight's events. She was indeed astute, fully aware of Jiang Xuan's apprehensions. Given Jiang Xuan's remarkable skills, his midnight practice must surely be kept from prying eyes. Furthermore, Luo Li speculated that Jiang Xuan, in his subtle compromise, harbored some unspeakable purpose hidden within the Li estate. Jiang Xuan smiled broadly and said, "Very well. It is indeed quite lonely for an old man to practice swordsmanship alone. Having Miss Luo as my companion is truly a delightful occurrence." Luo Li then produced a slender and exquisite sword, its blade glimmering with a chilling light, suggesting it was a formidable treasure. "Esteemed sir, please bestow your guidance." Jiang Xuan stood calmly, a lone figure with his sword, showing no inclination to initiate the attack. Luo Li furrowed her delicate brows. After all, she was a prodigy of her generation, and this old gentleman dared to be so audacious. Nevertheless, she decided to test his true abilities. In the next moment, Luo Li's figure blurred, transforming into 4 spectral sword forms that assailed Jiang Xuan from all directions. This initial strike was a remarkably fierce lethal move. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xuan remained composed, effortlessly unleashing 3 azure sword energies that shattered 3 sword apparitions, while his final blade confronted Luo Li's true self head-on. The moment their blades met, an astonishing shower of sparks erupted. Luo Li instantly sensed an overwhelming sword intent emanating from her opponent's sword, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she retreated several paces. In this initial encounter, she unexpectedly found herself at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? Disbelief filled her eyes. Having practiced swordsmanship since the tender age of 3 and comprehended sword intent by 12, she was hailed as the youngest swordsmanship prodigy of Yunjiao sect. The earlier technique she had employed was one of the sect's signature martial arts, known as the Flowing Cloud Illusionary Sword. Mastered to perfection, it could conjure 7 sword apparitions, seamlessly blending reality and illusion, rendering its swordplay unfathomable, a pinnacle of martial arts that harmonized body movement and sword technique. At her age, being capable of manifesting 4 sword apparitions was an extraordinary talent, nearly unrivaled among her peers. Yet today, the very technique she prided herself on was effortlessly dismantled by her adversary. Such a blow was indeed monumental for a gifted individual. Jiang Xuan sheathed his sword and smiled warmly. "Miss Luo, will you continue?" Luo Li gritted her teeth, a flicker of determination crossing her face. "I humbly request your guidance." "Esteemed senior, In her words, she had elevated the old gentleman to the status of senior, treating Jiang Xuan with the reverence befitting an elder of the swordsmanship. Initially, she had been brimming with confidence, but now her resolve wavered. Fortunately, her cultivation surpassed Jiang Xuan's by several minor realms, having reached the 6th level of qi condensation. If her swordsmanship fell short, then she would rely on her strength. As a prodigious talent of the Yuxiao sect, how could she concede defeat to an old carriage driver? She was determined to reclaim her honor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan is a self-taught master of swordplay, having primarily learned his techniques by studying sword manuals. The application of each move in actual combat relies heavily upon his personal insight. This gives rise to a significant issue. His control over the finer details is somewhat lacking. Even a slight variation in the stance of a sword strike, pressing the blade down a mere inch, can yield entirely different results. A minor error can lead to a vast divergence in outcomes. This is akin to the disparity between professional athletes and casual sports enthusiasts. The gap in fundamental skills is not trivial. Once foundational skills are lacking, subsequent efforts are often insufficient to bridge the divide. Though imperfections do not overshadow brilliance. Jiang Xuan's profound understanding of sword intent and innate talent derived from his celestial lineage allow him to perform impressively, appearing quite seasoned. However, underlying risks remain. In contrast, Luo Li has practiced swordsmanship since childhood, hailing from a prestigious lineage. Each technique, thrust, slice, point, lift, and flick, has been honed with remarkable precision, rivaling that of seasoned swordsmen with decades of experience. She serves as the perfect model for correcting Jiang Xuan's foundational skills. Clang, clang, clang. On a snowy night, the martial arts arena resonated with the sounds of their swordplay clashing. The two engaged in a spirited exchange, relying minimally on their true energy, focusing instead on mutual refinement and comprehension. Jiang Xuan sauntered leisurely, yet he was quietly observing Luo Li's swordsmanship, diligently committing every detail to memory. Who would have anticipated that the greatest benefit from this bout would accrue to him, the senior? In contrast, Luo Li was engulfed in an entirely different sentiment, utter astonishment. Each of her exquisite offensive maneuvers was deftly countered by Jiang Xuan, who refrained from launching a counterattack, akin to an adult playfully toying with a child, showing little earnestness. This left Luo Li's pride severely wounded. She desperately sought to regain her footing through her swordplay, yet ultimately found no flaws in Jiang Xuan's defenses. Such a situation could only imply one possibility. Jiang Xuan's sword intent was far superior to hers, having attained the level of intermediate sword intent. Intermediate sword intent, in the realm of swordsmanship, is often referred to as the clarity of the sword heart. To him, any ostentatious sword technique could be stripped down to its essence, allowing him to effortlessly neutralize his opponent's assaults. But how could this be? Within the entire sect, only her master had grasped intermediate sword intent. A true master of the sword path. How could this seemingly ordinary carriage driver possibly compare to her master? Luo Li found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality. And even more perplexing was Jiang Xuan's stamina. After an entire hour of sparring, she felt somewhat fatigued, yet Jiang Xuan remained composed, breathing steadily, his heart unperturbed, as if entirely unaffected by exertion. This was truly astonishing. Am I the youth, or is he the youthful one? With flushed cheeks and labored breaths, Luo Li, filled with reluctant indignation, declared, "Senior, you are remarkably vigorous, I concede." It was utterly unimaginable that she had genuinely been bested by an unremarkable carriage driver. The young girl's spirit was left somewhat shattered. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, remarking that the young lady was a paragon of excellence, a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship. He expressed that engaging in a spar with her had proven to be immensely beneficial for him. These words caused Luo Li's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After all, she had been playfully toyed with throughout their exchange, rendering her unworthy of any benefit. This old senior certainly possessed a way with words. In that moment, her perception of Jiang Xuan transformed, envisioning him as a venerable elder who had dedicated decades to sword practice, undoubtedly residing in this humble Li residence for reasons of his own. She even contemplated inviting Jiang Xuan to join her at Yuxiao sect as her swordsmanship partner. Just as she hesitated, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before her eyes. Jiang Xuan, wielding his long sword, began to emulate Luo Li's sword techniques, executing each movement with impeccable precision, mirroring her every action flawlessly. As the demonstration progressed to its culmination, Jiang Xuan seemed to sense something, and his figure split into 5, executing the elusive technique known as the flowing cloud illusionary sword. Luo Li stared in disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. The flowing cloud illusionary sword? She could scarcely fathom such a notion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his long sword, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. After all, he had never truly mastered this martial art and remained unaware of its profound essence. He had merely imitated a stroke, managing to produce at most 5 sword shadows. These 5 shadows represented the utmost limit of his understanding of this technique, not a reflection of his innate talent. Once he acquires the sword manual, he is confident he could refine this art to perfection, executing a single move that conjures 7 sword shadows. Should this notion reach the ears of Luo Li nearby, she would likely erupt in fury. After all, she had spent a year training to achieve merely 4 sword shadows. How could he, having only glimpsed 5, be dissatisfied? Who, indeed, is the true prodigy here? The chemical reaction born from the fusion of celestial bones and intermediate sword intent is nothing short of terrifying. Jiang Xuan let out a slight sigh of regret and inquired with a smile, "Miss Luo, might I be permitted to observe this sword technique?" Luo Li immediately found herself in a predicament, responding, "Esteemed sir, the martial arts of our sect cannot be divulged." Jiang Xuan, momentarily taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, then." With that, he turned to leave. His inquiry had merely been a casual one. He had no intention of pressuring the young girl. Furthermore, while this swordsmanship was commendable, he possessed a system that promised the acquisition of far superior martial arts in the future, rendering this particular technique insignificant to him. Observing Jiang Xuan's retreating figure from a distance, Luo Li clenched her teeth and called out, "Old sir, I am willing to dedicate this martial technique to you. Might I request your guidance in practicing swordplay for a few days?" Having witnessed Jiang Xuan's astounding mastery of the sword, Luo Li found herself feeling a sense of admiration for the first time towards another. In his presence, she felt akin to a struggling student standing before an academic prodigy. Engulfed by an overwhelming sense of inferiority, a sentiment she had never experienced even in the company of her own master. Oh, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan sat in his chamber, gazing at the panel of his attributes, and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had finally broken through to the second layer of qi condensation. The fierce battle with Luo Li the previous night had greatly benefited him, enabling him to shatter his bottleneck. Indeed, youth is meant for daring adventures. It is only through combat that one can fully unleash their potential. Whether it was due to his celestial bones or the Qingjin sword technique, he felt no trace of fatigue after a night of exertion. Instead, he felt increasingly invigorated. With the dawn's first light, he and Luo Li reluctantly parted ways, each returning to their own quarters. In the following days, Jiang Xuan's life underwent a subtle transformation. By day, he resumed his duties as a coachman, while by night, he trained in swordsmanship with the young lady, who was not only of a higher cultivation level, but also possessed a sword technique that surpassed his own. Yet, despite his relentless attempts, he could not best his charming companion, who was persistently tormented by his skills, much to his amusement. Meanwhile, Li Huai was not idle. He tirelessly led the disciples of Yinshao sect outside the manor daily. Apart from enjoying the scenic beauty, they collaborated with the local authorities in search of Lu Dian. What puzzled them most was that his little junior sister, Luo Li, remained shut within her quarters, appearing utterly exhausted from some unseen turmoil. Eager to win her affection, he frequently inquired about her well-being, only to be met with repeated rejections. This left Li Huai, the lovesick admirer, in a state of frantic despair. As time passed, the entire manor became aware of their third young master's interest in this enchanting beauty, though she remained indifferent to his advances. It was no wonder that upon his return, the third young master's temper had notably improved. It seemed he wished to impress the fair lady. In the martial training grounds of the Li Manor, the guards gathered in small groups, naturally discussing this intriguing gossip. Jiang Xuan mingled quietly among them, listening intently. One of the guards initiated the conversation. "What do you think? Can our third young master win the heart of that beautiful young lady?" Wu Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I find it unlikely. That girl appears exceptionally proud and hardly utters a word." The other guards nodded in agreement, and another remarked, "Have you noticed? The gaze of our third young master S. Senior, who bears the surname Qi, is rather unsettling when it falls upon our young lady. Quite lustful indeed. Wu Yong grinned. That fellow, judging by my years of experience, is undoubtedly a ravenous ghost of desire. However, his prowess is not to be underestimated. He likely has reached the returning origin realm. Let us hope our young lady does not fall victim to his sinister intentions. Jiang Xuan shook his head, pondering how these young souls were consumed by matters of romantic affection, thus hindering their pursuit of mastery. Yet, one such as he, an elder, found solace in the presence of a beautiful companion, remaining undistracted. However, he held a significant concern regarding the mission of the disciples of Yunshao's sect. He recalled vividly that the ruthless murderer had brazenly proclaimed intentions to take his life. Jiang Xuan casually inquired, "Are you aware of the purpose behind the third young master's recent return to Yuzhou City?" Wu Yong, stroking his chin, replied, "In recent days, the third young master has consistently been visiting the government office, seemingly investigating the notorious serial killer that has stirred up a storm in the city. It is said that he hails from the Yunshao sect, having slain his fellow disciples to seize a precious treasure, and is now hiding within Yuzhou City. The strength of the serial killer is indeed formidable, with numerous masters of the returning origin realm falling victim to his hands. It appears that this is indeed the case." Jiang Xian's face was etched with concern. Could it be that this person was the one assigned to eliminate him? As the saying goes, while one can easily evade a blatant attack, a hidden strike is far more perilous. If he were to be ambushed in his slumber, he would find himself in tears, not knowing where to weep. Thus, it seems imperative for him to devise a plan to lure this individual out and eliminate him. On this particular day, the morning dawned with an even heavier snowfall in Yuzhou City, blanketing the entire world in a pristine white. Tomorrow marks the eve of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Xuan had long since resolved to leave the Li family after celebrating one final New Year. However, to his astonishment, the Li family seemed unable to wait that long. As an unexpected turn of events transpired today, early this morning, the third young master, Li Huai, led a group of men into Jiang Xuan's quarters and discovered 100 taels of silver, insisting that Jiang Xuan had stolen it the previous night. Madame Su Qin hurried over, feigning shock and covering her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, this indeed belongs to me." The mother and son played their parts in unison, immediately drawing the attention of Old Master Li. At that moment, Old Master Li sat in the main hall, his gaze weary, and asked, "Old Jiang, do you have anything to say?" Jiang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, neither raising his voice nor causing a commotion, simply bowing slightly. "I have served the master for many years, however, I shall leave the matter to his discretion." Indeed, he found no inclination to elaborate. Being expelled from the Li residence was, in fact, in accordance with his desires. Should further demands be made, one would have to inquire whether the sword in his hand would acquiesce. Li Yingling, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward and declared, "Father, Grandfather Jiang would never covet such a sum of 100 taels. There must be some misunderstanding." Mr. Li remained impassive, not even lifting his eyelids, nor offering any reply. He inherently trusted the integrity of his old coachman. Such a scheme to frame him could not escape his perception, to say nothing of the matter. How could Jiang Xuan possibly pilfer 100 taels of silver without alarming Madame? Undoubtedly, akin to the Zhaohu case, this was a miscarriage of justice. Yet, Jiang Xuan was merely a servant, with his wife and son directing their suspicions toward him, and with an overwhelming array of incriminating evidence. He was at a loss as to how to defend Jiang Xuan. Contemplating this, it was evident that Jiang Xuan had indeed aged. Departing from the Li residence might, after all, be a fortuitous turn of events. Alas, Madame Su Qin cast a furtive glance at Mr. Li's countenance and sighed, "My daughter, one can discern a person's visage, but not their heart." Old Jiang, in his twilight years, seeking to acquire some silver for a comfortable old age, is only reasonable. However, he ought not to resort to theft. Li Yingling, now quite anxious, retorted, "Mother, Grandfather Jiang saved my life not long ago. He is not that kind of person." Truly, she was a kind-hearted young lady. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly. This child was perhaps the only master in the Li residence with whom he had formed a deep bond. Su Qin gently stroked Li Yingling's head, her expression laden with difficulty. "Alas, my dear, I too find this hard to believe, yet the reality unfolds before our eyes. Let us do this. I shall endeavor to persuade your father, urging him not to send old Jiang to the authorities, but rather to dismiss him." Upon hearing these words, Li Yingling's eyes immediately welled up with tears, her voice choked. "But, mother, Grandfather Jiang is so advanced in age, and he has neither son nor daughter. Where could he possibly go if he leaves the Li residence? Li Huai's countenance darkened at her words. Linger, do not be willful and burden your parents. Such a treacherous old man should have been expelled from the Li residence long ago. The mother and son played their parts, one taking the role of the villain while the other assumed the guise of the innocent, conspiring together against the old man. At this moment, the household servants and guards gathered around, their faces reflecting sympathy. Per old Jiang, the grand hall of the Li residence. The accusations against Jiang Xuan for larceny of silver intensified, becoming widespread knowledge within the Li manor. Servants, guards, and even disciples from the Cloud Firmament sect congregated to investigate. Upon learning the details, the manor's inhabitants exchanged peculiar glances, noting the recurrence of silver theft, first by Zhao Hu and now Jiang Xuan, wondering who might be next. The Cloud Firmament sect disciples observed with keen interest. Lu Yu, uncharacteristically vocal, remarked on the old coachman's qi condensation cultivation, surprised by his alleged avarice. Qi Hong, captivated by Li Yingling's tearful appearance, interjected, suggesting susceptibility to worldly desires, contrasting it with Lu Yu's asceticism. Lu Yu, born into privilege, prioritized cultivation over indulgence, struggling to comprehend such desires. Hearing the commotion, Luo Li, furrowing her brow, entered the hall, surprising the Cloud Firmament sect disciples, who questioned her involvement in the Li family's affairs. Inside, as deliberations about Jiang Xuan's fate unfolded, Luo Li's arrival caught Li Huai's attention. Disregarding him, she addressed the Li patriarch, asserting Jiang Xuan's innocence and urging against unjust accusations. Regarding Jiang Xuan as a mentor of sorts, she felt compelled to defend him. Li Huai was taken aback, noting Luo Li's rare venture out, only to defend an elderly coachman. Offended, he questioned her tone towards his father, emphasizing the matter's familial nature. Apologies, Luo Li responded coolly, clarifying her focus on the facts, perceiving a deliberate framing of Jiang Xuan, a suspicion shared even by the Li household staff. She expressed disappointment in Li Huai's character, condemning the betrayal of a loyal servant. The Li patriarch inquired about her certainty of Jiang Xuan's innocence. Luo Li blurted out that Jiang Xuan was with her every night, before pausing, realizing her words' implications. She had intended to explain their nightly sword practice, which would preclude any theft and to vouch for his integrity. However, mindful of Jiang Xuan's concealed strength, she hesitated to reveal it. Her pause ignited a frenzy. Li Huai shrieked in disbelief, imagining Luo Li's recent listlessness as evidence of exhaustion. He demanded to know what they did together each night, his voice a roar of betrayal. The Cloud Firmament sect disciples exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating Luo Li's apparent preference for older men. Qi Hong, enthralled, hailed her as an idol, lamenting his own lack of sophistication. Luo Li's aloof demeanor had attracted many suitors, including Li Huai. News of this would devastate the Li family. The Li household staff were equally astonished. Wu Yong surreptitiously gave a thumbs up. Jiang Xuan, also stunned, felt his reputation threatened more than by the theft accusations. Sensing the misinterpretation, Luo Li's face flushed crimson as she desperately clarified that Jiang Xuan had been assisting her in investigating thieves in the unfamiliar Yuzhou city. Urging him to corroborate her story, Jiang Xuan gently rubbed his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face. My dear girl, your lack of explanation would have been preferable. Now, with your elaboration, it is even worse. Who ventures out to investigate in the dead of night? Your fellow disciples conduct their inquiries during the day, and yet you, in a most peculiar fashion, choose to do so under the cover of night. To add insult to injury, you have brought along this old codger. How can this be justified? My heavens! Upon hearing these last two statements, the expressions of those present grew increasingly complex. Li Huai, filled with righteous indignation, drew his sword in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Shameless old lecher, take this blade." He had long regarded Luo Li as a cherished possession, unwilling to allow anyone else to lay claim to her. Startled, Luo Li swiftly unsheathed her sword to bar Li Huai's advance. "Senior brotherly, what are you attempting to do?" "What am I attempting to do?" Li Huai's eyes widened in disbelief as he thundered, "I demand to know what this old man has done." Luo Li's pretty face flushed with anger. "Senior brotherly, do not presume that there is anything amiss between the old gentleman and me. Even if there were, what business is it of yours?" At her words, Li Huai stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing. After all his efforts, he found himself overshadowed by an old man. What? Do you truly have a penchant for older men? This unfolding drama nearly caused the household servants outside the hall to lose their composure as they were tempted to bring out snacks and take front row seats. This was utterly riveting. Luo Li was unperturbed by their reactions and fixed her gaze upon old Li. Uncle Li, can you now provide proof of old Jiang's innocence? This. Old Li was utterly taken aback. This unexpectedly fierce young woman was unyielding. She was willing to stake her own reputation to vindicate old Jiang. What merit does old Jiang possess to deserve this? Just as old Li was about to relent, Madame Su Qin stepped forward. No, we cannot let old Jiang off the hook. All eyes turned towards Su Qin. Was there another twist in this tale? A flicker of humiliation crossed Su Qin's eyes. But she quickly steeled herself, shouting, "My lord, you must stand by me. Old Jiang has wronged me. Jiang Xuan, Li Yingling, servants, Yunshao sect disciples." Lord Li, in the midst of imbibing water, ejected a mouthful upon hearing these words. PTU. Verily, was such exertion necessary? At that moment, the assembled servants and Yunshao sect disciples could scarcely restrain themselves, feeling a peculiar ache. Luo Li, observing Jiang Xuan's peculiar countenance, fell silent. Qi Hong's gaze towards Jiang Xuan grew more intricate. Envy, jealousy, resentment, and even a hint of admiration. Behold this man. At 70 years of age, he traverses a garden of delights, untouched by any leaf. Having dallied with the tender, he now trifles with the ripe. Alas, why not I? Jiang Xuan was utterly dumbfounded, never anticipating that the madam harbored such animosity towards him, resorting to such tactics. In full view of the public, she accused an elderly, septuagenarian coachman of indecently assaulting her. Was this appropriate? According to the laws of the great Qian dynasty, a servant who molests the mistress of the house is subject to the severe punishment of castration. Master Li was equally bewildered. Although he did not believe such an absurd accusation, it had, after all, come from the madam herself. With so many witnesses, the Li family's reputation was undoubtedly tarnished. However, it must be said that Madame Su Qin possessed considerable allure. In her youth, she must have been a great beauty, or she would not have given birth to such a stunning maiden as Li Yingling. Moreover, she was not yet old, not even 40, precisely the age of fervent passion. Conversely, Master Li. Considering this, the onlookers' gazes towards the madam took on a different hue. It seemed entirely plausible. Madame Su Qin was deeply vexed. She did not wish to resort to such a desperate measure, but Jiang Xuan had now become entangled with a young woman from a sect, making him even more difficult to deal with in the future. If he were to discover her secret and use it to threaten her, the consequences. At this thought, the madam's face turned ashen, and with a sob in her voice, she implored, "Master, you must seek justice for me." Li Huai stared at his mother in astonishment. So, this old codger not only stole someone else's love, but also cuckolded his father? Li Yingling, innocent of heart, covered her mouth in surprise. "Grandpa Jiang, you actually..." "Mother? Could it be?" Jiang Xuan gazed at Su Qin, suddenly recalling a spring painting he had once seen in Zhao Hu's room, their figures gradually merging in his mind. He had never considered this matter in that regard until today, but the resemblance became increasingly striking. Hiss. "No way." Cough. Jiang Xuan lightly cleared his throat and slowly spoke. "Madam, I am at a loss as to where I have offended you, to warrant such deep-seated resentment. However, I cannot accept the accusation of being frivolous towards the mistress. After all, I am not like my shameless, rebellious apprentice. If you do not restore my reputation, I shall have no choice but to produce evidence to vindicate myself." His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving those present utterly perplexed. How could one self-validate in such a manner? Was Jiang Xuan to strip himself bare to prove his integrity? Upon hearing this, Su Qin was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "That is entirely unnecessary. Oh dear Jiang, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting. After all, your playful flirtations with young ladies have drawn my ire, haven't they?" Su Qin quickly donned a smile, though it appeared rather frantic. This sudden and complete shift in demeanor left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The esteemed madam had never before lowered herself to converse with a servant in such a manner. It was utterly unprecedented. Li Huai felt his mind faltering, utterly unable to comprehend his mother's intentions. "Mother, what is happening here?" Luo Li, her cheeks flushed, quietly interjected. "Aunt, I have explained that it is not as you think. You have misunderstood Mr. Jiang." "Ah, yes, indeed. It is all a misunderstanding. I see that old Jiang is not that kind of person. I apologize for my jest during this festive season." Su Qin refrained from arguing this time, instead fervently supporting Jiang Xuan. At that moment, her heart was burdened with an inexplicable gloom. Despite her inner turmoil, A sheepish smile graced Su Qin's face as she realized Jiang Xuan genuinely possessed compromising information about her. Turning to Master Li, she said with affected awkwardness, "Master, perhaps we should consider this matter concluded. Old Jiang is of considerable age and has served us well. It would be compassionate to augment his annual allowance next year." Master Li, upon hearing this, was visibly displeased, feeling a sharp pang of annoyance at the charade orchestrated by the mother and son. To his dismay, their performance had backfired spectacularly. Were these two truly imbecilic? With such a debacle, how could they possibly celebrate the new year? The townsfolk would undoubtedly relish recounting the Li family's embarrassment throughout the festive season. As Master Li was about to speak, Jiang Xuan interjected in a low, resonant voice. "There is no need." He continued, "Master, I humbly request to retire to my home and beseech your benevolence in releasing me from my servitude." Jiang Xuan's voice was sincere, tinged with a faint weariness. This scene, witnessed by anyone, resembled that of a septuagenarian servant callously abandoned by his master, evoking profound melancholy. Li Yingling looked on with a heart full of compassion. "Grandfather Jiang, please stay." At her words, the other servants and attendants in the household could not help but shed tears, feeling an involuntary sympathy akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Indeed, where did they have a home? Would they not meet a similar fate as Jiang Xuan in their twilight years? If someone as venerable as old Jiang faced such a plight, how could their own destinies be any brighter? Well, Lord Li gazed upon the aged coachman who had served him faithfully for many years, suddenly beset by guilt. "Yes, Jiang Xuan, where could you possibly go at your advanced age? It would be better for you to remain in the Li residence and enjoy your later years. From now on, you need not drive, simply relish in comfort." Lord Li's words, laden with compassion, were a veritable act of kindness from a master. A few months prior, Jiang Xuan would have undoubtedly accepted with gratitude. However, his heart was now resolutely different. He had no desire to remain ensnared in the Li household any longer. Jiang Xuan slightly bowed, saying, "Your kindness is duly noted, my lord. However, my decision to leave is resolute. I implore you to grant me this wish." Lady Su Qin's heart swelled with joy as she glanced around and urged, "My lord, old Jiang wishes to return home to enjoy his twilight years. Please, grant him this favor. We can simply provide him with a little more silver." Lord Li shot a disapproving glare at Su Qin, his expression tinged with displeasure. "It is indeed your fault, you reckless woman. Otherwise, why must we find ourselves in such an embarrassing predicament? Should this matter reach the public, it would undoubtedly inflict a grievous blow to the reputation of the Li family. The whispers would spread like wildfire, alleging that the Li family mistreats its servants. And who would then wish to offer their service to our household? A family holds its reputation in the highest regard." With a soft sigh, Lord Li conceded, "Very well. Old Jiang, since you are resolute in your decision, I cannot in good conscience detain you. Over the years, your unwavering loyalty and diligent service to the Li family have not gone unnoticed. Therefore, I shall arrange for your release from servitude without requiring a ransom. In addition, I will bestow upon you an extra 100 taels of silver as a token of consolation." Jiang Xuan was filled with overwhelming joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." That night, under a sparse moonlight, Su Qin stealthily summoned Li Huai, and the mother and son conspired within the confines of a room. "Mother, what brings you to seek your son at such a late hour?" Li Huai inquired, his mood evidently still affected by Jiang Xuan's earlier affairs, particularly due to Luo Li's disdainful attitude towards him, which he found difficult to bear. Su Qin cautiously opened the door, peering around before hastily shutting it again. In a hushed tone, she asked, "My child, after so many years in Yunxiao sect, do you know of any reliable assassins?" "Assassins?" Li Huai gasped. "Mother, who do you intend to kill?" A glint of coldness flashed in Su Qin's eyes as she replied, "I need you to eliminate old Jiang discreetly and retrieve that painting." "Kill old Jiang?" Li Huai was even more astonished. Suddenly realizing the implications, he exclaimed, "Mother, you cannot be serious." Su Qin quickly covered his mouth, urging him to quiet down. "Hush, do you wish for your mother to meet her demise?" Li Huai, still trembling with shock, soon erupted with anger. "Shameless old lecher. Mother, wait here. I shall go slay this old scoundrel. Come back." Su Qin snapped, grasping Li Huai's arm. "Not old Jiang, but your uncle who?" "Uncle who? Zhao who?" Li Huai furrowed his brow, utterly bewildered by his mother's words. One moment it was old Jiang, the next it was Zhao who. Could they possibly all be? No, it couldn't be. "Alas, this is all your fault, mother." Su Qin sighed, and recounted the series of events to Li Huai. The truth was rather simple. Li Laoi had grown old and ineffective, while she found herself in the prime of her desires, increasingly dissatisfied. By chance, she had encountered Zhao Hu's robust form, and their passions ignited. Thus began her entanglement with him, and in pursuit of excitement, she allowed Zhao Hu to depict their idyllic life. It was only after Zhao Hu's demise that she regained her senses. She had initially thought he had burned all evidence, only to discover that one painting had survived and fallen into Jiang Xuan's possession. Mother you. Li Huai's expression grew peculiar, unsure of how to respond. However, should his mother be cast aside by his father because of this, he too would face disgrace as her son. If this scandal were to spread, he would become a laughingstock within the sect. Hence, it seemed that old Jiang must indeed perish. The next day, on the eve of the new year, a day meant for family reunion, Jiang Xuan had already packed his belongings and stood in the courtyard, preparing to depart from the place he had called home for a lifetime. His belongings were quite meager, after spending a lifetime in the Li residence. He had only a quilt, 3 sets of clothing, and a small amount of pocket money. Li residence. Gazing upon the 2 grand characters before the manor, Jiang Xuan was overcome with a wave of nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, over half a century had elapsed. At this moment, the house servants and menials, bustling about within the estate, all gathered to bid farewell to Jiang Xuan. Wu Yong clapped Jiang Xuan on the shoulder, and with a hearty laugh, jested, "Old Jiang, you old mudfish, you've finally come ashore. Once you've found a place to settle, be sure to let me know, lest you soil yourself and be discovered only then, ha." Upon hearing this, the others chimed in with laughter, their voices tinged with both sentiment and a hint of bitterness. At Jiang Xuan's age, without progeny to his name, to be cast out alone onto the streets, his fate was all but sealed. Yet, none dared to truly mock. For who could guarantee they wouldn't one day meet a similar end? Just then, Lu Wanqian, the steward, approached, a bill of sale in hand. "Old Jiang," he said, "this is your indenture. Keep it safe, for henceforth, you are free." A touch of melancholy lined Lu Wanqian's face, tinged with a hint of envy. Though he lived comfortably in the Li manor, faring far better than the common folk, he was, after all, but a servant, a title not always pleasant to bear. He mused to himself that when his time came, he too would emulate Jiang Xuan, to taste the essence of freedom. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, saying, "What is there to discuss about freedom? It merely signifies the commencement of another phase of a burdensome existence. Old Lu, our paths shall cross again amidst the mountains and rivers. Let us share a drink upon our next encounter." Just as the farewell party began to disperse, Jiang Xuan shouldered his bag, preparing to depart from the Li residence. "Wait a moment," Lu Wanjin suddenly called out to Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan paused momentarily, turned around, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, "Old Lu, is there something else?" Lu Wanquan hesitated, glancing around cautiously before taking a step closer. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Old Jiang, please be honest with me. Do you possess any leverage over the lady?" Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, remaining silent, neither affirming nor denying. Observing this situation, Lu Wanjian gritted his teeth and said, "Old Jiang, considering our long-standing friendship, if you hand over that item to me now, I could lend you a helping hand." Jiang Xuan exhibited an expression of bewilderment. "What is it? How do you intend to assist me?" Lu Wanquan, momentarily taken aback, sighed deeply. "Forget it, you old fool. Take care of yourself. Next year, I shall burn more paper money for you." Alas! With that, Lu Wanquan shook his head in resignation and turned to depart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan shook his head, hoisted his luggage once more, and turned to leave. As one ages, nostalgia often lingers. If he did not depart soon, he genuinely feared unforeseen changes might occur. In a corner outside the Li residence, Luo Li gazed at the distant figure of Jiang Xuan, a sudden sense of emptiness washing over her. This elderly gentleman was truly an enigmatic individual. Meanwhile, Li Huai and Qi Hong observed Luo Li from another side, silently. Li Huai's face was a mask of resentment. "She is still concerned about that old scoundrel. It infuriates me." Qi Hong patted Li Huai on the shoulder, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Do not worry, junior brother. Trust in the wisdom accumulated by your elder brother over the years. The fragrance surrounding Sister Luo remains that of a pure maiden, untouched by that old wretch." Humph. Li Huai struck the corner wall with a heavy fist. His expression contorted. Were it not for this, that old fellow would have long since turned to dust. Nonetheless, he truly should not linger in this world much longer. May he find peace beneath the earth soon. Jiang Xuan, burdened with luggage, traversed the main thoroughfare leading to the city lord's mansion. According to the laws of the great Qin dynasty, once a servant redeemed themselves, they were required to visit the authorities to annul their status as a lowly individual and be incorporated into the ranks of ordinary citizens, thus becoming liable for taxes and corvée labor. However, at Jiang Xuan's tender age, it seemed unlikely that he would be subjected to labor. Mere tax obligations would suffice. Due to the occasion of New Year's Eve, the streets were notably sparse, with most citizens engaged in the preparations of festive meals at home. As he passed a waterway, Jiang Xuan suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance in the air, with snowflakes swirling rapidly around him. Who goes there? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's pupils contracted. Young master, it is truly you. He had contemplated the possibility of assassins dispatched by the madam or even the long-vanished Lu Dian. Never did he anticipate that it would be Li Huai himself who had come. Was it because of Luo Li? It was evident to discerning eyes that Luo Li's words had merely caused a misunderstanding. He had no connection with her whatsoever. How petty could this fellow be? Humph. Li Huai let out a heavy scoff. Old Jiang, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon you for possessing what you shouldn't have. Hand it over swiftly. I do not quite understand your words. What is it that you seek? Do not attempt to deceive me, young master. Surrender that item at once, or I shall send you to the afterlife this very moment. Li Huai's expression darkened further. Jiang Xuan's gaze was peculiar. Could it be that living picture of spring? Indeed. Madam and Zhao who have significant issues. It is truly a case of nurturing a living fatherly disciple, one who remains unsettled even in death. Jiang Xuan wore a face of helplessness. That painting has always resided in Zhao Hu's room. I have never touched it. Li Huai's pupils contracted as he silently took note of this, yet he still intended to spare no mercy for Jiang Xuan. With a cold snort, he declared, Humph. Do you think this young master would believe your words? Old fool, meet your demise. Shaking his head with a sigh, Jiang Xuan lamented, Young master, if you were to depart now, I would refrain from acting against you, considering the years of benevolence from the Li family. He had come to a realization. Compared to silencing someone for his mother, Li Huai was far more concerned with Luo Li's attitude towards him, desiring his demise above all else. A femme fatale. Truly a calamity. Nonsense, you old codger, you're courting death. Li Huai roared, drawing his long sword and lunging at Jiang Xuan. He had long assessed the disparity between them. Jiang Xuan was, at most, at the second or third level of qi condensation, while he had already reached the third level. Moreover, he possessed several cloud firmament sex techniques and martial skills, his foundation far exceeding that of Jiang Xuan. With this single strike, he could claim Jiang Xuan's life. As expected, Jiang Xuan seemed utterly oblivious to his sword, allowing it to pierce towards his head. Die! A triumphant grin crept onto Li Huai's lips. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had only struck an afterimage, the sword tip passing through it, finding nothing but air. Is this a sword phantom? Li Huai's pupils contracted. He recognized it. Was this not the Cloud Firmament sect's very own flowing Cloud Phantom sword? Jiang Xuan unexpectedly possesses the supreme martial arts of their Yinxiao sect. It is well known that this sword technique has eluded even him, with only Luo Li grasping the essence of the art. Damn it, you and Luo Li truly have an illicit affair. Li Huai's eyes brimmed with fury, bloodshot and blazing with rage. His jealousy not only stemmed from Luo Li's connection with Jiang Xuan, but also from his envy of Jiang Xuan's mastery of the martial arts he had long coveted. After evading a strike, Jiang Xuan transformed into 7 sword phantoms, each wielding a longsword, attacking Li Huai from all directions, with each strike aimed at vital points. The old fool, his sword technique is astonishingly advanced, cleverly concealed. Li Huai roared, brandishing his long sword in a frenzy, desperately trying to fend off Jiang Xuan's onslaught. However, despite his considerable prowess, his swordsmanship was woefully inadequate to withstand the assault of the flowing cloud illusionary sword, a peak martial art. Among the myriad of incoming sword energies, one struck Li Huai with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan gazed at Li Huai's lifeless form. His eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Having called him young master for a lifetime, he ultimately met his end at Jiang's hands. The connection between him and the Li family was irrevocably severed from this very moment. Yet, despite Li Huai's demise, Jiang Xuan showed no intention of lowering his guard. He still clutched his sword, vigilance etched across his features as he scanned his surroundings. Have you been watching for so long without revealing yourself? With his words lingering in the air, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed. The silhouette of a middle-aged man emerged gradually before Jiang Xuan, a cryptic smile adorning his face. Lu Dian? Jiang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The person before him was none other than Lu Dian, who had been missing for several days. Currently, the disciples of the Yunxiao sect were scouring the city in search of him, yet he unexpectedly appeared here today. Lu Dian glanced at the lifeless form of Li Huai on the ground, his face a mask of feigned compassion. Oh, so it is my junior brother from the Yunxiao sect. What a tragic end you have met. Rest assured, elder brother shall dismantle this old bone and avenge you. Ever since Jiang Xuan had seized the Chuan Yun Su, Lu Dian had harbored a deep-seated grudge against this old man, relentlessly searching for his whereabouts with the intent of reclaiming his coveted treasure. However, the disciples of the Yunxiao sect and the local authorities were also on the hunt, compelling him to remain hidden. After discovering Jiang Xuan's residence, he was astonished to find that Jiang Xuan dwelled in proximity to the Yunxiao sect disciples, which forced him to linger outside, biding his time for an opportunity. At long last, Jiang Xuan departed from the Li residence today, presenting him with a chance. Just as he was about to make his move, he noticed another figure stealthily following Jiang Xuan, seemingly intent on striking as well. When he witnessed Jiang Xuan unleash the flowing cloud illusion sword, his jaw dropped in astonishment. That was the pinnacle of martial arts from the Yunxiao sect, a privilege beyond his reach. Who exactly was this old man? Fortunately, from the exchange between the two, it was evident that neither would be a match for him. He had intended to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow bird waiting in the wings. Yet he was taken aback when Jiang Xuan detected his presence. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Dian, remarking with a nonchalant air, "Spare me your crocodile tears. You, a homicidal maniac, possess a remarkable audacity to appear before me." Lu Dian, clutching his face, erupted in raucous laughter, his voice laced with unbridled arrogance. "Old codger," he guffawed, "you truly are putting on an act. A mere chi condensation stage 2 cultivator. I could crush you with a single hand." Lu Dian's laughter persisted, brimming with self-assurance. He had thoroughly assessed Jiang Xuan's capabilities. Though his swordsmanship was exquisite, his cultivation was, at best, only at the second level of chi condensation. Lu Dian, on the other hand, had long since attained the 9th level of chi condensation. Having recovered from his grave injuries, he had fortuitously broken through to the primordial realm, making him a formidable figure within Yu Province City. Were it not for his apprehension of encountering Qi Hong and Chen Peng, he would have stormed into the Li residence long ago and dragged Jiang Xuan out. Jiang Xuan looked at Lu Dian with a perplexed expression, slowly producing the Chuan Yun Suo. Did this fellow forget just how formidable this weapon was? Upon seeing Jiang Xuan summon the Chuan Yun Suo, Lu Dian could not help but sneer. Old man, do you truly believe you can wield this?" Though the Chuan Yun Suo was indeed a lethal weapon, it consumed an immense amount of true energy, with only a cultivation level of the second layer of chi condensation. It was doubtful whether he could even activate the Chuan Yun Suo, let alone use it for murder. "Old man, if you obediently return the Chuan Yun Suo and hand over the sword manual for the Lu Yun Huan Jian, perhaps I might." Lu Dian's eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph as he plotted his next move. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind approaching. The Chuan Yun Suo had truly been activated by Jiang Xuan and was hurtling toward him through the air. Lu Dian's expression changed drastically. Hastily drawing his long sword to block the impending attack, the situation had become exceedingly perilous. Yet, he remained unruffled, confident in his strategy. The Chuan Yun Suo consumed an exorbitant amount of true energy, He refused to believe that an old man at the second layer of qi condensation could unleash any significant power. In the moment of collision, to his utter astonishment, the blade of his sword shattered inch by inch before erupting in a thunderous explosion. It was crucial to note that this was no ordinary sword, but a treasured artifact. And yet it had been so effortlessly destroyed. How was this old man capable of wielding the Chuan Yun Sua? Not good, Lu Jian exclaimed in alarm, swiftly retreating, already entertaining thoughts of escape. However, the Chuan Yun Sua relentlessly pursued him like a relentless parasite, striking precisely at the back of Lu Dian's head, instantly creating a gaping, blood-soaked wound, accompanied by a spine-chilling shriek. The Chuan Yun Sua Jiang Xuan's gaze was indifferent as he deftly summoned back the Chuan Yun Sua with a single hand. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. After mastering the eternal green sword technique, his martial foundation had become profoundly solid, to the point of causing a shiver down one's spine. His true energy was abundant and could continuously restore itself even amidst battle. In this regard, while the Chuan Yun Sua drained his true energy, it was perfectly suited for him. However, the consumption was excessive. With just one application, he found himself completely drained of energy. Had Lu Dian chosen to fight to the bitter end instead of fleeing in terror, the outcome might have been entirely different. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he could think only of escape, inadvertently turning himself into a target. That afternoon, the entire city of Yuzhou was in an uproar. The streets and alleys buzzed with discussions about a singular event. The maniac had struck again, this time claiming the life of the third son of the wealthy Li family and a disciple of the Yunshao sect. The authorities were immediately alerted, dispatching dozens of officials to investigate this matter thoroughly. The Li family was in a frenzy. Mr. Li and his wife fainted from the shock, while the servants secretly ignited firecrackers. When the disciples of the Yunshao sect arrived at the scene, they were taken aback. The traitor they had been searching for all these days had met his end here. Moreover, he perished alongside Li Huai. Only Luo Li and Qi Hong exchanged glances, a glimmer of contemplation in their eyes. Have you heard? Young Master Li fought the maniac for 300 rounds, only for them both to perish in the end. In a tea house, several patrons gathered, their animated discussion filled with fervor as they recounted the events that transpired that morning. Jiang Xuan was among them, quietly listening to their recounting. Who could deny it? It is said that the murderous fiend was once a disciple of the Yunshao sect, and he was even a brother disciple of young Master Li. Is that so? I heard that when the officials came to collect the bodies this morning, both men were struck by more than a dozen swords. Such deep-seated hatred. What did the officials say? What else could they say, but it was a case of vendetta. Such occurrences are all too common in the world of martial arts. Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude to young Master Li. He has rid us of a menace in our Yuzhou city. Otherwise, the festive season would have left the people in a state of trepidation. Yet, one cannot help but pity old Master Li. 2 of his sons have fled, and now this last one has been slain. I heard he fainted from the shock. Wait. Let me share what I have heard. There is more to this story. How so? Some suspect the presence of a third party at the scene, claiming that young Master Li and the murderous fiend were both slain by him. Please elaborate, do tell. Ahem, it was said by Qi Hong, a disciple of the Yunshao sect, that the strength disparity between young Master Li and the fiend was so vast that it was impossible for them to perish together. There must have been another involved. Good heavens, then how did young Master Li meet his demise? It is said that he was pursuing an old cart driver and inexplicably met his end. Jiang Xuan sat quietly, sipping tea with an impassive expression, attentively listening to the discussions of the diners around him. The tragic demise of Li Huai and Lu Dian was a scheme of his own design, intended to mislead the authorities and divert suspicion away from himself. However, the incident unfolded unexpectedly, and he had not made prior preparations. It was inevitable that someone would uncover the truth. Yet, as a mere retired coachman, it would be difficult for others to suspect him as the orchestrator. They might only sense a vague connection. The sole complication lay with the faction from Yunshao sect, which would likely not rest easily. He had not intended to align himself with any forces so soon, as he harbored numerous secrets. Nevertheless, it now seemed prudent to pay a visit to the black market, which had repeatedly extended an olive branch to him. A powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. If the Yunshao sect were to pursue the matter, the black market could serve as a formidable shield. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xuan rose to make his way to the black market. The diners cast a fleeting glance and suddenly noticed Jiang Xuan beside them. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized him. Isn't that the old coachman from the Li residence? Jiang Xuan glanced briefly, leaving a few copper coins on the table before his figure vanished without a trace. This place is not suitable for lingering. Hiss a master. The diners collectively gasped, clearly astonished by Jiang Xuan's display. Did you see clearly? Is this person truly the old coachman of the Li family? Absolutely. I once had dealings with Master Li and have seen his coachman. Though he appears significantly more robust now, it is undoubtedly him. Hiss. The old coachman of the Li family turns out to be a master? Could it be that he was responsible for the deaths of those two? That seems unlikely. I have heard that the murderer is a formidable figure at the returning origin realm, and this old coachman does not seem to possess such prowess. Indeed. The peculiarities of this era are manifold. On the first day of the new year, a time that should be filled with the sounds of firecrackers and laughter, the Li residence was shrouded in an unusual silence tinged with sorrow. The festive red lanterns had all been taken down, replaced by stark white mourning banners that clashed glaringly with the surrounding celebratory atmosphere. The servants moved hurriedly, and the occasional sound of muffled sobs echoed within the estate. My dear child, your death is so tragic. It is all my fault. Madame Su Qin knelt before the coffin, weeping uncontrollably. Furthermore, upon hearing the news of his son's demise, Master Li fell gravely ill, lost in a haze of despair. The most tragic of tales is indeed that of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. With the Li household in turmoil, the disciples of Yunxiao sect felt it inappropriate to remain any longer. Especially since Lu Dian had perished, they intended to return to the sect to report. Little did they expect that the traitor had met his end alongside junior brother Li. What a twist of fate. Shenping remarked pensively. Liu furrowed his brow. But who could have possibly killed them? Lu Dian was a master at the returning origin realm. Who knows? Qi Hong shrugged and chuckled. Perhaps it was that old coachman who did it. Li Huai had set out to kill Jiang Xuan, only to meet his demise along the way. This matter struck him as peculiar. He could hardly believe it had no connection to Jiang Xuan. Moreover, Lu Dian's treasured item had gone missing, likely taken by someone. Upon hearing this, Chen Peng and Lu Yu could not help but chuckle and shake their heads. How could an old man who has just entered the Qi condensation realm possibly kill those two? If that were true, they would have wasted years training in the Yunxiao sect. Qi Hong glanced at Luo Li and asked with a smile, "What do you think, junior sister Luo Li?" Chen Peng and Lu Yu also turned their attention to Luo Li, curious about her ambiguous connection to the old coachman. With a heavy heart, Luo Li shook her head. I do not know. Qi Hong's gaze held an inexplicable meaning as he smiled gently. Fellow disciples, let us first take Lu Dian's body back to the sect. The events here are far from over. All the brothers nodded in agreement, mounting their horses to depart from the Li residence. On that day, Jiang Xuan arrived at the black market. The influence of the black market was immense. Akin to an underground emperor within the Dacian kingdom, with branches in almost every major city nationwide. In Yuzhou City, over 100 streets fell under the control of the black market, impervious even to the interference of the authorities. At the entrance of the black market, two burly men clad in black blocked Jiang Xuan's path, their expressions impassive. Please present your credentials. I do not have any. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan was well acquainted with the rules of the black market. Following the proper procedure, he retrieved a substantial sum of money from his bosom and handed it over to the two men clad in black. Upon receiving the silver, the black-clad individuals permitted Jiang Xuan to pass. Although this place was referred to as the black market, it appeared, at first glance, to be no different from an ordinary street. It was merely a unique gathering point for vendors, selling a hodgepodge of goods. Only those with keen insight could uncover treasures within this gray area. Rumor had it that unsavory trades were conducted here, such as the trafficking of illicit salt, the slave trade, the auctioning of contraband, and even contracts for murder. However, such dealings were generally beyond the reach of the average person. Ironically, despite being a black market, the order here was more stringent than that of markets overseen by the authorities. No one dared to cause a ruckus on this territory. Everything had to be conducted according to established rules. For instance, Lu Dian brazenly committed murder, theft, and robbery in the black market, only to find himself pursued relentlessly, ultimately forced to relinquish all the treasures he had stolen. Had it not been for his peculiar agility, he might have already fallen victim to the attacks of the black market's formidable experts. In summary, while conducting business in the black market was somewhat more expensive, it offered a degree of safety due to its protective measures. On this occasion, Jiang Xuan sought to meet Jiang Xuan, a steward of the Xuanwu Hall, who had previously mentioned a significant business collaboration. The profits from the black market were indeed considerable. Upon arriving at the residence of the Xuanwu Hall within the black market, he looked up to see the words Xuanwu Hall elegantly inscribed above. At the entrance stood a pair of young disciples from the Xuanwu Hall, dressed in azure robes, their collars adorned with a peculiar emblem reminiscent of the legendary beast Xuanwu, lending them an air of youthful exuberance. Nevertheless, the prowess of these two disciples was not to be underestimated, as they possessed at least the cultivation level of 3 or 4 layers of qi condensation. The black market indeed concealed hidden talents, as even the gatekeepers exhibited formidable strength. "Halt! Who approaches?" the lead disciple called out, his voice ringing with authority upon spotting Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan remained composed and unperturbed, introducing himself. "I am Jiang Xuan, here to seek out your steward, Jiang Xuan." "Steward Jiang?" The two disciples of the Xuanwu Hall were taken aback, as if recalling something significant, and promptly bowed in respect. "Senior Jiang, please wait a moment. We shall inform Steward Jiang immediately." Before long, a robust, hearty laughter resonated from within. "Ha, Elder Jiang, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Jiang Xuan emerged, clad in a blue martial attire, striding forth with the confidence of a dragon and the grace of a tiger, warmly welcoming Jiang Xuan as if they were long-lost friends. As Jiang Xuan stepped into the Xuanwu Hall, he was immediately struck by its opulence and grandeur, a sight so magnificent that it left him, a man of 70 years, utterly astounded. The Xuanwu Hall alone sprawled across several acres, housing multiple resplendent palaces adorned in gold and jade, complemented by several fully equipped training grounds, where the sounds of martial artists engaging in spirited exchanges could be heard. Just from the cacophony, it was evident that all those present were martial artists of at least the condensation realm, each one at a level comparable to that of Wu Yong. Such scale and decorum rivaled that of a second-rate sect. Indeed, the entirety of the black market likely surpassed the capabilities of any top sect within the Deqian kingdom. In the afternoon, after Jiang Xuan guided Jiang Xuan through a tour of the Xuanwu Hall, he arranged for a lavish banquet replete with fine wines and exquisite dishes to honor Jiang Xuan. To speak frankly, this meal was the finest he had ever savored since his arrival in this world. Lobster, fish, and abalone were served with abandon, and a 30-year-old vintage of Daughter's Red was downed in one swift gulp, nearly intoxicating him to the point of euphoric oblivion. Goodness, this was what it meant to truly live. What had his previous days of hardship amounted to? Jiang Xuan silently sighed, his heart brimming with delight. After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Xuan, inebriated, grasped Jiang Xuan's hand and earnestly proposed, "Brother Jiang, with your remarkable abilities, why settle for being a mere coachman? Why not come and showcase your talents in our black market?" "Join the black market?" Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had come to the black market with such intentions. However, upon witnessing its extravagant and decadent nature, an unsettling feeling arose within him, as if this were not a place of integrity. Observing Jiang Xuan's hesitant demeanor, Jiang Xuan chuckled. "Brother Jiang, I understand that you are a man of principle, and perhaps hold some prejudices against our black market. Yet, even in darkness, there exists a code. Our black market operates with far more transparency than those so-called esteemed sects, and we would never engage in the duplicitous acts of feigning sincerity while harboring deceit." Moreover, Jiang Xuan continued, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Xuan, "You have casually dispatched 2 disciples of the Yunxiao sect, and I fear they will not let this matter rest. With numerous disciples and several martial arts masters among them, you may find yourself outnumbered. However, while others may fear the Yunxiao sect, we in the black market harbor no such trepidation. Should you join us, no matter how arrogant the Yunxiao sect becomes, they would dare not trouble the black market." Jiang Xuan asserted confidently, thumping his chest. His words were not mere bravado. The influence of the black market extended throughout the great Qian nation, with a number of experts surpassing that of the Yunxiao sect. It was unlikely that they would wage war over the loss of 2 disciples. Yet, the black market was fiercely protective of its own, valuing loyalty above all, and would never allow its members to be bullied. After this discourse, Jiang Xuan felt a stirring within him, ready to dispel his doubts. Jiang Xuan, considering further, patiently elaborated. "Brother, our branch in Yuzhou City is in its infancy, brimming with potential yet in need of guidance from seasoned individuals like yourself. There are many grand ventures ahead, and I firmly believe that with your capabilities, you could achieve remarkable success." "All right, Brother Zhang, I shall place my trust in you this once." Jiang Xuan nodded emphatically, having finally made up his mind. With nowhere else to turn, he decided to venture into the black market. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Tomorrow, I shall take my elder brother to meet the guild leader," Jiang Xuan exclaimed, laughter radiating from him, filled with joy. At that moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! You have departed from your homeland, breaking free from your family ties, and embarked on the path of enlightenment, joining a formidable faction and commencing a new chapter in your life. Task completed. Reward granted. 5 thunder seals." 5 thunder seals. Harness the winds and thunders to refine your true energy, condensing 5 thunder seals that can unleash boundless lightning with but a flick of your hand. However, training in this art is exceedingly perilous. Use it with caution. Currently deducing a new narrative. You have joined a new organization and shall soon face your first arduous task. Strive diligently to accomplish it. Triggered task, initial brilliance. Task requirement, complete the mission assigned by the organization. Task reward, 1 essence pill. 1 essence pill, how rather stingy. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with the reward for this task. It was said to be a challenging assignment, yet the reward was rather meager. He was aware of the value of the essence pills, which, although precious and capable of elevating his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels, also possessed the effect of invigorating vitality. However, to the esteemed system, this appeared somewhat conservative. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan continued to speak animatedly, sharing intricate details about the black market with Jiang Xuan. It was evident that he was genuinely eager to recruit Jiang Xuan into their ranks. On one hand, attracting powerful individuals to the black market would earn him rewards. On the other hand, he was profoundly curious about Jiang Xuan, particularly regarding his impenetrable body cultivation technique, which he found exceedingly enticing. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xuan chuckled. "Oh, my dear elder brother, I hope you do not find it amusing, but I must confess that when I witnessed your body cultivation skills, I was filled with deep envy. If I could learn even a move or two, it would surely bolster my confidence in navigating the martial world, wouldn't it? So, are you waiting for me?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "Ah, dear brother, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, this is a talent that you may not possess." Of course, he did not articulate this sentiment directly. Instead, he recalled the 5 thunder seals he had recently acquired, and a smirk crept upon his lips. "Well, if Brother Zhang wishes to learn, as your elder brother, how could I refuse?" "Oh, truly? Elder brother, you are indeed my true kin," Jiang Xuan exclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement, nearly springing from his seat to engage in a profound brotherly exchange with Jiang Xuan. "Calm down for a moment. My method of body refinement is rather unique, and not everyone can endure it," Jiang Xuan solemnly added. "Ha ha." Jiang Xuan laughed heartily. "You underestimate me, my dear elder brother. I, Jiang Xuan, am no ordinary man. What trials of cultivation could possibly daunt me? Whatever challenges lie ahead, I shall face them with unwavering resolve." Jiang Xuan smiled mysteriously and nodded slowly. "A hero? At the moment when the wind and thunder tempered the body, even heroes must bow down. My dear brother, today I am exceedingly delighted. Please accept this essence pill as a token of my humble regard." With that, he produced a small vial containing a pill from his robe and presented it before Jiang Xuan. "Another essence pill?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. "Have you conspired with the system?" Again, Jiang Xuan was equally surprised, for the essence pill was an exceedingly precious commodity. If his memory served him correctly, it could fetch over 100 taels in the black market. Damn, could it be that in his drunken stupor he had inadvertently given one away? Well, it was done, so let it be. "Here, elder brother, take it. It shall surely prove beneficial." Jiang Xuan leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, his smile taking on an oddly lecherous quality. Jiang Xuan wore a perplexed expression, yet he could not refuse the offerings presented to him, promptly embracing them. The two indulged in several more cups, growing increasingly attuned to one another's spirits. As they conversed on topics of delight, peals of laughter occasionally erupted. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Jiang Xuan, with Jiang Yuan's assistance, was guided to the room that had long been prepared. "Dear brother, relish this moment. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to the master," Jiang Yuan remarked with a cheerful smile. With that, he playfully pushed Jiang Xuan into the room, where he fell onto a soft surface. With a creak, the door closed behind him. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and was greeted by the flickering candlelight that cast a soft glow around the room, filling the air with a subtle fragrance of flowers. Rising to his feet, he noticed two enchanting young women standing within the chamber. While they may not rival the transcendent beauty of Li Yingling or Luo Li, they were undeniably charming in their own right. Beside them stood a wooden tub large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people, filled with steaming water adorned with delicately floating rose petals. This truly was the black market, where pleasures were indulgently crafted. It finally dawned on him why this fellow had presented him with the essence stand in such a cheeky manner. "My lord, shall we proceed directly, or?" The two women inquired shyly, their heads bowed. "There is no rush," he replied. Clearing his throat, Jiang Xuan found being addressed as lord somewhat unfamiliar, though he knew he would acclimate in due course. "My lord, allow us to assist you with your attire," the women said. 2 women stepped forward, carefully removing Jiang Xuan's sleeves. Subsequently, with their support, he entered the wooden tub prepared for his bath. Throughout this process, Jiang Xuan remained passive, allowing the women to attend to his needs. This sensation, he mused, was rather agreeable. 2 hours later, gazing at the 2 women reclining beside him, Jiang Xuan felt a pang of emptiness within. Alas, he mused, he must intensify his cultivation efforts. He was not quite as virile as in his younger days. At that moment, the emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! You have executed the organization's assignment with remarkable proficiency on your inaugural attempt. Mission accomplished. Reward issued. Essence elixir. New narrative arc being extrapolated. Your exceptional performance has swiftly garnered the attention of the organization's upper echelons, resulting in your elevation to a core member, thereby solidifying your position within the group. Mission triggered. Linchpin. Mission objective. Ascend to the rank of core member within the organization. Mission reward. Novice alchemy skill. Rewards dispensed." Beholding the 2 essence elixirs in his hand, Jiang Xuan wore a peculiar expression. Although he found this existence rather delightful, he knew that in this world, the strong are revered, and only sufficient strength could safeguard all that he held dear. Yet, at present, his strength was, in truth, quite unremarkable. After a brief indulgence, Jiang Xuan felt a sense of ennui and began to cultivate in a cross-legged posture. That very night, he consumed both essence elixirs together. The expenditure of energy had been considerable, necessitating a thorough replenishment. In an instant, a warm current surged forth from his dantian, alleviating the emptiness within his heart, and his entire skeleton felt intensely hot. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment passing through them. The gains of this night were monumental. In just a single night, he had remarkably advanced to the 6th layer of qi condensation, breaking through 4 minor realms in succession. Moreover, he could still sense the solidity of his foundation, devoid of any ephemeral feeling typically associated with a forced elevation through medicinal potency. The efficacy of the Jingyuan pill was indeed astonishingly vigorous. Jiang Xuan was somewhat incredulous. It is well known that medicinal pills possess a certain degree of resistance. Consuming a second one would significantly diminish its efficacy. However, the effects he experienced felt as though they had been amplified directly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan smiled gently, washed his face, and donned the most suitable attire he could find. As the saying goes, one is often judged by their appearance, and clad in his splendid martial arts robe, Jiang Xuan appeared several years younger, radiating vitality. If one did not inquire closely, it would be impossible to discern that he was already in his 70s. The 2 women gasped in astonishment, shaking their heads vigorously. "Sir, you mustn't. If the steward finds out, we shall be in grave trouble. Is it truly that stringent?" Jiang Xuan furrowed her brows slightly and inquired, "What are your names?" The 2 women exchanged glances, as it was the first time someone had taken the initiative to ask for their names. One of them replied, "I am called Chunlan. She is named Qiujuan." "Chunlan and Qiujuan? Are you sisters?" The 2 women nodded in affirmation. Jiang Xuan lightly touched his nose and smiled gently. "It is indeed pleasant. To meet is a sign of fate. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in securing your freedom." Chunlan and Qiujuan were taken aback, quickly kneeling and bowing their heads. "Thank you, my lord." Though it was merely an unfounded promise, it held immense value for them. Alas, such pitiable maidens. In this world, how many more fallen women await my salvation? How commendable. Jiang Xuan shook his head and strode directly out the door. Upon arriving at the side hall of the Xuanwu Pavilion, he found Jiang Yuan waiting for him bright and early. Seeing Jiang Xuan approach, Jiang Yuan greeted him with a beaming smile. "Good morning, my dear brother. You are up quite early. How was your night?" "Not bad." Jiang Xuan softly uttered 2 words, casually asking how much to redeem them. "Redeem them?" Jiang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Old brother is being overly courteous. If I wish to give them to you directly, what need is there for redemption?" Jiang Xuan nodded and extended his hand, saying, "Give me the indenture." Jiang Yuan, taken aback, quietly drew Jiang Xuan aside and whispered, "Are you serious about this, old brother? If you desire their company, simply summon them. I assure you, no one else will touch them." "But this indenture, is it that troublesome?" Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. "Very well," Jiang Yuan sighed. "Since you are so fond of them, I shall make an exception and procure it for you. But this is not to be repeated. It goes against the rules of the Brotherhood." "Is it that severe?" Jiang Xuan asked, astonished. "Indeed," Jiang Yuan began, then abruptly stopped, chuckling. "Heh, old brother, I shall assist you with this matter. I will have the indenture delivered to you later." Jiang Xuan nodded, expressing his gratitude to Jiang. One must adhere to their word. If one is to assist another in redeeming their life, it is imperative to fulfill that promise. Suddenly, he recalled that he himself had only recently undergone a similar redemption. They were all pitiable souls. The black market in Yuzhou City is divided into 4 primary halls: the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise, each overseeing certain streets and related illicit activities, functioning as operational hubs. Beneath these main halls are smaller ones, including the Discipline Hall, the Law Transmission Hall, the Alchemy Hall, and the Accounting Hall, among others. In terms of personnel, the Yuzhou division comprises a Chief Hall Master, a Deputy Hall Master, followed by the 4 main halls and their respective masters, stewards, and then the inner and outer disciples. Additionally, it recruits some martial experts from the Jianghu as guest scholars or honored guests, but only those of considerable standing are accepted. Soon, Jiang Yuan led Jiang Xuan to a grand residence within the Black Tortoise Hall to meet its master. The disciples, upon seeing Jiang Xuan, displayed expressions of curiosity. It was quite rare to encounter a newcomer of such age, as most were elders or honored guests, yet none of that caliber was present here. Inside the residence, a burly man with a coarse appearance lounged on a tiger-skin chair, embracing 2 alluring women with a lewd grin. "Master Zhu, Jiang Yuan requests an audience," announced the disciple clad in blue as he entered and bowed. "Jiang Yuan?" Zhu Hongfei replied with obvious impatience, gesturing for him to enter. After a brief moment, Jiang Yuan guided Jiang Xuan into Zhu Hongfei's chamber, where they both offered a slight bow. "Greeting, we pay our respects to Master Zhu." Zhu Hongfei scrutinized Jiang Xuan and remarked nonchalantly, "You must be Brother Jiang. I've heard you possess commendable skills. Henceforth, you shall remain in my Black Tortoise Hall. I believe you are more than adequate to serve as an inner disciple, and that street outside will fall under your jurisdiction." "Ah, an inner disciple?" Jiang Xuan was taken aback by this designation, while Jiang Yuan was utterly astonished. He had previously recommended Jiang Xuan to Zhu Hongfei, clearly stating that the individual could very well be a reclusive master, suggesting him for the position of Deputy Hall Master. At the very least, he thought Jiang Xuan deserved to be recognized as an elder. To be assigned as merely an inner disciple seemed an affront. Wouldn't that be a direct insult to him? "Master, Jiang Xuan is indeed an extraordinary individual. You cannot let such talent go unnoticed," Jiang Yuan said with a bitter expression. "Let talent go unnoticed?" Zhu Hongfei shot him a sidelong glance, his jaw twitching slightly as he swallowed his words. With his keen insight, he could discern that despite Jiang Xuan's restrained aura, he indeed possessed the demeanor of a master. However, the fluctuation of his true energy was too feeble, likely not exceeding the return to origin realm. A master? Nonsense. At this age and with such meager strength, allowing him to linger in the black market to make the most of his remaining years was already an act of considerable kindness on his part. Nevertheless, Jiang Xuan was now somewhat affiliated with him. Thus, Zhu Hongfei refrained from speaking too harshly. He stated calmly, "The black market has its own rules. Anyone who enters must endure a period of trial. If one truly possesses the capability, they may prove themselves after the assessment." Jiang Yuan appeared anxious, about to speak, but was halted by Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Zhu." He was acutely aware that his method of concealing his presence could not escape the discerning eyes of the master of the Xuanwu Hall. This was hardly surprising, For even that girl Luo Li could perceive the nuances of his aura, making it quite peculiar if he could deceive such a formidable expert. Nonetheless, this was preferable, as he had no desire to masquerade as a master. Steadily ascending from the grassroots was the most prudent approach. Unfortunately, his status as an inner sect disciple seemed insufficient to fulfill the system's demands. However, this was of little concern, as long as he strengthened his abilities. Opportunities for advancement would abound in the future. With the system in hand, whom should he fear? Indeed, Zhu Hongfei replied with a slight nod, his expression conveying an understanding of Jiang Xuan's position. Shortly thereafter, the two exited the Zhu residence. Alas, Brother Jiang, I truly regret that things have not gone as planned. I sincerely apologize, Zhang Yuan said, his face etched with remorse. Jiang Xuan patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and smiled lightly, saying, "It matters not. If I were to concern myself with such trivial titles, I would not have served as a coachman in the Li residence for all these years." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of respect, giving a thumbs up. "Elder brother, your magnanimity is beyond what mere mortals like us can compare." Haha. Jiang Xuan chuckled heartily, finding such flattery quite enjoyable. However, it was not out of arrogance, but rather a genuine lack of capability. "Nevertheless, Brother Zhang, regarding the grand business you mentioned earlier," Jiang Xuan pondered whether his relatively humble status might cause him to miss out on that significant business opportunity. Zhang Yuan, understanding his concern, confidently patted his chest and assured him, "Rest easy, my dear elder brother. This matter is entirely in my hands, and there shall be no unforeseen complications. This venture is directly overseen by the helmsman, who places great importance on capability rather than rank. However, it is still too early to draw any conclusions." Jiang Xuan felt a sudden thrill. A business personally managed by the black market's leader was indeed a significant venture. One could only wonder if he possessed the strength to partake in it. Curious, Jiang Xuan inquired, "Brother Zhang, could you possibly share some information with me?" Zhang Yuan grinned and replied, "To be candid with you, my dear brother, my knowledge on this matter is rather limited, yet it is undoubtedly an opportunity ripe with promise." Following the departure of June, the leader will personally select 20 skilled individuals from the 4 halls and has also invited several esteemed masters from the martial world to collaborate on a significant venture. At this juncture, Zhang Yuan lowered his voice, adding, "It is rumored that undertaking this task could lead to a fresh start, and at that moment, I shall rely on you, my esteemed brother, to lend a helping hand." The term "getting on shore" is a colloquialism in our line of work, essentially signifying a clean break and a return to respectability. Jiang Xuan was increasingly alarmed. This venture seemed to be far grander than he had ever anticipated. What kind of business could be so immense that one could secure their fortune with a single transaction? The black market is teeming with experts, and it hardly seems likely that an old man like myself would be chosen. Alas, my dear elder, you underestimate yourself. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, asserting that with your impervious skills, you are undoubtedly the prime candidate. Yet, the more I listen, the more it feels amiss. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship, finding himself in a predicament from which it would be challenging to extricate himself. Despite Zhang Yuan's casual endearments of old brother, should he express a desire to abandon this business venture, it was likely that their relationship would sour instantaneously. He chuckled to himself, resolving to do his utmost. For now, it was fortunate that it was merely the first month of the year, with ample time remaining until June. The immediate priority lay in swiftly enhancing his capabilities. As for everything else, he would take matters as they came, for the worst outcome would merely be a hasty retreat. Zhang Yuan escorted Jiang Xuan to the finance hall to register his identity. Upon hearing that Jiang Xuan was 70 years old, the disciple responsible for the registration nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. At such an age, one would typically be a grandfather, yet here he was, embarking on an adventure in the martial world. "Master Jiang, your registration is complete. Here is your identity token. Each month, disciples will deliver your stipend to your residence." However, the disciple hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "But what?" Zhang Yuan pressed, his tone firm. "I must warn you. Master Jiang is not an ordinary inner disciple of the Xuanwu Hall. He is my elder brother, and you must treat him with the utmost respect." The disciple was taken aback, realizing the weight of Zhang Yuan's words. The Xuanwu Hall was a significant establishment, and the hall's stewards held positions equivalent to the leaders of smaller halls. He dared not treat Zhang Yuan with anything less than the utmost deference. Jiang Xuan is unexpectedly the elder brother of Zhang Yuan, a figure not to be trifled with. The disciple hesitated for a moment, a pained expression crossing his face as he said, "All the small courtyards for inner disciples have been allocated. Now, only a few residences remain, reserved for the newly appointed stewards of each hall." Bring it to me for a look," Jiang Xuan said, his brow furrowing. Upon examining the registration book, he erupted in anger. "Nonsense! Is there not one room unoccupied?" The disciple wiped the sweat from his forehead, helplessly responding, "That room has long been reserved by Master Song, as he intends to keep it for his newly arrived nephew." "Master Song? Song he?" Jiang Yuan's eyes widened with fury. "Nonsense! Does that useless nephew of his deserve to reside in the steward's residence? Clear it out, and let my elder brother stay there." The disciple wore a troubled expression. Songhe was also a steward of the Xuanwu Hall, and their relationship with Jiang Yuan had always been quite contentious. Yet, he felt he could not offend either of them. Jiang Xuan began, "Brother Jiang, there's no need for such trouble. Any secluded room will suffice. How could I allow you to be put in such a position, old friend?" Jiang Yuan declared with a sense of righteousness. "Rest assured, I will bear the responsibility. I doubt Song he would dare to cause trouble." Seeing Jiang Yuan's insistence, the disciple of the accounting hall inscribed Jiang Xian's name on the residence at the rear. As for Song he's nephew, they could negotiate amongst themselves later. With the registration complete, Jiang Xian officially established his residence in the black market, commencing from this day forward. He could commence his duties with the certificate tomorrow. Before that, however, Jiang Xian resolved to complete the 5 Thunder Seal, providing him with an additional trump card. Coincidentally, tonight appeared to be a night of thunderstorms. That very night, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Raindrops pattered against the roof tiles, creating a rhythmic cadence. Jiang Yuan, holding an umbrella and a wooden box, entered Jiang Xian's residence in high spirits. "Old friend, I have brought the indenture you requested." Before he could finish, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing his jaw to drop. Jiang Xian sat upright on a bluestone platform in the courtyard. Behind him stood an iron pillar encircled by chains, the ends of which he held in his hand. Tum! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens as a thick bolt of lightning struck the iron pillar, emitting a blinding light. With his hair standing on end like a halo of white, Jiang Xian remained steadfast, his body exuding an aura of power as his true energy surged chaotically, intermingled with crackling lightning, creating an imposing spectacle. In the next moment, the ferocious lightning seemed to be absorbed by Jiang Xian, gradually calming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuan nearly succumbed to fright. Goodness gracious, is this how my elder brother usually cultivates? No wonder he has forged a body of impenetrable bronze and iron. With such a technique of tempering his body with lightning, how many martial artists could achieve this? Initially, he had intended to learn this body-tempering martial art from Jiang Xian, but now he resolved to abandon that thought. Heavens, he still wished to live a few more days. In truth, while this spectacle appeared alarming, it was far less perilous than Jiang Yuan had imagined. Throughout the process, Jiang Xian did not truly use the lightning to temper his body. Instead, he employed the 5 Thunder Seals to store the might of the lightning in a unique manner, refining it into several Thunder Seals that he preserved in the palm of his hand, with a maximum of 5. The power of these Thunder Seals was no trifling matter. According to Jiang Xian's estimation, a single seal would suffice to obliterate a martial artist at the returning origin stage. If all 5 were unleashed, even a martial arts master would find themselves in a dire predicament. Unfortunately, these Thunder Seals could only be replenished during thunderstorms. Using one meant losing one, categorizing it as a consumable martial skill. Nevertheless, they were ample for self-defense. Once the 5 Thunder Seals were fully refined, Jiang Xian abruptly opened his eyes, unshackled the iron chains around his hands, and couldn't help but smirk. "Through the clouds I traverse, the 5 Thunder Seals, indestructible as a diamond." Though he was merely an old man, his methods were indeed astonishingly formidable. "Elder brother Jiang, have you completed your cultivation?" Jiang Yuan's voice trembled as he gazed at Jiang Xian from a distance. Jiang Xian had long been aware of Jiang Yuan, yet at this moment, he feigned surprise as if he had just discovered him. "Ah, brother Jiang, what brings you here in person?" Jiang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable. This method of cultivation is indeed unparalleled and unheard of. I initially wished to seek your guidance on a few techniques, but it seems I have overestimated my own abilities." Haha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xian received the wooden box, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, Brother Jiang, what is the true identity of these two maidservants? He had always been perplexed by Jiang Yuan's gravitas in releasing mere servant girls. Was it merely to elicit his gratitude? That seemed wholly unnecessary. Jiang Yuan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "To be honest, my dear elder brother, the issue does not lie with the maidservants themselves, but rather with the breach of propriety this action represents." Propriety? Jiang Xuan was further confounded. Leaning closer, Jiang Yuan whispered, "Brother, I have come tonight specifically to caution you about this matter, so that you may adhere to the established norms in your future dealings." "Please elaborate," Jiang Xuan urged. "My elder brother may be unaware, but our branch in Yuzhou City is divided into 4 main halls, each overseeing a significant enterprise, and interference amongst them is strictly forbidden. The Qilong Hall manages the gambling business, often referred to as a pig killing plate, designed to ensnare wealthy patrons into gambling, only to lend to them until they are utterly destitute. The Baihu Hall oversees the auction trade, dealing in contraband such as illicit salt, slaves, and forbidden drugs. The Zhuke Hall handles the flesh trade, controlling most of the brothels in the black market, including the contracts for the 2 maidservants, which are not easily redeemed. Lastly, the Xuanwu Hall governs. Jiang Xuan exhaled softly, yet his mind was in deep contemplation. The black market was certainly not a place for prolonged stays. If the opportunity presented itself, it would be wise to make an early exit. However, he feared that no reputable sect would accept an elderly man with gray hair like him, unless, of course, he could immediately assume the role of a guest elder or a prominent figure within their ranks. Jiang Yuan smiled broadly. "Brother Jiang, you are being too polite. We are like family." After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yuan reluctantly departed from Jiang Xuan's residence. This night's encounter further solidified his belief that Jiang Xuan was an extraordinary individual, perhaps someone who could elevate him to great heights in the future. His current investment was, without a doubt, a timely boon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Ah. To meet is to have fate. I too was once a servant like you, merely a matter of convenience." The 2 women remained kneeling on the ground, hesitating to rise or show any intention of departure. "What is the matter? Do you not wish to leave?" Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. Chunlan hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and replied, "My lord, you may not be aware. As far as this humble servant knows, every woman who emerges from the Zhuke Tower, even after being redeemed, meets an unfortunate end. It seems they are all slain." As she spoke these words, Chunlan trembled, her eyes filled with dread. "My lord, I am willing to serve you forever." Qiuju, equally terrified, bowed her head in agreement, pleading, "We implore you, my lord, do not abandon us. We sisters are willing to serve you for eternity." This API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Having extricated himself from the sensuous embrace of 2 exquisite forms, Jiang Xuan massaged his aging lumbar region. Good heavens, he mused. Life can indeed be this richly textured. The preceding half-century was truly misspent. After 2 consecutive nights of unrestrained indulgence, Jiang Xuan sensed a decline in his physical condition, prompting a moment of introspection. At 70 years of age, his remaining time for revelry was finite. The presence of outsiders within the manor felt somewhat inconvenient. After all, he harbored numerous secrets that he preferred to keep concealed. "Henceforth, you 2 shall reside in the outer courtyard. I shall summon you if the need arises," Jiang Xuan declared, rising to his feet. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's countenances shifted, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Jiang Xuan. "My lord, have we failed to adequately attend to your desires?" "Nay," he replied. Jiang Xuan gently shook his head, remarking that your presence here was a considerable test of his composure, for he had many pressing matters to attend to. The 2 women, realizing this, felt a flush of crimson creep across their cheeks as they nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, my lord." Yet, despite their words, an inexplicable sense of disappointment surged within them. It must be said that the beauty of these two sisters was indeed remarkable, each possessing a unique charm. Were it not for Jiang Xuan's extraordinary fortitude, any ordinary young gentleman would likely be utterly captivated, unable to focus on anything else. That very day, Jiang Xuan commenced his duties. According to the regulations of the black market, each inner disciple of the four major halls was tasked with overseeing the affairs of a particular street, a role referred to as steward. This encompassed responsibilities such as maintaining public order, collecting protection fees, and mediating disputes. Unless assigned a special task from within the hall, the steward's daily routine consisted of patrolling the street to ensure that no disturbances arose. However, there were certain businesses he was not permitted to manage, specifically those that Jiang Xuan had expressly brought to his attention. These enterprises were directly overseen by the stewards of various halls, irrespective of the streets involved. The street managed by Jiang Xuan is known as Qinghe Street, which is lined with approximately 30 shops, with countless stalls set up by local residents selling eggs, vegetables, and other goods to supplement their household income. Although the black market stalls are costly, their high level of security is quite appealing. The official markets often attract unruly young gentlemen and troublemakers. Yet such individuals dare not cause a ruckus in the black market. However, this does not imply that the black market is entirely just. Ordinary citizens still suffer when relatives of black market members encroach upon their business. The intricacies of human relationships and social dynamics are present everywhere. Who goes there? Jiang Xuan arrived at the street corner, where two burly men approached him, issuing stern rebukes. There was no need for inquiry. These two were the enforcers of this street, colloquially known as henchmen. Jiang Xuan beamed as he retrieved a token from his bosom, presenting it before the two men. Their expressions shifted dramatically, their demeanor instantly transforming into one of utmost respect. It turned out to be Master Jiang. The two realized their oversight in not recognizing such a formidable figure. In the hierarchy of authority, even a minor official could exert significant pressure, and the outer disciples lacked formal standing. Should they fail to pass their assessments, they might never ascend to the inner circle, rendering their status incomparable to that of Jiang Xuan. At that moment, a scar-faced man sprinted towards them from the distance. It was none other than Li Huan, who had previously crossed paths with Jiang Xuan. Li Huan approached briskly, first reprimanding the two burly men. "You two, lacking discernment. How dare you obstruct Master Jiang?" He then turned to Jiang Xuan, donning a sycophantic smile. "Ah, Master Jiang, these two are newcomers, unaware of their limitations. Please do not take offense. Elder Zhang specifically sent me to help you acclimate to this place. Your consideration is noted." Jiang Xuan nodded. Indeed, this Yuan was remarkably thorough in his arrangements, even ensuring that he was acquainted with someone familiar. Under the guidance of Li Huan, Jiang Xuan greeted each shop owner in turn, making a name for himself. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, the shopkeepers were momentarily taken aback, some unable to believe their eyes. Such an age, yet still active in overseeing the streets? Nonetheless, they certainly dared not offend Jiang Xuan, and each welcomed him with warm smiles, insistently offering him some local specialties. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan was patrolling the streets when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance, causing his brow to furrow slightly. On the very first day of his duties, was someone daring to cause trouble in the black market? As he approached, he spotted a pale-faced man clad in an ornate robe standing in front of a vegetable stall, confronting a father and daughter selling produce. This man was named Song Xiaowu, the very nephew of Song He, a steward of the Xuanwu Hall. Song Xiaowu was a notorious scion of the prominent Song family in Yuzhou City, spending his days in idleness and relishing in the harassment of virtuous women, which ultimately led to a tragic death. His father, the elder Song, had to pay a hefty price to extricate him from prison. However, he could no longer remain in the Song household and sought refuge with his uncle, Song He, in the black market. Today marked Song Xiaowu's first venture into the black market, where he jovially strolled along the streets with a few burly henchmen, all arranged by Song He. Recognizing him, some townsfolk hurriedly avoided him, fearful of incurring his wrath. It was a bizarre sight indeed, even in the black market. This wastrel could still be encountered. Soon, Song Xiaowu's gaze fell upon a young woman, approximately 18 or 19 years old, who was shopping for vegetables, instantly captivating him. The girl possessed a delicate figure and an enchanting face, her long legs surpassing his waist, and her ample bosom hinted at her generous nature. Unable to resist, Song Xiaowu licked his lips and sauntered over, deliberately brushing against the vegetable stall, staining his white robe. He then skillfully began to berate the father and daughter. Apologies, apologies. Master Song, I shall clean it for you. The vegetable seller, an elderly man named Tian, implored, his face etched with bitterness as he rushed to assist. Apologies? What good are apologies? What do we need the authorities for? Song Shiwu glared, kicking the old man aside. Do you have any idea how much this outfit is worth? Even if you sold everything you own, you couldn't cover it. Ah, Master Song. We truly did not mean to offend. Please, have mercy. Tian, nearly in tears, pleaded with Song Xiaowu, pulling his daughter, Tian Xiaotong, into a frenzied apology. He had an elderly parent and young children to support. He simply could not afford to lose everything. With a grin, Song Xiaowu said, Very well, I can be magnanimous. Why not sell your daughter to me as a concubine? We shall consider this matter settled. The expressions of Tian and his daughter shifted dramatically. They were well aware of Song Xiaowu's notorious reputation. This man was far from benevolent, often abducting women only to later sell them to brothels. What fate awaited their daughter in his clutches? What? You refuse? Song Xiaowu's brow furrowed. If you truly object, I am not unreasonable. Simply pay me 200 taels of silver, and I shall remove this garment. 200 taels? Tian nearly fainted at the thought. He had never seen so much money in his life. Even the idea of such compensation was unfathomable. Can't afford it, can you? Haha, well then, you lot. Seize this young lady. With a slight smile, Song Xiaowu gestured to his henchman to take the girl. Master Song, you cannot do this. In broad daylight. Where's the justice? Where's the law? Tian cried, tears streaming down his face as he clung desperately to Song Xiaowu's leg. The law? Song Xiao as Jiang Xuan arrived. He bore witness to the assault. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 streams of sword energy. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, each of the 3 burly men who were pummeling old man Tian was struck by a surge of sword energy. Their bodies exploded, leaving no remains. These were all insignificant martial artists, no match for Jiang Xuan's blade. Murder. The surrounding populace, who were setting up stalls, were petrified. They scattered like frightened birds, fleeing into the distance. Who dares to kill my men? Song Xiaowu was initially stunned, but soon felt a surge of rage, utterly incandescent with fury. His uncle was Song He, after all. Who would dare to oppose him in the black market? Turning around, he beheld an elderly man in a cyan martial robe. With the air of an immortal sage, walking slowly towards him, his gaze utterly indifferent. Who are you? Song Xiaowu was momentarily intimidated by Jiang Xuan's aura. Ignoring Song Xiaowu's presence, Jiang Xuan addressed the crowd in a resounding voice. Do not be alarmed, esteemed villagers. I am Jiang Xuan, the overseer of this street. I have merely eliminated some troublemakers who were causing a disturbance. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people breathed a collective sigh of relief, their worries assuaged. It turned out he was the overseer of the black market. No wonder he dared to kill. It's just that this overseer is a bit old. Overseer? Song Xiaowu's eyes narrowed. Then, he recalled that his uncle was an executive, which should be a level higher than an overseer, and he immediately felt more confident. You old fool, how dare you ignore me? Do you know who my third uncle is? Song Xiaowu bristled with anger. A mere overseer. Yet you dare to kill my men? Kneel down and apologize at once, or else. Before he could finish speaking, Song Xiaowu suddenly saw a flash of cold light before his eyes. To his shock, he found his head flying away from his body, blood spurting wildly. He could actually see his own back. I've been beheaded? By the time he realized this, Song Xiaowu was already dead. Even in death, he couldn't understand why this old man dared to kill him without a word. Was he not afraid of his third uncle? He was just an overseer. At this moment, Li Huan, who had followed behind, was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the pile of corpses on the ground. In just a blink of an eye, this master had killed so many people? Taking a closer look, he suddenly realized that the young master lying on the ground looked familiar. Wasn't he the young man Song he had instructed him to take care of yesterday? Song Xiaowu. Li Huan was startled. Master Jiang, why did you kill him? Jiang Xuan remarked indifferently. This individual has violated the rules and has engaged in unscrupulous dealings in the black market. What is wrong with me eliminating him? Oh dear. Li Huan replied, his face etched with bitterness. Master Jiang, you are unaware that this is the nephew of Steward Song. Now, you've truly stirred up a significant predicament. The nephew of Steward Song? Jiang Xuan mused. Is he not the very one who seized the property reserved by another just yesterday? Well, it seems the conflict has now resolved itself. Jiang Xuan arched an eyebrow, retorting indeed. I am merely adhering to protocol. What recourse does he possess? Li Huan demurred. Esteemed Jiang, While protocol is paramount, the fact remains that Supervisor Song, colloquially known as Song the Madman, is a force to be reckoned with. It would behoove you to exercise circumspection in future encounters. Li Huan shook his head, sighing. The demise of a supervisor's nephew is unlikely to be resolved amicably. Furthermore, Song He is notorious within the Xuanwu Hall for his volatile temperament. Though his prowess is unremarkable, he ascended to his position through sheer ruthlessness. Few who have provoked him have survived. In his most deranged state, he even contemplated assaulting Zhu Hengfei, the hall master of Xuanwu, a brazen act that paradoxically earned him Zhu Hengfei's esteem. Jiang Xuan let out a light chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. Did the old man shy away from his brilliance? After languishing in the Li residence for a lifetime, was he to continue in meekness even after his emergence? Many thanks, Lord Jiang. At that moment, the old man Tian, accompanied by his daughter, approached Jiang Xuan, bowing deeply in gratitude for saving both their lives. Jiang Xuan gazed at the father and daughter with a complex expression and said calmly, "Go home, and don't come to the black market tomorrow." Yes, thank you, Master Jiang. Old man Tian echoed, quickly pulling his daughter away from the black market. This place had become a dangerous ground for them, where their lives were at stake. Li Huan watched the departing father and daughter, shaking his head slightly. Getting involved in such matters made it hard to escape so easily, especially in the black market. The fate of this father and daughter was sealed. Inside the Xuanwu Hall, within the Song residence, Song He was in his room, cavorting with two beautiful women, panting heavily. He was over 40 years old and still without a son, unsure of where the problem lay, despite his daily efforts. Therefore, he readily agreed to his elder brother's proposal to bring his nephew, Song Xiaowu, to be his son. He vowed to mold Song Xiaowu into a promising subordinate. Steward Song. Something terrible has happened. Just then, several loud cries rang out outside the door. Who is it? You're ruining my mood. Do you believe I'll chop you dogs into pieces? Song He shuddered, climbed off the two beauties, pulled up his pants, and headed towards the door. He saw several burly men carrying a corpse into his residence, emitting a foul odor. You dogs, why are you bringing a headless corpse to my residence? Are you trying to disgust me to death? It's really bad luck. Song He cursed, feeling extremely upset. If these people hadn't screamed and scared him, he might have lasted longer. And now, they brought in a headless corpse. Master Song. This is young Master Song. The burly men cried out. They were the men Song He had sent to find Song Xiaowu. Fearing the young man might cause trouble in the black market and offend someone he shouldn't. Although Song He was a steward, there were many people in the black market more untouchable than him. Young Master Song? Which young Master Song? Song He's eyelids twitched, and his face changed drastically as he questioned, Xiaowu? Is that Xiaowu? Indeed. The burly men knelt on the ground with a thud, wailing. The young master was inexplicably killed while strolling through the streets today. By the time we arrived, only this headless corpse remained. Upon hearing this, Song He staggered and nearly fell. He trembled as he approached Song Xiaowu's corpse, his eyes darkened, and he collapsed. A moment later, a deafening roar echoed from the Song residence, filled with immense rage. Who dares to kill my nephew? Jiang Xuan brazenly took the life of Song Xiaowu in broad daylight, an act that did not escape the scrutiny of Song He. What audacity! Who is this Jiang Xuan to dare slay my nephew? Song He seethed with fury. One of the burly men present spoke up, Master Song. It is said that an old man brought back by Zhang Yuan has entered as an inner disciple and has usurped the residence that young Master Song had reserved. Zhang Yuan? An old man? Song He paused momentarily, then his rage escalated. Bah! I knew it. This scoundrel has been plotting behind my back. Unable to tolerate my bringing Xiaowu into the fold, and now he dares to commit murder before my very eyes. Let us go. He has slain my nephew. I shall take vengeance upon his elder. With a stormy expression, Song He rose, seizing his weapon and striding out of the estate. Who dares to kill one of his kin? Do they not know how he earned the moniker of Madman Song? Before long, Song He, accompanied by a cadre of black market experts, marched towards Jiangxian Street, exuding an aura of menace. Along the way, the surrounding populace and members of the black market scurried away in fear, as if witnessing a gang parade. TSK, who has enraged Madman Song to such an extent? Who knows? That fellow always wears a sour expression, as if someone owes him. I heard someone brought a headless corpse into Song's residence. It's likely related to Madman Song. Oh, could it be that someone dared to kill one of Madman Song's people? This is getting interesting. Let us go and watch. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Zhang residence, Zhang Yuan was constructing iron pillars and chains, strikingly similar to the lightning apparatus in Jiang Xuan's abode. He pondered deeply, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to learn Jiang Xuan's body-refining techniques, though the process of tempering one's body with lightning was perilous. He believed that if an old man like Jiang Xuan could endure it, then he, a robust man of 8 feet tall, could certainly withstand it. He resolved to attempt it on the next stormy night. Master Jiang, something terrible has happened. Just then, Li Huan rushed into the Zhang residence, breathless and frantic. Zhang Yuan discreetly concealed the lightning apparatus, emerging from the courtyard to inquire, Li Huan, what is the meaning of this? Have you grown so bold as to intrude upon my estate? No, it's about Jiang. Li Huan struggled to catch his breath. Jiang? Jiang Xuan? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What has happened to him? After regaining his composure, Li Huan hurriedly reported, Master Zhang, it's dire. Jiang Xuan has killed Master Song's nephew. And now Master Song is leading a group to confront Jiang Xuan. What? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Jiang Xuan killed the nephew of Madman Song on his first day? He had been counting on Jiang Xuan to impart martial arts to him. If that group of lunatics were to beat him to death, where would he go to lament? Li Huan's face was ashen. Master Zhang, you must hurry and gather some men. Otherwise, it may lead to disaster. Right, we must save him. Zhang Yuan paced thoughtfully, then commanded, Li Huan, take my token and summon some capable hands from within the hall. Be swift. Li Huan took the token and bowed. Yes, Master Zhang. He turned to leave but was halted by Zhang Yuan's voice. Wait. Li Huan turned back, puzzled. What is it, Master Zhang? Time is of the essence. Let us wait a moment longer. I have yet to discern the true abilities of Jiang Xuan. This will be a fitting opportunity for Madman Song to test him. Zhang Yuan contemplated for a while before speaking. Li Huan was alarmed. Ah? Master Zhang, Madman Song is no weakling, and he is taking so many experts with him. Jiang Xuan may be in grave danger. Humph. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. If he were so easily dispatched, he would not warrant our careful consideration. A slight delay would allow him to gauge Jiang Xuan's true capabilities. Li Huan slowly raised his thumb in admiration. Master Zhang is indeed brilliant. On Qinghe Street, Jiang Xuan was patrolling the streets, having nearly acclimatized to his duties over the past few days. It must be said that this role in maintaining public order was far more engaging than his previous occupation as a cart driver. He often encountered intriguing tales, such as the scandal involving the butcher and the widow Lu next door, or the peculiar incident of the 60-year-old Zhang Laohan meeting his demise atop a courtesan. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony approaching from the distance, a group of men marching with menacing expressions, their eyes glinting with malice, and their gleaming blades radiating a chilling light. At the forefront stood a particularly sinister figure with a square face and octagonal beard, clearly no good man. It was Song He. The nearby vendors, upon witnessing this sight, hastily scattered, anxious to avoid trouble. You there, old man, are you Jiang Xuan? Song He barked, his voice laced with hostility. The newcomers were anything but benign. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance, discerning that these individuals, with cultivations hovering around the 7th or 8th layer of qi condensation, were merely outer sect disciples, cannon fodder, to put it bluntly. Although his strength mirrored theirs, he possessed the confidence that a single sword strike would suffice to dispatch them, a testament to the prowess of his intermediate sword intent. As for Song He, Jiang Xuan surmised that his strength likely paralleled Zhang Yuan's, signifying his recent entry into the Gui Yuan realm. Upon witnessing Jiang Xuan's effortless entrapment, Song He's countenance contorted with rage. So this is the extent of your abilities? You dare slay my nephew? Today, I shall tear you limb from limb, ensuring that certain individuals understand that I am not to be trifled with. These words, by chance, reached the ears of Zhang Yuan and Li Huan, who were observing from the shadows. Li Huan furrowed his brow. Zhang Yi, it seems this madman Song is subtly implicating you. Shall we intervene? It appears Zhang Yi is surrounded. Zhang Yuan's face darkened. Let us tarry a while longer. This reckless fool courts his own demise. Sooner or later, I shall deal with him. For now, let him test the mettle of Brother Jiang. I refuse to believe it will conclude so swiftly. After a deliberate pause, Song He, noting the continued absence of any intervention, shook his head in disappointment. Old codger, it appears that you have been abandoned by that beast Zhang Yuan. In that case, prepare to meet your end. Surrounded by drawn swords, Jiang Xuan betrayed no hint of panic. He had long desired to test the might of the 5 Thunder Dharma seal. and this madman's song seemed an ideal target. However, prior to that, he needed to establish a moral high ground, lest he be subjected to criticism. He calmly regarded Song He, a faint smile playing upon his lips. "Are you not afraid of reproach from the hallmaster?" Upon hearing this, Song He erupted in unrestrained laughter, his mirth bordering on mania. "Old fool, you truly amuse me. What makes you think the hallmaster would censure me on your account? By slaying my nephew, you have sealed your own doom." Incorrigible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, standing with an air of nonchalance, his hands clasped behind his back, unmoving. He had resolved to deliver a modest shock to the black market. Otherwise, they would truly regard him as nothing more than clay, repeatedly sending trouble his way. With the indestructible power in his grasp, even 100 such masters would not elicit a furrow of his brow. The innate abilities bestowed by the system rendered him transcendent. Seeing Jiang Xuan remain utterly still, exuding calmness, Song He was filled with fury. "Old man, you are far too pretentious, even more so than I." Today, even with the hall master present, he vowed to ensure the old man's demise. Seizing the initiative, Song He could not restrain himself and lunged forward, aiming a strike at Jiang's head with a surge of true energy, exuding an imposing presence. Even a powerful practitioner at the returning origin realm would likely retreat in fear. Yet, in the next moment, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded before Song He, as he and a dozen masters of the condensation realm simultaneously struck Jiang Xuan. The latter remained steadfast and unyielding. The clang of metal resonated. The numerous blades enveloped in true energy shattered as if they had struck an indestructible ironstone. Disintegrating upon contact, Song He and the surrounding black market experts were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world was happening? What kind of monster was this old man? Here it comes. Just this move. In the distance, Zhang Yuan and Li Huai exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they witnessed Jiang Xuan's indestructible form once more, feeling a profound sense of awe. It was terrifying. What kind of martial art was this? Zhang Yuan pondered. If he were to stand still and allow a dozen masters of the condensation realm to strike him, he would surely be reduced to mere pulp. The protective true energy could not withstand such an onslaught. Incredibly powerful. I must learn this. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. Retreat. After a prolonged moment of shock, Song He finally regained his senses, shouting in alarm. At this point, he realized he had struck a formidable iron wall. This elder was unfathomable, possibly a cunning master of the third realm, disguised as a mere old man. With a subtle smile, Jiang Xuan addressed the assembly. "Since we have commenced this confrontation, it would be prudent to wager your lives." Hearing this, Song He and a dozen practitioners of qi condensation were taken aback, hastily retreating in an attempt to distance themselves from Jiang Xuan. However, it was already too late. Jiang Xuan raised his robust right hand, from which surged a torrent of lightning, revealing 5 azure lightning seals that flickered ominously, emanating an aura of terrifying destruction. "Oh no!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm as he rushed forward. "Jiang, stop!" Boom. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the entire street as if an earthquake had struck, causing chaos and disarray. The atmosphere hung heavy for several seconds. Zhang Yuan gazed towards Jiang Xuan, a profound sense of dread welling up within him. The sheer might of the thunder, pure and elemental, sent tremors through his very soul. Jiang, the elder brother, appeared to be far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, within the nearby Zhu residence, the sudden sound of a violent explosion caused Zhu Hongfei, who was indulging in grapes under the attentive care of 2 elegant ladies, to spring up in alarm, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth is happening? In that fleeting moment, he too sensed a palpable threat of death. What is going on? Someone, quickly. On Qinghe Street, the scene was already deserted. The populace had vanished without a trace, while a few intrepid souls dared to observe from a distance, only to be so startled by a flash of thunderous light that they lost control of themselves. As the smoke cleared, a massive pit several meters deep emerged in the center of the street. An elderly figure stood at its heart, gazing oddly at his mangled right hand. Jiang Xuan had once envisioned the extraordinary power of the 5 Thunder Seals. However, he never anticipated it would be astonishing to such an extent. It was likely that no martial artist below the level of a grandmaster could survive amidst such thunderous explosions. It was utterly terrifying. So terrifying, in fact, that he could barely harness this formidable force, resulting in the destruction of his own hand. As for the others, including Song He, they had all perished, leaving no trace behind. Remarkably, he possessed 4 more of such devices, which could be replenished on stormy nights. Jiang Laoj, Jiang Laoj. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's voice, tinged with fear, echoed from a distance, calling out for Jiang Xuan. Is everyone dead? As Zhang Yuan focused his gaze, he could not help but draw a sharp breath, feeling an icy chill creep down his spine. Although they were in the black market where a few deaths might go unnoticed, the sheer brutality of this carnage was alarming. It was a scene of utter annihilation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan shook his head, declaring, I am quite well. I merely tested a new martial art I devised and suffered a minor backlash. A new martial art? Zhang Yuan gasped in astonishment. That explosion just now was actually the result of Brother Zhang's original creation? My heavens. Even a grandmaster could hardly produce such formidable power. Truly, he is a living legend. This is simply too impressive. I must hold on tightly. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan, wearing a look of chagrin, remarked, Alas, it is entirely my fault for arriving late, causing my elder brother to take matters into his own hands. This is indeed my transgression. For not, dear brother, I assure you that no further whispers concerning Song He will emanate from the black market. I shall see to it that the matter is resolved thoroughly. That madman Song should have met his demise long ago. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and nodded before striding away. Li Huan hurried after him, initially gasping in shock, then gazing at Jiang Xuan's receding figure with a face full of trepidation. What should we do now, Zhang Yi? Should we apprehend Zhang Yi and await Master Zhu's decision? With a swift motion, Zhang Yuan delivered a resounding slap, leaving Li Huan dazed, and bellowed, Li Huan, why don't you just donate that pig brain of yours? Apprehend? Nonsense. The tides in the black market are about to shift. Returning to his chamber, Jiang Xuan began to channel his vital energy to heal his injuries. Though his wounds appeared severe, he practiced the highly regenerative evergreen sword technique. And with the aid of the extraordinary dragon and phoenix jade, he would soon recuperate fully. With the assistance of healing elixirs, his recovery would be expedited. Reflecting on recent events, he pondered the complexities of the black market, a realm devoid of law, rife with intricate relationships. If he wished to navigate this treacherous environment with stability, mere cultivation and complacency would not suffice. He must also devise a strategy to ascend to a higher echelon. Otherwise, troubles would incessantly besiege him. Yet, the path to elevation was fraught with challenges. Perhaps, one should adopt a patient approach. Within the halls of Xuanwu Hall, Zhu Hongfei abruptly sat up, incredulous as he looked at Zhang Yuan. Are you saying that the explosion we just heard was caused by the old man Jiang, and that it killed Song He along with several outer disciples? Indeed, Zhang Yuan replied, his expression tinged with lingering fear. Moreover, he claimed that the martial art responsible was his own invention. How could this be? Zhu Hongfei lay back in his tiger-skin chair, murmuring to himself. That old man is clearly at the qi condensation stage. How could he have killed Song He? Am I mistaken? Qi condensation? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, as if he had encountered a fantastical tale. Master, this is utterly impossible. Oh, why is it impossible? Zhu Hongfei inquired with curiosity. Given his prowess, he was reluctant to admit he might have misjudged an old man. Zhang Yuan swallowed hard, recalling his encounters with Jiang Xuan, and recounted every detail to Zhu Hongfei. The old man's physical resilience against treasures and weapons, his ability to harness the heavens' thunder to temper his body, and how he single-handedly vanquished numerous experts, including Song He. Ultimately, he concluded, Jiang Xuan could not merely be at the qi condensation stage. Zhu Hongfei listened intently, becoming increasingly puzzled. There are not many masters of his age in the Dakian realm. Could he be from a hidden sect? If so, what is his purpose in joining our black market? To make money? Alas, Zhang Yuan sighed heavily. Master, this is precisely the aspect I find most perplexing. Brother Jiang was once a mere coachman for the Li family, living in obscurity, as if he had suddenly emerged from nowhere. Really? Zhu Hongfei sat up once more, astonished. A coachman for the Li family? I have done business with him and met that coachman. He seemed like an unremarkable old man, so ordinary that I hardly remembered him. How could he have transformed into a master so suddenly? Jiang Xuan cautiously observed Zhu Hongfei deep in thought and suggested, Master, I believe that regardless of Brother Jiang's true identity, he is now part of our black market. He is undoubtedly far superior to Songhe. Indeed, Zhu Hongfei concurred. Once he is here, he must submit, whether he is a dragon or a tiger. What harm can a mere master do? However, we must still investigate his background thoroughly. The captain has emphasized that the significant business in June relates to the survival of the black market. We cannot afford any disruptions. Survival of the black market? Jiang Yuan's eyelids twitched, feeling the gravity of the situation. What could possibly threaten the existence of the black market? Then, Master, regarding Brother Jiang, investigate further. If we uncover no issues, let him take over San's position. Understood. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed quietly. Every day, Jiang Xuan dutifully patrolled the streets. Engaged in cultivation and healing, and occasionally enjoyed a drink with Jiang Yuan, leading a remarkably tranquil life. Since that incident, no one dared to cause trouble on Qinghe Street. And the security was surprisingly good. With a formidable figure like the old killer around, who would dare to act recklessly? As time passed, Jiang Xuan's reputation gradually spread throughout the black market. His thunderous explosion technique became legendary, akin to a battle that marked his rise to fame. Among the common folk, a somewhat whimsical title emerged for him, the Thunder Punisher, insinuating that anyone who disregarded the rules within Jiang Xuan's domain would face divine retribution. Nowadays, both the inner and outer disciples of the Xuanwu Hall respectfully addressed him as Elder Jiang, a testament to his growing renown. It must be said that maintaining order has indeed become the hallmark of the black market. Qinghe Street flourished remarkably due to Jiang Xuan's presence, with protection fees for stalls doubling within a month. The populace eagerly flocked to Qinghe Street, vying for opportunities to conduct business. Zhu Hongfei, in collecting protection fees, found himself overwhelmed, his face blossoming with delight. Furthermore, Jiang Xuan was a man of principles. Regardless of one's standing, rules were to be adhered to, or he would impart lessons in swordsmanship. Issues such as stall monopolization, bullying, and petty disturbances were resolutely dealt with on Qinghe Street, and none dared to challenge his authority. Such conduct garnered Zhu Hongfei's admiration, who repeatedly praised Jiang Xuan, now addressing him as Brother Jiang upon their encounters. On this particular day, Jiang Xuan sat in his room, opening the long-awaited attribute panel for a glance. Name: Jiang Xuan. Age: 8 cultivation level. 8th layer of Qi condensation technique. Evergreen sword technique. 2nd level. Martial skills. Horse stance sword. Flowing cloud illusion sword. 5 thunder seals talents. Celestial bone. Indestructible. Intermediate sword intent artifact. Cloud piercing shuttle. Dragon and Phoenix Jade with the 8th layer of Qi condensation. A breakthrough to the returning origin realm is imminent. Jiang Xuan gazed at the panel, murmuring to himself. After joining the black market, the inner disciples could receive 20 taels of silver and 5 low-grade spiritual stones each month, perfectly sufficing for his extravagant lifestyle. Coupled with the immortal bone and the dragon and Phoenix Jade, his cultivation speed could be described as meteoric. What delighted him the most was that he had progressed to the 2nd level of the Cha-Ching sword technique, his true energy becoming more robust, and his physique considerably more formidable, nearly rivaling any formidable foe at the return to origin realm. Moreover, he had comprehended a new sword technique, the Chongqing Sword River. This technique was extremely draining on true energy and decidedly domineering, designed to infuse boundless true energy into the sword, unleashing an endless torrent of sword chi with each swing. Akin to a mighty river, relentless and formidable, rivaling the power of the 5 thunder seal. However, this technique bore a critical flaw. It was excessively taxing on the sword. An ordinary sword could not endure such immense true energy, shattering upon a single use. Once the sword broke, would it not be tantamount to severing one's own limbs? Jiang Xuan now harbors a singular hope that the forthcoming task system will bestow upon him a sword befitting his esteemed identity. At that moment, an excited voice from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. Brother Jiang, congratulations. You are about to receive a promotion. Come, follow me to meet Master Zhu. A promotion? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan dared not delay and promptly followed Jiang Yuan towards the Zhu residence. At this moment, within the Zhu household, Zhu Hongfei gazed at the information regarding Jiang Xuan in his hands, murmuring to himself, Jiang Xuan, sold into the Li family at the tender age of 7. Serving as a coachman for over 50 years, with no signs of cultivation until suddenly, over 3 months ago, he exhibited an unfathomable level of skill. Could it be that he has mastered a formidable body-refining technique? How curious indeed. A 70-year-old coachman with an unblemished background, concealing such depths. What fortune or misfortune does this individual bring to my black market? As Zhu Hongfei pondered over the information, footsteps echoed from outside the door. He hastily concealed the documents. Zhang Yuan and Jiang Xuan entered the Zhu residence, slightly bowing in greeting. "We pay our respects to Master Zhu." "Ha ha ha, Brother Jiang, please, take a seat." Jiang Xuan was left speechless, utterly at a loss for how to counter such words. Zhu Hongfei took a sip from his tea bowl and continued with a grin. "If there ever comes a day when you, my esteemed Brother Jiang, set your sights on my position as the hall master, feel free to challenge me. Should you lose, it would merely be death, without a hint of grievance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan maintained his composure, while Zhang Yuan, beside him, was so startled that he dropped his tea bowl. With a resounding crash, it shattered upon the ground. Zhu Hongfei turned to Zhang Yuan, his displeasure evident, and remarked, "Look at you, so flustered and reckless. How can you ever achieve greatness? Learn from Brother Jiang and cultivate a steadier demeanor." Yes, I apologize for my rudeness." Zhang Yuan quickly rose to his feet, repeatedly expressing his contrition. Jiang Xuan also rose to his feet, clasped his hands, and remarked, "Master, you are overthinking. I merely wish to earn some wealth in the black market, harboring no grand ambitions." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongfei paused in surprise, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Aha! I truly appreciate your candid nature, Brother Jiang. However, rest assured, I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. Otherwise, you would not be standing before me at this moment. Once we enter the Xuanwu Hall, we shall be like brothers." Jiang Xuan sighed deeply within, pondering who would consider you a brother. It would truly be an unfortunate fate for 8 generations. He discerned that Zhu Hongfei harbored profound suspicions, as each seemingly casual remark was, in reality, a subtle test of his character. Should he exhibit any sign of peculiarity, it would not only jeopardize his position as a steward, but perhaps even his ability to exit this residence would be in question. "Thank you, Master, for your esteemed regard towards this old man," Zhu Hongfei commanded. "Very well, Zhang Yuan, please accompany Brother Jiang to register. Let him assume Song He's position tomorrow." With that, Zhu Hongfei dismissed Jiang Xuan and Zhang Yuan, contemplating Jiang Xuan's information with a pensive expression. Is it truly so simple to profit in the black market? Upon departing from the Zhu residence, Zhang Yuan smiled and congratulated Jiang Xuan. "Congratulations, older brother. To rise to the position of steward in just a month's time is indeed unprecedented." "It is merely luck," Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Xuan waved his hand and then inquired, "Brother Zhang, is what the hall master just stated truly the case?" He was referring to the rule that one could assume the position of anyone killed in the black market. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. "Elder brother, you cannot possibly mean." Jiang Xuan shook his head and remarked, "I have no interest in such matters. I am merely curious." "Oh." Zhang Yuan exhaled in relief and replied earnestly, "My elder brother, you must not take these words lightly. The intricacies of our black market powers are formidable, and anyone could betray you from the shadows. Should you entertain thoughts of usurping Master Zhu, it is likely that before you even make a move, others would have already dealt with you." Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. He had not taken it seriously, merely surprised by the perilous nature of the black market. Understanding this, he reassured himself, for he was an old man, weary and disinclined to involve himself in the conflicts of the younger generation. Jiang Xuan's promotion to steward involved no formal ceremony. He merely needed to visit the treasury hall to exchange his token and update his residence, salary, and property information. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, the disciple at the treasury hall was momentarily taken aback. Just a month prior, this elder had registered his identity. And now he had been promoted in the blink of an eye? "Master Jiang, all has been recorded. Here is your steward token. The assets previously belonging to Steward Song will also be transferred to your name," the disciple informed him. "The assets of Song He?" Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such advantageous circumstances accompanying the ascension through murder. The instant the registration was completed, the system's voice resonated. "Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to a core member of the organization. Task accomplished. Reward granted. Level 1 alchemy technique. New narrative is currently being developed." Upon becoming a core member, You swiftly exhibited unparalleled talent, your assessment results overshadowing those of your contemporaries, revealing your brilliance. Task triggered. Reveal your brilliance. Task requirements. Secure first place in the assessment to receive the reward. Task reward. Jiang Xuan. At last, it has been accomplished. Jiang Xuan let out a soft sigh, and soon felt a surge of enlightenment regarding alchemy flooding his mind, which filled him with uncontainable joy. Alchemists have always been regarded as the affluent elite among practitioners. For a single exquisite elixir can be worth its weight in gold. Yet, the art of alchemy is exceedingly arduous. Ordinary warriors are simply unable to grasp its intricate techniques. To his knowledge, alchemists in Yuzhou City are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, with the majority of potions in circulation being imported from the grand capital of the Daqian Empire. If he could master this craft, he would never have to worry about money again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan raised his eyes and observed that, although both were residences of the steward's office, Songhe's mansion was undeniably far more opulent than his own. Simply in terms of land area, it was several times larger, and its grandeur was nearly on par with that of the Li residence. It appeared that Songhe had amassed quite a fortune. At the entrance of the Song residence, or rather, now the Jiang residence, stood two graceful women, their figures slender and their skin as delicate as jade, who slightly inclined their bodies in greeting toward Jiang Xuan. We have the honor of meeting you, Master Jiang. Master Jiang? Jiang Xuan was taken aback as he gazed at the two women. Their charming faces flushed with a hint of crimson as they lowered their heads and spoke. Master, it is as follows. We are the concubines of Steward Song. Now that you have assumed his position, according to the regulations of the black market, all of his possessions are now inherited by you. This. Jiang Xuan was utterly astonished. He had presumed that the assets returned to him by Song, he merely consisted of property. Indeed, from this day forth, we belong to you. The two women murmured softly, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. After all, they were not courtesans, and the sudden transition to a new master was quite disconcerting for them. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling akin to a grand villain. He had slain Songhe. He had taken a life, ascended to power, usurped another's abode, and was on the verge of seizing their concubine. Indeed, he was unequivocally a nefarious character. He pondered, did Songhe possess a legitimate wife, or perhaps a daughter? Ahem. Jiang Xuan coughed lightly and inquired, what do you call yourselves? Esteemed sir, I am known as Xiao Tian Tian, and she is Xiao Mimi. We have grown up in the black market since childhood, and our names were bestowed upon us by Steward Song. If you find them unsatisfactory, we are willing to adopt new names. Jiang Xuan refrained from drinking water. Otherwise, he would have sputtered it out. What an absurd name. Sweet and lovely? Cough. Let us do it this way. From now on, you shall be called Xia Zhu, and you shall be called Dong Mei. Jiang Xuan gestured towards the two women and spoke. Yes, my lord, the two women replied, bowing in acknowledgement, showing no sign of disturbance at the name change, as if they were merely obedient automatons. Gazing upon the two women, Jiang Xuan's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Having traversed the land with Master Li in mercantile pursuits for many years, and having engaged in numerous dealings with the black market, he had once overheard a rather dubious rumor. It was said that many young girls, after being abducted by traffickers and sold into the black market, would be tamed through special means. Once they reached maturity, they would be bestowed upon subordinates as rewards, thereby planting spies and laying down nails. Should such a person ever betray the black market, these women would transform into deadly blades, turning against them, even if they were diligent and conscientious. All their possessions would ultimately revert to the black market upon their death, just like Songhe. One could say that if a man were to be bewitched by such a woman, his life would be over. These two women were likely spies planted by the black market beside Songhe, and now they were beside him. However, with his resolute will, how could old Jiang be beguiled by such women? Under the guidance of the two concubines, Jiang Xuan began to tour the residence. It must be said that Songhe truly knew how to enjoy life, as this residence could only be described as magnificent, its opulence surpassing even the Li mansion. Within, there was a floral pavilion, surrounded by a profusion of vibrant flowers and exotic herbs, as well as a precious spirit herb garden, perfect for concocting elixirs in the future. Besides the essential guest rooms, kitchen, and main hall, there was also a study filled with renowned calligraphy and paintings, an elegant chamber for drinking, revelry, music, and dance, a treasure pavilion brimming with rare and exotic treasures, and a bathhouse dedicated to the concubine's enjoyment. Refined, truly refined. Jiang Xuan arrived at the bathing and dining room, where a large wooden tub ample enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people had been prepared, alongside a variety of exquisite delicacies. This scene reminded him of a celestial abode from his past life, a self-service hot spring. "My lord, please dine first," the 2 women said softly, their heads lowered in bashfulness. Jiang Xuan nodded and proceeded towards the dining area. Upon gazing at the lavish spread of exquisite delicacies, he could not help but marvel at how remarkably indulgent Song he truly was. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace the local customs. At over 70 years of age, indulging in such pleasures was hardly objectionable. "My lord, allow me to serve you your meal," gently whispered the tender and fragrant Xiaozhu as she gracefully approached him. Jiang Xuan, having toiled for a lifetime, was experiencing the unfamiliar sensation of being served during a meal for the very first time. He felt a twinge of discomfort, yet reluctantly acquiesced to the situation. "My lord, allow me to assist you with your attire." Winter Plum, a beauty of fair complexion, approached with a voluminous robe in hand, delicately helping Jiang Xuan don a new ensemble. How extravagant it was, to change garments even for a meal. Jiang Xuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him until he noticed a petite head shyly bowing down, which led to his sudden realization. Soon, Jiang Xuan and the 2 enchanting women had their fill. "My lord, I shall fetch some delightful treasures," one of them said. Thereafter, Jiang Xuan, under the attentive care of the 2 women, made his way to the bathing chamber, completely at ease, occasionally murmuring, "Professional, quite professional." 2 hours later, Jiang Xuan reclined in a massive wooden tub, his head peeking above the water adorned with rose petals, his gaze vacant. This lifestyle truly tests one's mettle. Suddenly, he comprehended why the black market employed such tactics to control subordinates without facing severe backlash. Rather, they seemed to revel in it. Who could withstand such indulgence? Fortunately, being older than those impetuous youths, he was acutely aware of the perils of a debauched existence. "You may pack your belongings and leave. Take whatever treasures you desire and return home," Jiang Xuan suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 women shifted, their eyes glistening with tears, evoking a sense of pity. "My lord, how could you be so heartless? Have we not served you well enough?" "It is not that," Jiang Xuan replied, shaking his head. "Then why do you wish to send us away? We have no homes to return to." "Please, do not cast us out," the 2 women pleaded, tears streaming down their faces, their cries heart-wrenching. It was no jest, they had come with a sacred mission. How could they simply be dismissed by Jiang Xuan? Jiang Xuan pondered his words carefully before speaking. "You have misunderstood. I am not asking you to leave, but rather inviting you to reside in another place. Not far from here, I possess a residence where the sisters Chunlan and Xiaohu reside. I suggest you move there. With 4 of you together, you shall have companionship, and I shall frequently visit to check on you." Well, Xiaozhu and Dong Mei were momentarily taken aback, realizing from the names that Chunlan and Xiaohu were also Jiang Xuan's concubines. Given the circumstances, they seemed to have little reason to refuse. "But sir, if we all move there, what about your needs? Clothing, food, and shelter?" Xiaozhu inquired, her lips pressed together in reluctant concern. "There is no need for you to worry about that. I am not so old that I cannot take care of myself. Should I require anything, I will certainly summon you." Jiang Xuan's expression turned stern, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Very well, I shall comply." The 2 women exchanged a reluctant glance, and then began to pack their belongings, their eyes filled with lingering resentment and sorrow. The once bustling residence now felt markedly desolate. The following day, at dawn, the eastern rooster heralded the break of day, and 2 disciples clad in green stood patiently at the entrance of Jiang Manor, awaiting Jiang Xuan's departure. Jiang Xuan opened the door to his residence and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing 2 individuals. "May I inquire as to your identities?" he asked. The 2 disciples clad in emerald robes swiftly approached, bowing respectfully as they spoke. "I am Qing Feng, the steward of Weishui Street. Honored to meet you, Master Jiang." "I am Mingwei, the steward of Shishui Street. Also privileged to meet you, Master Jiang." "Master Jiang, the examinations for the 2nd month are about to commence. We have been dispatched to escort you to the council hall, where the hall master is already awaiting your arrival." Jiang Xuan suddenly comprehended his new status and, momentarily taken aback, gestured for them to lead the way. The black market spanned over 160 streets in Yuzhou City, divided into 4 distinct districts: east, west, south, and north, each governed by one of the four major halls. The Xuanwu Hall, located in the northern district, was overseen by a hall master, 3 stewards, and dozens of inner disciples responsible for its management. A monthly assessment was conducted, ranking profits generated from the 4 districts, with rewards and penalties allocated accordingly, ensuring that all thrived or suffered together as a collective. However, each street's overseer was also subject to their own evaluations. Jiang Xuan was the individual with the highest assessment score from the previous month, earning him the admiration of Zhu Hongfei. However, now that he has assumed the role of a steward, he must broaden his aspirations beyond a singular path. Upon arriving at the council chamber, Zhu Hongfei, seated in the principal position, wore an expression of deep concern. Below him sat the stewards Jiang Xuan and Liu Bai, both of whom appeared apprehensive, refraining from uttering a word, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. Upon noticing Jiang Xuan, a smile illuminated Zhu Hongfei's face as he rose to greet him, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Jiang, you have finally arrived." Jiang Xuan and Liu Bai also stood up, as if they had encountered a beacon of hope. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. "Master Zhu, what seems to be the matter?" With a heavy sigh, Zhu Hongfei lamented, "Alas, it is these disappointing individuals that cause me such distress. Last month, our Xuanwu Hall ranked last once again in the evaluations, and as a result, the deputy hall master berated me quite severely." Sigh. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Jiang Xuan, and he earnestly inquired, "Brother Jiang, you have just arrived, yet your evaluation results surpass ours. Pray, share your insights with us. How did you achieve such success?" This, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and said, "I kindly request the hall master to elaborate, so that I may offer my humble assistance." Zhu Hongfei nodded and promptly recounted the circumstances surrounding the 4 great halls to Jiang Xuan. It is rather lamentable that the profits of the 4 great halls stem primarily from 2 sources, the black market and specialty businesses. Given the relatively equitable distribution among the 4 major regions, the black market dealings are somewhat comparable. The crux of the issue lies in the specialty businesses. The gambling ventures of the Azure Dragon Hall, the auction dealings of the White Tiger Hall, and the flesh trade of the Vermilion Bird Hall are all thriving, reaping substantial rewards. In stark contrast, the assassination business of their Xuanwu Hall is exceedingly difficult to manage. The city of Yuzhou is relatively peaceful. Who would seek a hired assassin on a daily basis? Consequently, the Xuanwu Hall suffers great losses in the specialty sector, only occasionally able to turn the tide during rare lucrative opportunities. Even though the hall master has lowered the evaluation standards for Xuanwu Hall, they still find themselves repeatedly at the bottom among the 4 halls. If this continues, who would still choose to come to Xuanwu Hall? Such is the situation. Jiang, having accompanied Master Li in business for many years, must possess considerable experience. Does he hold any clever strategies to assist our Xuanwu Hall? Zhu Hongfei looked at Jiang Xuan with eager anticipation. Jiang Xuan sighed inwardly. He was merely a coachman, lacking the knowledge to glean any business acumen. Nevertheless, he realized that he must devise a solution to this predicament. In that moment, it dawned upon him that perhaps this was the very assessment outlined in the system's task. The black market was not akin to conventional sects, where everything was predicated on monetary gain, and there was little regard for martial assessments. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan thoughtfully analyzed. Our Xuanwu Hall is engaged in the business of taking lives. It is unlikely that we can receive a substantial number of assassination commissions in a short period, and thus completing them seems impossible. Therefore, we must strive to expand our operations in the black market. Oh, Jiang Xuan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He interjected, "Indeed. Let us raise the rent for each stall to 1 tael per day, and for the shops, to 100 taels per month. What do you think?" His proposal effectively tripled the protection fees. Absurd. Zhu Hongfei exclaimed in exasperation, striking Jiang Xuan across the face. He scolded, 1 tael per day? Have you lost your mind over money? Think with your pig brain. Who would be foolish enough to conduct business in our northern district at such a rate? Jiang Xuan was left speechless, clearly at a loss. Indeed, who would be inclined to engage in black market dealings when the potential profits were so meager? For instance, a vegetable seller might earn only 7 or 800 won in a day, and under such conditions, they would incur significant losses. Where there are talents, there will also be exceptional individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Bai chimed in, "Master, I propose we keep the rent unchanged but raise the market entry protection fee to 3 large coins." What do you think? Silence. Zhu Hongfei retaliated, slapping Lu Bai in turn, his teeth clenched in frustration. With that muscle-bound brain of yours, do you really believe anyone would be foolish enough to shop in our northern district at a protection fee of 3 large coins? Lu Bai, clutching his swollen face, felt aggrieved. Master, it was Brother Jiang's suggestion, not mine. Zhu Hongfei sighed deeply, turning his gaze toward Jiang Xuan. Brother Jiang, do you have any other alternatives? Jiang Xuan smiled lightly and spoke. Esteemed guests, you have misunderstood. The foundation of my ambition in the black market does not rest upon exorbitant rents or entrance fees. Oh, Brother Jiang, please do not keep us in suspense. You are driving me to distraction, Zhu Hongfei exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency. Patience, my friend. Allow me to elucidate, the hall master encouraged. Jiang Xuan spoke slowly. The art of commerce is fundamentally a study of human interaction. It is far more advantageous to learn how to extract one tael from 10 individuals than to pry 10 taels from a single pocket. The latter is considerably more arduous. Although our black market possesses certain peculiarities, its essence remains rooted in traditional business practices. The crux lies not in pricing, but in reputation and foot traffic. As pedestrian flow along a street increases, so too does the collection of protection fees. Zhu Hongfei, Jiang Xuan, and Lu Bai listened, utterly perplexed and bewildered. Oh dear brother, we are but simple folk, lacking comprehension of your convoluted business intricacies. Please, just tell us what to do, Zhu Hongfei replied, his face reflecting impatience. Ahem, very well then. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat, feeling as though he were speaking to a wall. He addressed Zhu Tangzu, saying, I would like to propose a few suggestions. First, reduce the rent for each stall and shop by half. Second, abolish the market entry protection fee and replace it with a membership protection fee. Citizens who register for a month-long membership should be granted unrestricted access to the black market. Third, enhance protective measures to ensure that no citizens conducting business within the black market are subjected to oppression. Violators shall face immediate execution. Fourth, establish dedicated personnel to cater to the reasonable requests of citizens entering the black market, ensuring that all requests are met without fail. Jiang Xuan spoke with fervor, articulating 7 or 8 suggestions in rapid succession, leaving Zhu Hongfei and his companions utterly astounded. Goodness, has he lost his mind? Is this a black market or a charitable institution? Brother, do you truly mean what you say? Do not spout such nonsensical ideas. Zhang Yuan's expression changed dramatically as he discreetly signaled Jiang Xuan to temper his enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, splendid. I believe we shall heed Brother Jiang's counsel. This month, the Northern District shall be entrusted to your stewardship. Zhu Hongfei's laughter echoed through the air. Thank you for your trust, esteemed leader. However, Zhu Hongfei pivoted his tone, grinning broadly as he continued, Brother Jiang, our black market operates by its own rules. If one wishes to amend these regulations, they must achieve results. Otherwise, the consequences of failure could be dire. Jiang Xuan suddenly understood and slightly bowed, saying, I am deeply grateful for the trust placed in me by the hall master. Should I fail to achieve the desired results, the losses shall naturally be borne by me. Oh, I wonder how Brother Jiang intends to shoulder such responsibilities? Zhu Hongfei's eyes instantly brightened. However, he quickly realized he had lost his composure and, with an apologetic smile, added, Please do not take offense, Brother Jiang. I merely express my concerns regarding the gravity of this matter, as I would not wish to impose undue pressure upon you. It is best to clarify everything in advance. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, understanding the intentions of the hall master. He was well aware that Zhu Hongfei harbored no benevolent motives. The ostensible purpose of summoning him today was to seek guidance on managing the black market, while the underlying aim was to ensnare him in a precarious situation. In their discourse, the dismal performance of Xuanwu Hall had been unjustly attributed solely to Jiang Xuan, leaving him no avenue for denial. To refuse would render him guilty of uttering falsehoods. Moreover, it was evident that Zhu Hongfei held profound suspicions towards him, deliberately probing his vulnerabilities at every turn. In contrast, a lesser individual might have felt grateful for such recognition. Jiang Xuan continued, Rest assured, my esteemed leader, though I am but a humble old man, I once held the esteemed title of an alchemist. Should the performance of the Xuanwu Hall wane, I shall have no choice but to return to my former profession and sell elixirs to repay our debts. The profit from these potions, I trust, you are well aware of. What? Zhu Hongfei exclaimed in shock, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand fervently. Old brother, you are indeed an alchemist? Is this truly the case? Generally speaking, alchemists are revered by major factions and seldom venture into public view. Although there are pharmacies in the black market of Yuzhou City, the potions sold there are typically purchased with money or allocated from their headquarters, not crafted by their own hands. Such a commodity is exceedingly rare, particularly in the black market. This is largely due to the lofty self-regard of alchemists. Regardless of how robust the black market becomes, they disdain mingling with such lowly establishments. It is said that even the headquarters of the great Qianquan black market boasts only a scant few alchemists. Who would have thought this old man was still an alchemist? Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile. I dare not speak recklessly. Splendid. Zhu Hengfei beamed, his smile radiant. With Brother Zhang's assurance, I can rest easy. From this day forth, you shall be our vice hall master at Xuanwu Hall. The regulations in the northern district can be altered at will. Amend them as you please, and I shall bear all consequences. Should you desire to refine elixirs, Xuanwu Hall will provide all necessary materials, and we shall split the profits evenly. What do you say? With an alchemist among us, who could possibly contest our profits? The realm of elixirs is indeed a lucrative venture. Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. In a mere few days, Jiang Xuan had unexpectedly ascended to the position of vice hall master. Jiang Xuan feigned hesitation, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Since Zhu Hengfei sought to exploit him, why should he not leverage Zhu Hengfei to ascend the ranks effortlessly? As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Although he had never refined pills before, possessing first-level alchemy skills would allow him to learn independently. However, the cost of alchemy was exorbitant. If he could utilize the resources of the Xuanwu Hall for practice, it would be the most economical choice. Moreover, he could elevate his status further through this endeavor, which was simply too advantageous. Thus, amidst their insincere smiles, the arrangement was solidified. Zhu Hengfei personally escorted Jiang Xuan out of the conference hall, cheerfully instructing Zhang Yuan to accompany him to the pharmacy hall to select herbs. Within the conference hall, Lu Bai cautiously addressed Zhu Hengfei. Hall master, would it not be excessive to grant him 50% of the profits? After all, the cost of herbs is not trivial. And regarding the position of deputy hall master, Zhu Hengfei displayed a smug smile and replied, Lu Bai, if I say you have the brain of a pig, you stubbornly refuse to admit it. Given the idea proposed by that old man Jiang, it would indeed be a miracle if we did not incur losses in our northern district business. We can turn this to our advantage, attributing all the long-standing debts of the northern district solely to him. By then, he will not only receive a mere 5% profit, but will find himself in a position where he owes us a lifetime of alchemical services to repay his debt. He chuckled heartily. Such a significant matter is surely within the deputy hall master's capacity. Ha ha ha. The northern district has languished at the bottom for years, not only due to poor performance, but also because of substantial deficits and debts. Zhu Hengfei has embezzled countless public funds from the Xuanwu Hall. If this were to come to light, even 100 heads would not suffice to pay the price. Naturally, nearly everyone in the Xuanwu Hall is aware of this situation, and none would dare to report it. Lu Bai's eyes lit up with understanding, giving a thumbs up. Master Zhu, you truly are remarkable. Moreover, we can also attribute a significant sum for the herbs to him as well. Zhu Hengfei regarded him with a look of approval, praising, you, my boy, have finally gained some insight. Who would have thought that I initially intended to extort him merely to uncover his secrets, only to inadvertently discover his identity as an alchemist, thereby resolving a pressing concern of mine. It is truly splendid. Master Zhu, what exactly is Jiang Xuan's background? Lu Bai inquired, puzzled. I am uncertain. Zhu Hengfei shook his head, his gaze flickering. Yet, I have a gut feeling that this old man harbors some secrets. Regardless, it matters not what his background is. As long as he can generate wealth for me, he shall be my fortune bringer. Ha ha ha. Before long, Jiang Xuan and Zhang Yuan arrived at the apothecary, intending to procure some medicinal herbs for alchemy. Naturally, the expenses would be recorded under the account of Xuanwu Hall. To be frank, such matters could easily be delegated to a disciple. Yet Zhu Hengfei insisted that Zhang Yuan accompany the entire process with a singular purpose, to ascertain whether Jiang Xuan truly possessed the skills of an alchemist. Indeed, despite Jiang Xuan's fervent declarations of his abilities, Zhu Hengfei, Zhang Yuan, and Lu Bai remained skeptical. The primary aim of Zhang Yuan's journey was to determine if Jiang Xuan was genuinely an alchemist, thereby providing reassurance to the others. It must be said that individuals in the black market exercise an extraordinary degree of caution. Zhang Yuan inquired, my dear elder brother, what type of elixir do you intend to concoct? The elder replied, I have not engaged in alchemy for quite some time, and all my formulas have been lost. I shall begin by refining some body-refining pills to practice my skills." Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "The body-refining pill?" Zhang Yuan's expression brightened with surprise. The body-refining pill is a first-tier elixir. As its name implies, this pill aids those martial artists at the body refinement stage in honing their bones, allowing them to swiftly ascend to the qi condensation stage, making it a rather popular commodity in the market. To think that this elixir is merely for practice? Zhang Yuan cautiously inquired about how many tiers of elixirs Jiang Xuan is capable of refining at most. Jiang Xuan stroked his beard and sighed wistfully. "In my youth, crafting fifth-grade elixirs was as effortless as eating and drinking. Alas, now that I am old and my hands have grown clumsy, I fear that even the creation of third-grade elixirs would exhaust me." "Ah?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed in shock, nearly rendered speechless by Jiang Xuan's words. Were it not for the source of this statement, he might have thought it prudent to dismiss the old man entirely. To suggest that crafting fifth-grade elixirs was as simple as a meal? Should one not ponder the gravity of such a claim? In the great nation of Deqian, those capable of concocting fifth-grade elixirs are few and far between, each revered by countless admirers as esteemed masters. To put it bluntly, even a martial arts master who has only recently crossed into the third realm is hardly worthy of mention when compared to a fifth-grade alchemist. Even third-grade elixirs are regarded as rare treasures, often unattainable. Do you doubt this? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. Zhang Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile, "Believe me, I would never doubt you, Elder Jiang. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The number of elixirs in Jiang Xuan's possession was pitifully scant. He could only acquire a few formulas for the more popular potions available in the market, while the exclusive secret formulas remained elusive. However, it was not beyond the reach of the Xuanwu Hall. If Brother Jiang were inclined, this matter would need to be reported to the hall master. Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, not without reason, that Jiang Xuan's imposing presence was overwhelming. He felt utterly unworthy to be on such familiar terms with him. Jiang Xuan replied with a nod of indifference. "Ah, Master Jiang, Master Zhang. What brings you both to my apothecary? Could it be that your esteemed hall is in need of potions?" A stout, amiable man approached them with a smile. He was none other than the hall master, Gao Yao. Although he held the title of hall master, his standing was not much superior to that of the steward of the Xuanwu Hall. In fact, due to the limited number of alchemists in the apothecary, his actual status was arguably lower than that of the stewards of the four great halls. "Master Gao," Zhang Yuan replied cheerfully, "today we are not here to procure potions, but rather to gather medicinal materials, as Brother Jiang intends to refine some elixirs." "Oh, Master Jiang can refine elixirs as well?" Gao Yao's eyes narrowed in surprise. He too was an alchemist, albeit a mere second-tier one, which had enabled him to ascend to the position of hall master. Jiang Xuan nodded lightly. "Indeed. I intend to refine some body-refining pills. As the esteemed master of the hall, you must be aware of what I require." "Body-refining pills?" Gao Yao suddenly comprehended. As these pills are colloquially referred to in the industry as novice pills, relatively simple to concoct, it appears he is merely a beginner. At such an advanced age, what purpose does it serve to learn alchemy? Nonetheless, given Jiang Xuan's status as a steward of the Xuanwu Hall, Gao Yao refrained from opposing him and simply smiled. "Understood. Please, wait a moment while I gather the necessary materials." With that, he instructed his subordinates to prepare the ingredients for the body-refining pills, quietly advising, "Just procure some inferior quality ones. There's no need to waste resources." In his estimation, Jiang Xuan was merely a novice, unlikely to discern the quality of the materials, thus likely to squander a considerable amount. It would be more prudent for him to offer some subpar ingredients for Jiang Xuan to squander. Before long, Gao Yao summoned a heap of materials, cheerfully announcing, "Master Jiang, the ingredients for the body-refining pills are ready. I wish you great success." Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yuan interjected, "No need for pleasantries, simply charge it to the account of the Xuanwu Hall." "Very well," Gao Yao grinned, thinking to himself how generous Hall Master Zhu was to spend money on an old man indulging in alchemy. These materials hold considerable value after all. "Wait a moment." Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow and called out to the departing Gao Yao. "What is it, Master Jiang?" "Master Gao, the medicinal herbs you provided are incorrect." Jiang Xuan picked up a handful of yellow buds from the ground and inhaled their scent, frowning as he remarked, "The optimal age for refining body-enhancing pills using yellow buds is between 10 to 20 years. Only during such years do these buds exude the essential clear liquid. Is it possible that the esteemed hall master is unaware of this? Well, Hall Master Gao was rendered speechless. He certainly knew. But who would have imagined that a novice like Jiang Xuan could discern the inaccuracy of the age from just a sniff? Are we truly engaging in this farce? Hall Master, what is your intention? Zhang Yuan's tone grew icy as well. After all, Brother Jiang is a fifth-grade alchemist. Do you wish to offend him and jeopardize your standing in the black market? What? A fifth-grade alchemist? Hall Master Gao's eyes widened in shock, causing his tongue to stutter. Meanwhile, Jiang Xuan remained crouched on the ground, continuing to examine other medicinal materials. And this salvia root, it must be sourced from the south, as the northern variety is overly dry and lacks its medicinal properties. Furthermore, this sunflower leaf. Jiang Xuan incessantly scrutinized every detail, causing Gao Yao to be utterly dismayed. Regardless of the type of medicinal herb, this esteemed gentleman could ascertain its age, properties, and processing methods with just a glance and a whiff, exhibiting an unparalleled mastery. Nonsense! Gao Yao exclaimed, striking the face of a nearby disciple with a sharp slap. Wasn't it instructed to present the finest herbs? What on earth are you doing? Go back and fetch them again, you inept fool. The disciple, with a face full of grievance, replied, Yes, Master Gao. After reprimanding the disciple, Gao Yao turned to Jiang Xuan with a fawning expression and inquired, Are you truly a fifth-grade alchemist, Master Jiang? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan stepped forward and gently supported Gao Yao, sighing, Very well, just this once. In the warm embrace of Gao Yao's hospitality, Jiang Xuan resolved to showcase his alchemical prowess at the apothecary hall. He was acutely aware that both the apothecary hall and the Xuanwu hall held skepticism regarding his alchemical abilities. Thus, he sought an opportunity to demonstrate his skills, hoping it would lead them to willingly offer their support for his material needs in the future. In the heart of the apothecary hall, Jiang Xuan stood in the center, facing an ancient azure alchemical furnace, which exuded an aura of significance. At this moment, the hall was filled to capacity with disciples of the apothecary hall. Among them were Zhang Yuan and Gao Yao, both fixated on Jiang Xuan as he prepared to refine his elixirs. Jiang Xuan did not hastily commence his task. Instead, he closed his eyes to meticulously recall the method for refining the body-quenching pill. Only after confirming its accuracy did he proceed. Strictly speaking, this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and it would be disingenuous to claim that he felt no anxiety. The first step was to select the medicinal herbs. Under the careful arrangement of Gao Yao, a plethora of superior materials for concocting the body-quenching pill had already been prepared for Jiang Xuan, including Huangya, Danshan, and Kuei, among others. Generally, an alchemist would meticulously choose the finest or most suitable ingredients before commencing the process. However, Jiang Xuan did not invest additional time in selection. Instead, he casually grabbed a handful of Huangya and tossed it into the mixture, exuding an air of confidence reminiscent of a seasoned master. Master Jiang, will you not select them with greater care? Gao Yao inquired, perplexed. Zhang Yuan also turned his gaze towards Jiang Xuan. Though he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he understood the importance of choosing the finest materials. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan replied with an air of indifference. Oh, shouldn't we be selecting the finest quality? Gao Yao, seemingly enlightened, continued to inquire. Let me ask you this. What constitutes the best quality? Is it the herbs closest to 10 years in age, or those nearing 20 years? Jiang Xuan countered, leaving Gao Yao momentarily speechless. The notion of best quality is subjective, with each alchemist holding their own interpretations. Some assess the hue, others the vintage, while still others evaluate moisture content and texture, each perspective carrying its own rationale. However, regardless of the analysis, the ultimate purpose remains to ascertain the potency of the herbs. Gao Yao's question aimed to uncover Jiang Xuan's criteria for judging potency, yet he discovered that Jiang Xuan paid little heed to such considerations. I understand, the old man remarked. You wish to imply that one should utilize the most potent materials. Yet, in the case of first-grade elixirs, can you truly expect that using the most potent herbs will prevent them from being classified as second-grade? The crux of herbal selection lies in the proportions. If older herbs possess stronger potency, then the accompanying herbs must also be of considerable strength. Achieving a flawless balance is paramount. If you fail to grasp this, it is no wonder your skills are lacking. Jiang Xuan spoke with an unceremonious bluntness, yet he stood impervious to the discomforts of the task at hand. Who could guarantee that casually administering the ingredients would yield a perfect blend? Possessing a natural talent for first-tier alchemy and an innate sensitivity to medicinal properties, he was emboldened by his abilities. However, ordinary alchemists were still required to meticulously select their materials beforehand, choosing only the finest to ensure a uniform potency. Essentially, what alchemists sought was not merely quality but rather a precise formulation of medicinal ratios, which is why various interpretations exist, leading to inconsistencies in their approaches. Gao Yao, filled with admiration, gazed at Jiang Xuan with reverence, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your invaluable guidance. I have truly learned so much." After placing the herbs into the cauldron, Jiang Xuan flicked his fingers, channeling his true energy into the alchemical furnace, which ignited with a vigorous flame. The cauldron relied on true energy as its fuel. Ordinary wood was inadequate for alchemical processes. Alchemy was also a physically demanding endeavor, consuming a significant amount of true energy. As the temperature rose, Jiang Xuan expertly regulated the heat of the flames, gradually adjusting them to the optimal level for refining the herbs. His movements were neither rushed nor sluggish, executed with a practiced precision. Throughout the entire process, Gao Yao was transfixed, his expression oscillating between enlightenment and confusion. Typically, alchemists followed strict formulas for flame control, clearly outlined in their recipes. For instance, when refining a body-enhancing elixir, the formula might dictate alternating between a strong flame for 1 breath and a gentle flame for 3 breaths, repeated 100 times to fully unleash the herb's properties. However, Jiang Xuan unexpectedly altered the sequence to 1.5 breaths of strong flame, followed by 2.5 breaths of gentle flame, later adjusting it to half a breath of strong flame and 3.5 breaths of gentle flame. A slight miscalculation could lead to catastrophic failure. This unconventional rhythm bewildered Gao Yao. Even more perplexing was the fact that this approach intensified the fragrance of the herbs, indicating a stronger manifestation of their medicinal properties. Though it was a minor enhancement, only an expert like Gao Yao could comprehend the difficulty of achieving such a feat often. The distinction in the quality of elixirs hinged on such subtle variances in potency. Truly, this was the mark of a master. Master Jiang. Gao Yao finally could not contain his curiosity. Before he could finish his inquiry, Jiang Xuan interjected coolly, "I know what you wish to ask. But this technique is beyond your current capabilities. When you can grasp the changes in the herb's properties, then you may come to seek my counsel." In simpler terms, it involved making timely adjustments to the flames based on the variations in medicinal properties, elevating the quality of the elixir from good to nearly perfect. Of course, those who composed alchemical recipes did not expect everyone to produce flawless potions, which is why the control of flame was formalized into a formula. Gao Yao was taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration. How could one possibly control the fluctuations in the herb's properties? The medicinal qualities evolved throughout the refining process, making them elusive to capture. This realm was clearly reserved for the truly accomplished. What could he possibly learn? It was beyond his reach. An hour passed, and Gao Yao and the other disciples of the pharmacy were on the brink of despair. They could not comprehend Jiang Xuan's methods, whether it was the selection of herbs, the control of flames, or the final steps of potion making. They were left in a state of bewilderment. How could ordinary individuals like them ever hope to master the techniques of such a grandmaster? First-tier alchemy represented more than just the level of a third-tier alchemist. It signified a rare gift. In other words, mastering first-tier alchemy inherently meant achieving the status of a third-tier alchemist, while the latter might not necessarily grasp first-tier techniques. Before long, a rich fragrance wafted from the furnace, intoxicating and invigorating. This scent heralded a potion of impeccable quality. Gao Yao fixated on the cauldron, his breath quickening as he exclaimed, "What? Perfect quality?" Zhang Yuan, shocked, though lacking knowledge of alchemy, understood the market. Elixirs of extraordinary quality could fetch prices 3 times that of ordinary ones, and were exceedingly rare. Brother Jiang, truly a remarkable individual. With a single hand gesture, Jiang Xuan summoned a smooth and lustrous elixir from the alchemical furnace, emanating an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the senses. Just inhaling its aroma was enough to refresh one's spirit. Gao Yao's gaze was fixed intently on the elixir, his face flushed with excitement. "Master Jiang, would you be willing to part with this elixir? Oh, duo-shell? Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. 20 low-grade spirit stones. Gao Yu signaled, knowing that typically, a body-refining pill would be valued at 5 low-grade spirit stones, and a pill of perfect quality would only fetch 15 stones at most. His offer of 20 stones was a profound show of respect towards Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the elixir industry was a realm of exorbitant profits, inaccessible to the average person. A mere portion of medicinal herbs cost at most 20 taels of silver, yet when refined into a pill, it could fetch 20 inferior spirit stones, equivalent to 400 or 500 taels of silver. It was simply a windfall. Very well then. Jiang Xuan flicked his fingers, sending the elixir soaring towards Gao Yao. Gao Yao was taken aback, hastily retrieving a delicate wooden box to carefully place the precious pill inside. Although his cultivation level rendered such an elixir unnecessary, its value as a reference was undeniable. Henceforth, he would possess a comparative template for his future alchemical endeavors. Jiang Xuan cheerfully collected 20 spirit stones and procured a substantial quantity of medicinal materials before departing the pharmacy alongside Jiang Yuan. He did not intend to utilize all of these materials for alchemy. Rather, he planned to cultivate them in his own spiritual field, harvesting them gradually. Ah, how industrious and frugal he truly was. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but commend. Elder brother, your alchemical skills are truly extraordinary. Jiang Xuan waved his hand modestly, signaling his humility. After witnessing Jiang Xuan's alchemical prowess firsthand, Jiang Yuan's gaze began to waver. He was well aware of Zhu Hongfei's intentions, which were merely to deceive Jiang Xuan, essentially taking advantage of an honest person. Yet, his intuition hinted that Jiang Xuan was not someone easily manipulated. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yuan inquired, Elder brother, are you truly confident in enhancing the performance of the Northern District? Jiang Xuan abruptly halted his steps, directing his gaze towards Jiang Yuan. What? Do you not trust me? My dear brother Jiang? No. Jiang Yuan hastily waved his hands, offering an explanation. It is merely that this undertaking is a thankless and arduous task. Should you succeed, all will be well. However, should you falter, you may find yourself in considerable trouble. Oh? Jiang Xuan chuckled softly. What? Does the hall master intend to kill me if I fail? Jiang Yuan grasped Jiang Xuan's arm and whispered, My dear elder brother, there are 100 fates worse than death in this world. If you relinquish your management of the Northern District now, with your alchemical skills, I am confident I can secure for you a 10% share of the alchemical profits, and the hall master will surely agree. However, should you insist on that 50% profit, if the Northern District suffers losses this month, I fear. At this point, Jiang Yuan paused, choosing not to continue. He felt he had been sufficiently compassionate, trusting that Jiang Xuan would grasp the gravity of his concerns. Implicitly, he warned that should the Northern District incur losses, Zhu Hongfei would undoubtedly set a deep pit for him to fall into, one from which he could never recover. Is he truly planning to bury me in such a pit? Jiang Xuan immediately understood and couldn't help but smile faintly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jiang. Rest assured, I shall not suffer any loss. Well then, let us proceed. Jiang Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless, acquiesced. After departing from the apothecary hall, Jiang Xuan made his way directly to the elder hall of the Xuanwu Pavilion, summoning all the stewards of the pavilion to convene for a discussion. Soon, all the inner disciples and stewards of the Xuanwu Pavilion gathered here. Jiang Xuan sat at the head of the hall, his gaze calm as he surveyed the numerous stewards below. He spoke, Is everyone present? Greetings, Master Jiang. All have arrived, replied the disciple responsible for roll call. Excellent. The old man, Jiang Xuan, declared, From this day forth, I shall assume full responsibility for our black market operations in the Northern District, as per the hall master's decree. With that, Jiang Xuan cast a token onto the table. A vice hall master's insignia, capable of commanding all personnel of the Xuanwu Hall. Upon seeing this, the crowd's expression shifted, and they hastily bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to Master Jiang. Very well, please take your seats. Jiang Xuan waved his hand, and then took out a piece of yellow paper from his bosom, handing it to Qing Feng with the instruction, This is our new regulation for the Northern District. Read it aloud. Understood, Master Jiang, Qing Feng replied. As he glanced at the document, his expression turned rather peculiar. Master Jiang, this read. Jiang Xuan commanded blandly. Clearing his throat, Qing Feng began. Esteemed colleagues, commencing today, the new regulations for the Northern District are as follows. First, the rental fees for each stall and shop will be halved. Second, the market entry protection fee will be abolished and replaced with a membership protection fee. Citizens may freely enter the black market by registering for a 1-month membership. Third, we shall enhance protective measures, forbidding any oppression of citizens conducting business in the black market. Violators will face immediate execution. Fourth, dedicated reception personnel will be established to meet any reasonable request from citizens entering the black market, with all demands addressed. In total, there were 10 clauses, each sending shivers down the spines of the managers present. These regulations were entirely modeled after a modern shopping mall, emphasizing quality service and exceptional value, aimed at attracting customer traffic. However, to the ears of the managers, this seemed akin to demanding charity from the Northern District. Master Jiang, this matter appears inappropriate. One manager rose to voice his concern. How so? Jiang Xuan inquired coolly. The manager, Lei Wu, responded, Master Jiang, under the current rules, we are already at the bottom in terms of performance. With such drastic reductions in rental and entry fees, how can we possibly succeed? Furthermore, your new regulations treat those lowly citizens as if they were masters. Why should we serve them? Indeed, Master Jiang, why should we? The other managers echoed in agreement. Jiang Xuan maintained a serene demeanor, addressing the assembly. Do you truly believe you can extract money from them without understanding the principle that the customer is king? This matter has been personally decided by the hall master. Should anyone disagree, they may seek discourse with him. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the crowd. For the thought of confronting Hall Master Zhu was daunting. Such folly would be tantamount to courting disaster. Zhu Hengfei, while appearing amicable towards Jiang Xuan, was perceived as a harbinger of doom by the other inner disciples, who were eager to distance themselves from any confrontation. Engaging in rational discourse with someone like him would only invite discussions of power and force. Though the assembly refrained from voicing their dissent, their discontent was palpable. Very well. Jiang Xuan continued, since there are no objections, let us proceed to the next agenda, a discussion on your work regulations. Jiang Xuan spoke calmly. Work system? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Their duties merely consisted of occasional patrols through the streets, checking accounts, and observing who failed to adhere to the regulations of the black market, nothing more. What was there to discuss? Jiang Xuan held a roster in one hand, gazing intently at Lei Wu Dao. Lei Wu, I inquire of you, is your daily duty to patrol and oversee Taya Street? Indeed. But how long do you patrol each day? For how many hours? Not at all. Not at all? Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed in discontent. When he managed Qing'e Street, he approached his responsibilities with utmost diligence, ensuring the order of the entire street was maintained and that no one dared to cause disturbances. Master Jiang, it is as follows. According to the rules set by Master Zhu, we patrol one day and rest the next, essentially working one day and resting the next. While we are said to be working, we merely check the accounts occasionally, with each patrol lasting no more than 2 hours. The remainder of the time is left to the outer disciples, who take turns patrolling to ensure no incidents occur. Humph. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was incensed, forcefully slamming the roster onto the table in a fit of fury. What troubles you, Master Jiang? The onlookers in the hall, witnessing Jiang Xuan's outburst, exchanged glances and hastily lowered their heads. They were perplexed by the sudden display of anger. This system is utterly unacceptable. It invites the wrath of both gods and men. The outer disciples are merely enforcers. How could they possibly care for the affairs of our black market? Should this new regulation be enforced, it will only lead to a continual decline in the performance of the Northern District. Moreover, if all responsibilities are delegated to the outer disciples, what purpose do the inner disciples serve in this black market? Are we merely to consume without contributing? Jiang Xuan's face was a mask of fury, his words imbued with righteous indignation. However, Master Jiang, it's not just our Northern District. Other districts are similarly affected. I cannot concern myself with other districts. But from this day forth, the system in the Northern District must undergo significant reform. The crowd, struck dumb by Jiang Xuan's outburst, dared not utter a word. From now on, each individual must serve the citizens residing in the black market according to the new regulations. You shall work for 6 days, followed by a day of rest. Patrols will commence at the hour of C and conclude at the hour of U, with a half-hour break for lunch. For the remainder of the time, you are to remain vigilant and industrious. Absence without cause will result in a deduction from your wages. Furthermore, should anyone choose to forego their day of rest on the 7th day, they may continue their patrols and will be rewarded accordingly. Having delivered his decree, Jiang Xuan inquired, who is in favor? Who stands opposed? At his words, the crowd was taken aback, unable to believe their ears. According to Jiang Xuan's edict, they were to labor for 6 hours each day, with only 1 day off after 6 grueling days. Was this truly a burden fit for human beings? I am opposed. Lei Wu rose once more, his indignation palpable as he rebuked Jiang Xuan. Master Jiang, this is nothing short of exploitation. To treat us thus is akin to reducing us to mere beasts of burden. We are human beings, not livestock. Jiang Xuan cast a frosty glance at Lei Wu and remarked indifferently, very well, if you are dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint with Master Zhu. I assure you, there will be no refuge for you within the Xuanwu Hall. Lei Wu was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the bewildering thought of why Master Zhu would employ such an old fool to oppress them. Moreover, the insistence on leveraging Master Zhu's authority was intolerable. However, with the situation reaching a critical point, Lei Wu rose in indignation, flicking his sleeves as he declared coldly, "Fine, I shall go. I refuse to believe that if I am unwelcome here, there is no other place for me. You old fool, if you do not regard my brothers as human beings, why should they follow you?" Indeed, as those words escaped his lips, the ire of all the officials within the Xuanwu Hall ignited, their eyes brimming with resentment. The audacity of Jiang Xuan was utterly intolerable. How could anyone endure such a system? Jiang Xuan cast a glance over the assembly and spoke coolly. "If any of you still oppose, feel free to accompany him." A series of disdainful snorts echoed through the hall as 3 to 5 figures rose and made their way outward. This, Yu Xiu furrowed her brow. Observing the departing individuals, Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It matters not. A hungry dog will naturally return, so there's no need to pay it any mind. If he refuses, there are plenty of others who will take up the task." The moment these words escaped his lips, the managers in the hall seethed with indignation. Their heads bowed, teeth clenched, yet unable to voice their fury. The reality was grim. The black market operated under a strict hierarchy, where those in higher positions wielded the power to determine the fate of those beneath them. Jiang Xuan's liberty to send them to lodge complaints was, in fact, an extraordinary act of mercy. This old man, Jiang, was truly a piece of work. He exploited us so mercilessly. It was only a matter of time before he met his demise in bed. This wretched creature was utterly inhumane. It was rumored that he had been a servant in the Li family for many years and, having now risen to power, had morphed into an extreme tyrant. What kind of twisted mind could conceive such a heartless system? Moreover, Zhu Tangzhu was no better. How could he appoint such a warped old man to oversee the northern district? They cursed Jiang Xuan in their hearts, and they also held a grudge against Zhu Hongfei. For it was Jiang Xuan who wielded authority like a feather as if it were a command. Yet, a few of the managers maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that Jiang Xuan's arrogance could not last long. It's fine, they thought, just give it a month. Let us see how this old tyrant explains his failure to the hall master. A new official often burns bright for a short time. I can hardly believe he will endure for long. This old man, so lacking in compassion and righteousness, we shall see how he meets his end. However, they failed to comprehend that at this moment, Jiang Xuan was filled with confidence, practically reveling in his situation. Previously, when he proposed those ideas, he had worried about the execution capabilities of the black market and whether the efforts would align. After all, good regulations require diligent cooperation. Yet, Zhu Hongfei, in an attempt to set a trap for Jiang Xuan, had handed over all authority to him alone, simplifying the matter immensely. It was only at this moment that Jiang Xuan understood the mindset of those bosses from his past life, genuinely feeling that even a single day off for an employee was a significant loss. Damn it, this was both ruthless and exhilarating. Jiang Xuan secretly chuckled to himself, believing that with the implementation of this new set of rules and regulations, the performance of the Northern District would undoubtedly surge. Anything less would be preposterous. However, the black market had indeed become overly comfortable. As long as one lacked ambition, it was possible to languish here for an entire lifetime, resulting in a plethora of inept individuals merely coasting along. It was no wonder that, despite their substantial influence, they were still held in contempt. It was high time for a thorough reformation. With no further objections raised, Jiang Xuan darkly gestured for the meeting to conclude. The assembly departed the chamber with somber expressions, unable to restrain their vitriol. Damn that old Jiang. He truly deserves a fate worse than death. It's no wonder they say that the elderly who do not pass on are akin to thieves. He has become nothing short of a disgrace. One lamented. Do you think those few who went to meet the leader will manage to bring this old fool down? I doubt it. Zhu, the leader, has even granted him the deputy's token, which clearly indicates his indulgence. Another scorned. I suspect it's Zhu who is secretly orchestrating this old man's actions. Otherwise, how could he dare to defy authority so brazenly? Indeed, I remained silent in opposition. Another chimed in. Sure, keep your voices down. Be wary that he might overhear and make life difficult for you. Upon hearing this, the group quickly hushed, glancing about cautiously before hastily departing. Although they were filled with resentment, they recognized the necessity of earning their keep in the black market, which was preferable to starving outside. The world beyond was far more unforgiving than the black market. For those of us entrenched in this life of peril, who knows when we might find a way out? Even when exploited, there is no recourse for justice. Finding a way out? You still cling to such hopes? Tell me. When you sold pancakes, did you earn even a couple of silver coins a month? Indeed, the black market offers better returns. Let us cease our complaints and focus on survival. After all, I have family to support. I often advise my son to aspire to become a proper official, urging him not to live as I do in this dismal place. Even if he struggles with academics, if he excels in martial arts, he should seek out a respectable sect. Anything is better than existing in this realm. Do you think being an official is easy? Are the reputable sects truly as noble as you believe? Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, resignation, grievance, ire, and confusion, the Northern District gradually began to implement Jiang Xuan's new regulations. At Xuanwu Hall, Zhu Zhaofei examined a smooth, round elixir with keen interest, exclaiming in wonder, "Indeed, this is a potion of impeccable quality. Old Jiang truly possesses remarkable skills." Reluctantly, he returned the elixir to its wooden box. Gao Yao, grinning, accepted the box and remarked, "Not just remarkable skills, Master Jiang is a veritable alchemist." Zhu Zhaofei, perplexed, inquired, "Oh, Gao Hall Master, are you certain you are not mistaken?" "Absolutely not," Gao Yao affirmed with conviction. "Zhu Hall Master, I did not anticipate that you had such an alchemist under your command. Might we collaborate with the apothecary hall? How do you envision this collaboration?" Zhu Zhaofei raised an eyebrow. Gao Yao smiled slightly. "Master Jiang will provide the raw materials for alchemy, and I shall take a mere 30% of the profits." "Oh?" Zhu Zhaofei was astonished. This group of miserly apothecaries had suddenly turned generous. Not only would they supply the materials, but they also requested only 30% of the profits? "However, I do have a small request," Gao Yao added with a smile. Zhu Zhaofei revealed an expression of anticipated surprise and replied, "Please, go ahead." Gao Yao glanced at Zhu Zhaofei and said, "I would like to invite Master Jiang to serve as a guest elder in our apothecary hall to guide us in alchemy. I wonder if Zhu Hall Master would consent." Zhu Zhaofei pondered for a moment before grinning. "That is acceptable, but at 20%. "What? 20%? Gao Yao exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. "Zhu Hall Master, 30% is our bottom line. Is your hall not satisfied with taking 70%? "Gao Hall Master, you are unaware that I have already allocated 50% of the profits to old Jiang. If you wish to request an additional 10%, you may approach him directly. If he agrees, I shall not object." "Very well, 20% it is." Gao Yao gritted his teeth. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. His priority lay with Jiang Xuan, and he would not allow a mere 10% of profit to sour their relationship. Zhu Zhaofei watched as Gao Yao departed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xuan's background is impeccably clean, merely an old coachman from the Li family. Yet, he has increasingly manifested an air of mystery and has now transformed into a master alchemist. This inability to grasp his subordinates leaves one feeling rather unsettled. Old Jiang, what other secrets do you harbor? At this moment, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Lei Wu, accompanied by several managers from the Xuanwu Hall, burst into the Zhu residence, each wearing expressions of righteous indignation as if they had suffered a grave injustice. Zhu Hongfei's countenance darkened instantly. "You rabble! Who allowed you to barge in here?" "Master Zhu, you must take our part," Lei Wu implored, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Master Zhu, that old man Jiang is nothing short of a beast. He is utterly inhumane." Upon hearing this, the other disgruntled managers also knelt, fervently denouncing Jiang Xuan's alleged transgressions. "Master Zhu, that old Jiang actually demands we serve those lowly commoners. Furthermore, he insists we patrol the streets for 6 hours a day, working 6 days before we can rest for one. It's utterly beastly." "Indeed, Master Zhu, Jiang's actions are tarnishing your reputation. His heart is wicked. At this rate, Master Zhu, the Xuanwu Hall may well be ruined by his hands." After absorbing their words, Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched. Old Jiang truly treated the managers of the black market as mere servants. However, he still needed Jiang Xuan to generate income for him. He could discern the importance of a few inner disciples amidst the hierarchy. With this in mind, Zhu Hongfei adopted a stern demeanor. "Old Jiang's intentions are synonymous with this hall master's. He speaks the truth. What use is it to support a bunch of worthless leeches in the black market? Get to work immediately." The manager's expression shifted dramatically, as they never anticipated that Zhu Hongfei would side with Jiang Xuan in exploiting them. Master Zhu, I suddenly feel gravely ill today, often experiencing chest tightness. I fear I may not be able to continue serving the hall master. Lei Wu's defiance was palpable, as he seemed to consider resigning. Gravely ill? Difficult to cure? Yes. Quite difficult to treat. Since it is so, then do not treat it. I shall grant you release. Someone, drag this scoundrel out and execute him. Additionally, promote someone capable from the outer disciples to manage Taya Street. If you refuse, there are plenty who will take your place. Lei Wu was taken aback, his complexion changing swiftly as he hurriedly exclaimed, Master Zhu, I suddenly feel much better. My back no longer aches, and my chest feels fine now. Oomph, you worthless wretch. If you cannot endure such minor hardships, what great accomplishments can you achieve? I shall diligently adhere to the commands of both Master Zhu and Master Jiang. Should anyone dare to be lazy, I shall be the first to hold them accountable. Lei Wu nearly wept, inwardly cursing Jiang Xuan 100 times. That old man was ruthlessly determined to exploit them. Time flew by, and a month slipped away. During this period, Jiang Xuan implemented sweeping reforms, overhauling the black market's operations, leading to a complete transformation of the atmosphere in the northern district. With rents for stalls and shops halved, the area became exceptionally vibrant. Countless merchants and common folk clamored to establish themselves in the black market's northern sector. Even vendors who previously operated in the markets migrated there, resulting in stalls being filled to capacity. Consequently, while the rents appeared lower, the total revenue collected exceeded previous amounts by several times. Furthermore, the entry protection fee was converted into a membership fee, encouraging many citizens, even those who did not frequent the black market, to register as members, thereby increasing the revenue from protection fees. Moreover, the northern district's prosperity could be attributed to another vital factor, the exceptional level of service provided. Ah, is that not old Zhang? What stall are you planning to rent today? May I offer some recommendations? Oh, Madam Shen, here to renew your membership? Splendid. I suggest you renew for 3 months at a discounted rate. Scoundrel, who are you to impede a widow's sale of pancakes? Take him away. Uncle Li. You have already rented here for 3 consecutive days. We have prepared this sweet water especially for you. Have a sip. You've worked hard. Such phrases echoed throughout the northern district, reminiscent of a grand, ancient marketplace. Each street had a manager overseeing operations, supplemented by numerous outer disciples acting as servers. Once fearsome figures now donned professional smiles, welcoming merchants and common folk alike. Ah, it is only upon arriving at the black market that I truly grasp what it means for customers to be treated as kings, one patron mused. I had never realized business could hold such prestige until now, another remarked. Indeed, I must rent for another month. I cannot let anyone else claim my spot. As the number of merchants increased, so too did the influx of customers, creating a flourishing cycle of commerce. Jiang Xuan's textbook-style restructuring has imparted to the brutish denizens of the black market the true essence of customer centricity and the supremacy of traffic. Under this virtuous cycle, business in the northern district has surged to an unprecedented level, showing no signs of abating. The overseers of the various streets in the northern district are grinning from ear to ear, their hands weary from counting the influx of revenue. Naturally, their spirits are high, as the increased profits translate into heftier shares for them. Consequently, these overseers transitioned from initially cursing Jiang Xuan for his perceived exploitation to reverently admiring him, nearly bowing in homage. Now, when Jiang Xuan points the way, they follow without question. His directives are treated as sacred commands. Faced with this bewildering turn of events, Zhu Hongfei found himself at a loss for words, unable to fathom how such a dubious scheme had come to fruition. What on earth is happening? Zhu Hongfei pondered aloud within the confines of his residence, gazing perplexedly at the ledger in his hands. Master Zhu, what troubles you? Inquired the 2 attendants, Zhang Yuan and Lu Bai, who stood below him. Take a look for yourselves, Zhu Hongfei replied, tossing the ledger to them. Upon examination, their expressions shifted dramatically. What? Revenue has tripled. Indeed, under Jiang Xuan's stewardship, the northern district's income had surged 3-fold. Such staggering results would undoubtedly propel the Xuanwu Hall to the top of this month's assessments, surpassing the other 3 halls in one fell swoop. Master Jiang is truly a genius, Zhang Yuan exclaimed after a prolonged gaze at the figures. Reclining in his tiger-skin chair, Zhu Hongfei scrutinized the ceiling with a furrowed brow, murmuring, who exactly is this Jiang Xuan? A mere coachman, yet possessing profound cultivation and remarkable alchemical skills, and now flourishing in business as well. He becomes increasingly intriguing. Unsurprisingly, This month, Xuanwu Hall basked in the limelight, catapulting from the bottom to the pinnacle of success. The deputy hall master, Mo Cho, expressed immense satisfaction and praised both Zhu Hongfei and Jiang Xuan, urging the other three halls to learn the art of commerce instead of their relentless pursuits of violence and theft. Witnessing Zhu Hongfei's smug demeanor, the leaders of the other three halls were nearly apoplectic with rage. Who was this Jiang Xuan, capable of revitalizing such a decrepit establishment as Xuanwu Hall? It was utterly unfathomable. Thus, from that day forth, Jiang Xuan became the focal point of attention throughout the black market. As business flourished in the northern district, the other three districts began to emulate its practices, igniting a frenzy of competition. The hall attendants lamented their plight, secretly cursing Jiang Xuan for threatening to overextend them. After all, they lacked his exceptional organizational skills to manage such a vast undertaking efficiently. As expected, the subsequent month's performance still crowned Xuanwu Hall as the best. The reason was none other than Jiang Xuan himself. Not only was he a master of commerce, but also a skilled alchemist, colluding with the apothecary hall to leverage the northern district's traffic to sell a substantial quantity of elixirs. Though merely first-tier elixirs, the profit margins were exceedingly generous. With the combined earnings from black market dealings and elixir sales, Xuanwu Hall utterly overshadowed the performances of the other three halls. This sudden success ignited the ire of the three hall leaders, who even contemplated eliminating Jiang Xuan clandestinely. However, upon learning that Deputy Hall Master Mo Cho had personally hosted a banquet for Jiang Xuan to seek his wisdom in business, they were left in shock. Realizing he might be poised for further advancement, the two formed a bond over the course of an evening, nearly swearing brotherhood. Upon receiving this news, the leaders of the four halls were thrown into a state of panic. Zhu Hongfei, in particular, felt that Jiang Xuan was slipping from his grasp, a harbinger of ominous tidings. Yet, Jiang Xuan had reached the zenith of his influence. It was nearly impossible for anyone to confront him openly in the black market. During this period, the leaders of the Qinglong Hall, Baihu Hall, and Zhuke Hall opted for a conciliatory approach, altering their strategies to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Xuan, eager to learn his business acumen while harboring intentions of poaching him. One day, they hosted a lavish banquet in his honor. After several rounds of drinks, the leader of Qinglong Hall, Yang Long, raised his glass and warmly declared, "Brother Jiang, we three have long desired to meet you and would like to invite you to become the deputy hall master of our three halls, to jointly manage the affairs of the black market. What say you?" At last, they had come to realize, if they could not defeat him, they would join him. If Xuanwu Hall thrived because of Jiang Xuan's business acumen, they would invite him to their ranks and see who would prevail. Confident in their unique business models, they believed they could hold their own as long as the black market operations remained steady. Jiang Xuan, of course, was well aware of their intentions and felt a surge of joy. He had long suspected Zhu Hongfei was unreliable. In the cutthroat environment of the black market, relying solely on one individual could lead to catastrophic losses, as jealousy could prompt treachery at any moment. Moreover, during his tenure managing the northern district, he had discovered discrepancies in the accounts, leaving him astonished. Zhu Hongfei had covertly embezzled 10,000 spirit stones, the destination of which remained a mystery. Such a significant shortfall, if uncovered, could implicate him as well. Recognizing Zhu Hongfei's unreliability, Jiang Xuan resolved to sever ties and accept the position of deputy hall master in the other three halls as a strategic first step. However, he could not acquiesce too readily, as it would appear suspicious. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Xuan replied, "That may not be appropriate. I am currently the deputy hall master of Xuanwu Hall. How could I assume dual responsibilities?" "Oh, Brother Jiang, you are being too formal," feigned discontented Su Hu, the leader of Baihu Hall, chimed in. "We are all part of the same family in the black market. There should be no distinction between you and us. I trust old Zhu would not be so petty." Indeed, cooed Yin Lin, the alluring leader of Zhuke Hall, as she leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, whispering sweetly, "Brother Jiang, I have long admired you." Jiang Xuan sighed heavily, expressing his gratitude to the esteemed leaders for their regard for an old man like himself. Yet, he lamented, at his advanced age, he truly felt that the elderly are often overlooked. The bustling black market trade was overwhelming. How could one man possibly manage it all? To whom much is given, much is expected, they urged. "Dear brother, you are still vigorous in spirit. Do not be too modest." Thus, I, from the Azure Dragon Hall, am willing to allocate a share of 10% of the profits to you, esteemed Elder Jiang. The White Tiger Hall shall also contribute a 10% share, as will my own Vermilion Bird Hall. The three hall leaders showered him with sweet promises, exuding determination as if they were intent on excavating every last resource. Men perish for wealth, and birds die for food. They were convinced that Jiang Xuan would be swayed. It was said that Jiang Xuan was also a martial artist. And martial artists are often insatiable in their desires. Under their persuasive entreaties, Jiang Xuan reluctantly acquiesced, his heart brimming with delight. This was a classic case of the clam and the snipe contending, while the fisherman benefits. Who else in the black market holds the authority of the four halls? When Zhu Hongfei first learned of this development, he was left utterly astounded, staring at the three hall leaders, speechless. Damn it, is this how you poach talent? And from an old man, no less. He thought. A wise saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. Did hall master Zhu not grasp this truth? The vermilion bird hall master smiled warmly. Old Zhu, I must caution you, do not seek revenge on Elder Jiang, for we are all bound together by our fortunes. Su Hu grinned widely. You all? Zhu Hongfei pointed at the four, utterly dumbfounded. He certainly would not be foolish enough to confront Jiang Xuan directly. This old fox had already established his influence, and even if he were to break free from Zhu's control, there would be little recourse. However, he remained a member of the Xuanwu Hall, and he would find ways to test Jiang Xuan's true capabilities. Soon, Jiang Xuan assumed his position. Adorned with the four hall tokens, basking in glory. The rigorous 996 work schedule was implemented across other districts as well. Not only were the managers required to adhere to this schedule, but even the attendants were mandated to comply, for Jiang Xuan could not manage the workload alone. This imposition left the attendants quite disgruntled, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Previously, overseeing black market operations was considered a leisurely affair. They merely needed to tally accounts, call names, and indulge in their mistresses, allowing the month to pass by effortlessly. But now, they would rather manage specialized enterprises than be entangled in the black market. Leaving them utterly exhausted, Jiang Xuan paid little heed to their grievances. His focus lay solely on the attitudes of his superiors. As long as he achieved results, his actions would be justified. Moreover, his reputation within the black market surged, subtly eclipsing that of the four hall leaders. One day, the vermilion bird hall master, Yin, arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence with great enthusiasm. Accompanying her was a woman of exquisite beauty, her figure graceful and her demeanor somewhat anxious as she stood shyly behind Yin. Fear not, for with age comes wisdom and compassion, unlike your deceased husband. Should you earn his favor, you shall enjoy wealth and honor for a lifetime. Yin reassured the young woman with a gentle smile. The woman replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Elder Jiang, are you at home? Yin inquired softly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan wore an expression of curiosity. Strictly speaking, the other party was still his superior. Whenever there was a matter to discuss, a mere summons would suffice, so why make the effort to come in person? Yin Lin entered the Jiang residence, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Her smile radiant as she said, Dear brother Jiang, you have worked hard during this time. I have brought someone special to reward you. Slightly taken aback, Jiang Xuan's gaze gravitated towards the woman at her side. Her simple attire did little to conceal her statuesque figure, and her limpid eyes and exquisite features were enough to stir desire in any man. Hallmaster Yin, this is? Jiang Xuan inquired, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Yin Lin responded with an amused smile. I heard that brother Jiang, upon entering the black market, wasted no time in redeeming two women and sequestering them away. Such matters may elude others, but not I. This. Jiang Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Before he could offer an explanation, Yin Lin continued with a laugh. Do not fret, brother Jiang. While this may not align with the regulations of our Vermilion Bird Hall, I could never bring myself to reprimand you. In fact, I brought you a widow as a special gift today. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Xuan coughed violently and declared earnestly, It seems that the hall master has misunderstood me. At my advanced age, I have long since rid myself of worldly distractions and have little interest in the mundane affairs of this world. Ha ha ha. Dear elder brother, do not feign innocence. Yin Lin said, pushing the woman behind her forward towards Jiang Xuan. Look at her figure and beauty. Even in our Zhuke Tower, she would be the star attraction. And furthermore, Yin Lin leaned in closer, lowering her voice. This widow has only just arrived at our Zhuke Hall. Her gambling husband owed a significant debt to the Qinglong Hall and was brutally killed on the day of their wedding. She was sold to us before even stepping into the bridal chamber, making her still a maiden. My dear elder brother, being of advanced age and without offspring, surely you require someone to care for you. Those courtesans cannot be relied upon. What you truly need is a home. Yin Lin raised her eyebrows and winked, appearing entirely concerned for Jiang Xuan's well-being. Indeed, her thoughts were remarkably thorough. With a hint of hesitation, Jiang Xuan responded, "Your benevolence is appreciated, madam, but what?" Interjected, feigning offense. "Here I am, acting out of pure kindness, and you, dear brother, seem so unappreciative." She playfully nudged Jiang Xuan, her expression one of mock exasperation. "If you decline, I'll be forced to send her to the Vermilion Bird Pavilion, where she'll be at the mercy of others." A lamentable waste. Eventually, after S persistent persuasion, Jiang Xuan reluctantly accepted the offer. "My gratitude to you, Madam Yin. I shall ensure that the Southern District's affairs receive my utmost attention next month, as a token of my appreciation." "Oh, splendid!" exclaimed, her face lighting up. She cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Xuan, saying, "You are truly a man of character, dear brother. From now on, you may call me. Should any similar opportunities arise, I shall be sure to bring them your way." It must be said that, despite being in her 30s, possessed an impeccable figure and captivating beauty. Her curves were pronounced, and her allure remained undiminished. Such repeated enticements caused Jiang Xuan's aged face to flush crimson. Many sing praises of maidens, yet they know not that a mature woman is a treasure. "There's no need. Thank you for your kindness, Madam Yin. I am not worthy of such a gift." With utmost gravity, Jiang Xuan spoke, his gaze unwavering as it remained fixed upon Yin Lin, never faltering. "Oh?" Yin Lin responded with a radiant smile. "Could it be that the esteemed elder brother has taken a fancy to this humble one?" "I wouldn't dare," Jiang Xuan replied. "There's no need for such modesty. If the esteemed elder brother finds favor in this humble one shall keep you company tonight. What do you think?" Yin Lin teased. "Esteemed hall master, please conduct yourself with propriety," Jiang Xuan exclaimed. "Kiki-ku." Yin Lin chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile, and then departed, her face beaming with delight. After their encounter today, she had discerned that Jiang Xuan was nothing more than a lecherous old man, feigning righteousness and ripe for manipulation. As Yin Lin left, the lascivious glint in Jiang Xuan's eyes vanished, replaced by a profound depth akin to an ancient well. "Yin Lin sent you here to monitor me, didn't she?" Jiang Xuan inquired. "Ah?" The woman exclaimed in shock, immediately kneeling on the ground, her exquisite face etched with tension. Esteemed Master Jiang, there's no need to be alarmed. It's of no great consequence. Continue with your duties as before. Do you understand?" Jiang Xuan reassured. Jiang Xuan spoke softly, clearly understanding the situation. The woman trembled before him, unmistakably a spy planted by Yin Lin beside Jiang Xuan. It was a familiar tactic employed in the underworld. Both were aware of the underlying truth, yet neither chose to expose it. However, it seemed that this woman had not been fully subdued and could still be salvaged. "What is your name?" Jiang Xuan inquired. "Shuang, she replied. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan turned around, gently supporting her, signaling her to continue resting. At the same time, he pondered the best way to arrange for Shuang. In truth, Shuang was not entirely unlike the four sisters of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. It would be unreasonable to simply leave her in another residence. Noticing the hesitation on Jiang Xuan's face, Shuang softly grasped his hand and earnestly reassured him, "Rest assured, my lord. I am well aware of what should be said and what should remain unspoken." In her heart, she had already acknowledged Jiang Xuan as her man. It was his presence that ensured she would not be sent to the Zhuke Tower, preserving her final dignity. Their fates were intertwined, in prosperity and in adversity. They were united. Jiang Xuan felt a stirring within, pondering whether he had perhaps been a tad heartless. "Very well, this residence is quite spacious. You may choose any room to stay in. Should anything arise, I will summon you. However, without my express permission, you are not to enter my chambers. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Shuang was overwhelmed with excitement, nodding fervently. "Yes, master." At that very moment, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xuan's system task had also reached completion. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the highest score in the assessment. You have earned a reward, and the task is complete. Reward granted. Qingyan sword. Qingyan sword, superior treasure. This sword is forged from celestial black iron, capable of slicing through hair and severing strands with its unparalleled sharpness. Infused with true energy to enhance the sword's might. New plot development is underway. Your remarkable performance in the assessment has garnered the trust of your superiors, who will entrust you with significant tasks. Please endeavor to fulfill them. Triggered task, commission task requirements. Complete the entrusted tasks assigned by the organization. Task reward, heavenly insight. Qingyan sword. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan stepped out of the manor and arrived before a vast lake. Evergreen sword river. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan slowly sheathed his sword. A glimmer of excitement still evident in his eyes. In the past, with an ordinary sword, he could unleash no more than 90 sword energies before the blade would succumb to the pressure and shatter. However, with the Qingyan sword, he astonishingly managed to release hundreds of sword energies in a mere instant, each infused with enhanced potency, truly deserving of the title Sword River. Although this sword technique may not possess the intricate finesse of the flowing cloud illusionary sword, its destructive capacity is utterly terrifying. Brother Jiang, what is this? Zhu Hongfei inquired, furrowing his brow. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. It is nothing. I merely felt a surge of inspiration and practiced my sword techniques for a while. I apologize for disturbing the hall master. Zhu Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, it is of no consequence. Brother Jiang, your swordplay is truly formidable. I dare say I might not be able to withstand it. The hall master jested. Jiang Xuan humbly smiled in response. Zhu Hongfei had already reached the pinnacle of the returning origin realm and was but a step away from attaining the status of a grandmaster. Although Jiang Xuan's sword technique was powerful enough to potentially slay an ordinary practitioner of the returning origin realm, it was far from sufficient to contend with Zhu Hongfei. Unless, of course, he too could break through to the returning origin realm. Zhu Hongfei's eyes glinted as he patted Jiang Xuan's shoulder, saying with a grin, Brother Jiang, I happen to have a unique opportunity that I fear is tailored just for you. Let's set aside the dealings of the black market and alchemy for now. A unique opportunity? Jiang Xuan felt a surge of alarm. Was not the peculiar business of the Xuanwu Hall precisely the trade of assassination? Since his induction into the black market, he had never engaged in such dealings. The three stewards of Xuanwu Hall had distinct responsibilities. Zhang Yuan oversaw the black market affairs, while Liu Bai and Song He managed the assassination business. Of course, Song He had already met his demise at Jiang Xuan's hands. Generally speaking, assassination tasks were entrusted to a specialized group of inner disciples, only enlisting stewards when faced with particularly challenging targets. Yet now, it was astonishing that they would bypass the stewards entirely and approach him, the vice hall master. His intuition suggested that Zhu Hongfei was once again attempting to ensnare him, though he remained uncertain of the man's true intentions. Nevertheless, out of both sentiment and reason, Xuanwu Hall was his own establishment, and he had little justification to decline the hall master's assignment. Thus, he resolved to face whatever challenges may come. With this thought, Jiang Xuan spoke. I am deeply grateful for the hall master's trust. I shall gladly render my services. Haha. With Brother Jiang taking action, I have full confidence. Zhu Hongfei laughed heartily. I was initially concerned that Brother Jiang might align himself with the third hall and leave us at Xuanwu Hall neglected. As he spoke, Zhu Hongfei warmly grasped Jiang Xuan's hand and led him towards the Zhu residence, eager to discuss the assassination contract. Upon their arrival at the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei poured Jiang Xuan a cup of hot tea and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, the situation is as follows. Recently, our Xuanwu Hall has received a particularly troublesome assassination commission, and we find ourselves in a state of indecision. After witnessing your swordsmanship today, I believe you are the most suitable candidate for this task. Jiang Xuan could not help but feel perplexed. May I inquire, esteemed leader, what precisely is this assassination commission? The question seemed overly abstract. Neither Liu Bai nor Zhang Yuan, the notorious killers, appeared suitable. Only an old man like him seemed fitting. Alas! Zhu Hongfei let out a heavy sigh and replied, it is not merely a matter of the commission itself, but rather the fact that this particular employer is exceedingly difficult to deal with. She insists that the assassin engage in clandestine negotiations with her, ensuring that no one else is privy to this operation. As I assess the Xuanwu Hall, it is only you, Brother Jiang, who possesses both literary and martial prowess, along with extensive experience in the martial world, capable of undertaking such a significant responsibility. Jiang Xuan was increasingly perplexed, frowning as he remarked, "How can this person be so audacious? Does she not comprehend the rules of the black market?" Indeed, she not only understood them, but also maintained a close relationship with our Zuan Yutang, someone we cannot afford to offend. "Oh, who is it?" Jiang Xuan immediately became intrigued. Zhu Hengfei took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "The city lord's wife." The city lord's wife? Jiang Xuan felt a jolt within, recognizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary. The lady of the city, known as Jiang Yulian, was the eldest daughter of the most prominent family in Yuzhou City, the Jiang family, and a celebrated talent renowned far and wide. Furthermore, it was said that the current city lord, Yang Su, ascended to his position with the backing of the Jiang family, thus wielding immense power. "Indeed," Zhu Hongfei replied nonchalantly, "I have heard that the city lord is gravely ill, and nearly all authority in Yuzhou City has now coalesced around this woman. Even the strongest dragon cannot contend with the local snake, despite our standing in the black market. We must accord her a measure of respect." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan was perplexed. How could he, in such a pivotal business, become the most suitable candidate? Was this not utter folly? Zhu Hengfei remarked, "Brother Jiang, you may not be aware that this woman has collaborated with our Xuanwu Hall for many years, consistently proposing such clandestine partnership requests. However, the assassins in the hall are merely a band of fools, oblivious to the inherent dangers, recklessly taking on any task. If handled poorly, it could lead to irrevocable consequences. Over the years, several assassins have perished under her commissions, never to return." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan was taken aback. Have they died under her commissions? Are her tasks that perilous? Who can say? Zhu Hongfei replied, "The contents of her commissions are known only to the assassins themselves." He then raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "Brother Jiang, there is no need for excessive concern. If you believe her commissions are untenable, you need only decline. She cannot impose her will upon us. However, we must still show her some respect. It would be prudent for you to pay her a visit." Noticing Jiang Xuan's lingering hesitation, Zhu Hongfei continued with a smile, "You are a wise man, possessing profound skills and seasoned experience in the martial world. I trust you implicitly. Here is what we shall do. For this commission, we will split the earnings 50-50. Typically, assassins only receive 20%, with the remainder going to the hall. 50% is quite generous. Very well, I am willing to serve the hall master." Ultimately, through Zhu Hongfei's persuasive words, Jiang Xuan reluctantly acquiesced. Under the eaves of another, one must bow to necessity. Moreover, he had a task to undertake. Yet, this particular assignment appeared fraught with peril. An instinct within Jiang Xuan warned him that this city lord's wife was far more complex than Zhu Hongfei had led him to believe. That night, the moon was obscured, and the wind howled ominously. Jiang Xuan, clad in plain garments and donning a bamboo hat, emerged from the black market and proceeded directly to a tavern, where he ordered a pot of wine. Before long, a gaunt man entered the establishment and took a seat opposite Jiang Xuan. His attire suggested that he was a fisherman. Yet upon closer inspection, the sharp glint in his eyes betrayed an extraordinary nature, setting him apart from the common folk. Subtle fluctuations of true energy accompanied his every movement, indicating that he too was a martial artist. Jiang Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the other party and inquired, "Fishing tonight?" The fisherman turned his gaze towards Jiang Xuan, his voice deep and resonant as he replied, "The winds are too fierce. Be wary of capsizing. The stronger the winds, the pricier the catch." Jiang Xuan responded nonchalantly. Their conversation was shrouded in ambiguity, incomprehensible to outsiders, serving as a prearranged code. Upon hearing this, the fisherman's eyes narrowed, and he quickly approached Jiang Xuan, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Esteemed sir, do you hail from the Xuanwu Hall?" he asked, astonishment evident in his demeanor, for he had not anticipated such an elderly figure being dispatched by the other party. An old man, in the realm of martial arts, was indeed a formidable presence. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. "Esteemed sir, the lady has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, this way." The fisherman displayed a look of delight, gesturing for Jiang Xuan to follow him promptly. The two mounted the fine steeds that had long been prepared and set forth towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. As they traversed the long and winding road, Jiang Xuan turned to the fisherman and inquired, "Might I ask for your esteemed name?" "I am Xuan. May I inquire your honorable name, sir?" "Jiang Xuan." After exchanging names, they fell into silence, the journey continuing in contemplative quietude. After a considerable time, Jiang Xuan gazed at Xuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Xuan, how much reward do you receive each month at the city lord's manor as a master of the 9th layer of qi condensation?" "Master?" Xuan replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Old sir, you jest. In this vast world, a practitioner at the 9th layer of qi condensation is no more significant than an ant." Jiang Xuan awkwardly touched his nose, remarking that there was no need to disparage oneself to such an extent. "I am merely at the 9th level of qi condensation," he stated. However, he acknowledged that Xuan's observation held merit. This world was vast beyond imagination, and Qingzhou was merely a barren little state amidst a plethora of secular dynasties, most populated by ordinary folk. "I shall refrain from mentioning the bounty, as it is merely a matter of subsistence," Xuan added. "Subsistence?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. While the 9th level of qi condensation might be considered insignificant, it was certainly sufficient to attain wealth and prestige in Yuzhou City. Why did it sound so bleak? "Xuan, why not accompany me to the black market? You would undoubtedly find your circumstances far more comfortable than they are now," Jiang Xuan suggested with a faint smile. Xuan, rarely smiling, grinned broadly and replied, "Old sir, you jest. However, we must prioritize our journey." "What? Do you disdain the black market? Or perhaps you look down upon me? Or is there something you find difficult to articulate?" Jiang Xuan's brows furrowed even deeper as he sensed that Xuan was an individual steeped in intriguing tales. There was an unmistakable essence about him, reminiscent of those who emerged from the shadows of the black market. This was indeed a rare quality. "Naturally, I must confess to you, dear sir, that I too once traversed the realms of the black market, although it has been quite some time since I departed from that world." "You too are a person of the black market?" Jiang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Which faction do you belong to?" "The Xuanwu Hall," Xuan replied nonchalantly. "Then what prompted your departure from the black market? Was it for fame? For power? Or perhaps to repay a debt of gratitude?" Jiang Xuan's face was filled with confusion. "Live," Xuan uttered softly, a single word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan fell silent. Did this imply that he was constrained by others to compel a martial artist to utter such a phrase? One could only surmise that the lady of the city lord was exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, he had made meticulous preparations for this journey. Otherwise, he would have truly felt a sense of panic. Sensing Jiang Xuan's unusual gaze, Xuan recognized his indiscretion and quickly smiled, saying, "I have spoken too much. It is more pressing to continue our journey." Thus, the two fell into silence, taking advantage of the night to advance towards the city lord's residence. As they traveled, Jiang Xuan felt a weighty apprehension, sensing an unprecedented danger, as if he were venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. After another half-hour of travel, the faint glow of yellowish lanterns emerged at the end of the official road. A magnificent and opulent mansion gradually came into view, growing brighter and clearer as they approached. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a grand estate beyond the city of Yuzhou. Xuan's expression grew even more wooden as he gestured ahead and said, "Old sir, we have arrived. This is the place where you shall meet your esteemed wife." After traversing several hundred steps, Jiang Xuan stood before a magnificent mansion, where the winds whispered ominously, carrying an extraordinary aura. Upon a cursory examination, he discerned that the estate was concealed with no fewer than several hundred martial artists, the defenses remarkably formidable. Indeed, this locale was a veritable den of tigers and dragons. Before the expansive mansion, two silhouettes moved gracefully. Under Xuan's guidance, the two proceeded another several hundred steps when they were confronted by armored guards. "Who approaches?" One of them demanded. "Have your eyes been blinded? Do you not recognize who I am?" Xuan retorted coldly. As the guard drew closer with a torch, his gaze abruptly narrowed, and he offered a slight bow. "I greet you, Ning too. Stand aside. This is someone the lady wishes to meet." Upon hearing the mention of the lady, the guards exchanged glances filled with unmistakable trepidation and promptly stepped aside. "Please, enter." Upon crossing the threshold into the courtyard, Jiang Xuan dismounted, adjusting his attire with care, and followed Ningfeng towards the main hall. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xuan observed the absence of any servants. Instead, the guards were omnipresent, encircling the area as if it were a royal palace. Jiang Xuan could not help but take a deep breath. The manner in which the lady of the city lord conducted herself revealed that she was no ordinary woman. Upon entering the grand hall, Ning Shan welcomed Jiang Xuan to take a seat and instructed a maid, "Go and announce the arrival of the people from Xuanwu Hall." At that moment, from another chamber within the mansion, the dulcet sounds of flirtation could be heard. Inside, 2 large beds were set, upon which lay 2 men. The one on the left was bound by ropes, secured to the bed, devoid of hope. The one on the right appeared pallid, as if stricken by a grave illness. His eyes directed at Jiang Yulian filled with both fury and despair. Jiang Yulian, the lady of the city lord, gasped for breath. Her gaze seductive and her tone soft yet sinister. "Oh dear, are you very angry? Do take care not to injure yourself. You cannot die just yet, understand?" The city lord, Yang Su, glared with rage, his visage contorted, lips parted but unable to utter a word due to his affliction. This woman had seized his power while he lay ill, murdered his concubine, and concealed him in this wretched place, relishing the cruel spectacle before her. "Are you in pain?" Jiang Yulian taunted, her voice laced with mockery and her demeanor alluring. "Yang Su, you beast, did you ever consider that you might find yourself in such a predicament? Rest assured, I shall not grant you an easy death. I intend for you to live, to witness your wife in the embrace of other men, to observe the city lord's position slip into my grasp. Oh, by the way, were you not the one who proclaimed I could not bear children? I shall show you, with my own eyes, how I will bear offspring." Her tone bordered on madness. Were anyone else present, they would surely deem her a complete lunatic. Far from the dignified and graceful lady of the city lord they knew. Once, Jiang Yulian had been a lovesick woman, willing to forsake everything for the man she cherished. Alas, she had fallen for a mere scholar, devoid of merit. A noble lady and a destitute scholar were doomed to an unfulfilled fate. In those days, Yang Su, then a lowly official, had murdered the man she loved to usurp her, climbing to the position of city lord with the backing of the Jiang family. The most devastating revelation was that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by her own kin in collusion with Yang Su. Yet, the betrayal did not end there. After ascending to power, Yang Su began to neglect Jiang Yulian, wrongfully attributing his inability to father children to her. Were she not a daughter of the Jiang family, she would have been discarded long ago. Henceforth, she vowed vengeance, determined to reclaim all that belonged to them. Just then, a tremulous voice echoed from outside, "Madam, the people from Xuanwu Hall have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yang Su's pupils contracted. It was Xuanwu Hall again, and this wicked woman was about to kill once more. For years, he had wondered why so many loyal subjects had met inexplicable ends. It was, after all, this vile woman who had orchestrated their demise. No wonder, he thought, that his authority had been stripped away so swiftly upon his falling ill. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes in Lord Jiang, praying that he might reign in his daughter. "Please, allow me a moment." Jiang Yulian, consumed by madness, reveled in Yang Su's expression, her depravity reaching its zenith. After a brief interval, a cup of tea had passed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a statuesque woman draped in a dark golden nightgown. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her long legs seemed to surpass even his waist in length, exuding an undeniable aura of affluence. With a mere glance, Jiang Xuan perceived that this woman embodied grace and elegance, radiating opulence. However, there lingered a hint of youthful allure in her brows, and her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, clearly indicative of unfulfilled desires. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan rose and offered a slight bow to Jiang Yulian, their gazes briefly intertwining. Jiang Yulian's eyes had regained their composure, yet they resembled a tranquil deep pool, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Upon a second glance, Jiang Xuan's perception of this woman underwent a transformation. He felt an alluring aura emanating from her, difficult to articulate in terms of beauty, yet undeniably captivating, causing his eyes to remain fixated upon her. Jiang Xuan could not help but exclaim, truly a prodigy of her time, now transformed into a queen. "Please, take a seat, esteemed sir. I apologize for your lengthy wait," spoke Jiang Yulian, her melodious voice effortlessly eclipsing the majority of the so-called goddess tones available in the market. "Madam, I invite you as well," Jiang Xuan said, extending his hand with gentlemanly grace, emulating the decorum befitting an individual of elegance. "Bring forth the tea." The two sat across from one another, sharing a knowing smile, remaining silent for a while. Those aware of the circumstances understood they were negotiating business, while those unaware might mistakenly assume they were on a blind date. Jiang Xuan's gaze lingered on Jiang Yulian, filled with a mix of intrigue and admiration. He pondered to himself, having lived for so many years and encountered countless women, even witnessing the beauty of extraordinary maidens like Li Yingling and Luo Li. Yet, this woman was astonishing in every regard, beyond words to describe. Each glance evoked a distinct sensation. Jiang Yulian held a teacup, bringing it to her lips and gently blowing across its surface, saying, "If the esteemed sir wishes to gaze, he may do so freely and without reservation. I do not mind." Jiang Xuan felt a sudden sense of embarrassment as he set down the tea bowl and candidly remarked with a smile, "I sincerely apologize. The desire to be admired is a sentiment shared by all. Though I have surpassed 70 years, I am still unable to escape this common folly." The old gentleman was indeed forthright. Jiang Yulian took a sip of her tea and replied with a hint of aloofness, "You say I am beautiful, but pray tell, what is it that makes me so?" Truly, she is a talented woman, posing such a daunting question right from the outset. Or perhaps it is simply that women have an innate tendency to inquire about the nature of their own beauty. Jiang Xuan was instantly taken aback. Upon the utterance of those words, not only Jiang Xuan, but also the surrounding maidservants felt a palpable tension. The lady was known for her capricious temperament. One misstep could potentially incite her wrath, and the consequences that might follow were utterly unpredictable. The atmosphere remained suspended for several seconds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. As the ancients have penned, a glance over the shoulder begets 100 charms, rendering the beauty of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Perhaps this refers to the esteemed lady. Jiang Yulian softly echoed the lines, her eyes momentarily flickering with a hint of reminiscence, though it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. After a span of 3 or 4 breaths, she regained her composure and smiled gently. What a splendid verse, indeed. I wonder which ancient poet crafted it. Despite my extensive reading, I confess I have never encountered these lines before. Jiang Xuan's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he sighed. Ah, those were the ancients from the realm of my dreams. Giggling softly, he marveled at the unexpected charm of the old gentleman, revealing himself to be a cultured scholar. The dream world, indeed, possesses its own peculiar allure. Jiang Yulian smiled gently, her beauty captivating beyond compare, rivaling even the most radiant of youthful maidens, exuding a unique charm of her own. While Jiang Xuan found her smile wholly natural, the surrounding maidens were visibly tense, completely at a loss, as if they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Being the ladies' handmaidens, they were acutely aware of their mistress's stern demeanor. Even her smiles were mere facades, lacking any genuine warmth. It was utterly inconceivable that she would express such unrestrained joy towards a septuagenarian. After a prolonged moment of laughter, Jiang Yulian gracefully twirled her teacup and remarked, "However, although this verse is exquisite, I must confess I am not fond of this particular line. Might I kindly request the esteemed gentleman to offer a different one?" Jiang Xuan furrowed her brow slightly. "Do you not like it?" "Why?" Jiang Yulian replied languidly. "From the old gentleman's verse, it seems to describe a captivating beauty of the imperial harem. Yet, as history shows, beauty often meets a tragic fate. I have no desire to reside in that frigid palace nor to embody such a woman. I wonder, madam, do you aspire to be that kind of woman?" Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Jiang Yulian, cautiously inquiring. Although this woman exuded no discernible aura of power, her mere presence was suffocating, her formidable aura palpable. Such a person surely harbored considerable ambition. Jiang Yulian remained silent, her fingers lightly tapping the tea table, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a few moments, she broke the silence with a smile. "On this delightful occasion, allow me to compose a verse for your esteemed appraisal. I am unworthy. I have long heard that you are the foremost talent in Yuzhou City. I eagerly await your words," Jiang Xuan replied. Jiang Yulian's smile faded, her demeanor returning to the composed nature she had upon their first meeting, as she began to recite. "With boundless talent, a splendid dream unfurls. A single edict commands the world. What say you, esteemed sir?" Upon finishing, Jiang Yulian's eyes sparkled with mirth as she regarded Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan was greatly astonished. This woman harbored ambitions far beyond the ordinary. She practically aspired to be Wu Zetian. "A splendid poem," he remarked. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed sir." Jiang Yulian replied with a smile and a nod. At this moment, their eyes met, and they exchanged a silent understanding. Time seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Jiang Xuan spoke softly, "Madam, since the poetry has been exchanged, let us discuss the matters at hand. Alas, it is not that I am reluctant to engage in serious conversation, but rather that the elder has yet to finish his tea, and I dare not speak." As Jiang Yulian spoke, she approached the purple clay teapot to refill Jiang Xuan's cup with hot tea. Accompanied by the gentle sound of pouring tea, her words continued. "I am aware that individuals such as yourselves, skilled in martial arts, possess a certain arrogance. Without employing some stratagem, one cannot proceed." Jiang Xuan's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the table, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Madam, have you poisoned me?" "Indeed, I have," Jiang Yulian replied candidly. A playful smile gracing her lips as her gaze met Jiang Xuan's. "What is it, old sir? Do you intend to take action against me?" In that moment, she seemed to seek a flicker of alarm in Jiang Xuan's eyes, her expression filled with anticipation. However, her hopes were swiftly dashed. Jiang Xuan's gaze remained as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any emotional upheaval. "Rest assured, madam, I am not so foolish. Your boldness in standing before an assassin suggests you possess a means of ensuring your own survival." Jiang Xuan spoke softly. Jiang Yulian, feeling somewhat disinterested, withdrew her gaze and sighed. Dealing with intelligent individuals is indeed a relief. In the past, many assassins have been eager to end my life. What a pity that is. The old gentleman is truly a refined person, remaining unperturbed even in the face of calamity, quite unlike other assassins. And I find myself quite fond of that." Jiang Yulian expressed her sentiments with great emotion, unsure whether to praise or to belittle. She continued, "Rest assured, old sir. Once you have completed your task, I shall certainly provide you with the antidote, and I will not go back on my word. After all, I am quite fearful of your black market as well." Though she spoke of fear, Jiang Xuan could discern no trace of apprehension in her eyes. They were unnaturally calm. The eyes of a person do not deceive. While Jiang Yulian concealed her emotions well, her gaze betrayed her. If one were truly foolish enough to believe she would hand over the antidote afterward, they would likely find themselves enslaved for life. Undoubtedly, she was a woman of profound cunning. Does such a remarkable lady as yourself possess anything to fear?" Jiang Xuan teased, having seen through Jiang Yulian's ruse. Jiang Yulian's delicate brows furrowed. One moment filled with mirth, the next she became somber. "As a woman, how could I be devoid of fears? If you do not trust my words, you may very well return to Xuanwu Hall and see if they can assist you in unraveling this poison." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's expression shifted subtly, her eyes reflecting astonishment. Although her words seemed to convey nothing, they implied everything. "Damn it, you Zhu Hangfei. I will ensure that you soar high one day." Jiang Xuan steadied his mind and continued to inquire, "Pray tell, whom does the lady wish to kill?" Jiang Yulian dismissed the surrounding maidens, lifted her teacup for a delicate sip, then gracefully set it down, a serene smile gracing her lips as she replied, "The head of the Jiang family, Jiang He." "Why?" Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly deranged woman, who would go so far as to contemplate the demise of her own father. Jiang Yulian's brows knitted slightly as she responded, "The old man is a killer. His sole purpose is to take lives. Why ask so many questions? There are rules when one hires an assassin. And the old man has his own principles in this regard," Jiang Xuan asserted, straightening his posture, the aura of a warrior enveloping him as his gaze bore sharply into Jiang Yulian. "Do you truly believe you possess the right to choose?" Jiang Yulian, unfazed, fiddled with the teapot, her demeanor calm and composed. It was evident that she had no desire to divulge much to Jiang Xuan. As a shrewd woman, she was acutely aware never to fall into the typical pitfalls of a common antagonist, naively revealing all to Jiang Xuan. Maintaining an air of mystery was ingrained in her very essence. "Do you presume you have me at a disadvantage?" Jiang Xuan remarked coolly. "Is that not the case?" Jiang Yulian retorted. Jiang Xuan remained silent. Instead, he retrieved a smooth and round elixir from his bosom and gently placed it upon the table. "A detoxifying pill?" Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted. This was an exceedingly rare third-grade elixir, practically priceless yet unavailable in the market. Its singular effect was to grant immunity to any lethal poison for a duration of 2 hours. Remarkably, the formula for this elixir was indeed held by the black market apothecary, though no one had yet succeeded in its refinement. Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang Yulian's astonished expression and chuckled softly. "I have long heard that you are a person of meticulous thought. Had I not made thorough preparations, I would indeed have hesitated to meet you here. For this venture to be infallible, He had not only prepared a substantial quantity of elixirs, but also equipped himself with precious artifacts, communication talismans, ropes, nocturnal attire, and a host of other items. He even supplemented his arsenal with the 5 thunder seals to ensure absolute security. Prior to this encounter, he had deliberately engaged in conversation with Jiang Xuan, harboring a vague suspicion that he was under the influence of some form of poison. Now, upon this meeting, his suspicions were confirmed. Jiang Xuan, after a moment of surprise, quickly regained her composure, appearing unconcerned. Instead, she complimented him, saying, I never anticipated that my little ruse would be uncovered by you. You truly are unlike other assassins. Earning my utmost respect, Jiang Xuan smiled politely. Madam, you flatter me. With age comes a greater necessity for self-defense. May I inquire if you are now willing to hear the rules I have to share? Of course, please proceed, esteemed sir. Jiang Xuan slightly raised his head and spoke. In my lifetime, there are 3 categories of individuals I shall never harm. First, innocent children. Second, pregnant women. And third, my closest friends and kin. Of course, your father does not fall under these stipulations. However, I am genuinely curious as to why you have chosen to take such drastic measures against your own flesh and blood. Is it driven by hatred, wealth, power, or perhaps some other ulterior motive? Unless you clarify this matter. Assisting a daughter in slaying her father, a most heinous act, will weigh heavily on my conscience. In this world, some individuals commit acts of murder that haunt them for eternity. Thus, those who take on the role of assassins often become cold and devoid of humanity. Yet, I do not consider myself an assassin, nor do I wish to betray my principles for the sake of a mere transaction. These 3 tenets reflect my true sentiments, and I seek to understand Jiang Xuan's intentions to avoid falling into a trap once more. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. Who would have thought that the esteemed elder is also a man of profound integrity, a killer of principle, no less? I am truly impressed. Integrity is a lofty claim. As a martial artist, I merely pursue my true self, Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Your curiosity knows no bounds, dear elder. Perhaps you could propose other conditions? I would be willing to offer you gold, jewels, spirit stones, or even a stunning beauty, all in the spirit of friendship, Jiang Xuan sighed. Her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Xuan, seemingly trying to discern something from his eyes. She was testing him, probing to see if he truly adhered to his principles. To be candid, she did not believe him. Jiang Xuan lifted the teacup to his lips, savoring a sip before rising to his feet. Since the lady is unwilling to cooperate, let us consider this evening as though I had never graced this place. I hope for the opportunity to collaborate with you in the future. His words carried a resolute tone, and an inexplicable heaviness enveloped the atmosphere, causing even the surrounding candle flames to flicker dimly. Do not forget, old sir, that this is my domain. Do you truly dare to take a single step beyond this threshold? Jiang Xuan's gaze darkened, her voice turning icy, losing the light-hearted banter and courteous demeanor from before. This was both a reminder and a warning. At that moment, a steady and synchronized sound of footsteps echoed in the vicinity, suggesting the mobilization of numerous soldiers. The tension in the air became palpable, as if at the lady's signal, those hidden warriors and soldiers lurking in the shadows would surge forth, ready to reduce Jiang Xuan to mere pulp. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan did not pause for a moment, striding resolutely towards the door, his steps imbued with an unwavering determination, as if he truly intended to depart from this place. The aura of defiance emanating from him was utterly captivating. Witnessing this scene, not only did Jiang Xuan find herself moved, but the concealed warriors and armored soldiers lurking in the shadows also grew solemn, their gleaming blades trembling uncontrollably. This inexplicable sense of oppression was suffocating. Jiang Xuan was among them, gazing at Jiang Xuan's stooped figure, unable to suppress a burgeoning fear. Although he sensed that the other's cultivation was unlikely to surpass his own by a significant margin, he felt that should a confrontation ensue, he would scarcely survive a single exchange against such a formidable presence. This was no ordinary warrior's might, it was the very essence of a titan, which he had lost since being subdued. Jiang Xuan's gaze was unusually grave, for the first time grasping the weight of an old hand in the game. The elder before her was entirely different from her lecherous father. He was profound, enigmatic, imposing, and terrifying, a riddle wrapped in an enigma. While she might perceive Jiang Xuan as merely posturing, her keen intuition whispered otherwise. As a woman of elevated stature, she had always trusted her instincts. This elder was not to be trifled with. In that moment, Jiang Yulian began to waver. Since assuming power, it was her inaugural contemplation of whether to compromise with others. Just as she hesitated, Jiang Xuan's footsteps had already crossed the threshold, his figure vanishing around the corner. "Old gentleman, wait," Jiang Yulian called out. Her tone softened considerably, akin to that of a forsaken maiden. Jiang Xuan paused momentarily, turning his head to respond, "Madam, have you made up your mind? The old gentleman is indeed an extraordinary person. I hold him in great esteem." Jiang Yulian initially offered a compliment to Jiang Xuan to ease the tense atmosphere, then stated, "This is not a suitable place for conversation. I kindly ask the esteemed gentleman to accompany me." With these words, she signified her concession. As she spoke, she ascended the stairs, gesturing for Jiang Xuan to follow. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan followed Jiang Yulian as they ascended to the third floor of the tower, entering a study. Jiang Yulian gently pressed a mechanism, retrieving a wooden box from a concealed passage and handing it to Jiang Xuan. "What is this?" Jiang Xuan inquired, perplexed. This was precisely what the old gentleman sought. If one were unafraid of the traps laid by the servant, they could open it and see. Jiang Yulian gazed intently at Jiang Xuan, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of the man before her. At this moment, she still wished to test Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan smiled calmly. "Naturally, I trust my lady." As he spoke, he slowly opened the wooden box, prepared to unleash his indomitable strength should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The moment the box was opened, Jiang Xuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, for within lay only a pile of documents, devoid of anything extraordinary. "Old sir, you still do not trust me," Jiang Yulian remarked with a gaze full of melancholy, perceptive enough to notice Jiang Xuan's lingering apprehension. The man's words were mere fabrications. The elderly gentleman was even more so. Before such a remarkable woman, how could he afford to treat matters lightly? Jiang Xuan smiled nonchalantly as he slowly produced a large stack of documents, examining them with great care. "This is..." Jiang Xuan was increasingly astonished, his gaze flickering with intensity. In the year 1452 of the Daqian calendar, a devastating famine swept through Yuzhou City, where Yang Su colluded with the Jiang family to embezzle 300,000 taels of disaster relief silver from the court, resulting in the tragic death of hundreds of thousands of commoners who perished in the streets, resorting to cannibalism. In the year 1454 of the Daqian calendar, in order to celebrate the birthday of the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang He, Yang Su unlawfully arrested 500 virtuous maidens under fabricated charges to serve his depraved pleasures, leading to the ruin of thousands of households. In 1455 of the Daqian calendar, a full foot thick, the document meticulously detailed the heinous crimes of the Jiang family and their son-in-law, Yang Su, with transgressions so egregious that they defied enumeration. Jiang Xuan transitioned from initial astonishment to a profound numbness, his eyes glimmering with an elusive chill. Notably, the first account spoke of the Great Famine in Yuzhou City during the year 452 of the Great Qin calendar, where the original owner of this body was one of the victims. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to selling himself to the Li family. Although Jiang Xuan had traversed time from a later period, he bore the memories and emotions of the original owner. At this moment, he could not help but feel his hands tremble. It was due to rage, an overwhelming fury. "Madam, do you possess any evidence for these accusations?" Jiang Xuan croaked. In that instant, he found himself secretly hoping that all of this was merely fabricated by Jiang Yulian. Otherwise, how could such a beast continue to exist in this world without provoking the heavens' wrath? Jiang Yulian regained her customary coldness, her eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Of course. Ever since I married into the Yang family, I have been collecting evidence daily, wishing fervently for these people to meet their demise at any moment. I must admit, my initial intention was merely to seek revenge for being forced into marriage with Yang Su, yet I never anticipated uncovering such a shocking truth." Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Jiang Yulian, speaking with an air of indifference. "Madam, since you possess the evidence, why do you not report it to the court?" It must be said that Jiang Yulian's emotion of shared enmity was executed with remarkable finesse, surpassing that of most Oscar-winning performers from the previous life. Yet, Jiang Xuan could not shake his suspicion of her, still feeling that there was a trap lurking beneath the surface. With a sorrowful smile, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Jiang Yulian replied, "Esteemed sir, I am but a frail woman. How could I possibly contend with the vast Jiang family? Not to mention myself, Even Yang Xu's life hangs by a thread, subject to Jiang He's whims. The Jiang family's influence in Yuzhou far exceeds your imagination. If I were to present this stack of evidence, I would likely be intercepted before I even leave Yuzhou. Aside from assassination, I can conceive of no other means to confront the Jiang family. As she began to recount her plight, tears flowed freely, evoking deep sympathy. There lies an amusing anecdote hidden within, which Jiang observed. In his early days, Jiang He roamed the martial world and established the formidable Jiang family. Yet all his biological sons had been slain by enemies, leaving only Jiang Yulian as his lone daughter. Ironically, this old man suddenly lost his ability to bear children. Although he could still engage in intimacy, he was utterly incapable of fathering another child. In desperation, he had to recruit Yang Su as a son-in-law, manipulating him to seize power from the former city lord, thereby aiding his ascent to the position of lord. Thereafter, the Jiang family began to dominate Yuzhou. Even more ironically, Yang Su also lost his ability to procreate, blaming this misfortune on Jiang Yulian, which ultimately led her to become the darkened figure she is today. I have disclosed all that needs to be said, both for justice and out of personal grievance. I desperately wish for the Jiang family to face utter ruin. Would you be willing to assist me, esteemed sir? Jiang Yulian produced a handkerchief, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding an aura of vulnerability that was hard to resist. It must be noted that when a typically assertive woman reveals her softer side, even the most iron-willed men may find themselves moved and softened in turn. Any other man, especially a young and impetuous one, would undoubtedly be enraptured by Jiang Yulian. Eager to lay down his life, Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, indicating her acceptance of this business deal. Wonderful, Jiang Yulian, her tears turning to laughter, exclaimed with great joy, "Old sir, I shall provide you with the defense map of the Jiang family at once. I have the utmost fondness for these chivalrous heroes." Wait a moment. Jiang Xuan interjected to halt Jiang Yulian, saying, "Madam, the price is yet to be negotiated." Ah? Jiang Yulian was momentarily taken aback, then with a gentle smile remarked, "What nonsense is the old gentleman speaking? I have already delivered the remuneration to Master Zhu. Master Zhu has consented, but I have not yet given my approval. Whether I attend or not is entirely at my discretion." Jiang Xuan spoke with serene composure. Jiang Yulian's eyes widened in astonishment. In her recollection, assassins were invariably obedient, and she had never encountered one who disobeyed their superiors. The more she observed the elder, the less he resembled a hired killer. Noticing Jiang Yulian's surprised expression, Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile. "Madam, please do not misunderstand. Although I consented to the assassination, the target is, after all, your own father. To slay him would weigh heavily on my conscience. It requires additional compensation." Additional compensation? Jiang Yulian was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Xuan had previously displayed such righteousness that she had almost forgotten he was, at heart, an assassin. A killer, in the end, is motivated by profit. Naturally, there is no issue. Jiang Yulian responded with a gentle smile, her tone softening. "The reward I previously offered to Master Zhu will be entirely presented to you upon completion." How does that sound? Jiang Xuan smiled subtly. That is indeed splendid. Although he was unaware of the specific benefits bestowed upon Zhu Hongfei, he was certain the remuneration was substantial. Given Jiang Yulian's wealth, there was no need for deception in such matters. However, it must be made clear that if the old gentleman fails to eliminate Jiang He, not only will this reward not be granted, but I shall also withdraw my favor. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, assuring the lady, "Rest assured, I shall not provide you with an opportunity for betrayal." As long as Jiang He was not a master of the third realm, he harbored great confidence in his ability to defeat him and depart unscathed. Moreover, Yuzhou City was but a small place, with only 3 renowned masters known to the public. The first was the infamous Mad Blade Elder, who had gained fame a century ago and was rumored to have been slain by enemies. The second was the arrogant Guest Elder, Imo Taishu, of the city lord's residence, who regarded no one with respect and could not be commanded even by the lord himself. The third was the mysterious helmsman of the local black market, akin to a dragon whose presence was elusive. Aside from these 3, no other masters had emerged in Yuzhou City, particularly not any who were inconspicuous. This was why Zhang Yuan and others were so astonished when they suspected Jiang Xuan might be a master. Observing Jiang Xuan's confidence, Jiang Yulian refrained from further comments and smiled gently. The two then returned to the main hall, discussing information regarding Jiang He, and handed over the defense layout of the Jiang family guards to Jiang Xuan. According to Jiang Yulian, Jiang He was not a martial artist himself, but he was always accompanied by 2 shadowy experts. These two masters were shrouded in mystery. Jiang Yulian had only seen them once throughout her life, and their appearances were completely obscured. As for their cultivation levels, Jiang Yulian candidly admitted her ignorance, as anyone who had ever confronted Jiang he had met with death, including several masters of the returning origin realm. Jiang Xuan furrowed her brows, suddenly realizing the predicament she was in. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. If she failed to comprehend the tactics of these two shadowy masters, recklessly engaging them could lead to a dire outcome. Jiang Xuan, though confident, is by no means arrogant. To underestimate the enemy strategically while valuing them tactically is a valuable lesson from a great leader. Jiang Yulian gazed at Jiang Xuan and said with a light smile, "Do not worry, esteemed sir. During this period, I shall certainly assist you in uncovering the origins of this shadowy expert. There is no need for haste." Jiang Xuan slowly nodded, resting his hands on his knees, and calmly stated, "Madam, since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. I hope that tonight's affair marks the beginning of your friendships, rather than its conclusion." Jiang Yulian was momentarily taken aback, swiftly comprehending Jiang Xuan's implication. He was wary of her potentially scheming against him. This was a blatant warning, cautioning her not to undermine the bridge she had crossed. The old gentleman was not only peculiar, but also exceedingly prudent, truly deserving of his reputation as a venerable elder. She could not deny having entertained such thoughts herself. With such a monumental secret as hiring an assassin, how could she allow anyone to live freely? Jiang Yulian sighed softly and promptly expressed her sentiments. At this juncture, I am being forthright, yet the esteemed gentleman remains reluctant to place his trust in this fragile woman. I hold only gratitude for the esteemed gentleman, nothing more. Jiang Xuan listened quietly, her heart devoid of any tumult. The words that escaped this woman's lips were so implausible that even a ghost would scoff at them. Yet, it mattered little. The mere fact that she sought to control her own misstep this evening already signified a path to her own demise. The two had, in truth, already forged an enmity. Half an hour later, Jiang Xuan departed gracefully, escorted personally by Jiang Yulian. As she gazed upon the somewhat stooped figure of the elderly man, the smile on Jiang Yulian's face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. "Ningshan, investigate the background of this gentleman," Jiang Yulian commanded. For reasons unknown at that moment, this stranger, whom she had encountered for the first time, seemed far more formidable than her own father. This sensation was peculiar, elusive, and indefinable. Nevertheless, she trusted her instincts. According to the regulations of Xuanwu Hall, assassins were prohibited from returning to the black market before completing their tasks, unless they declared their mission a failure. After departing from Jiang Yulian's residence, Jiang Xuan returned to the city and sought accommodation at an inn near the Jiang family estate. This sojourn lasted a month. During this period, Jiang Xuan devoted himself to two pursuits: rigorous cultivation and keen observation of Jianghe. One day, Jiang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an amalgamation of true energy coursing through his body, as wisps of dark energy emanated from various points on his physique. This was the process of refining one's essence and returning to the source, a state known as the return to origin realm. Upon entering this realm, a martial artist's meridians and acupoints gradually become unblocked, culminating in the formation of 12 meridians that coalesce into 12 energy wheels, establishing a circulatory system of vitality. Each meridian unblocked results in a qualitative transformation of the true energy. For instance, the same strand of true energy wielded by a practitioner in the condensation realm might only penetrate wood, whereas a practitioner in the return to origin realm could pierce through armor. This signifies that for those who have attained this level of cultivation, conventional weaponry holds little significance. Moreover, individuals with unique physiques or those practicing esoteric techniques may experience transformations in the nature of their true energy, yielding extraordinary effects, such as flame energy or ice energy. However, the evergreen true energy that Jiang Xuan cultivated was remarkably unique. It lacked any additional effects, but significantly enhanced his restorative capabilities. Its potency rivaled that of miraculous elixirs, allowing him to heal using true energy. The sensation was utterly intoxicating. Jiang Xuan stretched his arms, feeling the explosive power contained within, and could not help but feel a surge of joy. With the current intensity of his true energy, when combined with the full force of the Qingyun sword to unleash the evergreen sword river, he feared that no warrior in the returning Yuan realm could withstand it entirely. If he were to add the element of surprise with the 5 thunder seal and the cloud-piercing shuttle, he believed he could adequately defend himself even against a master. After completing his training, Jiang Xuan rose and walked outside the inn, preparing to continue observing Jiang He's movements. Initially, he had intended to storm into the Jiang manor with the defense map provided by Jiang Xuan, behead his opponent, and then leave with an air of nonchalance. How formidable could a mere Jiang family be? However, he soon discovered he had underestimated them. The Jiang family possessed immense strength. With 2,000 personal guards composed entirely of Qi condensation realm warriors, not to mention the countless armored soldiers patrolling. Such an impressive assembly was even more lavish than the city lord's guard. A head-on assault would only lead to certain death. Moreover, after a month of observation, he found that Jiang He was exceedingly cautious, rarely venturing out, and whenever he did, he was accompanied by a large entourage of personal guards and 2 shadowy experts who shadowed him at all times. These individuals lurked in the shadows, never revealing themselves, making it nearly impossible to find a flaw in their defenses. According to the information Jiang Xuan had been relaying, these 2 individuals were at least in the returning Yuan realm, making them formidable opponents. Had it not been for Jiang Xuan's extreme caution and proficiency in concealing his presence, he would have likely been discovered long ago. However, Jiang He had a peculiar habit. Every week, he would visit the cold fragrance temple outside the city to offer incense and pray devoutly. That temple was the perfect location for Jiang Xuan to take action. Outside Yuzhou City lay the cold fragrance temple. Unbeknownst to many, an elderly man known as Old Jiang had begun selling medicine there. Old Jiang claimed his ancestors were divine doctors, capable of curing all ailments, specializing in difficult diseases rather than treating minor ones. However, there was one rule: patients had to seek him out personally. He refused to provide house calls. Initially, visitors to the temple found this amusing and scoffed at the notion of curing all diseases. However, when an elderly monk's undisclosed affliction was miraculously healed, word began to spread, and gradually, people started to believe. With a mindset akin to testing a folk doctor, patients with perplexing ailments began to seek out Old Jiang, only to find themselves healed. Consequently, Old Jiang's reputation soared throughout Yuzhou City, growing increasingly fantastical and exaggerated, almost as if he were a deity descended to earth. Have you heard? A divine immortal has come to Cold Fragrance Temple, able to cure all ailments. Truly miraculous. Is it really true? Of course. I heard of an octogenarian who was on the brink of death. After a touch from that immortal, she was revived. And she even jumped into a river for a winter swim without any ill effects. Goodness, is that for real? That's incredible! I saw it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. If anyone in your family is seriously ill, hurry and take them. It might be too late otherwise. Why is that? The blessings of the old immortal are not infinite. Only those with fate may receive them, and he might leave at any moment. Such outrageous tales quickly spread throughout Yuzhou City, becoming a topic of conversation among the townsfolk during their meals and leisure time. All of this was a carefully constructed effect orchestrated by Jiang Xuan over the past month at Cold Fragrance Temple. To facilitate this, he had leveraged Jiang Xuan's influence to widely disseminate the rumors, making them sound increasingly miraculous. His sole aim was to exploit Jiang He's inability to bear children, enticing him to seek medical attention. With Jiang He so close at hand, Jiang Xuan was confident he could eliminate him before the 2 shadowy experts and numerous personal guards could react, simplifying his escape thereafter. However, given Jiang He's cautious nature, relying solely on rumors would not suffice. He needed something tangible to compel belief. Coincidentally, with his evergreen true qi and skills as an alchemist, Jiang Xuan was more than capable of treating ordinary ailments with ease. On this day, Jiang Xuan sat in a corner of the temple's courtyard, patiently waiting for his prey to appear. Before him was a table, beside which stood a sign proclaiming, "Curing the world, healing all ailments." At that moment, he sat upright, one hand dramatically resting on the wrist of a burly man, subtly channeling a faint stream of evergreen true qi into his body. "Old immortal, is there still hope for me?" The burly vendor's face was filled with embarrassment, tinged with anxiety. He had privately consulted numerous renowned physicians, all declaring that his condition was congenital and untreatable. Having married for 2.5 years, his wife remained untouched, leading to much gossip and scorn directed at him, which nearly turned his hair gray with worry. Upon hearing that a divine physician had recently arrived at Cold Fragrance Temple, he came in secret, hoping against hope to be healed. However, unbeknownst to him, the news had been planted by Jiang He's emissaries, who had lured him to test this so-called divine healer. At this moment, several warriors lurked in the shadows, observing Jiang Xuan intently. Cough, cough. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan remained silent, stroking his chin as he squinted his eyes. Scrutinizing Wuda for a moment before inquiring, "Is your wife from the Pan family?" Wuda was taken aback, exclaiming, "Indeed, she is of the Pan lineage." He had never disclosed his identity nor mentioned his wife, yet this esteemed physician could discern everything with just a gentle pulse examination. It seemed he had truly encountered a venerable sage. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Would have found himself at a loss for words, unable to navigate his emotions. His excitement was simply too profound. Jiang Xuan's eyebrows twitched slightly as he waved his hand, smiling, "To save the world and help others, there is no need for thanks. Go now, and take good care of your wife." As Wuda departed, the presence of the martial artist lurking nearby vanished in an instant. They must have gone to verify the efficacy of Wuda's medicine. The bait had been set. Would the fish not come? Jiang Xuan felt a sense of pride within. "Old immortal, please save my father." At that moment, a melodious and charming voice pulled Jiang Xuan back to reality. Turning around, he beheld a frail old man with pale lips seated in a wheelchair, accompanied by a girl of ethereal beauty, which momentarily captivated Jiang Xuan. The old man was none other than the patriarch of the Li family, while the girl was Miss Li Yingling. Since hearing the news of Li Huai's demise, old Master Li had fallen gravely ill, succumbing to despair, and his health deteriorated day by day, reaching a state of utter exhaustion. Upon hearing the legend of the old immortal, Li Yingling was eager to bring her grandfather to Hanxiang Temple in search of the divine physician. "Old immortal?" Li Yingling called softly again, noticing Jiang Xuan's momentary daze, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. For reasons unknown, the old man seemed extraordinarily familiar to her. Yet she could not place who he was. This was not surprising. Having cultivated for so long, Jiang Xuan had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing ethereal and radiant. Now, with a disguise, he looked entirely different from his former self. Jiang Xuan, upon reuniting with an old acquaintance, was overwhelmed with emotion. When he heard Li Yingling's call, he regained his composure and chuckled softly, saying, "Dear sir, kindly extend your hand to me." The father and daughter of the Li family found nothing peculiar in his words. Yet the monks surrounding the temple wore expressions of astonishment. The venerable immortal had come to Hanxiang Temple, typically aloof and unyielding. Never before had he shown such courtesy to anyone, even employing respectful language. Trembling, old Master Li extended a shaky hand and placed it upon the table. Jiang Xuan gently grasped the wrist of old Master Li, slowly closing his eyes as he cautiously infused his languid body with the nourishing vitality of launching true energy. In the midst of Li Yingling's palpable anxiety, the treatment persisted for a full incense stick's duration, only ceasing when beads of sweat emerged upon Jiang Xuan's brow. Throughout this process, old Master Li's complexion visibly brightened, and his posture became significantly more upright. A miracle indeed. The rumors were not unfounded. The old gentleman was truly a celestial being descended to earth. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, the surrounding townsfolk were astounded, kneeling in reverence and adoration, their faces aglow with piety, treating Jiang Xuan as a divine entity. If not for a miracle, how could one mere touch revive a dying elder? "Thank you, venerable deity," Li Yingling exclaimed with joy. And as she prepared to kneel before Jiang Xuan, he graciously supported her. "My dear lady, please rise. To heal the world and save lives requires no gratitude." Jiang Xuan spoke softly. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. Despite his deliberate lowering of his voice, the term "my lady" struck a chord of familiarity within her. Could it be Jiang Grandpa? In an instant, a bold notion flickered through her mind. The disparity between the two elders was evident, yet in her eyes, they seemed to converge. "You are." Li Yingling's eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, words hanging on the brink of revelation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan smiled and waved his hand. His expression filled with an air of nonchalance and composure. Li Yingling regained her senses and slightly bowed to Jiang Xuan before slowly departing with old Master Li. Glancing back at Jiang Xuan from time to time. Once outside the temple, Li Yingling furrowed her brows and said, "Father, that old immortal seems just like grandfather Jiang." "He is indeed Jiang Xuan." Old Master Li, who sat in a wheelchair with a haggard complexion, rasped, "What? Father, is it true?" Li Yingling's face was filled with astonishment and delight. "It truly is grandfather Jiang. But why is he transformed into an old immortal?" Old Master Li nodded slowly, a complex expression clouding his murky eyes. He too did not comprehend why Jiang Xuan had become an old immortal. However, having spent decades together, he would recognize Jiang Xuan even in ashes. Over 70 years old, he had indeed aged. Yet, Jiang Xuan still exuded such vitality, appearing as if he were a youth. The next day, another rumor spread throughout Yuzhou City, further elevating Jiang Xuan's mystique. It was said that Wuda, a vendor of baked goods, had miraculously healed from a congenital ailment. Allegedly, insiders revealed that a night of joyous sounds erupted from Wu Da's household. A cacophony of upheaval and commotion that lasted until dawn. Countless young gentlemen who coveted the Pan family wept upon hearing the news, lamenting that it was akin to flowers being placed in cow dung. Upon hearing this tidbit, numerous middle-aged wealthy merchants and officials within the city were stirred into a frenzy, hurriedly preparing horse-drawn carriages to rush to Hanxiang Temple, eagerly awaiting the old immortal's healing touch. Could it truly be so miraculous? Within the Jiang residence, Jiang He sat in the main hall, turning a large pearl and jade ring on his thumb, his face betraying an unmistakable delight. My lord, it is indeed true. Several black-clad warriors knelt below, excitedly reporting to Jiang He, we witnessed it ourselves. Upon returning home, Wudi immediately unleashed his primal instincts, evidently fully healed. Jiang He, lost in thought, murmured, could it be that my sincere devotion to the Buddha has moved the heavens? For so many years, he had searched the vast expanse of the great Qian kingdom for countless divine physicians, yet none could remedy his peculiar ailment. To stumble upon a solution so effortlessly was unfathomable. Initially skeptical, he could no longer afford to doubt, as Jiang Xuan's reputation soared. Come forth, prepare the carriage. I shall visit Hanxiang Temple to pay my respects. Meanwhile, at the residence of Jiang Yuan, she quietly listened to Ning Shan's report, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Jiang He is preparing to go to Hanxiang Temple? Indeed, my lady. The head of the Jiang family is likely en route to the temple, Ning Shan replied expressionlessly. How many people has he brought? 100 of the most elite personal guards and 2 shadowy figures, he stated. The old man is indeed cautious. Jiang Yuan twirled her teacup, her gaze flickering as she instructed, Ning Shan, take my token and visit the city lord's mansion to see Imo Taishiu. Tell him it is time to repay the favor he owes me. Ning Shan was momentarily taken aback, but, my lady, hasn't Lord Imo already refused to assist you in dealing with the head of the Jiang family? I fear. Jiang Yuan smiled knowingly. Who said I was asking him to deal with my father? Quite the contrary, I intend for him to avenge my father. What? Ning Shan was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp Jiang Yuan's intentions. Jiang Yuan suddenly cast a sharp glance at Ning Shan, coldly commanding, hurry and go. Once Lord Imo sees the token, he will understand without you saying more. Do you comprehend? Yes. Ning Shan, drenched in sweat, hastily took the token and departed. The lady was truly formidable. Faced with such a cunning woman, one might find themselves sold and still counting her profits. Watching Ning Shan leave, Jiang Yuan's expression brightened once more. Her gaze playfully fixed on the distance as she murmured, I wonder how you will respond this time, old sir. 2 hours later, at Hanxiang Temple, Jiang Xuan, with an air of profound wisdom, sat as usual in the temple's rear courtyard, devoted to helping those in need, resembling an extraordinary sage. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, and 100 elite guards, composed of warriors at the Qi condensation stage, burst in, shouting commands and dispersing all the surrounding commoners and monks. They have arrived. Jiang Xuan felt a surge of joy within, raising his gaze. Before him approached a man clad in an ornate noble robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, accompanied by 2 guards at the 8th or 9th level of Qi condensation. This individual was none other than the head of the largest family in Yuzhou City, Jiang He. He appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly in his 40s, yet his actual age was likely nearing a century. From this alone, Jiang Xuan had long concluded that Jiang Yuan had deceived him. Jiang He could not possibly be an ordinary person. He must also be a martial artist. Otherwise, how could he have prolonged his life and maintained such vitality? I am Jiang He, honored to meet the old immortal, Jiang He said with a smile, his demeanor as warm as a spring breeze, as he slowly seated himself before Jiang Xuan, appearing exceedingly amiable. Were it not for his notorious deeds, one might easily mistake him for a simple, honest man based solely on his appearance. In response, Jiang Xuan remained silent, casting a disapproving glance at the 2 guards beside Jiang He. The smile on Jiang He's face faded slightly as he waved his hand, commanding, step back. I wish to converse privately with the old immortal. Understood, my lord, the 2 guards replied with a respectful nod, discreetly retreating to a distance of 3 feet, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. It must be said that Jiang He was exceedingly cautious at all times. Once they were alone, Jiang Xuan spoke in a measured tone. Head of the Jiang family, kindly extend your hand to me. Does the old immortal recognize me? Jiang, he asked, momentarily taken aback, having uttered not a word yet. Who in Yuzhou City does not know the name of Jiang He? Jiang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Then I entrust this to you, old immortal. Jiang He flattered Jiang Xuan with a beaming smile, then graciously extended his hand, displaying an air of complete confidence. This was his domain, with shadows lurking nearby. Anyone wishing him harm would find it impossible to execute their intentions. Moreover, he was no mere clay figure. Jiang Xuan grasped Jiang He's hand, subtly channeling a faint stream of genuine energy, which caused Jiang He to tremble with an indescribable sensation of comfort. The old master indeed lived up to his reputation. Such profound energy was beyond anything I had ever encountered. Jiang He gazed at him in admiration. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Xuan's lips as he remarked, "The world perceives the head of the Jiang family as an ordinary individual, yet little do they realize that he is a master of the returning Yuan realm. You truly deserve your esteemed reputation, Jiang family head." Jiang He's pupils narrowed in surprise, and he forced a smile, stating, "It seems I cannot conceal anything from the old master. It is merely a trivial skill, hardly worthy of being called mastery." Moments later, Jiang Xuan released Jiang He's wrist and, with a gentle smile, declared, "Jiang family head, I have already diagnosed your condition." "Oh, and what is the verdict? Can it be cured?" Jiang He inquired breathlessly, his urgency palpable as it pertained to his lifelong concerns. If this ailment could be resolved, he could thrive abundantly, even beget 100 more, and no longer rely on his daughter and son-in-law. "It is somewhat troublesome," Jiang Xuan sighed. "Somewhat troublesome? Does that imply it can be treated?" Upon hearing this, Jiang He's face illuminated with a barely concealed excitement, and he eagerly responded, "Old master, please do not hesitate to speak." Jiang Xuan slightly shook his head. "Nay, what I speak is the truth. The head of the Jiang family shall not survive this day." "How dare you?" Jiang He immediately rose to his feet, casting a malevolent glare at Jiang Xuan. "Who exactly are you to mock me in such a manner?" Jiang Xuan maintained an air of calm, speaking with measured composure. "I am but a specter, returned from the depths of the underworld, seeking retribution from the head of the Jiang family. Pray, does the patriarch still recall the famine of yesteryear?" Jiang He's gaze narrowed. How could he forget? At that time, he had conspired with Yang Su to seize 30,000 taels of silver delegated by the court, thus solidifying the foundation of the Jiang family's vast fortune. Such an act was a capital offense for which he had cleansed countless lives. Could this individual be a remnant from that era? Nonsense! Guards, seize this rambling old fool. Jiang He bellowed in fury, gesturing for the surrounding warriors and guards to advance, while he himself retreated behind the crowd. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, with a subtle smile. Jiang Xuan raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. Bang. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, reverberating through the heavens. Centered on Jiang He, torrents of lightning rained down, obliterating the temple's backyard, reducing it to a level expanse. In that moment, the very fabric of existence seemed to shift, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. This was none other than the Five Thunder incantation, since his last encounter where his palm was injured. Jiang Xuan had meticulously researched a more reliable method of executing the Five Thunder incantation. He discovered that it could not only be stored within his own hand, but also transferred to another through the guidance of true qi, effectively turning the recipient into a walking time bomb. This approach offered a significant advantage. Jiang Xuan himself would be spared from the backlash. Once the thunder seal detonated, only Jiang Xuan, with his diamond-hard body, could withstand the blast unscathed. Everyone else would be caught in the ensuing thunderous explosion. Moreover, this time, Jiang Xuan detonated 5 thunder seals simultaneously, amplifying the destructive force to an extent surpassing the incident on Qinghe Street. The power was greater, the range more extensive. He estimated that unless Jiang He was a grandmaster, death was certain. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xuan felt an urge to exclaim, "Damn it, I'll take you down with me." At that moment, countless civilians and monks within the temple heard the terrifying explosion, their expressions filled with dread. What's going on? What caused the explosion in the temple's backyard? I don't know, it's terrifying. I think I saw lightning striking and destroying the backyard. Lightning? Don't talk nonsense. How could that happen in broad daylight? Let's go, let's go. Let's go see what happened. The monks and civilians of the temple gathered around, eager to see what had transpired in the backyard. Upon arriving, they were horrified by the devastation, their faces turning pale. The temple's backyard was now a scene of utter ruin, scarred and charred, with scattered remains, resembling a vision of hell. Ah, someone's dead. So many dead people. Some of the more sensitive women screamed in terror, while others began to retch uncontrollably. Damn it. This is too terrifying. After overcoming their initial revulsion, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Wasn't Jiang family head Jiang He here earlier? I think so. Is Jiang He dead? Probably. I heard he chased away all the commoners seeking treatment from the old immortal. Could it be that he angered the old immortal? So he was punished with heavenly lightning? That's possible. Ha ha ha, great. That old scoundrel is finally dead. My prayers weren't in vain. Buddha has finally opened his eyes. Nonsense. It was clearly the old immortal who punished him. What does it have to do with your prayers? Ha ha ha, great. Old monk, go. I'm going to offer another 100 incense sticks to fulfill my vow. Daughter, did you see? That old scoundrel is finally dead. Sob, sob, sob. At this moment, the sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted. Someone had taken the temple's firecrackers and started setting them off. Soon, the sound of firecrackers filled the air. Even though it was already the third month of the lunar calendar, marking the beginning of spring, Cold Fragrance Temple was as lively as if it were the new year. Moreover, this festive atmosphere was not confined to Cold Fragrance Temple but quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of Yu Prefecture City. Everyone, my family has good news today. Tea and melon seeds are free. Come in and listen to stories. Which story are you telling? The old immortal descends to capture evil spirits. Good. That's a good one. I have to listen to that. Everyone, my wife said that today is a day of celebration. So sesame cakes are free for all. Celebration? Is Wada's wife pregnant? Not yet, but it's still a celebration. The streets were bustling with activity, laughter filled the air. And every household seemed to be celebrating the new year once more. No one mentioned Jiang He's death, but everywhere there was joy at his demise. This demonstrated that Jiang He was truly despised by all. His misdeeds could deceive those above, but they could not be hidden from the common people, who knew the truth. Most surprisingly, there was another piece of sensational news. Happy news from the brothel of delight. The madam is getting married. To thank new and old customers. There will be free services today, first come, first served. The brothel was packed, and Yu Prefecture City was completely immersed in a festive atmosphere. Men are all the same. A shrew cursed in the street. Of course, that was all in the aftermath. At this moment, Jiang Xuan, having detonated the explosives on Jiang He, took advantage of the chaos to leave Cold Fragrance Temple. Two black-clad experts, Jiang He shadow guards, were in hot pursuit, although these two were highly skilled. Having reached the 8th level of the primordial return stage, they were caught off guard by the thunderous explosion and suffered internal injuries. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang He was blown to pieces, unable to do anything. This was a great humiliation for them. Therefore, they endured their injuries and chased after Jiang Xuan. With such a massive explosion, they didn't believe that he could have escaped unscathed. They chased him all the way to the woods outside Cold Fragrance Temple, where they suddenly saw Jiang Xuan stop. He stood there with a sword in hand, as if waiting for them. You're not running? The two men's pupils contracted, and they spoke in low voices. For some reason, seeing Jiang Xuan stop, they felt a sense of foreboding. Holding the Qingyan sword, Jiang Xuan stood upright, gently stroking his beard as he chuckled. I have never contemplated fleeing. I am merely seeking a place for the two of you to be laid to rest. Humph, such audacious words. Old fellow, we have seen through your tricks. If you think to ensnare us again, you are sorely mistaken. The two shadowy figures regarded Jiang Xuan with cold, disdainful glares, although they had sustained some injuries. Confronting an old man who had only just entered the Return to Origin realm was hardly a daunting task. What gave this old man such confidence? That explosion must have been a result of some unique method. It could not be easily replicated, or else he would not have chosen to flee. As long as they exercised caution, they were certain not to fall for his schemes again. With this thought in mind, one of the shadowy experts spoke in a chilling tone. Old man, who sent you as an assassin? Why do you wish to kill Lord Jiang? If you do not answer truthfully. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan let out a cold shout, channeling an infinite surge of true energy into the Qingyan sword in his grasp, which immediately resonated with a resounding and melodious sword cry. In the next moment, a tidal wave of sword energy erupted violently, coalescing into towering waves that surged towards the two shadowy masters with the ferocity of a tempest. Witnessing this alarming turn of events, the two shadowy figures paled in shock, hastily shifting from offense to defense, transforming their true energy into a colossal bell to withstand the onslaught of the sword river. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy cascaded upon the bell like incessant raindrops, relentless and unyielding, reminiscent of the mighty Yangtze River itself. Such an assault undoubtedly demanded immense energy. They could hardly believe their opponent could endure for long. Once their true energy was depleted, it would be their turn to strike. Curse be the situation. Such formidable true energy, what manner of being is this old man? After enduring thousands of sword strikes, the expressions of the two shadowy figures grew increasingly grim, nearly on the verge of cursing aloud. The energy consumption was likely on par with that of a master, indeed. Who is this old man? Crack, crack. As the sword energy continued to rain down, upon reaching 1,500 strikes, the golden bell began to fracture, ultimately erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the two Jiang Xuan let out a gentle sigh, retrieving a pill to restore his true energy from his waist and consuming it. With his sword in hand, he advanced step by step towards the two individuals, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from his eyes. He would not show mercy by leaving them alive. How could he? Was that old man a monster? The two shadows coughed up blood, their faces etched with panic as they gazed fearfully in Jiang Xuan's direction, desperately retreating. They were engulfed in terror, realizing for the first time how close the specter of death loomed, which instilled a profound dread within them. Ah, spare them where mercy is possible, my lord. Please cease your assault. At that moment, a slow, resonant voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy and depth, echoed through the air. Though the voice was soft, Jiang Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine, his expression turning unusually grave. Since acquiring his celestial bone, his perceptive abilities had rivaled those of martial artist one realm above him. Yet, he had sensed nothing prior to this person's utterance. This could only signify one thing. The opponent's cultivation was far superior to his own. They were a master. The realms of earth spirit, heaven spirit, and transcendence, collectively known as the three realms of masters. Upon reaching this level of cultivation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converges around them, enveloping them in a protective aura of true energy. Even when standing still, ordinary warriors would find it impossible to inflict any harm upon them. To think that a master was concealed here. Jiang Xuan raised his gaze and beheld an elderly man ambling toward him from afar. His hair, a cascade of silvery strands, framed a face marked by a gaunt complexion, while a gray beard adorned his visage. Clad in a long, flowing scholar's robe of muted gray, he bore an appearance that, aside from his profound eyes, seemed indistinguishable from that of an ordinary old man, exuding an aura of simplicity and authenticity. In fact, one might argue that Jiang Xuan appeared far more youthful and spirited in comparison. However, the man radiated an aura that surpassed the commonplace, merely standing there. He instilled a sensation of breathlessness in those around him. Pray, who might you be? Jiang Xuan's gaze was vigilant as he responded to the elder. Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two shadows exhibited expressions of astonishment, struggling with excitement as if they wished to rise and pay their respects. Master? Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed. This individual was, astonishingly, the master of the two shadowy experts. In that moment, he was certain. The venerable elder before him must be the legendary grandmaster spoken of in whispers. However, he remained uncertain as to which one he was. The elder did not respond to Jiang Xuan's inquiry immediately. Instead, he sighed and cast a disappointed glance at the two shadows, stating, Alas, I have long advised you both to leave Jiang He at the earliest opportunity. It is not that you failed to heed my counsel, but rather that you have now found yourselves in this dire predicament. The two shadows, visibly anxious, quickly bowed their heads. Master, we were in the wrong. We implore you to spare our lives. The elder shook his head in resignation and turned his attention back to Jiang Xuan. I am Imo Taishu. Just now, I witnessed your valiant efforts to rid the people of their suffering. Such formidable power indeed leaves me in awe. However, although my two disciples may have committed acts deserving of reproach, their crimes do not warrant death. I beseech you to show them mercy. His tone was slow and profound, sounding both like a compliment and a negotiation with Jiang Xuan. Yet, there was an undeniable authority in his words. After all, who could dare to slay a master's disciples in his presence? Imo Taishu? Indeed, it was he. The rumors spoke of him as a guest elder at the Lord's estate. Yet he never heeded the Lord's commands, merely serving as a fade. To his surprise, his disciples were so deeply entwined with Jiang He. If this man intervened, there would be no possibility of action on his part. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xuan spoke calmly. It is commendable that you wish to rein in your disciples at the brink of disaster. I kindly request that you take them back and educate them properly. Naturally, Imo Taishu replied with a faint smile. Your compassion is truly admirable. I hold you in great esteem. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan halted his steps, turned back, and spoke in a calm tone. I have released the individuals. May I inquire what else you seek? A serene smile graced Mo Tai Su's lips as he replied. I have come not to rescue my two disciples, but rather to fulfill a past obligation on behalf of another. An obligation? Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He had anticipated that matters would not unfold so simply. Indeed, someone had implored this old man to avenge her father's murder. Mo Taishu spoke candidly. Avenge her father's murder? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's hair stood on end, a surge of anger welling up within him. Damn it, you, Jiang Yuyan. Are you implying that this confrontation is inevitable today? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan smiled coldly. You repay the kindness of others, but how do you intend to repay my kindness? Your kindness? Mo Tai Su replied with a faint smile, intrigued. Oh, what kindness do you believe you have bestowed upon me? Jiang Xuan gazed indifferently at the shadows of the two figures on the ground, the implication unmistakable. He had spared Mo Tai Su's disciple. And that was a gesture of goodwill. Ha ha. Mo Tai Su laughed heartily, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and calmly remarked, Do you truly believe you can slay my disciple beneath my very gaze? He laughed with great amusement, having merely exchanged pleasantries with Jiang Xuan. Yet the latter seemed to think he was seeking a favor. To contemplate murder before a master, how utterly preposterous. Jiang Xuan remained silent. But a flicker of fierce intensity flashed across his gaze, and the air resonated with the sound of a slicing wind. Whoosh! The Chuanyun shuttle darted past Mo Tai Su, landing directly upon the formidable tree behind the two shadows, instantly piercing a substantial hole through it. Crash! The tree, robust enough for two to embrace, fell with a resounding thud, crashing heavily to the ground. The two shadows were filled with terror in that fleeting moment. It seemed as though they glimpsed their own demise, the specter of death looming ominously before them. As a concealed weapon, the Chuanyun shuttle moved with such astonishing speed that even Mo Tai Su could not react in time, resembling a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, eluding any attempt to trace its path. Mo Tai Su's laughter abruptly ceased, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a grave expression. The moment the Chuanyun shuttle sliced past him, it even breached an inch of his protective true energy, though it was merely an inch. The shock it instilled within him was profound. A treasured artifact? Mo Tai Su squinted slightly, gazing at the Chuanyun shuttle that Jiang Xuan had summoned back into his grasp. Jiang Xuan nodded slowly, not denying the implication, and spoke, Had I desired it, my disciple would have already returned to the netherworld. His words exuded a remarkable confidence, for the two shadows had long been gravely injured. No matter the circumstances, they could not withstand a single strike from the cloud-piercing shuttle. At the moment Mo Tai Su failed to react, their fates were sealed as mere corpses. Naturally, Jiang Xuan did not truly intend to strike. He merely wished to demonstrate his capability to eliminate his opponent's disciple. Mo Tai Su, seizing upon this insight, fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Xuan. Your precious artifact is impressive, yet it cannot slay me. Should you take the life of my disciple, you too shall inevitably meet your demise. Jiang Xuan's gaze was fearless as he tightly gripped the cloud piercer, his voice icy. Then I beseech you to make your choice. Today, will you repay the favors owed to others, or will you honor the debt you owe to me, an old man? My years are few, and I have little time left. At worst, we shall part ways. In that moment, the entire forest fell into a profound silence. Save for the rustling of fallen leaves and the resolute echoes of Jiang Xuan's words reverberating through the woods. The two shadows could not help but feel a surge of trepidation, mingled with a sense of humiliation and frustration. Who would have thought they would one day find themselves as lambs awaiting slaughter? Should Mo Tai Su utter a single word of refusal, they would meet their demise in an instant. They found themselves baffled and speechless by such a turn of events. What drove them to the brink of despair was the realization that even their master, having stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster, had to endure threats from others to preserve their lives. The taste of such a predicament was utterly exasperating. After a lengthy pause, Mo Tai Su's expression softened, and he sighed. You possess remarkable skill, my good sir. It has been many years since I felt such a threat. How nostalgic it is. I shall repay this favor, and you may depart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan sheathed the cloud piercer, shook out his robe, and strode away with confidence. Master, you cannot let him go. The two shadows wailed in despair. Silence. Mo Tai Su narrowed his eyes as he watched Jiang Xuan's retreating figure. This man is far from ordinary. He must not be provoked lightly. An instinct warned him that Jiang Xuan had yet to reveal his true cards, whether it was the initial thunderous explosion, the later overwhelming swordplay, or the final artifact he had unveiled. Jiang Xuan's methods were numerous and increasingly terrifying, each one more inscrutable than the last, leaving him with a sense of impending danger. Heaven knows what insidious tricks this old man had concealed. If he were to forcefully intervene, he feared that he would reap little benefit, and at least these two disciples would be doomed. His ability to navigate the martial world for so many years and reach the realm of a master was predicated on a cautious, step-by-step approach. Engaging in such an uncertain confrontation was unwise. After traveling 20 miles from the woods, Jiang Xuan's tense body began to relax, and he finally exhaled in relief. The oppressive aura emanating from the master was overwhelming. Although he possessed the formidable shield of indestructibility, he was uncertain if it could withstand multiple assaults from a master. After all, this ability was not without its cooldown. Given Jiang Xuan's current cultivation level, the indestructibility could only be sustained for 5 breaths before succumbing to a cooldown period of 15 minutes. It could only be effectively employed at critical moments. At that moment, the sound of the system chimed in. Ding, congratulations on completing the entrusted mission. Task accomplished. Reward granted. Heavenly Heart Spirit Eye. The Heavenly Heart Spirit Eye. Possessing this spirit eye greatly enhances your vision, allowing you to discern the myriad laws of the world and accurately pinpoint your enemy's weaknesses. Furthermore, your mental prowess will far exceed that of ordinary individuals, and when gazing into someone's eyes, you can invoke a brief hypnotic effect. New plot development in progress. You have successfully completed the entrusted mission, yet you face jealousy from your peers. You must take action to unify your fellow disciples within the bounds of propriety. Triggered task. Unify the disciples' task requirements. Resolve conflicts. Foster harmony among peers. Task reward. A high-level martial art. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's immortality left her in a state of unease. However, in her estimation, Jiang Xuan was destined for demise. Should the assassination fail, Jiang He would surely eliminate him. If it succeeded, Emotai Su would execute him. In any case, he could not escape the clutches of death. Dear sir, I truly wish for your success, sighed Jing Yulian, lost in her own thoughts. Once Jiang He was dead, she could boldly seize control of the city lord's mansion, thereby dominating the entire Yuzhou city. If fate favored her, perhaps she might even have a chance to contest for supremacy over the realm. As her thoughts swirled, the doors of the grand hall slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing the surrounding candles to flicker ominously, startling her. This sudden occurrence sent a jolt of apprehension through Jiang Yulian, her heart tightening. A flash of panic crossing her eyes, and an uneasy premonition rising within her. Her hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched tightly together, rising from her seat. She scanned the room, her gaze eventually falling upon a frail figure seated in the hall's guest chair. Clad in coarse linen, his eyes gleamed with an eerie blue light, resembling a specter in the depths of darkness. Upon recognizing the figure's visage, Jiang Yulian's countenance drained of color, retreating 2 steps, as if confronting a ghost. Her delicate hand covering her lips, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you a man or a spirit? She stammered. In her mind, a master's intervention meant that Jiang Xuan had no chance of survival. How could he possibly stand here unscathed? Could it be that he had returned from the depths of hell? Was vengeance at hand? Jiang Xuan gazed at Jiang Yulian, the faint glimmer in his eyes gradually fading. As he chuckled softly, Madam, I trust you have been well? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yulian's pupils constricted, and her expression became remarkably vivid. If one were to suggest that her earlier misidentification was merely due to the dim candlelight, such a notion would falter in the face of that deep, resonant voice. Who else but Jiang Xuan could it belong to? In her world, there were few who inspired fear within her, and among them stood only 2, Jiang He and Jiang Xuan. She could not be mistaken, nor could she mishear. The color of Jiang Yulian's face fluctuated between light and dark, her thoughts racing through her mind, and she managed to smile and inquire, Old sir, have you succeeded? I have not failed in my mission. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's lips curled into a chilling smile, his eyes radiating a deadly aura as he calmly remarked, Madam, Emotai Su has made his move. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yulian felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Her phoenix-like eyes widening in disbelief as she trembled and stammered, "Why are you still alive?" Hiki. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, with a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Xuan gently tapped his fingers against the table, quietly observing Jiang Yulian's performance, producing a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. Madam, there is no need to call out. Apart from the two of us, no one else shall appear here. Long before entering the grand hall, Jiang Xuan had discreetly dealt with those lurking in the shadows. Within this mansion, the highest cultivation level was merely that of Ningxian at the 9th layer of qi condensation. Yet, Jiang Xuan was no longer the same man he had been 2 months prior. In the depths of night, his heavenly heart and spiritual eyes acted as a supernatural advantage, enabling him to perceive with extraordinary clarity, pinpointing the exact location of each individual, and then methodically hypnotizing, incapacitating, and eliminating them without a trace. After a few calls, Jiang Yulian ceased her efforts, for how could someone as astute as she fail to deduce that all her subordinates within this estate lay dead? I must admit, I underestimated you, old sir. I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary skills. Jiang Yulian replied with a serene smile, seemingly at peace with the impending outcome. I have long expressed my desire for friendship with you, madam, wishing to avoid any unpleasantness, yet you insisted on your own course. As Jiang Xuan's words resonated, the conversations from that night replayed in Jiang Yulian's mind, prompting a soft sigh to escape her lips. Old sir, you have yet to savor the intoxicating allure of power. You cannot fathom its exquisite temptation. Until you meet your end, my heart shall remain unsettled. Jiang Xuan fell into silence. He was acutely aware that the allure of power could drive one to stake everything, leading to actions beyond imagination. In a certain sense, had he occupied Jiang Yulian's position, he might also have chosen to eliminate such an unpredictable individual. At this juncture, further discourse would be futile. The old man would escort the lady on her final journey. Wait. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's intent to take her life, Jiang Yulian bit her lip delicately, presenting a pitiable demeanor. I have been forthright with you, sir. And it is precisely for this reason that I have changed my mind. If you would permit it, I would be more than willing to serve at your side, allowing you to savor the taste of power. What say you? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Jiang Yulian would resort to such tactics. He heard her coaxing softly, given your esteemed abilities, it is truly beneath you to be entangled in the trivialities of the black market. With my assistance, you could undoubtedly seize complete control over Yuzhou City, and perhaps even set your sights on the vast expanse of the Great Qian. With a glance and a smile that could enchant 100 hearts, she added, I find myself rather eager to be one of your favorite consorts. As she spoke, Jiang Yulian leaned closer to Jiang Xuan, exhaling a gentle waft of fragrance, her robe slipping from her shoulders to reveal her alabaster skin, captivatingly alluring. It must be said, Jiang Yulian was an extraordinarily charismatic woman, her grace unparalleled. While she may not have been classically beautiful, she certainly ignited a man's desire for conquest to its fullest extent. Power, women, and the thrill of domination, each a potent poison, gradually corroding Jiang Xuan's resolve. Jiang Yulian's eyes gleamed with triumph. She could not fathom that any man, including an older gentleman, could resist such temptation. Yet, in the next instant, a glimmer of cold light caught her attention. Before she could react in terror, a severed head flew forth, blood spraying, landing with a resounding thud on the ground, her expression one of profound disbelief. She could not comprehend, even in death, why Jiang Xuan had dispatched her. Jiang Xuan cast a casual glance at the lifeless body on the ground, and remarked with a faint smile, How can a fierce tiger slumber peacefully beside my bed? Sharing a pillow with a woman like her, I fear I would find myself sleepless throughout the night. As the night deepened, the sound of rain intensified. Jiang Yulian had met her demise. Yet, this was not the end. A pivotal figure remained concealed within this mansion, City Lord Yangsu. Although he held an official position bestowed by the court, he was but a pawn, akin to Jiang He. Exploiting his power for personal gain, and was one of the chief culprits responsible for the famine in years past. According to Jiang Xuan, Jiang Su was merely a marionette. However, Jiang Xuan's principle has always been to judge actions rather than intentions. If one has committed the deed, then they too must face the consequences. Jiang Xuan activated his celestial perception and swiftly discerned an unusual location within the mansion, the loft where Jiang Yulian had imprisoned the city lord, Jiang Su. At that moment, Jiang Su lay despondently on the bed, his face devoid of hope, tears streaming incessantly from the corners of his eyes. He appeared emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, with eyes like dark abysses and cracked, parched lips, clearly a victim of inhumane torment. It was unimaginable that the esteemed lord of Yuzhou City, once a figure of brilliance, had fallen into such a state of despair, caught in a predicament from which he could neither escape nor find solace in death. Perhaps this was all a form of retribution. Jiang Su's heart was ashen, and he began to repent for his past transgressions. It is often said that one does not reflect upon their life until they have hit rock bottom. Humanity is indeed peculiar. Only in times of utter hopelessness do we contemplate our past and scrutinize our existence. Hence, there exists the adage that a person on the brink of death may utter words of wisdom. Just then, a heavy tread echoed from outside the door. The ailing Jiang Su's gaze flickered with surprise as he beheld a figure enter the room. It was an elderly man with white hair, yet a youthful visage. Clad in a gray robe, his azure eyes radiating a serene aura as he approached with deliberate steps, resembling a celestial being. Is Jiang Yulian dead? Jiang Su's voice was frail, yet it trembled with an uncontainable shock. He understood that unless Jiang Yulian had met her demise, it was impossible for anyone to appear in this place alive, save for the handsome plaything she had personally captured. She is dead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow. What? Are you not afraid? Heh. Jiang Su let out a sorrowful laugh. Living as I do today, death would be a release. I am grateful to you, old sir, for your assistance. I owe you a favor, but alas, that favor shall only be repaid in the next life. Seeing the resolve of death in Jiang Su's heart, Jiang Xuan sighed softly. Had I known this would come to pass, would I have acted differently? Before I depart this world, may I dare to impose upon you a request? Jiang Su spoke in a hoarse voice, lacking strength. What is it? The previous city lord, Tian Feng, had a young son named Tian Rong, who now serves as an assistant in the city lord's manor under the name Su Shirchio. In truth, I have always known he is Tian Feng's son. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan calmly inquired, Do you wish for me to kill him? These words bore no emotion, yet a flicker of anger ignited within Jiang Xuan. Should Jiang Su dare to nod in agreement, he would not hesitate to end his life, denying him any further opportunity to speak. Engaging in conversation with such a person would only sully his ears. However, Jiang Su coughed heavily and shook his head. No. Beneath my bed lies a decree. After my demise, I wish to return the position of city lord to the Tian family, and I ask you, old sir, to convey this request. In the great Qian kingdom, each city is ruled by a lord, and the position of city lord can only be transferred through a decree from the court, typically chosen by the previous lord. Years ago, Jiang Su had conspired with the Jiang family to force the former city lord, Tian Feng, to pass the title to him, subsequently ruthlessly exterminating the entire Tian family, save for the young Tian Rong, who managed to escape. Years later, Tian Rong, under the alias Su Shirchio, entered the city lord's manor as a subordinate. Jiang Su was well aware of his identity, yet chose not to eliminate him. Moreover, he had promoted him steadily until he reached the position of second in command. This secret was unknown even to Jiang He and Jiang Yulian. No one understood Jiang Su's true intentions. With his passing, his true motives would remain forever concealed. And this was his resolution. Such a significant matter. Do you trust me with it? Jiang Xuan asked, his gaze complex, as the murderous intent within him dissipated somewhat. Jiang Su had no choice but to place his trust in the old man, believing in his own judgment that Jiang Xuan was a man of chivalry and integrity. I have faith in you, Jiang Su declared with composure. Jiang Xuan remained silent, merely nodding faintly. The sudden demise of 3 key figures in Yuzhou City within a single day would undoubtedly plunge the situation into chaos. If someone were to emerge during this tumultuous time to take charge, it would be a boon for the citizens of Yuzhou City, for both emotional and rational reasons. He could not decline. Jiang Su smiled with relief. Thank you, esteemed elder. Your assurance brings me peace. Sighing, he added, among all the individuals I have encountered, the city lord is truly a remarkable person, impossible to fully comprehend. To label him as a villain would be unjust, as he retained some humanity. Yet, to call him a good person would be utterly absurd. Perhaps he can merely be regarded as a pitiful soul. Esteemed city lord, it is getting late. We must be on our way. Jiang Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. There is no need to trouble the esteemed elder. I shall endure until dawn, at which point I will meet my painful end. Jiang Xuan, with a look of confusion, stepped closer and grasped Jiang Xu's hand, his expression shifting slightly. Poppy pill? It was astonishing that this individual had been consuming the poppy pill for an extended period to prolong his life. No wonder he appeared in such a wretched state. The poppy pill, a toxic concoction that hardly qualifies as a medicinal elixir, could sustain a breath in moments of extreme weakness, but at a tremendous cost to the body. Given Jiang Xu's current condition, should he ever cease taking the poppy pill, his death would be inevitable. Jiang Xuan was indeed ruthless. That night, Jiang Xuan visited the city lord's mansion with Jiang Xu's edict, nonchalantly tossing the decree into Tianrong's chamber before departing gracefully. With the matter resolved, he retreated, concealing his contributions to history and fame. His sole desire was to remain uninvolved in the impending fierce power struggles within the city lord's mansion. As an assassin of the black market, his only pursuit was wealth. Indeed, he had taken the riches, precious stones, and jade from Jiang Xuan's estate as his reward. To onlookers, it appeared that Jiang Xuan had merely fallen victim to a thief's greed rather than succumbing to political machinations. The outcome was unmistakable. This also served to absolve the newly appointed city lord of any suspicion regarding the murders. What is it? At that moment, Tianrong, lost in thought within his room, heard a noise from outside and hurriedly rushed out to investigate, finding nothing amiss. Upon returning, he suddenly noticed a decree on his desk, causing his countenance to pale in shock. Tianrong approached swiftly, picking up the edict, and his expression transformed into a tapestry of emotions: surprise, relief, confusion, and anger, all intertwining in an indescribable medley. He had schemed for a lifetime, vowing to reclaim the Tian family's legacy from Jiang Xuan and the Jiang clan, yet had always found himself outmatched and lacking opportunity. Now, astonishingly, this wish had been inexplicably fulfilled. In a single day, Jiang He had died, Jiang Xuan had perished, and Jiang Xuan was also deceased. Was the position of city lord returning to the Tian family? Tianrong's gaze wandered, bewilderment giving way to astonishment. Could it be that an immortal had truly intervened? Days later, a sensational piece of news spread through the streets and alleys of Yuzhou City. Jiang He, the head of the Jiang family, his daughter Jiang Xuan, and son-in-law Jiang Xuan had all met untimely deaths, suspected to be the result of divine retribution. Simultaneously, the city lord's position was reclaimed by the overseer Su Shirqiu, who boldly claimed to be the son of the former city lord, Tian Feng. Thus, the city lord's position returned to the Tian family. Tianrong's ascension prevented unnecessary turmoil in Yuzhou City. He was legitimate and held great renown, making him more than suitable for the role of city lord. In a single night, Yuzhou City underwent a complete transformation. The once mighty Jiang family crumbled entirely, with thousands of their remnants captured, and the balance of power swiftly shifted. Upon hearing the news, households erupted in celebrations, fireworks and drums echoing through the streets, creating a revelry more spirited than the New Year festivities. It was evident that the downfall of the Jiang family was indeed a fortunate turn of events for the common folk. Sources revealed that the newly appointed city lord, Tianrong, began his tenure by visiting Hanxiang Temple to offer incense. He even commissioned artists and craftsmen to recreate Jiang Xuan's likeness, casting a bronze statue to whom he bowed in reverence. Clearly, he believed that divine intervention had occurred. Those who do good shall reap virtuous rewards. Those who commit evil shall face just retribution. The heavens are just, and karma is inescapable. At this moment, Tianrong, kneeling before Jiang Xuan's statue with sincere devotion, silently recited a line from the edict. He understood it to be a warning deliberately left for him by the immortal. After completing his homage, he turned to the officials beside him and stated, "The crimes of the Jiang family were solely perpetrated by Jiang He, Jiang Xuan, and Jiang Xuan. Since the primary culprits have faced divine punishment, it would be unjust to implicate others. Release them all." But the official was struck dumb, attempting to dissuade him. "City lord, you must not. Leave no roots, or they may rise again and become your formidable foes." Tianrong responded with calm assurance, "When will grievances cease? Today, I release them not to defy the immortal's mandate. If they wish to oppose me in the future, let it be a contest of abilities. I harbor no fear." The officials behind him stood perplexed, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. This city lord was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, starting today, A 3-day amnesty was declared in the city, taxes for the common folk were reduced by 30%, and those over 50 were exempt from labor duties. The officials rejoiced. The city lord is wise. Yuzhou City bustled with energy, while the architect of this transformation, Jiang Xuan, remained blissfully unaware, leisurely returning to the black market under the cover of night. After a 2-month absence, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for his grand estate. As the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but difficult to revert. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing Jiang Xuan, Shuang'er was overjoyed and rushed to assist him with changing clothes, only to be gently halted. Not yet. First, please visit my other residence and summon Milan, Zhu. And Zhu to celebrate, he instructed. At this, a blush quickly spread across Shuang'er's cheeks, and she felt shy. Such a task was indeed new to her. However, since it pleased Jiang Xuan, she complied, bashfully replying, "Of course, master." Upon returning home, Jiang Xuan chose to indulge himself first. A night of revelry ensued, with the sounds of laughter and commotion filling the Jiang residence until dawn, a veritable cacophony of life. The next day, Jiang Xuan stretched languidly, rising from the vibrant blossoms, his entire being radiating vitality. It must be said that since entering the return to origin realm, his physique had become considerably more robust, particularly his energy and vigor, which were incomparable to before. Even without sustenance, and after a sleepless night, he remained spirited and lively. You all rest well. I shall first pay a visit to Lord Zhu. I shall forego breakfast. With this admonition, Jiang Xuan donned a fresh set of garments, opened the estate door, and ventured towards the Zhu residence of Xuanwu Hall. Within the Zhu residence, Zhu Hongfei gazed in astonishment at Jiang Xuan, who appeared unscathed. His eyelids twitched in shock as he forced a smile, exclaiming, "Ha, Jiang, my old friend, is it you who has caused such a stir in the city? Indeed. Are you the one who slew Jiang He, injured Shadow, and threatened Imo Taisu? Indeed. Are you the notorious bandit who invaded Jiang Yuyan's estate, committing murder and theft? Indeed. What is this indeed?" Yu Hongfei exclaimed, his expression exaggerated to the utmost. Rising, he grasped Jiang Xuan's hand with fervor, his admiration overflowing. "Old brother Jiang, please tell me. Is there anything else you have concealed from me? My reverence for you flows like an unending river, akin to the Yellow River in flood, utterly uncontrollable. You are truly remarkable. My assassins of Xuanwu Hall pale in comparison to you, akin to a pile of foul, putrid refuse." At this, Lu Bai, standing nearby, turned a sickly shade of green, muttering, "Is there such a revolting way to flatter someone?" However, despite the distaste, the truth remained undeniably evident. Jiang Xuan, as an assassin, had effortlessly eliminated several actual power holders of Yuzhou City, escaping unscathed even under the scrutiny of a grandmaster. Not only did he eliminate enemies, but he also dispatched his employer, returning with a bounty of gold and treasures, a feat that was nothing short of sensational. The hall master overstates my capabilities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is of no consequence. I am a benevolent man and truly cannot engage in the life of an assassin. Alas, it is regrettable that I can no longer serve the hall master." Zhu Hongfei's lips twitched, and he silently cursed. How dare this old man utter the phrase benevolent heart? If this is what kindness entails, then are all the assassins in his hall not paragons of virtue? Ha, brother Jiang, as for the remuneration, I shall have someone deliver it to your residence. The items you seized from Jiang Yulian shall rightfully belong to you. As a token of my gratitude for your personal involvement, Zhu Hongfei said with a cheerful demeanor. He had no intention of claiming any of those possessions. Given the gravity of the situation, he dared not take even a single item. Who knows what endless troubles might follow? If it were possible, he would wish to expel Jiang Xuan from the Xuanwu Hall, bidding him to depart as far as he could. "Thank you, Hall Master." Jiang Xuan replied with a polite smile before departing from the main hall. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Zhu Hongfei gazed at Jiang Xuan's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Jiang Xuan's recent actions have indeed instilled a profound sense of fear within him, amplifying his trepidation. Lu Bai cautiously turned to Zhu Hongfei and remarked, "Master Zhu, this old man Jiang is becoming increasingly formidable. His reputation in our black market rivals yours, and I fear that one day he may ascend to a position above you. He is fully aware of the sordid accounts of our Xuanwu Hall." Zhu Hongfei fell silent. While Lu Bai's words bore a hint of provocation, they were not without merit. Among the 4 halls, the financial deficit of Xuanwu Hall was the most substantial, Should these dubious accounts be scrutinized, he would be utterly unable to bear the consequences. Jiang Xuan manages the black market business, and it is implausible that he is unaware of the debts of Xuanwu Hall. He is merely feigning ignorance. However, should Jiang Xuan ascend to a higher position one day, it is not inconceivable that he might turn against those who once supported him. Furthermore, with Jiang Xuan's considerable talents in business, assassination, and alchemy, why should he remain subordinate to others for a lifetime, simply profiting them? It is only a matter of time before he rises above them. Zhu Hongfei, twirling two exquisite jade orbs in his hand, contemplated swiftly and spoke. Old Liu, make haste to the Yellow Crane Tower and inform those two from the Yushao sect that I wish to invite them for a performance this evening. That night, at the Zhuke Tower. The Zhuke Tower is a lavish establishment owned by Zhuke Hall, opulent and grand, where the ladies are nothing short of celestial beauties, skilled in song and dance, captivating all who behold them. Naturally, such upscale venues come with a hefty price tag, catering to patrons who are either wealthy or of noble birth, far beyond the reach of ordinary scholars. At this moment, within a private room of Zhuke Tower, the melodious laughter of women occasionally echoed. Zhu Hongfei and two men clad in Yushao sect robes were seated, each embracing a stunning woman, their hands roaming freely, reveling in the indulgence. Within the Yushao sect, such luxuries were unheard of. If Jiang Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of these men as Qi Hong, a disciple of the Yushao sect who had visited the Li residence alongside his uncle, Kongzhua. Brother Zhu, have you summoned us today to clarify your intentions? Kongzhua inquired, stroking his goatee with one hand while resting the other on his chest. Hee, our black market is a place of business. As long as the price is right, nothing is beyond negotiation, Zhu Hongfei replied, a sly grin on his face. In that case, let us increase your compensation by 20%, Kongzhua suggested with a smile. 20%? Zhu Hongfei was taken aback, astonished by the Yushao sect's generosity, surprised that they would offer such an increase right off the bat. After all, their previous offer already equated to a year's profit for Xuanwu Hall. It was a veritable windfall. However, as a seasoned negotiator, Zhu Hongfei would not acquiesce immediately and continued, Brother Kong, may I ask what grievance Jiang Lao has caused your esteemed sect to warrant such an extravagant expenditure? Kongzhua smiled mysteriously and replied, Oh, it's nothing. This scoundrel has slain two of my Yunshao sect's disciples, bringing shame upon our sect, and thus he must be eliminated. Beside him, Qi Hong's gaze flickered, but he remained silent. After returning to the sect, he had meticulously reviewed the sect's archives and discovered that Lu Dian had betrayed the sect for the sake of a rare treasure. Such a treasure would be regarded as a national treasure even within the Yushao sect. Not even all the elders could claim to possess one. Furthermore, he had heard that Luo Li had gifted Jiang Xuan the protective jade of the previous generation as sect saint, Luo Xiaolan, leaving him utterly astounded. A 70-year-old man in the Qi-gathering realm possessed two such treasures. Upon receiving this information, he hastily returned to Yuzhou City only to find that Jiang Xuan was no longer the old coachman he once knew, but had transformed into the vice hall master of one of the four major halls of the black market, at the pinnacle of his power. With his initial entry into the returning origin realm, attempting to eliminate Jiang Xuan within the black market was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. With no other recourse, he summoned his like-minded uncle, Kongzhua, to discuss a plan for them to jointly acquire one of Jiang Xuan's treasures. Treasures like the Chuanyun Suo and the Longfeng Yun would entice even those martial artists who had reached the master realm. Naturally, Kongzhua would not refuse. Kongzhua had already attained the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, on the verge of stepping into the master realm, making him a formidable ally. Nevertheless, he underestimated the black market. The Yuzhou City black market was teeming with experts. The four hall masters alone were beyond their capability to confront, not to mention the deputy leader and the mysterious leader. Moreover, this was merely one branch of the black market. Should matters escalate, the relentless pursuit of black market experts would likely render the Yunshao sect incapable of providing protection. The two disciples deliberated extensively and resolved to infiltrate the black market from within, coordinating efforts to eliminate Jiang Xuan. This avaricious hall master Zhu was the perfect target. Killing two of your sect's disciples? Zhu Hongfei frowned slightly. He was aware of the incident but remained skeptical. Given Jiang Xuan's current standing in the black market, he found it hard to believe that the Yushao sect would pursue him relentlessly over the deaths of two lowly disciples. Life was as trivial as grass. Interests always took precedence, a truth that held even among the esteemed sections. The code of the martial world? Merely a fade. Yet, he chose to remain tactful, understanding that the other party was intent on eliminating Jiang Xuan. Seizing upon this insight, Zhu Hongfei smiled and said, though Jiang Lao is despicable, he is. After all, in his recollection, Jiang Xuan possessed only a singular exceptional treasure, the Qinyan sword, while the rest were mere scraps of worthless metal. Could it be that the old man Jiang had other treasures? That sword alone. Kong Zhuo immediately interjected, stating, our Yushao sect, being practitioners of the sword, is in dire need of a fine blade. Ah, I see. Zhu Hongfei nodded slowly, yet a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Was a single treasure truly worth such an exorbitant price? Nevertheless, he could not raise the price further, as the two appeared to be utterly drained. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Hongfei flashed a smile, declaring, gentlemen, it is a deal. Within the Zhuke Tower, Kong Zhuo and Qi Hong wore grim expressions as they glared at the grinning Zhu Hongfei, filled with an urge to strike him down. The thought of the hefty price they had agreed upon left them feeling rather disheartened, and the sweetness of their previous indulgences had turned bitter, as if a heavy weight pressed upon their chests, nearly suffocating them. Haha, my esteemed friends. I have already devised a foolproof plan to ensure that old Jiang meets a fate most undesirable, Zhu Hongfei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the two disciples. Oh? Pray tell, what clever scheme does Zhu Hall Master have in mind? Kong Zhuo inquired, suppressing his irritation. Zhu Hongfei smiled enigmatically. Every person has a past. And with a past comes vulnerabilities. Once those vulnerabilities are exposed, dealing with him will be as effortless as plucking a flower. Kong Zhuo and Qi Hong exchanged glances before suddenly speaking in unison. The Li family? Indeed, the Li family. If they encounter misfortune. I cannot believe that old Jiang will remain unfazed, Zhu Hongfei proclaimed, his eyes glinting with cunning as he continued, should he dare to assist the Li family in secret. I possess means to ensure he is expelled from the black market, and once outside, he will be nothing but a lost dog, bereft of fear. A brilliant plan. Kong Zhuo's eyes sparkled as he pressed further. What does Zhu Hall Master intend to do about the Li family? Zhu Hongfei scoffed dismissively, merely a merchant's household. There are countless methods to eliminate them within the black market. However, with old Jiang keeping watch over them, we cannot act overtly, but must employ subtle tactics. At this point, he paused to look at Qi Hong. I have heard that you share a past acquaintance with the Li family? Qi Hong's eyelids flickered. The black market was a realm of power, and it surprised him that they were aware of this connection. Acquaintance may be too strong a term. I have a junior disciple who is of the Li family. Then it is settled. The success of our plan hinges upon you, dear nephew, Zhu Hongfei said, his smile growing ever more sinister. Before long, the room was once again filled with the melodious laughter of women. The three men conspired while laughing heartily, as if the deed was already done, and Jiang Xuan's demise was all but assured. A brilliant scheme, indeed. I never anticipated that Zhu Hall Master was such a cunning and astute individual. It truly puts us to shame. Too kind, Zhu Hongfei replied modestly. As the room resonated with laughter, a harmonious atmosphere enveloping them. The following day, an important visitor arrived at the Li residence, Qi Hong, the senior brother of the late Li Huai. He brought with him shocking news. Li Huai had not been slain by traitors, but by the old coachman, Jiang Xuan, within their household. Upon hearing this, Master Li and Li Yingling remained largely unmoved, but Madame Su Qin was struck as if by lightning, collapsing on the spot. Uncle, Huai's death is an injustice. As his senior brother, I must avenge him. Qi Hong cried, tears streaming down his face, his expression one of righteous indignation, as if mourning a beloved brother. Yet, he had not displayed such emotion when he had seen Li Huai's corpse. Master Li's gaze fell, weariness etched upon his features. Alas, such a curse. It is done. The past is the past. In truth, he had suspected Jiang Xuan since the day of his son's death, knowing that it was his own son who had sought to harm another, leading to such dire consequences. After encountering Jiang Xuan disguised as an old sage, his suspicions had only solidified. Li Yingling lowered her head, biting her lip. In her heart, she believed that her brother Li Huai could never compare to Jiang Xuan, who she deemed inherently wicked. Heretofore, Jiang Ye's homicidal act must have been predicated upon the victim's inherent culpability. Within the hall, only Madame Su Qin shared the same righteous indignation, her teeth gnashing with hatred, her grief utterly inconsolable. Master, this cannot be left unavenged. My adopted son has met a most grievous end. Yet, Master Li remained taciturn, merely extending a perfunctory welcome to Qi Hong before retiring to his chambers. Li Yingling, casting a fleeting glance at Qi Hong, also departed. For reasons unknown, she harbored an intense aversion towards him, as if beholding a sanctimonious hypocrite. In the blink of an eye, only Madame Su Qin and Qi Hong remained in the hall. Recalling Jiang Xuan's possession of compromising information, Su Qin felt a mixture of hatred and trepidation towards him. Seizing Qi Hong's hand, she exclaimed in palpable panic, "Dear nephew, you must avenge my adopted son." Qi Hong, his gaze lasciviously fixated on the undulating contours of Su Qin's bosom, reciprocated her grasp upon her delicate hand. "Rest assured, Aunt, I have conceived a plan." "Indeed? What manner of plan?" Su Qin inquired with undisguised excitement. "I possess a contact within the black market, a friend who has pledged to eliminate the old codger Jiang. However, what?" Su Qin pressed impatiently. "He demands a princely sum of 30,000 taels of gold, for Jiang is now a deputy master within their black market." "Not easily dispatched. 30,000 taels of gold?" Madame Su Qin's vision blurred, and she nearly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Though the Li family possessed considerable wealth, they were not so affluent as to readily procure such a sum. Who could casually produce 30,000 taels of gold? "Fear not, Aunt, for I have devised a foolproof strategy," Qi Hong declared with an enigmatic smile. "Oh, my dear nephew, pray reveal it forthwith. Cease tormenting your aunt," Su Qin implored, her anxiety reaching a fever pitch. Qi Hong chuckled softly before divulging, "In my youth, I studied the art of gambling under a certain Taoist priest. Though I dare not claim mastery, I am confident in my ability to win back 30,000 taels of gold from the black market casino." "Gambling?" Madame Su Qin, herself an aficionado of games of chance, perked up at the mention of gambling. "Does my dear nephew possess the skill to manipulate the odds?" Yes, gambling skills." "Precisely. Gambling skills. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten hence," Madame Su Qin exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if the demise of her son had been momentarily forgotten. The two embarked upon a carriage, making their way to the Azure Dragon Hall's casino. The Azure Dragon Hall's casino was the largest gambling establishment in Yuzhou City, where patrons wagered vast fortunes with reckless abandon. Of course, the vast majority were shills, with Zhu Hongfei's machinations. Arranging for a few Azure Dragon Hall underlings to collaborate with Qi Hong was simplicity itself. "Dear nephew, upon which shall we wager?" At that moment, within the casino, Su Qin stood before a table, a bag of silver in hand, as she turned to Qi Hong for guidance. She had brought but a meager sum, a mere 100 taels or so, indicating a lingering doubt in Qi Hong's capabilities. Qi Hong, glancing discreetly at the Azure Dragon Hall disciple above, immediately understood. He chuckled, "Aunt, bet big." "Excellent." Su Qin beamed, placing her entire stake upon big. 4, 5, 6, big. The dealer announced in the ensuing moment. "Ah, it is indeed big. Marvelous." Su Qin rejoiced, swiftly retrieving her winnings, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The Azure Dragon Hall Casino was the largest gambling establishment in Yuzhou City, where gamblers wagered vast fortunes, appearing exceedingly extravagant. Of course, the vast majority were shills, specifically employed to entice wealthy scions into high-stakes gambling. Initially, they would allow their marks to win small sums, only to gradually increase the stakes, ultimately leading to their financial ruin within a mere 1 or 2 hands. This was commonly known as a pig butchering scheme. In truth, within this casino, the house could dictate victory or defeat at will, manipulating the dice through hidden mechanisms. At that moment, Qi Hong was the shill, luring Su Qin deeper into the quagmire of gambling, from which there was no escape. With Zhu Hongfei's machinations, arranging for a few Azure Dragon Hall underlings to collaborate was simplicity itself. "Oh, we have won again. Dear nephew, you are truly a prodigy," Su Qin exclaimed with a radiant smile, reveling in her winnings, and nearly deifying Qi Hong as a gambling deity. In less than an hour, she had amassed nearly 2,000 taels of silver. The exhilaration of such rapid wealth acquisition far surpassed the ease of their family's business ventures. At this rate, winning 30,000 taels of gold was not an impossibility, and the mere thought sent tremors of excitement through her. "Aunt, this venue is too small. Shall I escort you to a larger establishment?" Qi Hong inquired with a disarming smile, simultaneously assisting Su Qin in her gambling endeavors and subtly guiding her. His sole objective was to induce Su Qin to wager the Li family's assets, culminating in a single, decisive slaughter. Indeed, Su Qin readily agreed. Having been thoroughly captivated by the allure of gambling and no longer content with the current venue, the two departed the table. Ascending to the larger casino on the second floor, the stakes here were even higher, with wagers frequently reaching several thousand taels of silver, igniting a fervent passion in the hearts of onlookers. Su Qin, her face aglow with excitement, heeded Qi Hong's advice, recklessly wagering her winnings of over 2,000 taels in a single hand. As expected, she emerged victorious once more. Another hour elapsed, and she had accumulated nearly 50,000 taels of silver in this venue, nearly equivalent to the Li family's annual revenue. Su Qin's countenance was radiant. Her lips stretched into a wide, uncontainable grin. And there is an even grander venue on the third floor, where fortunes are truly made and lost in the blink of an eye, Qi Hong proposed, subtly guiding her further. By now, Su Qin was entirely subservient to Qi Hong, regarding him as a veritable god of fortune, and would scarcely reject his suggestions. Without hesitation, Su Qin, accompanied by her 50,000 taels of silver, ascended to the third floor of the casino. This floor was even more opulent than the first and second, with patrons exuding an aura of extravagance and wealth. And this venue has no limit on wagers. Feel free to bet as you please, Qi Hong declared with a confident smile. Su Qin nodded slowly, taking a deep breath, and placed her entire stake of 50,000 taels upon the table, her expression fraught with tension. 1, 2, 3, small. The dealer announced, his voice ringing through the hall. Upon hearing these words, Su Qin was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, her mind reeling in disbelief. How could it be small? How could it be small? Qi Hong feigned surprise, shaking his head and sighing, alas, and I apologize. Perhaps I am fatigued and have made a slight miscalculation. It is of no consequence. Even a prodigy cannot win every hand. Su Qin managed a forced smile, her heart filled with disappointment. The silver she had won throughout the day had vanished in an instant. And shall we continue to gamble? Qi Hong inquired tentatively. Gamble? Why would we not gamble? Su Qin retorted, her face contorted with resentment. Return with me now to retrieve more silver, and we shall return to gamble later. Nay, there is no need. Qi Hong interjected with a faint smile. This Azure Dragon Casino also functions as a bank. We can simply issue a promissory note and withdraw funds for our use. Well, when it came to borrowing money, Su Qin hesitated. She was not fond of the feeling of being in debt, which made her heart race with anxiety. Qi Hong cast a sidelong glance at Su Qin and calmly reassured her, rest assured, and we will repay the gambling house immediately after we win. After much contemplation, Su Qin reluctantly acquiesced. In that moment, she stepped unwittingly into the second trap of the underworld, the loan scam. Once a person begins to borrow money for gambling, it becomes an unceasing cycle. Before long, Su Qin signed a promissory note and borrowed 10,000 taels of silver from the Qinglong gambling house, plunging into extravagant gambling once more. Thus, she would find herself ensnared in a repetitive cycle of her past experiences, constantly winning, until ultimately losing everything in a few hands. Then she would borrow again and repeat the process, until she was utterly destitute, forced to sell her children. This is a timeless scam that has persisted in the black market, remaining unsolved through the ages. Human nature is inherently greedy, cunning, and unwilling to concede. No matter how rational a person may be, they ultimately lose their reason under such calculations, descending into the depths of heartless gambling addiction. 3 days later, as dawn broke with the crowing of roosters, Jiang Xuan rose early to practice his cultivation. However, he was startled by a clear female voice from outside the estate. Brother Jiang, are you within? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Xuan paused momentarily, opening the door to find none other than Yin Lin, the leader of the Jike Hall. Hallmaster Yin? What brings you here? He inquired. Oh dear, Brother Jiang, how can you remain so calm? Something grave has happened outside, Yin Lin exclaimed. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, what brings you here, Master Yin, to personally make this trip? Yin Lin stepped forward, drawing closer to Jiang Xuan, and earnestly asked, Master Jiang, were you not the coachman for the Li family? Indeed, Jiang Xuan did not deny. Then it all makes sense. Yin Lin continued, are you not aware? The Li family has gone bankrupt. They are utterly destitute. Jiang Xuan was taken aback, hastily inquiring, what on earth is happening? Alas, for reasons unknown, their lady had fallen victim to a deceptive scheme orchestrated by the Qinglong Hall gambling den, resulting in her family's complete ruin. Even Yang Long was oblivious to the intricacies of the affair. It was rumored that old Zhu from your Xuanwu Hall had covertly arranged this. Zhu Hongfei? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of fury igniting within him, a murderous intent bubbling to the surface. How dare Zhu Hongfei scheme against him by targeting the Li family? Such despicable tactics were enough to incite the wrath of both gods and men. Brother Jiang, there is another matter you must hear, but please do not act impulsively. Yin Lin suddenly recalled something, speaking urgently. What is it? Jiang Xuan inquired, his brow furrowing. Alas, Yin Lin sighed heavily, continuing, the lady of the Li family, in a moment of desperation, staked her beautiful daughter in a wager with the Qinglong Hall. She has now been sold to the Zhuke Tower as payment for her debts, and several high-ranking officials are vying to purchase her virtue. What? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan was consumed by fury, his true energy surging within him. Nonsense! I dare anyone to lay a hand on the young lady. In that moment, his aura erupted with formidable intensity, startling Yin Lin beside him. Indeed, Brother Jiang's cultivation is quite impressive. Such overwhelming true energy suggests he is not far from being a master. Fear not, Brother Jiang, I simply apprehended her. Knowing the connection between you and the daughter of the Li family, Yin Lin replied with a playful smile. However, you should hasten to take her away. The Li family's daughter is an unparalleled beauty, and I fear she will attract countless admirers daily. The Zhuke Hall is not solely under my authority. Moreover, I urge you to refrain from any outbursts during this affair. If you act recklessly within the domain of the four halls, the deputy hall master may hold you accountable. It seems this is old Zhu's intention. He truly wishes to drive you away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief and solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Hall Master Yin. Yin Lin smiled softly. Oh, Brother Jiang, you are too courteous. We are like family, after all. Should you ascend to great heights in the future, do not forget to lend a hand to me. At the Black Market, Zhuke Tower, several burly men stood at the entrance, besieged by a group of Black Market disciples who were mercilessly assaulting them. The men, filled with rage, shouted, "A bunch of brutes. Return our young lady at once." These men were the guardians of the Li family, led by Wu Yong. After the Li family's downfall, they too had been cast out. Yet, upon hearing that Li Yingling was to be sold to Zhuke Tower, they stormed into the Black Market, driven by indignation. The thought that the lady they had devoted their lives to protecting would be sold into such a place was utterly intolerable to them. However, their abilities were insufficient to contend with the Black Market enforcers, and they were soon overwhelmed and beaten mercilessly. Stop! A deep voice suddenly resonated. Turning to look, they saw Jiang Xuan, clad in a blue robe, striding forward with a fierce demeanor, his expression dark as a storm. At the sight of him, the Black Market experts were taken aback, hastily ceasing their actions and bowing in unison. We greet you, Master Jiang. Master Jiang? Old Jiang. Wu Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he stood up, bellowing, Old Jiang. Jiang Xuan glared furiously, causing the disciples of the Black Market nearby to retreat several steps in fear. What madness has overtaken this esteemed gentleman? For a moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Wu Yong and his companions were taken aback. The current Jiang Xuan was formidable in ways they could not comprehend. From the aura he had just exuded, it was evident that Jiang Xuan was at least a master of the returning origin realm. When did this old man become so powerful? As the crowd remained in a daze, Jiang Xuan approached Wu Yong, gently patting him on the shoulder, and spoke in a deep voice. Do not worry, old Wu. I have come today to take the young lady away, and I shall ensure she suffers no grievances. With that, Jiang Xuan brushed past the others and strode directly into the Vermilion Bird Tower. Upon entering the tower, a steward of the Vermilion Bird Hall immediately approached with a beaming smile. Ah, is that not Master Jiang? What brings you to our Vermilion Bird Tower? Have you set your sights on a particular young lady? With a frigid gaze, Jiang Xuan fixed his eyes upon the man, demanding, Reveal to me the whereabouts of the Li family's daughter. The attendant, initially taken aback, swiftly composed himself, a realization dawning upon him. Ah, you speak of Li Yingling. Indeed. A maiden of unparalleled beauty, and, crucially, still untouched. Alas, your arrival is ill-timed. She has already been bespoken by Master Zhu's men and has just been escorted upstairs. Should you not mind waiting until she has attended to her guest? Perhaps she could then attend to you? The attendant finished, smacking his lips together with a lascivious grin. Smack. Insolent cur. Before the sentence could even conclude, Jiang Xuan's palm had already made violent contact. He seized the attendant by the throat, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Did your master not detain her? The attendant, his windpipe constricted, croaked out in a voice akin to a strangled duck, but Master Zhu himself commanded it. How could we possibly interfere? Insolent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Carrying his sword, Jiang Xuan stormed into room number 1. Cough, cough, cough. The steward coughed several times, looking utterly dismayed, wondering what had gotten into the old man. Meanwhile, inside the opulent confines of premium suite number 1, Li Yingling, adorned in a stunning gown, sat upon the bed. Her countenance etched with despair, tears cascading down her cheeks. Never had she imagined finding herself in such dire straits. Soon to be violated by the very man who had manipulated her mother into gambling, leading to the Li family's ruin. Qi Hong, her brother's martial brother. Qi Hong, his eyes gleaming with lasciviousness, caressed Li Yingling's chin with a finger, his voice dripping with mockery. Exquisite, my dear Yingling, truly exquisite. Know that all I do is for you. I never anticipated that He Zhu would be so true to his word, delivering you to me. Li Yingling, repulsed, refused to acknowledge him with even a glance. Yingling, I offer you a chance. Serve me well. Agree to be my concubine, and I shall find a way to redeem you from this Scarlet Bird Pavilion. What say you? Qi Hong, with an air of self-satisfaction, leaned in to kiss her luscious lips, only to be met with her instinctive recoil. Bang! Qi Hong's face darkened, and he struck Li Yingling's fair cheek with a slap. Venomously cursing, shameless hussy. Still putting on airs? Do you still fancy yourself the Li family's young lady? Well, no matter. I shall personally tame you, and soon you will know just how base you truly are. Qi Hong's expression shifted erratically, like that of a deranged lunatic. Huh. Li Yingling spat a bloody glob at Qi Hong, her eyes burning with loathing. Excellent. That look is excellent. Qi Hong, far from being angered, chuckled. He wiped the spittle from his face, then, with a perverse smile, licked the blood, savoring the taste. Indeed, the fragrance of a virgin. Be stubborn now. But when a dozen men have mounted your bed, let's see if your tongue remains so sharp. Beast. Li Yingling recoiled in terror, yet her resolve remained unbroken. Her eyes darting about, desperately seeking a means of ending her own life. Suddenly, the door was blasted open with a deafening crash that reverberated throughout the Scarlet Bird Pavilion. Who in the world? Qi Hong roared, thankful that he had not yet disrobed, lest he be rendered impotent by the fright. He turned to see a shuttlecock growing larger in his sight, accompanied by a piercing whistle, and cried out in horror, the piercing cloud shuttle. Too close. His cultivation was insufficient to evade it, and he could only watch as death approached. Thud. In the next instant, the piercing cloud shuttle pierced his skull, leaving a bloody, gaping hole, splattering blood upon the nearby Li Yingling. Ah! Li Yingling screamed, her eyes widening in terror as she beheld the figure entering the room. Her mind reeling, Grandpa Jiang. Young miss. Seeing Li Yingling scantily clad and utterly vulnerable, Jiang Xuan tore off his black robe and rushed to her side, gently draping it over her. Grandpa Jiang. Seeing Jiang Xuan's arrival, Li Yingling's last vestiges of strength crumbled, and she threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. A picture of heartbreaking vulnerability. Grandpa Jiang, the Li family is gone. Mother was humiliated to death, Li Yingling wailed. Her voice choked with grief as she recounted the Li family's misfortunes. The tale was simple. Madame Su Qin, lured by Qi Hong, had become entangled in gambling, amassing a debt so vast that it could not be repaid even by selling the entire Li estate. Subsequently, black market disciples had arrived to collect the debt, seizing all of the Li family's assets. Master Li and the servants were driven from the mansion, while Madame Su Qin and Li Yingling were sold to the Scarlet Bird Pavilion. Madame Su Qin, unable to bear the shame, had taken her own life in a tragic manner, consumed by grief, guilt, and regret. Had Jiang Xuan arrived even a moment later, Li Yingling would have suffered the same fate. Ah, young miss, you have suffered much. With gentle ministrations, Jiang Xuan sought to console Li Yingling, his gaze brimming with compassion, tenderness, and an inexhaustible ire. For even the most stoic heart cannot remain untouched. Li Yingling, having been under his care since childhood, was akin to family. To witness her suffering such a tribulation ignited a furious tempest within Jiang Xuan, threatening to consume him entirely. Zhu Hengfei, you shall meet a gruesome end by my hand. Uttering this vow, Jiang Xuan, his heart ablaze with wrath, guided Li Yingling from the opulent confines of Chamber 1, promptly departing the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. As they emerged, their eyes fell upon a macabre tableau of several lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, the very guards of the Li estate. Wu Yong, startled and aghast, Jiang Xuan hastened forward to a blood-soaked figure, whom he recognized as Wu Yong, the head of the estate guards. At this moment, Wu Yong's entire body was covered in a macabre tapestry of lacerations, the hand that once wielded his sword now severed. Blood gushing forth from the stump in a relentless torrent, his life force waning precariously. Uncle Wu, Li Yingling exclaimed, her countenance paling as she covered her mouth, stifling a scream. Perplexed, Jiang Xuan furrowed his brow, swiftly administering a medicinal pill to Wu Yong while channeling verdant, life-sustaining qi into him, attempting to preserve his life. What has transpired? He inquired. Old Jiang, Wu Yong feebly opened his eyes, gazing upon Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling. In a moment of lucidity, he craned his head back and roared, "Flee, make haste. Old Jiang, you must safeguard the young mistress." Wu Yong's face contorted in agony as his remaining hand clutched Jiang Xuan's, veins throbbing on his forehead. Having uttered these words, darkness descended upon him, his grievous wounds causing him to lose consciousness. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Xuan, both startled and furious, glanced around anxiously, only to suddenly spot Zhu Hongfei, accompanied by a host of formidable figures from the black market, drawing near. Beside him was a lewd man clad in the attire of the Yushao sect. Oh dear. Who might this be? Why, it's my old friend Jiang. Zhu Hongfei exclaimed with an exaggerated grin, feigning surprise. Brother Jiang, what brings such a grim scene with so many dead? Could it be that some scoundrels have come to wreak havoc? The insincerity of his smile was palpable, almost as though the words "I am the culprit" were inscribed upon his countenance. Moreover, his arrival at this moment clearly indicated that he had been waiting for quite some time. Humph. Does the hall master truly remain oblivious to the reason behind these deaths? Jiang Xuan let out a cold snort, his smile devoid of warmth. Ah, truly unaware. Is there anyone who can explain this to me? Zhu Hongfei inquired with a beaming expression as he surveyed the crowd. At that moment, a disciple from the Zhuke Hall stepped forward and reported, replying to Master Zhu. Today, Jiang Xuan has inexplicably brought a group of outsiders to our Zhuke Hall to cause a disturbance, and has even abducted a young lady. Oh? He has abducted a young lady? Let me see. Zhu Hongfei feigned shock, stepping closer to scrutinize Li Yingling, and could not help but exclaim, Indeed. She is a beauty that could rival the most exquisite flowers, even stirring feelings within me. He then turned to the Zhuke Hall disciple and thundered, You wretched fool. If Jiang Xuan has taken a liking to a woman, you ought to deliver her to his residence directly. Why must Jiang Xuan make the trip himself? The Zhuke Hall disciple, feeling utterly wronged, replied, Master Zhu, Jiang Xuan arrived unexpectedly and did not inform us in advance. He barged into the Zhuke Tower and even killed one of our esteemed guests, truly disrupting our decorum. Their exchange escalated, transforming the narrative into one where Jiang Xuan had forcibly invaded the Zhuke Tower, resulting in the death of the esteemed guest Qi Hong, thus plunging the place into chaos, culminating in numerous fatalities. Qi Hong's nephew is dead. Kong Zhu's expression shifted dramatically, as this development had not been part of their original plan. That wretched Zhu Hongfei had ensnared them all. Qi Hong's nephew, you have died unjustly. Fear not, your treasures will surely be reclaimed by your master. At this juncture, Jiang Xuan understood the situation. It was evident that from the outset, this was a trap set by Zhu Hongfei. However, it seemed there were other forces at play behind the scenes, eager for his demise. Meanwhile, in a private chamber of the Zhuke Tower, the three hall masters, Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, gathered, peering through a small window at the unfolding scene below, each displaying a distinct demeanor. Do you two truly wish to eliminate Jiang Xuan? Su Hu of the White Tiger Hall mused, stroking his chin with amusement. I certainly do not. Yin Lin of the Zhuke Hall quickly denied, a smile gracing her lips. I am merely the messenger. All of this is orchestrated by Zhu Hongfei. What does it have to do with me? With a serious countenance, Yang Long of the Qi Long Hall stated, My Qi Long Hall is merely fulfilling its duties. This matter is unrelated to us. Hearing this, Su Hu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You two old foxes should cease your pretenses. Without your encouragement, how could this old fellow be cornered here? Zhu Hongfei is indeed a master tactician. After a moment of silence, Yang Long replied solemnly, Jiang Xuan is profoundly enigmatic, wielding power that brings no benefit to the four of us. In truth, like Zhu Hongfei. Although we all regard Jiang Xuan as the vice master of the four halls, we harbor immense trepidation towards him. Consider the implications of one individual controlling the affairs of the four halls. His influence is terrifying. The delicate balance among the four halls has been disrupted by him. Or rather, he has ascended above them, rivaling even the vice master. The black market is traditionally a place where one carrot fits one hole. If Jiang Xuan wishes to rise, he may inevitably turn against us. In light of this, it would be prudent to eliminate this variable directly. Contemplating this, Su Hu restrained his laughter somewhat, stating, That is indeed a valid point. One person holding the position of vice master for all four halls is quite a rarity. Jiang Xuan has committed a grave transgression by daring to sow discord within the four halls. I fear even the vice master may not be able to protect him. What do you propose should be the conclusion of today's events? Yin Lin inquired with a playful smile, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xuan below. I believe today it shall be Zhu Hongfei who finds himself unable to conclude matters. Before the Zhuke Tower, Zhu Hongfei listened to the report from the Zhike Hall disciples. His expression one of distress. Ah, Jiang Xuan, your actions have somewhat disrupted the decorum, placing me in a rather difficult position. Jiang Xuan remained silent, observing their antics with a serene expression. Ah, I have a proposition, Zhu Hongfei exclaimed, clapping his hands together, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Brother Jiang, why don't you return this delicate flower to the establishment and treat all my brothers to a night of pleasure? We'll consider the matter settled. I'll even plead with the vice helmsman on your behalf. At most, you'll only suffer a beating. Upon hearing this, the black market disciples erupted in lewd laughter, their voices reaching a fever pitch. Indeed, Master Jiang, such a beauty shouldn't be kept all to yourself. Share the enjoyment with us. Exactly. Just look at that figure. That face. TSK, TSK, I can barely contain myself. Zhu will be first, and I'm second. Anyone who tries to cut in line will have to deal with me. Listening to the obscene remarks around her, the Yingling's face paled with fright, her entire body trembling. Whether from anger or fear, no one could tell. Just then, Jiang Xuan gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Li Yingling turned to look at him, gazing at Jiang Xuan's somber expression. For some reason, she felt a sense of reassurance. Although she was surrounded by villains, she believed that Jiang Xuan could lead her out of this predicament. Hallmaster Zhu. Zhu Hongfei, who had been laughing heartily, paused when he heard Jiang Xuan's call. He lowered his head to look at him, his expression instantly freezing. Jiang Xuan flicked his wrist, and a dart shot toward his heart like lightning, sending a chill down his spine. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Jiang Xuan would dare to attack him in public. A treasure. The threat of death loomed over him, and Zhu Hongfei paled in horror. In desperation, he twisted his body as much as possible, trying to avoid a direct hit to his heart. Bang! A sound of exploding flesh echoed through the air. The cloud-piercing shuttle pierced through Zhu Hongfei's right hand in disbelief, causing his entire arm to explode in a bloody mess. Zhu Hongfei clutched his mangled arm, letting out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered in the middle of the night, as shrill as could be. My hand that I used to eat, to wield a blade, to caress a woman's breast. The scene unfolded too quickly, and the surrounding black market disciples were stunned. One moment, Master Zhu was laughing, and the next, he was screaming in agony, and his hand had exploded. Not only them, but even the 3 hall masters upstairs were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. What happened? Suhu asked, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His strength was comparable to Zhu Hongfei's, both at the peak of the Guiyuan realm. If Jiang Xuan could sever Zhu Hongfei's hand, he could do the same to him. A treasure? It seems to be a treasure, the Azure Dragon Hall master said gravely, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the cloud-piercing shuttle returning to Jiang Xuan's hand. Yin Lin patted her chest in a flustered manner and forced a smile. I told you, Hall Masters, you might not be able to handle this. Cloud-piercing shuttle? At that moment, Kongzhua also recognized the treasure in Jiang Xuan's hand, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Zhu Hongfei screamed incessantly, glaring at Jiang Xuan with a twisted expression, and roared, Attack! Chop this old bastard into mincemeat. The black market experts, who had been in shock for a long time, finally reacted to Zhu Hongfei's furious roar and charged toward Jiang Xuan from all directions. These men were all peak Qi condensation realm martial artists, the elite among the Xuanwu Hall's assassins. One cannot fight against many, especially when Jiang Xuan had to protect a young woman with no cultivation. His fate was sealed. Zhu Hongfei gnashed his teeth in pain, his eyes filled with glee as he stared at Jiang Xuan. You old fool, let's see if you can survive this time. Faced with the swords and sabers coming at him from all directions, Jiang Xuan turned around without hesitation, shielding Li Yingling in his arms, exposing his entire back. Is this old man Jiang really not afraid of death? Suhu exclaimed in shock from the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. Yang Long said in a deep voice. It is said that this old man Jiang was once a coachman for the Li family. He truly is a loyal servant. Suhu sneered. Loyalty is useless. What a waste of such high cultivation. He's lived such a long life, yet he still can't see through things. If it were me, I would have thrown that girl away immediately. She's a hindrance. Humph, heartless man. Yin Lin snorted and said with emotion, if a man protected me like that, I would marry him even if it meant death. Suhu curled his lip, completely unconvinced. Just as the 3 were making their remarks, a sudden scene caused their expressions to change drastically. Clang, clang, clang. The swords and sabers of a dozen Xuanwu Hall experts struck Jiang Xuan's back, producing a series of metallic sounds. Not only was he unharmed, but he even broke all the swords and sabers. What is this old man Jiang's body made of? Suhu exclaimed in shock once again. Yang Long frowned and said, I once heard that old man Jiang possesses an invulnerable skill. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Oh dear, how terrifying, Yin Lin said with a smile, covering her mouth. Zhu Hongfei was also dumbfounded. He had heard Jiang Yuan mention this matter, but seeing it with his own eyes today, he realized how outrageous it was. These were not ordinary swords and sabers. Each one was a carefully crafted weapon of the Xuanwu Hall. Yet, they were broken under the protection of the martial artist's true energy? Whoosh! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Jiang Xian's eyes flashed with a blue glow, his expression devoid of emotion. He drew a sword with a backhand. An endless sword energy erupted, precisely severing the necks of all the surrounding black market experts. Swish, swish, swish. Heads fell to the ground, and corpses collapsed all around. You, old man Jiang, how dare you kill my Xuanwu Hall's assassins? Zhu Hongfei roared in fury. These were all elite assassins he had trained, and they were all wiped out in an instant. The next moment, Jiang Xian's figure flashed, and he appeared before him in the blink of an eye. His killing intent palpable. Zhu Hongfei's expression changed drastically. He channeled his true energy into his left hand and slammed out a palm strike, directly confronting Jiang Xian's Qing'an sword. However, although he was at the peak of the Guiyuan realm, he had already suffered a great loss of vitality from losing an arm, and he could not unleash even 50 of his usual strength. For a time, he was forced to retreat by Jiang Xian, barely managing to defend himself. His life hanging by a thread. What should we do? Should we go down and help? Su Hu asked, frowning, from the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. Let's observe. Yang Long said indifferently, showing no concern for Zhu Hongfei's dire situation. In other words, what did it matter to him? Yin Lin, the hall master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, had the same thought, her eyes full of smiles. Bastard, Kong Zhua, are you just going to stand there and watch? Hurry up and help me. Zhu Hongfei roared, his face twisted in anger. Kong Zhua said calmly, Hall Master Zhu, this is a matter for your black market. It has nothing to do with me. Damn it, if you hadn't hired me to kill Jiang Xian, would I have even taken action? Zhu Hongfei was forced to contort his face, enraged. He actually cursed at Kong Zhua while fighting Jiang Xian. Upon hearing this, the Vermilion Bird disciples who were watching the show were all stunned. Hall Master Zhu, so you accepted an outsider's commission to kill one of our own? As soon as these words came out, the 3 hall masters in the Vermilion Bird Pavilion were all stunned, speechless for a long time. Giggle. Hall Master Zhu is probably finished, Yin Lin said. Yin Lin smiled subtly, while the other 2 nodded earnestly. According to the rules of the black market, causing a disturbance would at most result in a demotion, followed by a severe beating and expulsion from the market. However, conspiring with outsiders to harm one's own was a grave offense. Such behavior was strictly prohibited in the black market, and once discovered, it would be deemed treachery, leading to relentless pursuit and retribution. Zhu Hongfei's expression changed as he realized he had let slip his desperation. He quickly barked, Kong Zhua, why aren't you taking action? If you don't, neither of us will escape the black market. He believed that if he eliminated Jiang Xian, the matter would be settled. As the leader of the Xuanwu Hall, who would dare hold him accountable? Yet, Kong Zhua remained unfazed, looking at Jiang Xian with a smile and saying, Esteemed elder, I am Kong Zhua from the Yushao sect. If you could return the treasured artifact, the Chuanyun Sua, to me, I assure you, I shall not raise a finger against you. His words were remarkably astute, categorizing the Chuanyun Sua as a treasure of the Yushao sect, merely seeking its return. This was entirely reasonable. Once the Chuanyun Sua was in his possession, he could easily forego the compensation promised to Zhu Hongfei. Accomplishing 2 objectives with 1 action, truly a splendid outcome. Alas, he still underestimated Jiang Xian profoundly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With impatience, Jiang Xian let out a thunderous shout, releasing the cloud-piercing shuttle, which flew towards Kong Zhu, compelling the latter to hurriedly draw his sword in defense. However, this time, the shuttle's power was not formidable. It merely danced around Kong Zhu's head, occasionally striking him. No one could have anticipated that Jiang Xian could simultaneously engage in a fierce battle with Zhu Hongfei while manipulating the shuttle to contend with Kong Zhu. From a distance, it appeared as though the shuttle was toying with Kong Zhu, while Jiang Xian leisurely faced Zhu Hongfei, single-handedly overpowering 2 adversaries. Such an immense expenditure of true energy would likely overwhelm even a master at the middle 3rd realm. Yet, Jiang Xian was never lacking in true energy. Upon closer inspection, his body resembled an endless vortex, perpetually replenishing true energy, growing increasingly valiant in combat, causing Zhu Hongfei to lament in distress. Had it not been for Zhu Hongfei's considerable cultivation, he would have likely perished beneath Jiang Xuan's blade long ago. Ah, Brother Jiang is truly formidable. I am fortunate to be allied with him, Yin Lin remarked with a radiant smile. Shameless woman, when have you ever been on someone else's side? Su Hu scornfully rebuked, though a glimmer of fear flickered in his eyes. Jiang Xuan is indeed terrifying, almost unfathomable. Upon introspection, it is clear that he could not possibly have forced both Zhu Hongfei and that formidable master of Yunshao's sect to such a desperate state simultaneously. After clashing for dozens of rounds, Jiang Xuan grew increasingly formidable, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of sword energy that surged forth like a colossal wave, pressing down upon Zhu Hongfei with overwhelming might. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Hongfei, despite being gravely injured, forcibly channeled his true energy, continuously thwarting the onslaught of sword energy. However, after parrying 2,000 strikes, his true energy was utterly depleted, and he was hurled backward, crashing violently to the ground, creating a pit several meters deep. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhu Hongfei's eyes filled with terror as he pleaded, Brother Jiang, please, stop. Do not strike again. You cannot kill me. Too late. Jiang Xuan erupted with a fierce intent to kill, once again unleashing a tremendous sword energy, ruthlessly cleaving towards Zhu Hongfei on the ground. Stop. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar, as powerful as a great bell, striking the hearts of all present. Bang. Accompanying this voice was a ferocious white sword energy, soaring like a rainbow, arriving before the former, and precisely colliding with the sword energy unleashed by Jiang Xuan, causing it to shatter explosively. Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed, his eyes filled with astonishment. He held unwavering confidence in his sword technique, the azure sword art, yet this sudden surge of sword energy had effortlessly severed it. This sword energy surpassed his own in both speed and strength, exuding an overwhelming might. Could it be that a master had intervened? He found it hard to believe that anyone within the realm of returning origin could surpass his swordsmanship. At that moment, all eyes in the arena turned toward the source of the sword energy, where a figure clad in azure robes gradually emerged, radiating an aura of terrifying power. A protective barrier of true energy enveloped him within 3 feet. Indeed, a master who had ascended to the mid-third realm. Jiang Xuan's gaze narrowed, and his heart was filled with profound agitation. If a master were to take action against him, he would likely face dire consequences today. The leader? Exclaimed a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Ah, we pay our respects to the leader. In an instant, all the experts present in the black market knelt in homage. Even Zhu Hongfei, who lay weakened on the ground, hastily rose to his feet, bowing his head in reverence, unable to meet the gaze of the figure clad in green. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the black market branch in Yuzhou City, Jun Hongchen. Startled, Jiang Xuan had never before encountered the enigmatic helmsman since his induction into the black market. Rumor held that the helmsman was among the foremost grandmasters of Yuzhou City, possessing unfathomable power. Clad in simple azure robes, his countenance handsome and radiating authority, Jun Hongchen gazed towards the Vermilion Bird Pavilion and proclaimed in a deep voice, "Must you 3 remain hidden?" Instantly, 3 figures descended, the very figures of Yang Long, Su Hu, and Yin Lin, the 3 hall masters, kneeling in hurried supplication. We pay respects to the helmsman. Only Kongzhuo remained standing, his brow furrowed as he regarded the youth before him. Might you be the helmsman of the black market in Yuzhou City? The Cloud Firmament sect? Jun Hongchen cast a dismissive glance. Was it you who sought to slay my black market's vice hall master? His words were soft, yet imbued with chilling intent. A subtle hint of lethal menace. A tremor ran through Kongzhuo. An inexplicable fear gripped him in the presence of this youth. Yet, recalling his status as a disciple of the Cloud Firmament sect, he questioned the necessity of fearing the black market. Steel himself, he puffed out his chest and declared, "Indeed, I am Kongzhuo of the Cloud Firmament sect. Jiang Xuan of your market pilfered a treasure of our sect and slew several disciples, a transgression beyond pardon. However, should he return the treasure, my sect would extend a courtesy and the matter would be resolved amicably." Kongzhuo's words were reasonable, neither obsequious nor arrogant, befitting a disciple of a great sect. Reclaiming the cloud-piercing shuttle by force was no longer viable. He could only invoke the Cloud Firmament sect's prestige. Insisting the shuttle was their treasure, compelling the black market to return it, placing all blame upon Jiang Xuan, but seizing the moral high ground. Yet, he overlooked a crucial point. The black market was not governed by reason. Oh, Jun Hongchen chuckled softly. The Cloud Firmament sect? Is it truly so remarkable? Kongzhuo was taken aback. His Cloud Firmament sect ranked among the top 5 sects in the Great Qian Kingdom. Was this even a question? His face darkened. What is the meaning of this? Do you believe our cloud firmament sect is easily trifled with? I had assumed that one so young, holding the position of helmsman, would be a person of consequence, not one so ignorant of the immensity of the heavens. Whoosh! Before he could finish, Kong Zhuo saw a flash, and a sense of impending doom washed over him. When his senses returned, he beheld his own headless body. Had he been beheaded? Kong Zhuo's disembodied head, eyes wide with disbelief, was filled with horror. He could not fathom how he had died. No one had moved, yet his head had severed itself, without a single drop of blood spilled. It was an appalling sight, but he had no time to ponder as his consciousness began to fade. A sealed throat sword? Among those present, only Jiang Xuan could be considered a master of the sword, and a maelstrom of shock now raged within him. Without a doubt, Jiang Xuan had struck with incredible speed, so swift that almost no one present had witnessed it, not even Kong Zhuo himself. Legend spoke of grandmasters of the sword capable of sealing the throat with a single, bloodless strike. To witness it firsthand was truly terrifying. Were it not for his celestial eye and the fleeting sword intent he had sensed, he too would have missed Jiang Xuan's attack. Such terrifying swordsmanship was unparalleled in his experience. Though both were martial grandmasters, the pressure exerted by this helmsman dwarfed that of Mo Taishu many times over. Zhu Hongfei belatedly realized that Kong Zhuo had been slain, and his eyes widened in terror. The helmsman must have discovered his dealings with Kong Zhuo. Why else would he have slain a member of the Cloud Firmament sect without hesitation? He was next. I was foolish, helmsman. Spare me. Zhu Hongfei trembled uncontrollably, kowtowing and begging for mercy, unable to utter a word of explanation. His only solace was that the helmsman had saved him from Jiang Xuan. Having saved him, surely he would not slay him immediately? The three hall masters, still kneeling, were drenched in cold sweat, their backs soaked. They too had played a part in this affair. Should the helmsman hold them accountable, they would all suffer. This unpredictable helmsman was known for his capricious nature and ruthlessness. Greetings, helmsman. Another figure, a middle-aged man in azure robes, arrived and knelt before Jiang Xuan. It was the vice-helmsman, Mo Cho. In the helmsman's absence, Mo Cho oversaw all matters of the black market. For such a commotion to erupt, with all four hall masters present, yet the vice-helmsman arriving so late, was indeed curious. Jiang Xuan glanced at Mo Cho and said, Brother Mo, a great disturbance has befallen the black market. Are you aware of the cause? This, Mo Cho stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I am not, helmsman. I beg your pardon. Jiang Xuan frowned. Very well. Once this matter is resolved, you will present yourself to the Hall of Punishments and receive 300 strokes of the rod. You need not concern yourself with the black market during this time. The three hall masters were aghast. Everyone in the black market knew that Mo Cho was no martial artist, but a mere scholar. He owed his position to being the younger brother of Mo Taishu. He was known for his sharp intellect and exceptional management skills, which had kept the black market running smoothly for years. Yet, 300 strokes of the rod would be fatal, even for them, let alone a scholar. But Mo Cho did not protest, simply bowing his head and accepting his fate. Thank you for your benevolence, helmsman. Jiang Xuan nodded slightly, turning his gaze back to Zhu Hongfei. Hall Master Zhu, you have embezzled resources from the Black Tortoise Hall to bribe officials and train assassins. Believing I was ignorant of your actions? His tone was devoid of emotion, sending shivers down Zhu Hongfei's spine. He knows? Why would he know? I deserve to die? Zhu Hongfei trembled, unable to speak. It was like a public execution. And you? Jiang Xuan turned his gaze to the other three hall masters. You scheme and plot, believing I am unaware? We deserve to die? The three hall masters were also in a state of panic, sensing for the first time the terrifying nature of this elusive helmsman. This dread was more profound than the power he exhibited. How could they not be frightened that someone who was rarely present in the black market could be so thoroughly informed of their activities? Just as the four were at the height of their fear, Jiang Xuan suddenly smiled. Of course, we are the black market, and minor transgressions are inconsequential. This helmsman is not one to hold petty grudges. However, whether you scheme against others or your own, your gravest mistake was betraying your own to outsiders. This helmsman despises traitors above all else. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Hongfei was pulled over by a powerful force, like a chick in his grasp. His eyes filled with terror. Helmsman. Hall Master Zhu, did you think that because this helmsman saved you earlier, I wouldn't kill you? Jiang Xuan's frigid voice echoed through the area, devoid of any warmth. In front of the vermilion bird pavilion, Jiang Xuan suddenly struck, seizing Zhu Hongfei by the neck in his horrified gaze, his fingers tightening slightly. Zhu Hongfei's face turned crimson, wailing in agony, unable to utter a single word. Saving you was so I could kill you with my own hands. Jun Hongqian stated indifferently, then exerted a sudden force, crushing Zhu Hongfei's neck before the eyes of everyone present, causing blood to spray wildly. Sizzle sizzle, the gushing blood splattered onto Jun Hongqian and the 3 hall masters kneeling on the ground, creating a scene of utter carnage. Gulp. At that moment, countless black market disciples swallowed involuntarily, their hearts filled with dread. It was said that the helmsman was capricious and merciless. Seeing it today, he was infinitely more terrifying than the rumors suggested. He started by killing a Cloud Firmament sect disciple, then punished the vice helmsman with 300 strokes. And now he had killed a hall master. Especially for young women like Li Yingling, who had never witnessed such a scene, her pretty face turned pale with fright. Almost crying out, but she managed to cover her mouth in time. Not to mention her, even Jiang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. The impact of this sudden killing was simply too great. He was certain that if the helmsman were to look at anyone now, that person would be scared out of their wits. Therefore, no one knew if they would be the next to be killed. You must be Brother Jiang. At that moment, Jun Hongqian turned his gaze toward Jiang Xuan, causing the latter's heart to skip a beat, and he prepared his adamantine body. If the helmsman is asking about Jiang Xuan, then that would be this old one. Jiang Xuan said calmly. Jun Hongqian scrutinized Jiang Xuan with narrowed eyes and said, Zhu Hongfei is dead. From now on, you will be in charge of the Black Tortoise Hall. Are you willing? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that, after causing such a commotion here, he had actually been elevated in status. Were Zhu Hongfei still alive, he would likely be infuriated to the point of dying once more. Although the reasons behind the helmsman's actions eluded him, the prospect of unearned benefits was simply too enticing to dismiss. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xuan hastily bowed and expressed his gratitude, stating, I am deeply appreciative of the helmsman's generosity. I am willing to offer my humble assistance. Jun Hongqian nodded slightly, then surveyed his surroundings, smiling as he declared, Brothers, you may disperse. Though he wore a smile, the sight of it juxtaposed with his bloodied visage was hardly commendable, instilling a profound sense of dread. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, the disciples of the black market exhaled in relief, finding this moment more perilous than engaging in a brawl. Indeed, if faced with this helmsman, they would prefer to confront others in combat instead. The pressure was simply overwhelming. As Jiang Xuan supported Li Yingling in their departure, he suddenly heard Jun Hongqian's laughter. Brother Jiang, do come to the Qilin Hall for a discussion when you have the time. The master of the sect wishes to exchange insights on swordsmanship with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan and the 3 hall masters were taken aback. What level of cultivation did Jun Hongqian possess that he needed to discuss sword techniques with Jiang Xuan? However, since the sect master had spoken, Jiang Xuan dared not defy him and clasped his hands in respect, saying, I shall remember your words. Indeed, Jun Hongqian replied with a slight smile, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace, leaving Jiang Xuan in stunned silence. How ostentatious! This was truly an extraordinary display, merely considering the mastery of that technique. Jiang Xuan's estimation of the sect master rose another level. One could only imagine the sleepless nights one would endure if such a master of swordsmanship were to fixate upon them. With Jun Hongqian's departure, the 3 hall masters exhaled in relief and enthusiastically surrounded Jiang Xuan. After all, Jiang Xuan had unexpectedly ascended to the position of hall master, signifying that the sect master held him in high regard. His future was surely promising. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, on your elevation to hall master. I have long found Zhu Hongfei to be quite intolerable, Su Hu exclaimed with a broad grin, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Yang Long rarely wore a smile, but he managed a slight one, tinged with regret. Brother Jiang, the underlings were thoughtless and aided Zhu Hongfei in causing trouble for your family. That is indeed a transgression. Rest assured, the Qinglong Hall will return the assets of the Li family in full to you, Brother Jiang. Yan Lin also approached with a beaming smile, gently supporting Li Yingling's arm, sighing, Oh, dear sister, it is all my fault. I nearly brought you to harm. I meant to inform you about Grandfather Jiang, but alas, those beneath us were so inconsiderate. Li Yingling offered a polite smile. She was not naive and understood that these individuals were being cordial out of respect for Jiang Xuan, rather than seeking to exploit the situation. Facing the exuberance of the 3, Jiang Xuan maintained a smile and chose not to expose their insincerity. Had Zhu Hongfei been present, they would surely have expressed entirely opposing sentiments, adapting their words to suit the audience, an art they displayed to perfection. Before parting ways, Yan Lin slyly pulled Jiang Xuan aside, whispering, Brother Jiang, allow me to offer a word of caution. If you truly intend to seek the sect master for a sparring session, do not approach him while he is asleep. Why not? Jiang Xuan inquired, puzzled. Yin Lin's expression turned serious. Our sect master has a penchant for slaying in his dreams. The last time, a hall master attempted to seek him out while he was sleeping and was killed by a single stroke of his sword, only to awaken and realize he had taken a life. How terrifying. Jiang Xuan's lips twitched in response, thinking to himself that this sounded like a habit of Boss Chow. How could it have been appropriated? I understand now. On his way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Xuan suddenly heard the system's voice resonate. Ding. Through your efforts, you have successfully resolved conflicts and united your fellow disciples. Task completed. Reward granted. Celestial Step of the Void. Celestial Step of the Void. This is a 9th-tier martial art, combining agility and defense. With profound cultivation, it allows the practitioner to dissipate their physical form, becoming imperceptible, while negating a significant portion of attacks and achieving a state of invisibility. New plot development underway. After you embarked on your cultivation journey, your family gradually fell into decline. Please restore your family's former glory and lay the foundation for your standing in the martial world. Triggered task, Foundation of Eternity. Task requirements, restore your family's former glory and establish a foundation in the martial world. Task rewards, Level 1 Poison Refinement Technique. The Foundation of Eternity, indeed? Jiang Xuan gazed at the task that unfolded before him, a wave of sentiment washing over him. This mission, it seemed, was paramount for him to restore the Li family. Given his current status, he could easily leverage the black market to gradually establish a formidable clan. However, he did not believe that Jinling was merely a fleeting abode. He could not resign himself to a lifetime confined to the quaint city of Yuzhou, or even the vast realm of the Great Qian. He was destined to venture beyond, to truly traverse the martial world and seek enlightenment. The 8 provinces of the realm, with the entirety of Qingzhou merely a corner of the greater expanse. That said, the first step must be to reclaim the Li family, for it was his own novice village, and he could not afford to lose it. After departing from Zhuke Tower, Jiang Xuan temporarily brought Li Yingling back to his residence for her comfort. Throughout their journey, Li Yingling appeared despondent, her demeanor tinged with unease and trepidation. For reasons unknown, upon their last encounter, she felt that Jiang Xuan was no longer the same as before. Why has grandfather Jiang become so formidable? What led him to become the lord of the black market? Is he still the same grandfather Jiang as before? What fate awaits me and the Li family in the future? The Li family has encountered a great upheaval, and the young girl is no longer the innocent and joyful maiden she once was. Countless questions and anxieties about the future swirl in her mind, causing her to feel somewhat constrained. Jiang Xuan cast a glance at Li Yingling and spoke. Miss, for the time being, you must endure staying in my residence. Once I reclaim the Li family's assets, I shall escort you and the elder back home. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling momentarily froze, turning to kneel before Jiang Xuan, only to be swiftly caught by him. Miss, you mustn't. Li Yingling's eyes reddened, and she sobbed. Grandfather Jiang, thank you. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile, turning to gaze at a vendor selling candied hawthorns by the side of the black market street. He spoke. Please give me a skewer of candied hawthorns. The vendor, momentarily taken aback, quickly retrieved the largest skewer and presented it to Jiang Xuan, his face beaming with a smile. Master Jiang, here are the candied hawthorns you requested. Jiang Xuan deftly accepted the situation, retrieving a piece of broken silver from his person and offering it to the vendor. The vendor was taken aback, hastily waving his hands in protest. No. Master Jiang, how could I possibly accept your silver? Moreover, this is hardly worth such an amount. Please, keep it. It is merely business. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan wore a nostalgic and contemplative expression, a smile gracing his lips. Tick-tock. Li Yingling accepted the candied hawthorn, suddenly rendered speechless, her tears cascading down her cheeks and hitting the ground with a crisp sound. The young girl's eyes were a vivid red, her glistening gaze fixed upon Jiang Xuan, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. It appeared that his intentions had been ineffective. Jiang Xuan touched his nose, smiling with a hint of embarrassment. Li Yingling immediately snapped back to reality, vigorously wiping the traces of tears from her cheeks. as she took a hearty bite of the candied hawthorn. A radiant smile lit up her face. It's delicious. This smile, akin to the thawing of spring, was utterly enchanting. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Jiang Xuan chuckled heartily, advancing forward as he spoke. My dear lady, do not disdain my humble abode. I have reserved the finest chamber for you. Splendid, Li Yingling exclaimed. Her tears of sorrow transformed into laughter as she hurried to catch up. Grandfather Jiang remains the same affectionate figure he has always been in her life. Grandfather Jiang, please refrain from calling me miss from now on. Like father, you may simply call me Linger. Oh, that would indeed take some getting used to. You'll adjust in no time. Grandfather Jiang, could you teach me martial arts? I aspire to be as formidable as you. What business does a young lady have with martial arts? Would your father approve? I don't care. That girl with the surname Luo was quite impressive, and you had rumors swirling about her. Ahem, that is unfounded. Do not tarnish my reputation. The elderly man and the young girl strolled side by side, engaging in light-hearted banter, reminiscent of their former master-servant bond. Before long, they arrived at Jiang Xuan's residence. At the entrance, Shuang'er awaited them patiently, holding a robe that Jiang Xuan typically wore at home, resembling a devoted wife anticipating her husband's return. Upon seeing them approach, Shuang'er promptly greeted Jiang Xuan, helping him change his attire, her gaze falling upon the young girl beside him as she smiled gently and inquired, "Might this young lady be the new mistress of the house?" Ahem, no. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xuan couldn't help but choke slightly, and then spoke. She is the young lady of the Li family. After their unfortunate incident, she will be staying with me for a few days. You must not neglect her. He then turned to introduce to Li Yingling, Linger, this is your sister Shuang'er. If you encounter any difficulties in the black market in the coming days, you may seek her assistance. Li Yingling curiously examined Shuang'er and inquired, Sister Shuang'er, are you the new wife of Grandfather Jiang? You are so beautiful. Shuang'er smiled gently. Miss Li, you flatter me. It is said in Yuzhou that the young ladies of the Li family possess unmatched beauty. Seeing you today, I feel utterly outshone. As the two women met each other's gaze and exchanged smiles, the atmosphere grew subtly awkward. In truth, both women were of similar age and possessed remarkable beauty. However, one was Jiang Xuan's newly acquired concubine, while the other was his former young lady, their differing statuses creating an unspoken tension between them. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan turned to Li Yingling and smiled. Linger, how about I take you on a tour of the residence? Certainly. Li Yingling replied with a charming smile, brimming with curiosity. Before her arrival, she had resolved that regardless of how humble Jiang Xuan's abode might be, she would not exhibit the slightest disdain. However, upon stepping into Jiang Xuan's estate, she was astounded. The residence could only be described as resplendent, its opulence rivaling that of the Li family, with numerous aspects that bewildered her. For instance, a bathing and dining room? Why would one eat and bathe in the same space? That evening, as Li Yingling gazed upon the lavish array of delicacies before her, she felt a flicker of surprise. Lobster, shark fin, abalone, and bird's nest soup, each dish was a sumptuous delicacy of considerable expense. Although she hailed from the Li family in Jiang's mansion, she felt as though she had become a princess. Life here was simply splendid. She had never anticipated that after leaving the Li residence, Jiang Xuan would enjoy such a lavish existence. After several rounds of wine, Jiang Xuan, with a flushed face, rose and chuckled. Shuang'er, tonight you shall accompany Linger and help her select the finest room. I shall retire to another residence. Shuang'er nodded slightly, softly acquiescing, her expression tinged with melancholy. After Jiang Xuan's departure, Li Yingling inquired with a hint of bewilderment, Sister Shuang'er, doesn't Grandpa Jiang usually reside in this abode? Shuang'er responded with an amused smile, he does. But he fears it might disconcert you. Ah? Why? Li Yingling asked, taken aback. Shuang'er's smile deepened as she leaned in close to Li Yingling, whispering sweet nothings into her ear, instantly causing the young girl's cheeks to flush crimson. It must be acknowledged that conversations between young women can sometimes be exceedingly audacious, venturing into realms unimaginable to men. Can Jiang handle that? Alas, you underestimate your Grandpa Jiang. Despite his advanced years, he possesses remarkable vigor. At times, he even manages 5 simultaneously. 5 at once. How embarrassing to discuss such matters. Little sister, you are still young, unacquainted with such exquisite delights. Sister Shuang'er, we are nearly the same age. Giggles, as long as one remains inexperienced, One is considered young, irrespective of age. Is that truly so? Indeed. If you so desire, we could partake together. You could assume the dominant role. Oh, what are you saying? How mortifying. In the heart of the night, two ravishing young women of similar age confided in hushed tones, their voices punctuated by silvery laughter. The following day, in another residence, Jiang Xuan divested himself of his self-fashioned windbreaker and emerged from a chorus of amorous sighs, stretching languidly. It must be conceded that such a lifestyle is apt to induce decadence. Master, must you depart so early? A chorus of delicate, reluctant voices arose. As the newly appointed hall master, I bear weighty responsibilities, Jiang Xuan sighed. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xuan, having been attended to by the four women, partook of breakfast, donned resplendent silk robes, and proceeded directly to the Xuanwu Hall. From this day forward, he would be the official hall master of the Xuanwu Hall. At this juncture, the Xuanwu Hall deacons, Jiang Yuan and Lu Bai, were already awaiting him in the council chamber, their expressions a study in contrast. Jiang Yuan's countenance betrayed a complex mixture of emotions, as he had never anticipated that the Jiang Xuan he had brought in would, in the blink of an eye, become his superior. Lu Bai, on the other hand, appeared visibly apprehensive. Having previously aligned himself closely with Zhu Hong, he had surreptitiously obstructed Jiang Xuan's path on numerous occasions, and he now harbored concerns that he might become the target of retribution. Before long, Jiang Xuan arrived at the council chamber, whereupon Jiang Yuan and Lu Bai hastily stepped forward to greet him, their faces plastered with obsequious smiles. Lord Jiang, Jiang Xuan nodded slightly and said with a gentle smile, there is no need for both of you to feel constrained. From now on, you may continue with your duties as before. Xuanwu Hall remains Xuanwu Hall. Upon hearing this, Lu Bai couldn't help but sigh in relief, realizing that Jiang Xuan did not harbor intentions of seeking retribution. This was a relief, otherwise he would indeed be in a predicament. Jiang Yuan then presented a ledger with utmost respect, placing it before Jiang Xuan. Master Jiang, this is the entirety of the assets seized from Zhu Hongfei. Please take a look. Seized assets? Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed, a testament to the ephemeral nature of fortune within the black market. As soon as a figure of prominence perishes, their assets are immediately plundered. Such is the way of illicit commerce. Fortunes amassed in the shadows are swiftly dissipated, leaving nothing for posterity. The chilling thought of a similar fate befalling him sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to scrutinize the ledger with meticulous attention. To his astonishment, the inventory revealed a staggering accumulation of wealth: 80,000 taels of gold, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 precious artifacts. Jiang Xuan was left utterly dumbfounded. The sheer opulence of Zhu Hongfei was astonishing. How much had he greedily amassed? As his gaze descended further, a peculiar expression began to emerge on Jiang Xuan's face. The primary wife, 2 daughters, a staggering 120 concubines, and over 1,000 maidservants. Such rampant corruption, truly. Jiang Xuan shook his head and sighed, filled with a profound sense of lamentation. Jiang Yuan glanced at Jiang Xuan, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he remarked, Master Jiang, look at these women. Ahem. Jiang Xuan coughed heavily and declared with solemnity, I possess a benevolent heart. Misfortune shall not befall my family. Let Zhu Hongfei's legitimate wife and daughter be released from the black market. According to the rules of the martial world, we must not torment widows and orphans. Well said. Jiang Yuan and Lu Bai simultaneously raised their thumbs in praise, flattering Jiang Xuan. Master Jiang, what shall we do about these concubines and maidservants? Jiang Xuan stroked his beard thoughtfully and proposed. Let us proceed as follows. Those women who are willing to stay shall be assigned to the brethren in the hall who are in need, while those who choose to depart shall receive a modest sum of silver to facilitate their leave. It is imperative that we do not coerce them in any manner, nor shall we ever consider selling them into brothels. Should such a transgression come to light, let it be known that I shall not hesitate to take stern measures. Jiang Xuan didn't consider himself a paragon of virtue, but neither did he perceive himself as malevolent. Coercing a woman against her will was something he preferred to avoid. However, the black market possessed its own code of survival, and he could only concern himself with his own actions, unable to regulate the conduct of others. Faced with this arrangement, Jiang Yuan and Lu Bai exchanged glances, a sense of respect for Jiang Xuan unexpectedly burgeoning within them. Indeed, a senior of such caliber is truly benevolent and magnanimous. Yes, Master Jiang, Jiang Yuan readily agreed, winking suggestively as he added, Master Jiang, should any of the remaining women possess exceptional beauty, would you like us to present them to you first? With a darkening countenance, Jiang Xuan rebuked, "Scoundrel, do you take me for such a person? Do not inquire again." He continued, "Henceforth, you shall bear full responsibility for all of Zhu Hongfei's assets. See to it that not a single error occurs." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Yes, esteemed Jiang." The immensity of Zhu Hongfei's wealth meant that overseeing it would offer considerable opportunities for personal enrichment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon perusing the roster, Jiang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. 500 assassins? What need have we of such a multitude? They dispatch but a handful each month. This stammered Lu Bai, taken aback. Esteemed Jiang, the Xuanwu Hall's complement of assassins has ever been thus. Zhu Hongfei, may his name be cursed, even deemed it insufficient. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Jiang Xuan slammed the roster onto the desk, his voice laced with fury. Zhu Hongfei, you blockhead. Are you all imbeciles? Maintaining such a glut of unproductive assassins is precisely why the Xuanwu branch languishes at the bottom. Slash them. I demand that you immediately reduce the number of assassins to a mere 100, retaining only the most elite. The rest can either patrol the streets or pack their belongings and depart. Furthermore, henceforth, the 10 assassins with the poorest monthly performance shall be terminated and replaced with fresh recruits to ensure a constant influx of new talent. Ah, reduce it to 100? Lu Bai exclaimed, aghast. A Xuanwu branch with only 100 assassins can scarcely be called an assassin's guild. What do you know? With a scornful glance at Lu Bai, Jiang Xuan continued, from this day forward, I, the Venerable One, shall establish several new tenets for the assassins. Firstly, our hall's assassins shall adhere to 3 inviolable principles regarding whom we shall not slay, irrespective of the sum offered. I shall personally inscribe these principles and display them within the hall. Upon hearing the first tenet, Lu Bai was taken aback. Assassins are wont to slay for coin. So what is this talk of 3 inviolable principles, he wondered. Is not refusing money akin to being a simpleton? Secondly, once a contract is undertaken, our hall's assassins shall not only be responsible for the act of assassination but also for the meticulous gathering of information regarding the target prior to the act, ensuring the safety of the client during the act, and maintaining the confidentiality of the event post-assassination. We must strive to leave no trace, ensuring that the client experiences a seamless, gratifying, and worry-free transaction. Do you comprehend? Understood, Lu Bai responded with a helpless expression. This is hardly the work of an assassin. He mused. This is akin to being a nanny. However, the assassins of the Xuanwu Hall have indeed lacked professional ethics in the past, divulging all of the client's information for a pittance. This has led to many clients suffering retaliation after employing the Xuanwu Hall services. Perhaps this is the reason why few dare to collaborate with the Xuanwu Hall, not to mention others. Even a woman of Jiang Yulian's influence does not trust the Xuanwu Hall, let alone the common folk. Thirdly, commencing today, the assassins of the Xuanwu Hall shall proactively seek out clients. Each month, a comprehensive survey shall be conducted throughout Yuzhou City to identify potential clients with a desire for assassination. Loitering idly within the hall shall not be tolerated. Having proclaimed these 3 tenets, Jiang Xuan turned towards Lu Bai, his tone grave. Have you committed them to memory? I have, Elder Jiang. Lu Bai replied with a smile more akin to a grimace, inwardly cursing. This old codger is indeed settling old scores, he thought. This is simply a ploy to do him in. Time elapsed swiftly, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Xuan expended considerable effort in locating all of the servants dismissed by the Li family and, together with Master Li, resettled them in a residence outside the black market. They merely await the return of the Li family's assets before they can relocate and restore the Li family's former glory. On this day, Jiang Xuan received word from Yang Long that the Li family's assets had been fully inventoried, and that he was to proceed to the Azure Dragon Hall to take possession of them. And so, Jiang Xuan, accompanied by Li Yingling, arrived at the Azure Dragon Hall's gambling den, prepared to reclaim the Li family's possessions. At this moment, Yang Long, the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, stood at the entrance of the gambling den, greeting Jiang Xuan with a beaming smile. Ah, elder brother Jiang. I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. With these words, Yang Long clasped Jiang Xuan's hand and enthusiastically ushered them inside. Witnessing this scene, many black market disciples were astonished. When has this perpetually stern master of the Azure Dragon Hall ever displayed such warmth towards another? His face was practically contorted into a chrysanthemum, even bearing a hint of ingratiation, causing Jiang Xuan to furrow his brow. Has this fellow ingested something amiss today? Although he is now the master of the Xuanwu Hall, their positions are roughly equivalent. Why would this fellow feign such obsequiousness? Moreover, he has come today to reclaim the assets from Yang Long, yet it feels as though he has come to offer money. Yang Long escorted Jiang Xuan on a tour of the Azure Dragon Hall's gambling den, smiling as he introduced each of the gambling games: dice, haigao, mahjong, flower games. Mark 6, cockfighting. A plethora of options were available. He described each game in exhaustive detail, as if a shopkeeper were leading the proprietor on an inspection of the business. He lingered and prevaricated for what seemed an eternity, yet uttered not a single word regarding the Li family's assets. Jiang Xuan halted in his tracks, casting a glance at Yang Long, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, "Master Yang, your purpose in seeking me today isn't merely to escort me on a tour of the gambling den, is it?" With a smile upon his lips, Yang Long replied, "Certainly not. I have prepared something for you, my esteemed elder brother." Upon finishing his words, Yang Long clapped his hands, summoning an attendant to present a wooden box. "Dear elder brother Jiang, within this box lies the deeds to the Li family's residence and all their commercial properties. The Qinglong Hall shall be returned to you in its entirety, untouched. Alas," he continued, "the Li family's silver has been dispersed by my subordinates. In retrieving it will take some time. I hope you will not take offense." "Oh?" Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he effortlessly took the wooden box and handed it to Li Yingling beside him, saying, "Linger, could you kindly check to see if anything is missing?" In truth, a few silver coins were of little consequence. Money could always be earned anew. What truly mattered were the deeds to the cloth businesses, for they represented the Li family's most treasured assets. Li Yingling's eyes mirrored his astonishment. Her expression tinged with exhilaration as she opened the wooden box and began to examine its contents meticulously, her hands trembling slightly with anticipation. She could scarcely believe that the Li family's fortune had been so readily reclaimed. The wealth accumulated by elder Li over a lifetime was regarded as a priceless treasure. "Yes, Grandfather Jiang, everything is here," she remarked, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned to Jiang Xuan, her heart brimming with gratitude. Were it not for Jiang Xuan, she might have never reclaimed it in her lifetime. Indeed, it is only through strength and status that one can accomplish what is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. For them, such aspirations are mere fantasies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuan chuckled, stroking his beard with satisfaction. "I remember well. These cloth businesses were ones I personally helped the old master establish, truly precious indeed." While he downplayed his involvement, it was a nostalgic reminiscence nonetheless. "Master Yang, I owe you a favor this time. Thank you." Jiang Xuan gazed at Yang Long and smiled. The recent downfall of the Li family, though attributed to Madame Li falling victim to the schemes of the Qinglong Hall, was ultimately a consequence of her own folly, leaving no one else to blame. The true culprits, Qi Hong and Zhu Hengfei, had already met their just fate. Yang Long's willingness to generously return what was owed indeed constituted a significant favor. "Ha ha, brother Jiang, you are too modest." Yang Long boomed with laughter. What he truly desired was Jiang Xuan's goodwill. Otherwise, how could he have made such a sacrifice? He continued, "Brother Jiang, to speak candidly, I do have a matter to discuss and would greatly appreciate your counsel." "Oh, what is it?" Jiang Xuan was not surprised and asked faintly. Yang Long's behavior today was peculiar, and his generous transfer of the Li family assets led Jiang to suspect that he must have some request of him. Yang Long smiled sheepishly and began, "Elder brother, it is like this. In the past, our performance in the black market's 4 major halls has always seen Xuanwu Hall at the bottom. However, ever since your appointment, Xuanwu Hall has flourished. And now it is my Qinglong Hall that finds itself at the bottom. Last month, I heard that you had restructured the assassin business of Xuanwu Hall, and the results have been remarkable. The hall master has praised you repeatedly, urging us to learn from you. Do you know how the brothers refer to you now? How do they address me?" Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow. "The brothers say you are the reincarnation of the god of wealth, and privately they call you Jiang Kaishan," Yang Long said with a look of admiration. Fortunately, Jiang Xuan was not drinking water at that moment. Otherwise, he might have spewed it out. Unable to contain his laughter, he had become the god of wealth again? "Elder brother, do you think there is room for improvement in our Qilong Hall's gambling den? You are still our vice hall master. We cannot favor one over the other." Yang Long inquired with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling also turned to Jiang Xuan, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Coming from a merchant family, as the young lady of the Li clan, she had a smattering of knowledge about business. However, she could not comprehend how Jiang Xuan, who had recently been a benevolent sage, had transformed into the god of wealth in the black market. Could it be that Jiang Xuan also understood the intricacies of the gray market? Jiang Xuan stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before speaking. Very well, Master Yang. I shall do my utmost to repay this favor. He inquired, pray tell, what troubles does your Qinglong gambling house currently face? Yang Long shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, alas, my elder brother is unaware of the difficulties I encounter. The operation of the Qinglong gambling house has become increasingly arduous. The wealthy individuals of today are exceedingly shrewd, and profits are scarce. At this juncture, Yang Long discreetly cast a glance at Li Yingling and lowered his voice, confessing, to speak candidly, the sum from Madame Li represents the most substantial profit the Qinglong Hall has seen in nearly a year. And now it has all been returned to you, my elder brother. Though his tone was hushed, Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling exchanged peculiar expressions. His implication suggested that Su Qin was the sole fool to have fallen for such a ruse in the past year. Cough, cough. Jiang Xuan covered his mouth and coughed lightly, then spoke. If that is the case, it appears your gambling establishment indeed has some issues. Allow me to ponder this matter. Linger, being a businessperson herself, should also lend her insights to assist Master Yang in devising a solution. Certainly, Li Yingling responded with a sweet smile. Splendid! Yang Long exclaimed with great delight. For the next half-day, Yang Long, resembling a devoted servant, warmly entertained Jiang Xuan and Li Yingling, guiding them through the premises as they inspected the gambling activities and deliberated on business strategies. Jiang Xuan, reflecting on the casinos of his previous life, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and chuckled, I've got it, Master Yang. Allow me to share 3 ideas that will ensure your gambling establishment thrives and flourishes with an abundance of wealth. Within the elegant chamber of the Qinglong Hall Casino. Upon hearing Jiang Xuan's words, Yang Long was filled with joy and eagerly inquired, Oh, what brilliant strategies does Elder Jiang have in mind? With a gentle stroke of his beard, Jiang Xuan calmly suggested, My initial proposition, esteemed Hall Master Yang, is that you cease operating the fraudulent schemes within the gambling den. Dismantle all deceptive mechanisms, eradicate any form of trickery, and exert every effort to ensure absolute fairness and impartiality within your establishment. Upon hearing this, Yang Long was immediately aghast. A gambling den without deception? How am I to generate revenue? He exclaimed. Brother Jiang, this is the Azure Dragon Hall, not a charitable institution. Without such artifice, how can we possibly turn a profit? Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, Oh, Master Yang, please do not rush. Allow me to continue. Although the Qinglong gambling house does not yield thousands, it does collect a gambling fee. Every wager made incurs a fee extracted at a predetermined ratio. This is one of the methods by which they profit. Collecting gambling fees? Taking money before the bets are placed? How could the common people possibly agree to this? Yang Long inquired, perplexed. Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly, yet a glimmer of understanding crossed her face as she spoke. I comprehend now, Grandpa Jiang. It is because of fairness. Indeed. Miss, you are truly remarkably astute. Jiang Xuan cast an admiring glance at Li Yingling and remarked, The common folk fear gambling establishments that employ deceitful practices. Presently, among the myriad of gambling houses, 9 out of 10 engage in underhanded tactics, while merely 1 operates honestly. In such circumstances, how can the populace dare to partake in gambling? The thrill of the game has been diminished to mere trickery for the ordinary man. There is no joy in participating. If the Qinglong Hall were to establish a gambling house free from deceit, would not those who lack such cunning yet possess a penchant for gaming flock to it? How splendid! Exclaimed Yang Long, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he clapped his hands vigorously. However, he soon furrowed his brow in concern. But, my dear brother, this would mean the profits would be considerably less. Previously, he had thrived by leading others to ruin through his schemes. Now, merely taking a small percentage of the betting money seems far too meager. Jiang Xuan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Master Yang, it seems that not only do you lack business acumen, but your grasp of mathematics is also utterly deplorable. Consider this. If a person's entire wealth amounts to merely 100 taels, employing a scam could only yield that same sum, leading to their eventual disappearance. However, if you were to collect their gambling fees daily, over time, the total would far exceed that initial 100 taels. Moreover, with sufficient allure, the number of patrons in your gambling den could multiply 10-fold, 100-fold, and that figure could escalate even further. Do the calculations, and you will find it amounts to astronomical sums. True entrepreneurs earn only limited profits. Exorbitant gains are not sustainable in the long run. With a sharp intake of breath, Yang Long realized that, although he was not a businessman, a person capable of holding the title of master was certainly no fool. Enlightenment struck him, and he grasped the underlying principle. In that moment, he was profoundly impressed by Jiang Xuan's intellect. Brother Jiang, you truly are a genius. Li Yingling also looked on in astonishment, recognizing that Jiang's business acumen was indeed more formidable than that of his own father. Could a gambling house be managed in such a manner? Grandfather Jiang was once truly enigmatic. Yet, in truth, he was merely a servant. What significance would it hold if he revealed himself? Who would take it to heart? Come now, Brother Jiang, do share your second idea. Yang Long could hardly contain his excitement any longer. Jiang Xuan rested his hands gently upon his knees, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The second idea is quite simple. I have already executed it in the black market. 2 words, membership. Membership. Yang Long instantly comprehended, exclaiming with urgency, Brother Jiang, are you suggesting to entice? No, rather, to recommend individuals to the gambling house to obtain membership, thereby allowing them to place bets with a proportional reduction in their gambling fees? Astute indeed. The concept was grasped with remarkable clarity. Jiang Xuan nodded with a smile, having secured a membership. I assure you that he would feel utterly uncomfortable if he refrained from visiting the gambling house for even a day. What membership? This time, Li Yingling appeared perplexed. As she was not acquainted with the underworld, she was unaware of the concept of membership. Jiang Xuan patiently elucidated the matter, and she soon grasped its essence. The purpose of a membership is simply 2 words, to retain individuals. The underlying principle, however, is far beyond the comprehension of someone from her ancient era. It is scientifically referred to as sunk cost. In truth, it operates on a principle akin to a pig butchering scheme, albeit employing gentler methods. My heavens, Grandfather Jiang, you are indeed a veritable deity of wealth. Li Yingling exclaimed in awe, unable to contain her admiration. The membership system is not only applicable to gambling houses. It is universally suitable for every conceivable industry. If this were to spread, it could herald a monumental transformation in the realm of commerce. She could scarcely imagine the multitude of gamblers that the Qinglong gambling house would attract if this system were to be implemented. Upon hearing this, Yang Long was so exhilarated that he nearly fainted. He personally poured a cup of tea for Jiang Xuan, his face adorned with obsequiousness. Grandfather Jiang, what about the third idea? In that moment, Yang Long's address had shifted from older brother to Grandfather Jiang. Such respectful language was something he rarely employed. As for the third idea, Jiang Xuan, shrouded in mystery, rose and walked towards the door, smiling as he said, Master Yang, please follow me. Yang Long and Li Yingling, bewildered, soon followed suit. The 3 arrived at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house. Jiang Xuan gazed at the bustling street and inquired, Master Yang, have you discerned anything? Yang Long looked around, scratching his head in confusion, and replied with a hint of bitterness, Master Jiang, I am but a mere martial artist. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Jiang Xuan gazed at Li Yingling and chuckled, Miss, do you notice anything amiss on this street? Li Yingling furrowed her delicate brows, and suddenly, with a flick of her finger, her astute mind illuminated. Ah, there are no carriages. This place lacks carriages. As a young lady, she was accustomed to traveling by carriage. However, at the entrance of the Qinglong gambling house, not a single carriage could be found. This was quite unreasonable. Yang Long was momentarily taken aback and replied helplessly, Master Jiang, the situation is such that I deemed the presence of carriages at the gambling house's entrance too chaotic, obstructing the flow of wealth. Thus, I instructed that no carriages be allowed on the street. Ha ha ha, Master Yang, by doing so, you have effectively barred your own path to fortune. Ah, Brother Jiang, what should I do now? Yang Long exclaimed anxiously, for although he was bewildered, he now regarded Jiang Xuan with utmost reverence, believing that whatever he said was right. Jiang Xuan stepped out of the doorway and picked up a branch to sketch a square parking space beside the gambling house. As he drew, he chuckled, Master Yang, whenever affluent individuals venture out, they invariably travel by carriage. By driving the carriages away, you are essentially shutting them out. The chaos caused by the carriages can be mitigated by designating a specific area for them, aptly named a parking space. All carriages arriving at the gambling house must be parked within this designated area, which would undoubtedly enhance the aesthetics. Moreover, you could seize the opportunity to charge them a parking fee. What a delightful prospect. Indeed, how ingenious. Yang Long exclaimed, his realization dawning upon him. He was filled with admiration for Jiang Xuan, nearly bowing in reverence, and expressed with heartfelt emotion, Dear Brother Jiang, had I encountered you sooner, I would have spared myself the agony of toiling for half a lifetime in this business that invites public ire. A mere trifling strategy, Master Yang humbly acknowledged. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and teased, Master Yang, is the wealth of the Li family truly worth it? Indeed, it is immensely valuable, Yang Long exclaimed with unrestrained joy, grasping Jiang Xuan's hand tightly. My dear elder brother, allow me to treat you to the Zhuke Tower tonight for some delightful music. We must not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Upon hearing Zhuke Tower, Li Yingling's expression briefly flushed crimson, instantly comprehending the implications of their banter. Ahem. Jiang Xuan cleared his throat and smiled warmly, saying, Miss, you should return home now. Master Yang and I have some important matters to attend to this evening. Oh, Li Yingling replied, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Grandfather Jiang possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is rather lascivious. In the city of Yuzhou, at the Li residence, on a particular day, Jiang Xuan returned with the land deed for the Li family and the cloth merchant. He then escorted Master Li Yingling, and a multitude of servants back, ensuring their comfortable settlement. Gazing at the wooden box containing the deed, Master Li's eyes grew misty, his hands trembling with excitement. This was the family fortune he had toiled his entire life to accumulate, and now, having regained it, the emotions swirling within him were beyond words. Jiang Xuan, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Master Li's voice quivered as he struggled to rise from his wheelchair to pay his respects to Jiang Xuan. Times have changed. Although Jiang Xuan had been his humble coachman for a lifetime, he had now transcended into a figure of considerable stature. To cling to his previous airs would be to misjudge the current situation. Businessmen are particularly adept at recognizing the nuances of circumstance. Observing this scene, Jiang Xuan was quick to act, hastily preventing Master Li from rising, and spoke, You flatter me, Master. I shall never forget your kindness in nurturing me. Indeed. Master Li replied with a weak nod. Turning to the Li family members, he hoarsely declared, From now on, Jiang Xuan shall be regarded as our second master. You all should come forth to pay your respects. Second master, upon hearing this, the Li family's servants stepped forward. Their expressions a mixture of complexity as they bowed to Jiang Xuan. Among them were Wu Yong, who had lost a hand, and the steward Lu Wangquan. Once, they had shared drinks and camaraderie, often gossiping about their masters in private, and had even engaged in mutual scheming. Time has passed, and Jiang Xuan had now ascended to the role of their master. This reality was indeed a profound and ineffable sensation. Master, this. Jiang Xuan's expression revealed his inner turmoil. Theoretically, he was no longer a servant of the Li family and had little connection to them. His assistance in reclaiming the family's assets was motivated by two factors, the task at hand and a sense of compassion for the Li family's misfortunes. Jiang Xuan, do not hesitate. Mr. Li grasped Jiang Xuan's hand earnestly and said, I am aware of the matters concerning Su Qin and Yi Er. I do not hold you accountable. It is simply that the vast Li family lacks a capable leader, and I have but a few days left to live, which weighs heavily on my heart. Jiang Xuan was momentarily stunned, then responded with a wry smile, Master Li jesteth. Your longevity is assured. Master Li sighed, shaking his head slightly. Nay, I am keenly aware of my own mortality. Though thou hast prolonged my life, death is inevitable, decreed by the heavens. Rest assured. I am cognizant that thy aspirations lie elsewhere, and I harbor no intention of binding thee to the Li family. However, Lingo is still rather green and unable to manage the Li family's affairs. I would fain ask thee to look after her for a while longer. This is my final wish. Jiang Xuan fell into silence. Mr. Li, as expected of a seasoned veteran, was well informed about every matter. However, as long as he was present in Yuzhou City, it seemed reasonable to extend a helping hand to the Li family. Little did he expect that upon returning to this familiar place, he would not merely be a servant of the Li family but would ascend to the role of its master. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. With this thought, Jiang Xuan sighed softly and nodded slightly, saying, Then, as you wish, I shall do my utmost. Mr. Li displayed a smile, albeit forced, and remarked, Old Jiang, you have been with my Li family for decades. I trust you completely. How about this? I can marry Lingo to you, and from this point on, the Li family shall become the Jiang family, and we shall be inseparable. Ah? Li Yingling was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment as she exclaimed in indignation, Father, what are you saying? Grandfather Jiang is an elder. How can this be? Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly declined, saying, Absolutely not, sir. Your words are too heavy. The Li family will forever remain the Li family, Jiang Xuan harbored no intentions of usurping their place. As for the young lady, I merely regard her as a junior, devoid of any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know how to face the situation. Well, very well, sighed old Master Li, a wry smile escaping his lips as he murmured, "Old Jiang, great kindness need not be thanked. I would die without regret." This smile, however, was ambiguous, revealing neither joy nor mere resignation. Throughout his life, he had achieved considerable success, establishing his textile business as the foremost in Yuzhou City, yet his familial affairs were in utter disarray. 2 of his 3 sons had fled, and 1 had perished. He had taken a younger wife who had betrayed him, squandering his fortunes. In the end, he was left to entrust his legacy to Jiang Xuan, an outsider, which could be deemed a somewhat tragic life. Even after reclaiming the Li family's assets, the system's tasks remained unfulfilled. Jiang Xuan could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that merely reclaiming the assets of the Li family was insufficient? The revitalization of the family's foundation essentially revolved around the textile business. It seemed plausible, given the nature of the system. It was highly unlikely that it would impose such an absurd requirement as establishing an everlasting lineage. It must surely remain grounded in reality. In the following month, Jiang Xuan began to assist the Li family in reorganizing their textile business and soon uncovered a significant issue. After the business was taken over by the black market, a multitude of capable managers and employees had fled. Meanwhile, old Master Li was ailing, and Li Yingling lacked experience. Consequently, although the Li family had regained control of the textile shop, they found themselves utterly at a loss regarding how to conduct business. However, this predicament posed no challenge for Jiang Xuan. What was his current identity, status, and power? Conducting business? It was a trivial matter. Jiang Xuan, with a sudden inspiration, decided to summon some reinforcements from the black market, euphemistically claiming he intended to teach them the art of commerce. Little did he anticipate that this would elate the disciples of the 4th Hall. Who among them was unaware that Jiang Xuan was a deity of trade, akin to a reincarnated god of wealth? Not to mention, just recently, the Qinglong gambling house, after undergoing reforms under Jiang Xuan's guidance, experienced a meteoric rise in performance. Bustling with patrons as if it were a vibrant marketplace, gamblers crowded the premises, their excitement palpable, and Yang Long, the hall master, could scarcely contain his joy. The gamblers had never encountered such fairness. The entire establishment was monitored by martial artists acting as living surveillance, rendering cheating impossible. Any transgression would result in immediate execution. Had they known earlier that Jiang was indeed a reincarnated god of wealth, Yang Long mused, he would not have engaged in any deceptive schemes. Upon hearing these words, the entire black market erupted with enthusiasm, eagerly seeking Jiang Xuan's insights into the business realm. Particularly, the Zhuke Hall and Baihu Hall were nearly driven to frenzy. Yin Lin of Zhuke Hall personally approached Jiang with 3 flamboyantly dressed widows, only to be gently rebuffed by Jiang, who cited the need for nurturing one's health. Subsequently, Su Hu, the hall master of Baihu Hall, brought a 3,000-year-old ginseng root as a gesture of goodwill, yet he too was turned away, under the pretext of excess heat. The 2 hall masters were nearly beside themselves, incessantly knocking at Jiang Xuan's door. In truth, Jiang Xuan felt equally helpless. He was no deity. He genuinely lacked understanding of the brothel and auction house businesses. Moreover, if such establishments were to thrive, it would inevitably harm the young women involved. Now, upon hearing Jiang Xuan's call for assistance, the 2 hall masters responded with enthusiasm, dispatching their most skilled disciples in commerce to aid him, generously offering their support. Their only desire was to glean knowledge from Jiang Xuan to benefit their halls. After all, in business, one principle often leads to another. However, the 2 hall masters seemed to overlook a crucial point. These individuals might not return to the black market afterward, a fact that could not be taken lightly. Thus, Jiang Xuan raised his arm in invitation, and a multitude of disciples from the black market eagerly volunteered, unstoppable in their determination. Furthermore, many from beyond the black market were drawn by the rumor, eager to witness this renowned god of wealth for themselves. In no time, the Li family was abuzz with activity, thronged with hopeful applicants. With a radiant smile, Jiang Xuan instructed the servants to arrange the tables and chairs, proclaiming in a sonorous voice, "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Li estate. I am deeply honored that you would grace this humble abode with your presence. As the Li family's enterprises flourish, you shall undoubtedly partake in the prosperity. I hereby announce the commencement of the Li Cloth Emporium's recruitment fair. Thus began the proceedings at the Li family's threshold on this momentous day. Jiang Xuan sat upright, facing a wooden table adorned with a stack of white papers that resembled resumes. Beside the table stood a yellow banner inscribed with the words, "Li's Textile Company is hiring." Li Yingling stood nearby, periodically pouring tea for Jiang Xuan, her gaze filled with curiosity at the unfolding scene. This was her first encounter with such a multitude of job seekers. She wondered how long the recruitment process would extend. Moreover, among them were not a few who appeared to be deceivers, leaving Jiang Xuan bewildered. "Are you Lu Xiaohua, applying for the accountant position?" At that moment, Jiang Xuan looked at the sniffling man before him, his brows knitting together in dismay. It is well known that one must possess acumen for calculations. Yet this individual resembled nothing more than a foolish simpleton, babbling aimlessly at the ladies on the street. Yes, Master Jiang," Lu Xiaohua mumbled incoherently. "One piece of silk costs 1,600 coins. How much would it be for 32 pieces? 53,200 coins. You calculated that so swiftly?" Jiang Xuan was slightly taken aback and inquired, "What about the 48 horses?" 39,200 taels. "And for 2 horses?" 78,200 taels. "Get out." With a face etched in exasperation, Jiang Xuan bellowed, "Next." Immediately, an elderly man with snow-white hair, trembling visibly, approached him. Jiang Xuan furrowed her brows even deeper and inquired, "Are you here to apply for the position of a brawler? How old are you this year? Have you ever practiced martial arts?" 40 years old. "And I have never practiced martial arts. Get out." Jiang Xuan was exasperated. Numerous individuals had arrived, yet each one was more absurd than the last. It was no wonder, truly, that the HR's role was so challenging. Jiang Xuan produced a sheet of white paper and swiftly inscribed a series of details, including names, places of origin, ages, business experience, desired positions, and expected monthly salaries. Upon completion, Jiang Xuan rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, today's recruitment concludes here. Henceforth, all applicants for positions at the Li fabric business must first fill out a resume, which shall be subject to review before any interviews are conducted." The crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, this was not a government office. Why would one require a resume to apply at a fabric shop? Yet, there was little choice. The atmosphere was electric with enthusiasm. If one refrained from submitting their credentials, countless others would eagerly step forward. Who would not wish to learn a few tricks from Jiang Xuan, aspiring for future wealth and prestige? In that moment, Jiang Xuan finally grasped the rationale behind collecting resumes. The recruitment process was indeed arduous. Thus, the Li family energetically conducted recruitment for several days, striving for excellence, ultimately managing to assemble the staff for the fabric shop. However, the reality was that the barriers between industries were as formidable as mountains. Most of these individuals hailed from the black market or were merchants from other fields, lacking an understanding of the fabric market. How could they possibly compete with other fabric shops? The illustrious Li fabric business, the foremost establishment in Yuzhou City, found itself with sparse patronage and dismal sales upon reopening after several days. Doubts began to fester in the hearts of many disciples from the black market. Is Master Jiang truly the god of wealth? I beg to differ. Not only are they attentive to the business of the Li family, but those in the black market are also discreetly monitoring the Li family's affairs, curious to see if Jiang Xuan remains as formidable as ever. On this particular day, Jiang Xuan accompanied Li Yingling to the Li textile shop, where Li Huan was the first to greet them with a beaming smile. "Ah, Master Jiang." Indeed, he is none other than Li Huan, the assassin from Xuanwu Hall, and the first acquaintance Jiang Xuan made in the underworld. To Jiang Xuan's surprise, this fellow harbored ambitions in commerce, prompting Jiang Xuan to retain him. Coincidentally, he too shares the surname Li, whom Jiang Xuan nodded slightly and inquired, "How goes the business?" Li Huan sighed deeply, gritting his teeth. "Master Jiang, I cannot help but wonder if there is a deliberate attempt to undermine us. In recent days, other fabric shops have been holding grand promotions, offering materials identical to ours, thereby luring all the customers away. Our promising start has been dishearteningly bleak, and I fear for our future." Jiang Xuan furrowed his brows, pondering, is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling, standing beside him, displayed a face of indignation and spoke, "Grandfather Jiang, those merchants from the fabric shops were once affiliated with our Li family. Now, not only have they allied themselves with other families, but they have also divulged our family's secrets regarding fabric, which is utterly detestable. Each fabric shop possesses its own commercial secrets, such as sources of materials, processing techniques, and dyeing methods, which are typically known only to the owner. However, the Li family had placed considerable trust in the managers of these shops, entrusting them with full authority. This approach has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the managers wielding greater power, enabling them to make more informed decisions for the shops. As a result, the Li family's fabric business flourished, becoming the foremost in Yuzhou City. Yet, the downside with a furrow in his brow, Jiang Xuan remonstrated, "Li Huan, business is business. How could you resort to murder?" "Oh, esteemed Jiang, I comprehend," Li Huan responded, a sudden realization dawning on his face. He grinned. "This humble one shall forthwith relinquish his position and return to eliminate them," ensuring the Li family remains uninvolved in this matter. Jiang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, a mix of laughter and frustration crossing his face. "You, my dear lad, possess an utterly skewed worldview. There's no need for that. I have my own methods." Li Huan nodded deferentially, grinning as he replied, "All right then, Master Jiang. Let us hold a grand promotional event that will leave them in disarray." "That is unnecessary," Jiang Xuan countered. "Such loss-inducing promotions can only last a few days before they fizzle out. We shall bide our time and strike when the moment is right, ultimately outlasting them." "Indeed, we shall outlast them. But how shall we proceed?" "Simply follow my lead," Jiang Xuan declared, striding confidently into the store. Li Huan and Li Yingling exchanged curious glances, both intrigued and eager to discover what scheme Jiang Xuan would devise. Jiang Xuan entered the shop and surveyed the surroundings, discovering that most of the fabrics sold by the Li family were suitable for women's garments. A slight smile crept upon his lips. "Li Huan, I entrust you with 3 crucial matters. There must not be the slightest error." "Yes, Master Jiang," Li Huan replied with an obsequious demeanor, thumping his chest. "You need only command, and regardless of the perilous path I must tread, I, Li Huan, shall not flinch. There is no need for such perilous undertakings. I have reiterated countless times that we are in the business of commerce." Jiang Xuan, with an expression of utter disbelief, declared, "I require you to attend to 3 matters immediately. First, summon 100 of the finest tailors in the city, each tasked with creating a unique and exquisite garment, ensuring no 2 are alike. Second, return to the black market and seek out Master Yan, procuring 100 of the most alluring and graceful women, specifically the top courtesans from various establishments. Third, you must gather 100 of the city's most talented painters, particularly those skilled in depicting women. Painters of erotic art will suffice as well. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing these words, both Li Yingling and Li Huan were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. Li Huan, feeling somewhat bashful, raised her eyebrows and remarked, "Master Jiang, transforming this into a brothel seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Begone." With a wry chuckle, Jiang Xuan delivered a swift kick to Li Huan's posterior, retorting, "Fail, and you shall face my wrath." From beyond the shop's threshold echoed Li Huan's obsequious voice, "Fear not. Esteemed Jiang, absolute certainty is assured." Jiang Xuan, stroking his beard, shook his head with a helpless smile. He then turned his gaze towards Li Yingling and chuckled, "Miss, you are a renowned beauty in Yuzhou City. I would be grateful if you could provide a demonstration for everyone later." "Ah?" Li Yingling exclaimed, startled. She trembled as if struck by lightning, her face flushed crimson. In a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, she shyly responded, "Grandpa Jiang, what are you saying?" "You." Her inner thoughts raced. Could it be? Heavens, what should I do? Just escape the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair? Jiang Xuan immediately understood that Li Yingling had misunderstood him, and couldn't help but chuckle as he scolded. "What on earth are you thinking, you girl? If Li Huan is foolish, does that mean you must be as well? Do you truly believe that I intend to open a brothel?" "Oh, is that not the case?" Li Yingling blinked and murmured softly, "First a tailor, then a painter, and now a beautiful woman indulging in exquisite pleasures." Jiang Xuan could not help but press his forehead in exasperation. "Am I truly such a person? I merely wish for our establishment to seek out some models." Grandfather Jiang, what is a model?" Li Yingling furrowed her brow, instantly perplexed. Jiang Xuan pondered for a moment before elucidating, "You may comprehend this as a demonstration. While our fabrics are indeed exquisite, there exist many who lack the discernment to appreciate their quality, unless one is a skilled tailor or an adept woman of craftsmanship. Most are oblivious to what makes them exceptional. If we were to create a unique design for each piece of fabric and have some beautiful women model them, the allure would be undeniably apparent. Henceforth, the common folk need not grasp the nuances of purple cloud gauze, soft smoke silk, green cicada wings, or phoenix fire. They simply need to recognize that this batch of fabric is akin to that worn by the young lady of the Li family. Once our reputation is established, we can replicate this approach, expanding our fabric business beyond Yuzhou City and even throughout the entirety of the Great Qin Kingdom. At that point, even if others were to sell identical fabrics, what consequence would it hold? Upon reaching this juncture, Jiang Xuan suddenly turned to Li Yingling, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Miss, if all goes smoothly, you may find yourself becoming a celebrated figure throughout the land. Ha ha ha. The essence of Jiang Xuan's vision is, quite simply, to establish a brand for the textile business. Once a brand effect takes shape, the intrinsic quality of the goods becomes secondary. And this model is merely the initial step. Heavens! Li Yingling gasped in astonishment, unable to contain her exclamation. Grandpa Jiang, how did you come up with such an idea? My father should have truly entrusted the textile business to you. Jiang Xuan smiled silently. Every world is replete with individuals of remarkable talent. Yet what is often lacking is merely a stage upon which to shine. Having traversed through time with the wisdom of a past life, he should have thrived in the ancient era, yet his prospects were utterly obliterated by his status as a slave. Who would heed the counsel of a servant? You suggest reform, and that is all. On the following day, Li Huan summoned the finest 100 tailors and artists skilled in depicting women from across the city. It must be acknowledged that the efficiency of the black market is astonishing. With Yin Lin's enthusiastic cooperation, the stewardess of Zhuke Hall, Kai Feng, personally brought along 100 extraordinary beauties to Li's textile shop, as if celestial maidens had descended to earth. Such a grand spectacle drew throngs of onlookers from the streets. By heavens, such exquisite faces, such slender waists, such long legs, have I arrived in paradise? Exclaimed a young gentleman. With so many stunning women, where could they possibly be headed? Observing the direction, it appeared they were bound for Li's textile shop. Come, let us hasten to witness this. Surely Li's shop is not transforming into a brothel. Ha ha ha. Bah. You wretch, dare to step outside and I shall break your legs. In an instant, the entire street buzzed with excitement as the populace flocked to Li's shop. After all, who does not appreciate a gathering of beauties? Alas, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Li's shop has evidently fallen into disgrace, resorting to such shameless tactics. Grumbled the owner of Chao's textile shop through clenched teeth. Fear not, such tactics cannot endure. Unless they intend to open a brothel, which would, in fact, be a boon for us, the manager of Chao's shop flattered. Simultaneously, countless individuals within the industry in Yuzhou City cast their watchful eyes upon the unfolding events. The Li family, once the foremost textile merchants, despite the leakage of their commercial secrets, still possessed an enduring legacy that commanded respect. Furthermore, such an ostentatious display even attracted the attention of the authorities. What is Li's shop up to? Resorting to such means to capture public attention? It is a breach of propriety. My lord, commercial warfare is indeed ruthless. Yes, remain vigilant. Should the Li family brazenly open a brothel, let them be apprehended. While the crowd murmured in animated discussion, Jiang Xuan remained composed, savoring tea and pastries as he conversed with Kai Feng from Zhuke Hall. Master Jiang, this time Zhuke Hall has truly invested greatly. We have summoned the leading courtesans from various establishments for you. Do not forget the kindness of our hall master, Kai Feng said with a beaming smile, subtly seeking recognition for her efforts. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan couldn't help but cough slightly, waving his hand dismissively. No need for that. I am focused on nurturing my health. If I cannot redeem myself, so be it. What I mean to convey is that this time, your Zhuke Hall is destined to reap substantial profits. Kai Feng was immediately filled with delight. Master Jiang, are you going to assist our Zhuke Hall in business? Not exactly, he replied. You will understand shortly. These young ladies, I fear, are all on the verge of transforming from wild chickens into elegant phoenixes. Jiang Xuan wore a mysterious smile, leaving Kai Feng utterly perplexed. Shortly thereafter, at the entrance of the Li clan's merchant shop, the renowned beauty of Yuzhou City, Li Yingling, emerged, adorned in an ethereal purple gown that seemed to float around her. The fabric, delicate as mist and with colors that shifted like a dream, draped her figure like the robes of a celestial being, evoking a sense of enchantment in all who beheld her. As the saying goes, a woman in purple possesses unparalleled charm. Li Yingling was already blessed with extraordinary beauty. Yet her usual attire, modest and unassuming, had kept her magnificence somewhat hidden. Now, clad in this exquisite gown of precious purple cloud gauze, meticulously tailored, She was nothing short of breathtaking. My heavens! Does such a stunning beauty truly exist in this world? Among the crowd, a young gentleman blushed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, her dress is simply exquisite, gasped another woman in the throng. In an instant, a multitude of onlookers was captivated by Li Yingling, her allure proving irresistible to people of all ages. Kai Feng stood in stunned silence, equally astonished by the spectacle before her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan's lips curled slightly into a faint smile, exclaiming, "Ah, this is precisely it." At the entrance of the Li clan's fabric shop stood Li Yingling, adorned in a flowing gown of purple cloud silk. Her bashful demeanor captivating the gaze of all who beheld her, instantly elevating her to the status of an ethereal beauty. In that moment, countless young gentlemen drooled, their eyes shimmering with admiration, while numerous young ladies gazed at Li Yingling with wide-eyed wonder. She was exquisite, utterly enchanting. Some pointed at the maiden, others at her attire. Regardless, it was undeniable that the impact was profoundly astonishing. Thud. The elderly painter, who was capturing Li Yingling's likeness beside the shop, suddenly began to bleed from his nose and foam at the mouth, collapsing with a resounding crash. He continued to murmur, "So beautiful, truly too beautiful. Master Jiang, the artist has fainted," a young servant exclaimed. "Useless. Throw him out." Jiang Xuan's expression darkened. He promptly rose to his feet, grasping a bronze gong as he stepped outside. With resounding strikes, he proclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed elders and fellow villagers. I am Jiang Xuan, the chief steward of the Li family." Upon seeing him, the crowd's puzzled gazes fell upon Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan, calm and unhurried, bore a gentle smile. "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers," he began. "This is Miss Li Yingling of the Li family. I trust many of the young gentlemen here are familiar with her. What I wish to emphasize is the exquisite garment she adorns. What are your thoughts? Beautiful. Absolutely stunning, a peerless enchantress," exclaimed one young gentleman, his excitement palpable. The moment the words left his lips, countless young ladies cast him disdainful glances, prompting him to retract his exuberance, sheepishly clarifying, "What I meant to convey was regarding Miss Li's attire." This statement resonated with the gathered ladies, who murmured in agreement. Indeed, that garment was strikingly beautiful. "Oh dear, if only I could wear such a dress, my wretched husband would no longer frequent the pleasure quarters," one lamented. "Yes, indeed. How could such a magnificent dress exist?" Another sighed. "Oh, it is simply breathtaking. I am utterly envious." It must be noted that when a garment appears exquisite on another, one instinctively believes it would equally suit oneself. No one perceives themselves as unworthy of such elegance. It is but human nature. The young ladies were nearly moved to tears by their envy. Among the assembly, only a few perceptive young gentlemen observed with detached contemplation, silently deriding the scene. "No matter how splendid the garment, it is meant for Miss Li. On a figure such as yours, it would appear ludicrous. Truly, the folly of the unattractive." Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, for fear of incurring the wrath of the surrounding young ladies. Jiang Xuan observed the reactions of the crowd, and with a smile, he spoke, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, this exquisitely beautiful gown is none other than the latest offering from our Li family fabric shop, the Purple Cloud Silk Plus. Any customer who purchases the same purple cloud silk as Miss Li from our shop will receive a complimentary design sketch of this exquisite garment." Jiang Xuan delivered these words with poise, strength, and unwavering confidence, exuding an unmistakable flair for promotion. As anticipated, the young ladies in the audience immediately erupted with excitement, calling out, "Shopkeeper, hurry and bring me a bolt of purple cloud silk. Shopkeeper, I too wish to acquire the purple cloud silk, but it is rather expensive. Could you possibly offer a discount? Shopkeeper, does your fabric truly match the one worn by Miss Li?" With a gentle smile, Jiang Xuan waved his hand and slowly spoke, "Ladies, please do not be anxious. I assure you that all fabrics in our shop can be exchanged without question if they do not meet your expectations. However, the Ziyun silk is exceedingly precious and comes at a considerable price, which may be beyond the means of many of you. Nonetheless, our family's fabric business is founded on the principle that every young lady should have the opportunity to wear such exquisite garments. To this end, we are launching a significant discount event called Pindo Dao." Upon hearing the high price of the Ziyun silk, the ladies' expressions dimmed. Yet, upon hearing Jiang Xuan's subsequent words, their eyes sparkled with renewed hope as they eagerly inquired, "Shopkeeper, what exactly is Pindo Dao?" "A splendid question." Jiang Xuan laughed heartily, clapping his hands as he commanded attendants to raise the previous flying knife wheel. The wheel was divided into several sections, varying in size and filled with various numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the numbers on this will signify money. At the appointed time, should you invite a friend to purchase fabric from my store, you may throw a knife. The number it strikes will determine your discount, potentially leading to free fabric. He added a cautionary note. However, you may invite no more than 5 friends each day. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the numbers on the wheel. Good heavens! The highest number can reduce the price by 2,000 when in one throw. 5 throws could amount to a discount of 10,001. Enough to acquire most fabrics for free, exclaimed a mathematical prodigy. Is this for real? It feels like a gift. A young woman exclaimed joyfully. What madness is this? Is the Lee family engaging in charity? Lamented other fabric shop owners. Among the throng, a modestly dressed girl felt her heart race at the thought of wearing such luxurious fabric. Her breath trembled with anticipation. Initially, she had merely admired the beautiful garments worn by Miss Lee, consumed with envy yet hesitant to speak. Understanding her family's financial constraints, she, as a prudent woman, wished not to burden them further. Yet, what woman does not yearn for beauty? Now, she felt that beautiful attire was within reach and could not help but ask, Sir, is what you say true? Indeed, it is true, Jiang Xuan replied with a warm smile. Not only she, but as this news spread rapidly, the young women of the street became exhilarated, flocking towards the entrance of the Lee fabric store. Within half a day, the once quiet shop transformed into a bustling hub of activity, nearly bursting at the seams. Newcomers huddled together, whispering excitedly, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Their eyes frequently glancing towards Li Yingling, filled with admiration. How exquisite! If only I could wear such beautiful garments. Indeed, who could bestow such attire upon me? I would marry him in a heartbeat. Oh, it's breathtaking. How can one be so beautiful? These remarks ignited fervor not only among the ladies but also among the young gentlemen, many of whom were drawn in like moths to a flame. What trickery is this old man concocting? The fabric shop owners cursed under their breath, witnessing their customers vanish, only to discover they had gravitated towards the Leaf fabric store. Observing the swelling crowd, Jiang Xuan glanced around, sensing the momentum had built sufficiently, and called out, esteemed townsfolk, families and sisters, I have another splendid announcement. The Lee fabric store does not merely offer one discounted fabric, but boasts 100 styles for the ladies to choose from. I declare that in 10 days, the Lee family will host a grand garment appreciation event, inviting 100 of the most stunning beauties from Yuzhou City to showcase our new fabrics. At that time, the flying knife activity will also be introduced. Whichever style you fancy, just throw the knife. Ladies and gentlemen, do not miss this opportunity. May every woman be adorned in fine attire. As days passed swiftly, the news of the upcoming garment appreciation event reverberated throughout the streets and alleys of Yuzhou City. The Lee fabric store was set to host this grand affair, inviting 100 breathtaking beauties to model their garments for the public's delight. Additionally, they would launch the flying knife event, selling fabrics identical to those worn by the beauties and providing free clothing design sketches. Upon hearing such news, the scholars and gentlemen of the city erupted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the event. Heavenly, this proprietor of the Lee fabric store is a true benefactor. I simply must see these beauties, or rather, their garments. Brother, have you seen the portrait of Miss Lee at the entrance? She is stunning beyond belief. Though Miss Lee is beautiful, her status is too lofty for us to approach. Is there a more common beauty among them? There are indeed. I've heard there will be 100 beauties at the event, all of exquisite charm. Is that true? If so, I must attend. The frenzy was not limited to scholars. The young women of the city were equally enraptured. Oh my, did you see Miss Lee's dress? It is breathtaking. Indeed, if I could wear such a garment, I would have no regrets in life. Have you heard? The Lee fabric store is hosting a garment appreciation event, and I hear there are 100 such beautiful dresses available for free. Is that truly the case? Then I must go see for myself. On this day, the weather was clear. The streets of Yuzhou City were unusually deserted, evoking a sense of desolation. Yet the thoroughfare before the Lee fabric store was utterly packed. Throngs of people pressing in from all sides. A grand stage stood before the Lee fabric store, adorned with a splendid red curtain, above which hung a large sign proclaiming, Garment Appreciation Event. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed that a royal theatrical troupe had come to perform. The spectacle exceedingly grand. Though it was still morning and the air was brisk, The atmosphere here was lively, filled with the buzz of conversation. All present were drawn by the allure of the garment appreciation event, comprising dignitaries and young ladies from Yuzhou City's prominent families. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that many affluent figures had gathered. Consequently, the surrounding inns and tea houses had raised their prices several-fold. Fully booked as patrons sought to witness the grand spectacle from afar. Of course, not all were there with good intentions. Rival fabric shop owners and managers were among the crowd. What news from Lord Zhao? In a nearby tavern, Chao, the owner of Chao's fabric shop, casually stirred his tea bowl, inquiring. Beside him, a shrewdly dressed manager named Du Ziding grinned slyly. Rest assured, Mr. Chao. I have already delivered gifts to both Widow Li and Widow Wang, and Lord Zhao has assured us he will attend today. Good, that is reassuring, Chao responded, a smile spreading across his face as his jowls quivered. Today, the Leaf Fabric Store dared to host this appreciation event, and he had every intention of seeing the Leaf family brought down, all sent to the dungeons. The plan was simple. By bribing officials, he could label them as operating an unlicensed brothel. According to the laws of the Great Qin dynasty, running a brothel required official permission, and not everyone could do so. Furthermore, he expected many shop owners to hire fighters to disrupt the proceedings. Once chaos ensued, the event would be ruined. However, Du Ziding hesitated. What is it? I have heard whispers that the head manager of the Leaf Fabric Store, Jiang Xuan, is rumored to have ties to the black market. This may pose a complication. In broad daylight, what can the black market do? Do they dare oppose the authorities? Chao scoffed, dismissing the concern. In his view, the black market was merely a collection of petty criminals, hardly worthy of worry. As for retaliation, they would never dare target him. They should rather challenge the officials. Meanwhile, in the Li's cloth shop, Zenio Hall's Kai Feng appeared hesitant as she looked at Jiang Xuan and spoke. Master Jiang, are you truly not considering summoning some of the brothers from the hall to assist? Should any disruptions arise? Jiang Xuan took a delicate sip of tea and smiled gently, saying, there is no need. I do not wish for the Li family to be entangled with the black market. In the eyes of the common people, we are not perceived as benevolent beings, and I fear it may adversely affect our business. Kai Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, your considerations are thorough, Master Jiang. However, I am concerned about the possibility of some unwise individuals causing trouble. Whom do you refer to? The others do not concern me, but primarily the government officials. Kai Feng replied without hesitation, her expression becoming more solemn. Master Jiang, although our strength in the black market is not insignificant, it still pales in comparison to that of the officials. Furthermore, with such a commotion occurring here, the authorities will certainly not stand idly by. You are well aware of the origins of those young ladies. It matters not. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Could it be that Master Jiang has already infiltrated the government? It is not uncommon for numerous individuals from the black market to have connections with officials. However, how long has Jiang Xuan been in the black market? Has he extended his reach so far? In truth, Jiang Xuan has not only penetrated the government, but has directly infiltrated the highest authority within it. A few days ago, he penned a letter to the current city lord, Tian Rong, elucidating the advantages of the Li family-esque commercial model for the governance of Yuzhou City. This letter bore no signature, yet it left Tian Rong utterly astonished, compelling him to rise in disbelief. The reason for his shock lay in the final line of the letter, which was identical to a phrase from the imperial edict of that day. He who cultivates virtue shall also reap the fruits of goodness. He who commits evil shall face the penalties of his wrongdoing. The principles of heaven are clear, and retribution is inescapable. These words, which he had never disclosed to anyone, had reappeared before him. Could it be the work of the old immortal? With this thought, Tian Rong immediately commanded his subordinates. Quickly, investigate the Li family-esque business. Soon, the auspicious hour arrived. Sunlight poured through the clouds, bathing Yuzhou City in a golden glow. As the crowd eagerly awaited, the doors of the Li family-esque establishment finally creaked open. An elderly gentleman adorned in resplendent robes emerged, taking center stage with a smile directed towards the sea of faces below. Though his hair was white and he appeared quite aged, his skin remained smooth, and he possessed a youthful visage that radiated an ethereal elegance, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Clad in such opulent attire, he immediately struck one as a person of nobility. This gentleman was none other than Jiang Xuan, making his grand entrance amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Wow, what a handsome old man. Is this esteemed gentleman the head of the Li family's business? He certainly carries an extraordinary presence. The crowd in Yuzhou City murmured among themselves, each offering their own opinions as they beheld Jiang Xuan. Jiang Xuan gazed down at the throng of people below, a warm smile gracing his features. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I am Jiang Xuan, the esteemed manager of the Li Fabric Shop. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for gracing us with your presence at this Fabric Appreciation Festival. At this event, our Li family has invited 100 charming ladies to take the stage and showcase the latest exquisite fabrics from our collection. Concurrently, a knife-throwing activity will commence, allowing you to invite friends and family to select your desired fabrics, which can be fashioned into splendid garments. Jiang Xuan's voice resonated with strength, steadiness, and depth. Though devoid of any amplifying devices, his words reached the ears of all present with crystal clarity. This was the art of conveying sound through true qi. While the ordinary folk remained largely unfazed, the martial practitioners among them began to adopt a more serious demeanor. The richness of his true qi unmistakably marked him as a formidable master. In an instant, many who initially harbored ill intentions tempered their thoughts, hesitating to act impulsively, including several skilled fighters of considerable prowess. Who would have imagined that the steward of a merchant family could also be a martial artist of significant ability? Jiang Xuan cast a sweeping gaze across the assembly, observing the subtle movements concealed in the shadows that gradually quieted down. A faint smile graced his lips as he continued. Esteemed guests, I shall refrain from unnecessary verbosity. I trust you are all well aware of the established protocols. I hope that no unpleasant incidents will arise to disrupt this grand event. I hereby declare the Clothing Appreciation Conference officially commenced. Clothing Appreciation, my foot. You shall meet your demise, old fool. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from all directions. Whoosh. Simultaneously, a multitude of figures clad in black surged forth, brandishing gleaming blades as they charged towards Jiang Xuan. The suddenness and swiftness of this scene left the onlookers in a state of shock. Master Jiang, be cautious. Below the stage, Li Huan and Kai Feng were taken aback, their hearts sinking in dismay. I knew it. Alas, Master Jiang has indeed underestimated the situation. Had he called upon the brothers from the hall to maintain order, we would not find ourselves in such a passive predicament. Who knew that so many assassins lurked within the gathering? Assassins? Jiang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was now the leader of the assassins. Yet these individuals dared to play such childish tricks before him. He had already detected their presence and had intentionally revealed a glimpse of his prowess, employing a strategy of courtesy before aggression to intimidate them, urging caution in their actions. However, it is often difficult to advise the foolish. Most of these assassins were of meager skill, mere third-rate warriors, likely dispatched by the hidden masters of other factions. To his surprise, it was not just Li Huan who harbored skewed morals. Such individuals were plentiful. Consequently, he resolved to settle the score with each of them. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Xuan raised his gaze towards the assassins advancing towards him, his expression tranquil and devoid of any emotional turbulence, standing motionless in place. How audacious! One masked assassin, his eyes glinting with malice, swung his long knife fiercely towards Jiang Xuan's head, unable to suppress a triumphant smirk. Humph, the foolish old fool, unaware of his impending doom. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze froze in shock. The long knife descended from above Jiang Xuan's head, only to pass through his form as if it were mere air. An afterimage? The assassin gasped, horror etched across his face. Suddenly, Jiang Xuan's figure became ethereal and transparent, a faint white mist enveloping his body, while a blue luminescence radiated from his eyes. Exuding the venerable Jiang's intent is unambiguous: to employ these assassins to identify and eliminate all individuals implicated in this matter. Daring to assassinate the head of the assassins in public is an act of utter recklessness. Alas, a life has been extinguished. Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed, followed by a commotion in the distance, seemingly the sound of armored soldiers being mobilized, a hubbub drawing nearer. The authorities are on the scene. All irrelevant persons, disperse. Are there more formidable figures involved? The common populace was greatly alarmed. How is it that the Li family's garment appreciation gathering has attracted both assassins and the authorities? Are they not permitted to admire the beauties? Some young masters gnashed their teeth in exasperation, their trousers practically undone, only to have this spectacle unfold before them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly. My lord, you jest. We are merely honest merchants here, selling some fabrics. Selling fabrics, you say? Zhao Cheng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the pools of blood strewn across the ground. Is this not indicative of a life lost? Just a few ruffians have fallen. Jiang Xuan maintained his serene demeanor. Pray, do you take me for a fool? Zhao Cheng scoffed coldly, then gestured sharply. Instantly, 300 armored soldiers brandished their silver spears, encircling Jiang Xuan in a swift, menacing formation. Observing Jiang Xuan's easy entrapment, Zhao Cheng erupted into a raucous laugh. Ha ha ha. Old man, considering your advanced years, you might only serve 30 to 50 years before being released. Remember, from this day forth, conduct your affairs with greater discretion in the city of Yuzhou. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan gazed calmly at Zhao Cheng, his eyes reflecting a hint of mockery. Has the law ceased to exist? I am merely setting up a stall to conduct business here. Pray tell, which decree of the great Qian have I transgressed? Are you perhaps seeking to exploit your position for personal gain? At these words, Zhao Cheng burst into a raucous laughter, exuding an air of arrogance. Ha 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 law. In the city of Yuzhou, I am the law. If I declare you guilty, then you are indeed guilty. Old man, it seems you are weary of living. With a furious wave of his hand, Zhao Cheng commanded, seize him. 300 armored soldiers, without a moment's hesitation, charged toward Jiang. Oh no, Master Jiang. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Huan was nearly beside himself with anxiety, stamping his feet in frustration. Why is doing business so difficult? The officials have arrived. What should we do now? Kai Feng wore a helpless expression. I had warned Master Jiang long ago, but he insisted on his own way. One cannot offend the authorities so recklessly. What now? What can we do? We must hasten back to inform the deputy leader. He is an old acquaintance of the city lord and will surely be able to extricate Master Jiang. Li Huan gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine. You stay here and keep watch. I will return to the black market to gather help. In a nearby tea house, Chao Renqi, the owner of the Chao textile shop, observed the scene with a grin. Old Du, you've done well. Indeed, Lord Zhao has come. This situation is secure. He did not expect that this former dog of the Li textile shop would turn so mercilessly against his own master. Du Zitong beamed with sycophancy. Lord Chao, you flatter me. I am now but your dog. I no longer recognize the Li textile shop. From now on, you shall be the foremost textile merchant in Yuzhou. As the 300 armored soldiers approached, Jiang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not even lifting his eyelids, exuding an air of an extraordinary figure. In truth, even if 1,000 soldiers surrounded him, he would not flinch, treating them as mere trifles, completely unconcerned. In the words of Guan Yu, they were nothing more than common rabble. Such is the confidence of a master. You are insufferable. Zhao Cheng seethed with rage, his greatest disdain being those who flaunted their superiority before him. He bellowed in fury, do not capture him. Simply kill this old wretch on the spot. Even the city lord himself could not save you today. The soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent, as their silver spears aimed directly at Jiang Xuan's vital points, intent on claiming his life. For someone of Zhao Cheng's standing, the accidental death of a textile shop manager was inconsequential, and no one would care. With that order, Jiang Xuan's fate seemed sealed. Just as the soldiers were about to bring their weapons down upon Jiang Xuan, a cold and furious voice rang out. How dare you? At the sound of this voice, the soldiers trembled, halting their actions, their spears stopping mere millimeters from Jiang Xuan's head. Zhao Cheng was taken aback. Who dares? In Yuzhou, who would dare impede his authority? In the next moment, a group of black armored soldiers, adorned in cloaks and wearing exquisite helmets, surrounded the 300 silver-armored troops. The city lord's guards? Witnessing this scene, numerous martial artists gasped in shock, their eyes filled with apprehension. Zhao Cheng recognized these individuals and was struck with fear. These black armored soldiers were none other than the elite guards of the city lord's residence, each one a formidable warrior of at least the 7th or 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. At this moment, realization dawned on Zhao Cheng. Only one person in Yuzhou could mobilize such a guard, the current city lord. The city lord himself had come. Could it be Zhao Cheng suddenly spotted a figure of remarkable bearing bowing to Jiang Xuan, and the entire contingent of black armored soldiers followed suit, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the old immortal." Jiang Xuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed calmly down at Zhao Cheng and Tian Rong, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, eyes wide with shock. The old immortal? Zhao Cheng trembled. As if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. This immortal was the very one who had slain the three great powers of Yuzhou City and aided Tian Rong in ascending to the position of city lord? Good heavens! He had offended such a formidable figure? Furthermore, he had done so irreparably? If he were so illustrious, why hadn't he mentioned it earlier? In this day and age, resorting to tales of the Dragon King's return seemed utterly out of place. At that moment, Zhao Cheng felt his legs quaking, his mind racing with curses directed at Chao Renqi and Du Zitong, invoking the wrath of their ancestors. Who was unaware that the old immortal was the benefactor and even the deity of the current city lord, who visited Hanxiang Temple weekly to pay his respects. Playful banter was one thing, but jesting about the old immortal was a grave misstep. The gathered populace, equally stunned, took a moment to regain their composure. And soon gasps of recognition filled the air. This manager of the leaf fabric shop truly resembles the old immortal from Hanxiang Temple. Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny. I can't believe I didn't recognize him. That old immortal healed my father's chronic ailment, and I never had the chance to express my gratitude. Wasn't he, the old immortal, a divine healer? How had he transformed into a mere shopkeeper? No wonder the leaf fabric shop promotes charitable activities. It turns out the old immortal seeks to benefit the common folk. At that moment, both the black-armored and silver-armored soldiers were on high alert. Did they comprehend who stood before them? This was the old immortal who, in a single night, had eradicated the actual powers of Yuzhou City. Tian Rong stepped forward swiftly, bowing respectfully and humbly. I am Tian Rong, and I pay my respects to the old immortal. Ever since he had received Jiang Xuan's letter a few days prior, he had launched a thorough investigation into its origins, ultimately discovering it led back to Jiang Xuan. To his astonishment, he realized Jiang Xuan was indeed the old immortal from Hanxiang Temple, who was, in fact, a mercenary from the black market. Through an unexpected twist of fate, this had instead advanced his own position. Upon learning this, Tian Rong rushed to the site of the clothing distribution event, but regrettably arrived just a moment too late, almost triggering a confrontation between the authorities and the old immortal. As the saying goes, respect begets respect. With the city lord exhibiting such courtesy, Jiang Xuan, naturally, would not maintain his aloof demeanor, raising his hand and saying, I am Jiang Xuan, I cannot accept the title of old immortal. You honor me too greatly, my lord. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Cheng felt as though struck by lightning, his mind blank, murmuring, My lord, you must have mistaken the person. How could an ordinary merchant possibly be so esteemed? How could it not be possible? Tian Rong turned, casting a cold glance at Zhao Cheng, and retorted, And you, Lord Zhao, who gave you the audacity to mobilize the silver-armored guards? I received reports of someone operating an illicit brothel here. Zhao Cheng's face turned pale, his words faltering. Before he could finish, Tian Rong's icy gaze bore down on him, coldly inquiring, Where is this illicit brothel? I see no such thing here. Zhao Cheng was rendered speechless. His accusation was baseless, and there was no way to defend himself. Tian Rong snorted disdainfully and waved his hand imperiously. Zhao Cheng, you have improperly mobilized the silver-armored guards and disrupted public order. Seize him, strip him of his official robes, and throw him into the dungeon. In an instant, two well-trained black-armored guards surged forward, swiftly subduing Zhao Cheng, removing his official garments, and shackling him. Bravo! The city lord is formidable, cheered a voice from the crowd. My lord, I have grievances to voice. This vile official has abducted my daughter and usurped my wife. He is nothing short of a beast. Another citizen cried out, My lord, this wicked official abuses his power, feasting and drinking at my establishment, while allowing his subordinates to beat me mercilessly. It is utterly inhumane. In that moment, the tide turned against Zhao Cheng, and numerous citizens stepped forward to accuse him of his misdeeds, their collective anger palpable. Hearing these accusations, Zhao Cheng's face drained of color, and he became mute with fear. Tian Rong's expression darkened. He was somewhat aware of these transgressions, but had long struggled to cleanse the bureaucracy and rectify the corruption within the officialdom. Now, with the old immortal present, the people found their courage to speak out. Tian Rong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xuan. Noticing that his expression had grown increasingly indifferent upon hearing the accusations, which indicated he was genuinely angered, the old immortal was displeased. This could not stand. He must act to salvage the reputation of the authorities. With a fierce demeanor, Tian Rong declared, Issue an order to take this scoundrel away. At noon tomorrow, he shall be executed publicly. Furthermore, within 3 days, root out all conspirators connected to him and eradicate them entirely. What? Zhao Chang's complexion shifted dramatically as he fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head. My lord, spare me. Please, have mercy. Not only he, but upon hearing these words, the faces of Chow boss and Du manager, seated at a distance in the tea house, turned ashen with fear. Were they not also implicated as conspirators? Did this not mean they too faced execution? Xiaorenqi, what do we do now? Du Zitong trembled, filled with dread and regret. He had merely wished to conduct his business, but had inadvertently crossed paths with a celestial being. Run. Xiaorenqi suddenly rose, panic-stricken. We must flee Yuzhou City immediately. The farther the better. Indeed, I shall return home to pack. Pack? Nonsense. Xiaorenqi shouted, slapping him in frustration, gritting his teeth. Do you think the authorities are idle? If we delay, we may not escape. But I have 2 new wives at home who have yet to consummate our marriage. Du Zitong protested, his face full of grievance. Useless fool. I have over 30 concubines at home. If you wish to live, then run now. In another location, from a high vantage point in a tavern, a woman clad in red observed the scene with keen interest and inquired, how peculiar. Why does the city lord show such respect to a figure from the black market? Is the influence of the black market in Yuzhou City so formidable? Han Feng, once this matter concludes, we shall pay a visit to the black market. Understood, princess. Han Feng replied, his expression impassive. Hearing this, the woman frowned slightly. I've told you countless times, do not refer to me so publicly. Yes, Mississippi. With a long sigh, she lamented, you are truly a dull man, even more so than the old ones. Nonetheless, this clothing distribution event is becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Jiang Xuan stood upon the platform, watching as Zhao Cheng was taken away, a smile returning to his face. Esteemed elders and friends, I apologize for the unforeseen delays that disrupted the proceedings of the clothing distribution event. I take full responsibility and offer my sincerest apologies. Now, I officially declare the clothing distribution event to commence. As Jiang Xuan's deep voice resonated through the air, cheers and shouts of joy erupted once more from the gathered populace. Old immortal, let us begin. Bring forth the beautiful maidens. I can hardly wait. Indeed, old immortal, let the fairies appear. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly and raised his hand to clap, immediately prompting Li Huan and Kai Feng to beckon the elegantly dressed ladies to the stage. One by one, stunningly beautiful maidens with enchanting figures adorned in vibrant, uniquely styled garments took to the platform, exposing their alluring forms to the captivated onlookers, causing many innocent young gentlemen to blush furiously. Goodness, this must be a celestial palace. I have seen fairies, exclaimed a spirited young man, his face flushed with excitement. So beautiful. If only I could marry such a woman, I would have no regrets in this life, mused a cultured scholar, yearning to compose poetry with the maidens through the night. Oh no, something's wrong. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Doctor, help. Mr. Zhang has fainted from the beauty, cried someone in a panic. Sir, it's bad news. Another painter has collapsed. A servant said helplessly. Useless, get him out. Jiang Xuan retorted with a frown. Meanwhile, the maidens on stage smiled brightly, gracefully traversing the narrow platform, their autumn-like eyes sweeping over the crowd, stirring hearts with their charm. Each maiden, with her exquisite attire and talent for song and dance, resembled an ancient version of a girl group. The overwhelming visual spectacle sent many amorous young men into a frenzy, while young ladies squealed with delight. That outfit is stunning. Oh my, that one is lovely too, exclaimed a girl, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Whoever buys me such a dress, I shall marry him, shouted a bold woman. Heavens! These garments must be from the heavens. Anyone wearing them would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Perhaps you, a hefty woman weighing 180 pounds, should reconsider, scoffed the tavern mistress, stomping her foot indignantly, her bosom heaving. I don't care. I must buy it, you heartless creature. At the fabric fair, a woman in red observed the lively event below with a soft smile. This old gentleman truly knows how to create a spectacle. How wonderful it would be if scenes like this were commonplace in Deqian. She turned to Han Feng and asked, which do you think is more beautiful? The maidens of the palace or those here? Han Feng remained expressionless and replied, Miss, naturally, the palace maidens. These are merely painted and perfumed. Oh, is that so? The woman in red's eyes sparkled as she smiled. I find the palace rather lifeless compared to the maidens here. At her words, Han Feng's usually calm eyes flickered with emotion, yet he remained silent. As the fabric fair continued with fervor, Jiang Xuan, wearing a smile, introduced the cutting knife activity to the people, explaining that it would be a permanent fixture aimed at providing benefits to families, which garnered wild enthusiasm from the crowd. Quickly, summon my useless adopted sons. It is time for them to be of service. I shall gift every beauty present a knife. My lord, I wish to buy that lady's phoenix fire outfit. It looks exquisite. Rest assured, my dear, I shall go to Spring Fragrance Pavilion and gather people. Huh. You spend all day with those unsavory characters? Oh my, look at that lady. She won a 2,000 coin discount. How envious. Quickly, bring my 80-year-old second uncle to assist me. I refuse to believe I can't get that 2,000 coin discount. The atmosphere was electric as young gentlemen and ladies rushed about, eager to bring friends along to partake in the activity. The novelty of this event and the desire for discounts propelled them, as the maidens on stage, garbed in beautiful attire, resembled celestial beings who wouldn't want to dress like a fairy. Hey, Iron Bull, come quickly and help me cut a knife. A shy girl tugged at a sturdy man. What are you talking about? He replied, puzzled. You truly are a simpleton, lacking any understanding of a girl's heart. Just follow me and you'll see. She teased, exasperated. Soon, Iron Bull was dragged to the fabric fair, where he beheld the array of captivating maidens on stage, and his nose bled profusely in awe. The maidens, clad in ethereal gowns, showcased their talents, walked gracefully, and engaged with the audience, creating a lively scene. Hey, where are you looking? The girl scolded, pinching his arm, directing him toward a densely packed area of the crowd. Go there and help me cut a knife. I also want to wear that black silk swan, and we'll model it for you later. The black silk swan? Iron Bull, dazed, gazed at the maiden in the black silk gown, drooling in admiration. All right, I will help you cut it. As he approached, he saw countless spinning wheels set up outside Lee's fabric shop, where young maidens and gentlemen formed long lines excitedly participating in the knife-throwing activity. Above the wheels hung several eye-catching banners. If you are a brother, come help me cut a knife. The first batch of spring fabric. Come help cut a knife for her. This cut will go straight to her heart. Wow, a discount of 1,500 coins. Congratulations to this lucky one. A servant shouted, raising his voice. Hurry up, go. Just then, a girl pushed Iron Bull forward. All right, all right. At that moment, similar scenes unfolded throughout the fabric fair, creating a vibrant atmosphere. If outsiders were to witness this, they would be astonished. Such a commercial event could spark such fervor, surpassing even the New Year celebrations, akin to an imperial procession. Though Yuzhou City was known as the capital of commerce, this was still extraordinary. As the crowd swelled, City Lord Tianrong felt both joy and concern. He was delighted that this business model would elevate Yuzhou's reputation, but worried about the need to deploy thousands of black armor and silver armor guards to maintain order, fearing potential chaos. Meanwhile, he marveled at the old immortal's prowess, just a slight exertion of effort, and he had surpassed the limits of ordinary merchants. In just a few hours, the inventory at Lee's fabric shop was sold out, leaving the store as barren as if it had been raided. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng stood dumbfounded, utterly in awe of Jiang Xuan's business acumen. There was no one else like him in the world. Sir, all our fabric is sold out. What should we do? Li Huan exclaimed excitedly, overwhelmed by the success of their first venture. We are truly remarkable. What? Sold out? How can this be? I just cut 1,000 coins. Lamented a girl in the line, her face filled with sorrow. Yes, sold out. What shall we do? Oh no. Little Huan next door bought a bolt. She will be a fairy now. I don't want to live anymore. Old immortal shopkeeper, do you still have fabric for sale? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan raised an eyebrow, a warm smile gracing his lips as he addressed the gathered townsfolk, esteemed elders and fellow villagers. Feel free to continue your purchases. The Li family fabric shop is more than capable of supplying whatever you require. However, do bear in mind that once your orders are placed, there may be a brief wait before you can collect your goods. This is simply our newly introduced pre-sale model. Rest assured, upon placing your orders, the Li family fabric shop will provide you with a voucher. When the time comes, you may present this voucher to redeem your fabrics, and we shall certainly uphold our promise. Upon hearing this, the villagers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. To be frank, their hesitation did not stem from a lack of faith in the Li family fabric shop or in Jiang Xuan's integrity, but rather from a natural reluctance to part with their money without the immediate gratification of receiving their goods. After all, the adage payment upon delivery holds true. Jiang Xuan cast a sweeping glance, capturing the reactions of the crowd, and with a smile, he addressed the assembly, esteemed elders and fellow villagers. I have not yet finished speaking. For those who choose to pre-order, the Leaf Fabric Shop will reward you with points based on your order quantity. These points can be redeemed for any fabric in our store. For instance, if you reserve 5 bolts, you will be able to exchange them for 1 bolt here. What say you? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered common folk, young ladies, and gentlemen sparkled with excitement. Who would pass up a bargain? Old Sage. I wish to place an order. Old Sage, I too wish to pre-order. I no longer desire this particular style. Regrettably, items that have been taken cannot be returned. Very well. As the atmosphere in the fabric shop grew lively once more, Li Yingling, Li Huan, and Kai Feng exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Master Jiang, you truly are remarkable. Within the Li Fabric Shop, Li Huan tugged at Jiang Xuan's sleeve and cautiously inquired, Master Jiang, from where do we acquire such an abundance of fabric? Are you perhaps planning to renege on this? At that moment, Li Yingling and Kai Feng also turned their gaze towards Jiang Xuan, aware that his origins from the black market rendered such actions plausible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Jiang Xuan adjusted his beard, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This matter is quite simple. We shall procure fabrics from other merchants and sell them to them. Li Huan, I entrust this task to you. Reach out to all the fabric merchants in Yuzhou City and inform them that our Li Family Fabric Shop can act as their agent, with the condition that we sell under our shop's name. In due course, I assure you that the only fabric shop left in Yuzhou City will be the Li family, achieving complete monopoly. Master Jiang, that is indeed brilliant. Li Huan's eyes brightened, but then he frowned and said, however, Master Jiang, will they be willing to entrust their fabrics to me for sale? Unwilling? Jiang Xuan chuckled coldly, remarking, after today, I cannot fathom how many fabric shops would resist your allure. They are likely to be clamoring for your favor. Li Huan nodded in agreement. Though he did not fully grasp the implications, he felt that Jiang was indeed wise. Master Jiang, the portraits of the beautiful ladies are ready. At that moment, a young servant approached, bearing several exquisite paintings of enchanting women, each adorned in resplendent garments. They were all strikingly captivating, ethereal in their beauty, evoking a thrilling sensation merely by their presence. Quite splendid. Jiang Xuan took a look at the painting and was quite pleased. He then handed it to Kai Feng and said, Kai Feng, when the time comes, please take these paintings to the city lord and inform him that I wish to collaborate on a business venture. Request him to replicate these paintings in 10,000 copies and display them throughout Yuzhou City. We shall contribute an additional 30% in taxes to the government. What? An additional 30% in taxes? Is that true, Master Jiang? Kai Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xuan offered a faint smile, assuring her, rest assured, there will be no losses. At this moment, he desired but one thing, fame. Fame translates into traffic, and traffic into profit. Under this virtuous cycle, it would be nothing short of extraordinary if the Li family did not monopolize the fabric trade in Yuzhou City. Furthermore, he could even propagate this business model beyond Yuzhou City, potentially monopolizing the entire fabric trade in the Great Qian Kingdom. Of course, he had no inclination to pursue such ambitions, merely providing a model for the Li family. Future matters would be entrusted to Li Yingling, thereby offering an explanation to old Master Li. Kai Feng took possession of the paintings of the young women, her heart racing with exhilaration. In that instant, she comprehended why Jiang Xuan sought the contracts of these young women. Heaven, once these portraits are displayed, these young women would ascend to become renowned figures in Yuzhou City, each more precious than gold itself. Truly, it would be a transformation from wild chicken to phoenix. No, she must return to inform Master Yan, ensuring these young women are safeguarded and revered as ancestors. From then on, unless a fortune of millions is at stake, no hand shall dare touch them. The Zhuke Tower shall evolve into the Phoenix Tower. Thus, a grand and lively garment appreciation event continued until dusk, with the young master and the ladies reluctantly parting ways. Some wore expressions of joy, others were filled with nostalgia, and some bore the weight of regret. Alas, such a splendid gathering. One cannot know if a second occurrence will ever grace this lifetime. Surely it will, for with the old immortal present, miracles abound in life. At that moment, as the crowd began to disperse, a striking woman clad in a red dress approached the entrance of the Leaf Fabric Shop. accompanied by a towering man resembling an iron pillar. The woman stood gracefully, her simple red attire exuding an ethereal charm, as if she were about to soar on the wind, captivating all who beheld her. However, her face was rather plain, failing to match her striking aura. Each woman possesses unique traits. Li Yingling is gentle and charming. Luo Li is spirited and adorable. Jiang Yulian is dignified and grand. Yet, this woman struck Jiang Xuan as forthright, unrestrained, and imbued with an innate nobility and pride. One's character can often be discerned from their gaze. It is worth noting that in this era, women were generally perceived through a more traditional lens, making the presence of such rebellious spirit uncommon. Such a woman is beyond the grasp of most. With a mere glance, Jiang Xuan swiftly formed a judgment of her character. Furthermore, the towering man behind her was equally imposing. Though his cultivation was indiscernible, he sent a shiver of trepidation through Jiang Xuan. There was only one possibility for this sensation. He was a master. This fabric shop has already closed for the day. Please return tomorrow if you wish to purchase fabric. A young servant approached the woman and spoke. The woman smiled. Her ordinary appearance transformed into something enchanting with her smile. No matter. I have come to seek this esteemed gentleman. As she spoke, her autumn-like eyes turned towards Jiang Xuan, and with a poised smile, she inquired, "Might I have the honor of conversing with you, esteemed sir?" At her words, Li Huan, Kai Feng, and Li Yingling exchanged perplexed glances, their thoughts diverging. Wow. As expected of Master Jiang, a beauty invites him so swiftly. Master Jiang remains vigorous at 70. Oh, how embarrassing. Goodness. Could this be some lingering romantic debt from his youth? She doesn't resemble him at all. How could we not honor such a distinguished guest? Truly, it is an honor. Jiang Xuan gently stroked his beard, a warm smile gracing his face as he instructed, Li Huan, prepare a private chamber for me and this young lady. Preferably the most exquisite one. Master Jiang, our establishment lacks such elegant rooms. Leave. Thank you, esteemed elder. The woman in red smiled gracefully and entered. Soon after, Jiang Xuan, accompanied by a few individuals, found the simplest of rooms to settle down in, neglecting even the customary offering of tea. Jiang Xuan's face bore an expression of deep regret as he sincerely remarked, "My dear lady, I truly apologize. Today's business has been exceedingly prosperous, to the point that we have run out of tea to offer. I humbly ask for your understanding." Li Huan nearly lost his composure, thinking to himself, "Jiang, we are purveyors of textiles, not tea. Who claims we have no tea?" Li Yingling's lips twitched slightly, recognizing that this was indeed a consequence of Jiang's past entanglements, which were now beginning to irritate others. Haha. The woman in red chuckled lightly while shaking her head. The old gentleman is indeed a man of the black market. His hospitality is truly unparalleled. Jiang Xuan, with an air of calm assurance, said, "Do not worry, my dear. You will acclimate swiftly." The two sat facing each other, yet their conversation quickly fell into a stalemate. Jiang Xuan closed his eyes to rest, displaying an air of indifference and choosing not to speak. This demeanor caused the woman in red, with her delicate brows furrowed, to grow somewhat displeased. As a princess of the royal family, she had never been subjected to such treatment. Had it not been for the intriguing garment festival today, she would have been reluctant to be present, let alone express curiosity about this gentleman from the black market. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Xuan cast a glance at the woman in red and, with a gentle smile, said, "I must apologize. I seem to have forgotten to inquire about your esteemed name and purpose for being here." Upon hearing this, Li Huan and the others nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Master, how could you forget such a fundamental matter? Clearly, you are intentionally ignoring her." The woman in red suppressed her urge to roll her eyes, thinking that had she not insisted on staying, this old fellow would likely never have recalled such an essential detail in his lifetime. It was evident that Jiang Xuan had no intention of asking further. The atmosphere was merely awkward, and he opted for this opening line instead. "Forgive me for my oversight. The name is Tang," the woman in red replied. "Ah, a fine surname indeed." Jiang Xuan adjusted his beard and spoke with a tone steeped in sentiment. The Tang surname is indeed a prestigious lineage, exuding an extraordinary grace amidst its cultured demeanor. How fortuitous that the imperial family of our great Qian nation also bears the Tang name. Could it be that the young lady hails from royal blood? The woman in red could no longer contain herself and rolled her eyes. There are countless individuals with the surname Tang in this world. I find it hard to believe that merely sharing a name could unveil my identity. Do you take me for a celestial being descended from the heavens? This old fellow was clearly attempting to vex her, and he seemed overly concerned that she might not perceive his insincerity, his tone exceedingly exaggerated. Oh, my apologies for the impertinence. Jiang Xuan's tone grew somewhat indifferent as he continued to inquire. May I ask for your esteemed name, Miss? Miss Tang replied with a hint of annoyance. I am simply named Yin. A lovely name. Tang Yin? Jiang Xuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Old sir, why are you behaving so startled? Tang Yinran's brow furrowed even more tightly, fearing that the old man might have truly discerned something. In her attempt to withhold a word, she inadvertently intensified his shock. Oh, it's nothing. Jiang Xuan smiled faintly, his face alight with admiration as he remarked. Your name evokes memories of a dear departed friend, a woman of unparalleled beauty. If you were indeed an actress, that would be even more delightful. In an instant, Tang Yinran felt a surge of indignation wash over her, nearly overwhelming her with the urge to overturn the table. Were it not for her status as a lady and the ingrained virtues of respecting elders and cherishing the young, she might have unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Jiang Xuan. Was there truly such a convoluted way to insult someone? In this era, actresses and songstresses were regarded as the lowest of the low, often associated with the most disreputable of women. Although she was currently in disguise, there was no need for such insinuations. Did she truly appear to be of such a character? In truth, this time, she had genuinely misinterpreted Jiang Xuan's intentions. However, the reason behind this misunderstanding was one Jiang Xuan found himself unable to elucidate. Meanwhile, Li Yingling stood by, covering her face, overwhelmed by an impulse to sigh deeply at the unfolding scene. Grandfather Jiang, if you are not adept at conversation, it would be best to refrain from engaging. It is no wonder you remain a solitary bachelor after 70 years. There must be a reason for this. He. Tang Yinran, exasperated, found herself laughing in frustration. You truly are a remarkable individual, sir. Yet, I am quite curious as to why you are so unwelcoming towards me. Is it that you wish for me to take my leave at once? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted,